Hello everyone, welcome to What If Hollow Knight Became the Eternal Shade Lord Part 2. Before we start, please go support Subaru9 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made, there will be some mistaken character's gender. I found you. The scandal that had broken out in the jungle was still unknown to the king and his knight, who continued wandering around, unaware of the fate of the girl they were searching for. "Dad, can we go home now?" Aster asked, bored. Finding them is going to be difficult without a clue as to where they are, and that could be anywhere. There's plenty of room to hunt. We can't leave your sister alone and lost. She's not lost, you taught us how to find our way, even if she were alone she would know how to get back to the mossy village or how to go visit Uncle Shio. I won't feel at peace until I find her and see that she's okay. Uncle Big, can we go home? He looked back hoping to find support from the king, but he was too busy trying to untangle his antlers from the foliage, a task that proved too difficult because a mosswalker was crawling up his back, unnerving him. Meanwhile, Edwin jumped around trying to reach the creature and free his uncle from his torment. Dad, Aster called again. I told you we're not coming back. It's not that Og, I'd better take care of it. The boy jumped out of the bag Hollow was carrying on his back, opened his wings, and flew to his uncle's back, who gave an overly feminine scream when he felt another bug had climbed onto his back. I'll get it out for you, dude, Aster calmed him down. But the swipe of its hand, the small mantis knocked off the climber, who then quickly moved away. Aster, you flew, Edwin exclaimed happily. Yeah. Aster flew? How wonderful. Big was euphoric, waving his arms. I'd hug you if I could get my horns out of here. Did Aster fly? Hollow was the last to hear the news, but as soon as he found out, he ran to take his baby in his arms. Congratulations. This is wonderful. It reminds me of when you flew for the first time. It's not that bad. The boy was embarrassed to be reminded of his time as a baby, so he tried to change the subject. Uncle Big, you're big and strong. Why don't you pull and break everything instead of untangling your horns? The idea was good, but if it went wrong Big could end up without his mask revealing his shadow form. That would be bad for the environment, Hollow answered nervously. Let me help you, Big. He carefully cut through the undergrowth that had trapped his antlers, an activity he tried to carry out quickly, as he constantly had to deal with Aster's questions, who wasn't satisfied with his previous answer. At that moment, he knew he couldn't delay telling the children the truth any longer. Once doubt was planted, it would spread like an unstoppable torrent until it reached its target. But he didn't feel this was the time for that. The priority was finding Jasmine. Come on, kids, we have to keep looking for your sister, their father encouraged them. But Dad, we're already bored. Okay, if you want to leave, go, your uncle will take you back to the palace. Big felt euphoric inside, the boredom of monotony was a powerful weapon. The day before it had been impossible to convince the children to go with him, and now they were asking for it on their own. Don't cause any trouble for your Uncle Big, okay? Yes, Dad, they answered in unison. Well, that's all, I'll see you in a few hours, I hope. Hollow seemed worried, so Big felt the need to comfort him with some words of encouragement. Calm down, Hollow, I'm sure they're fine. Orchid, she's a bit rough, but at least it will keep her safe. And as if wanting to contradict his words, among the nearby bushes they saw a pair of mantises talking loudly. Achilles, what was the name of the lost girl? Jasmine, I've already told you 3 times. That's it, Jasmine. Come on, girl. The family was stunned, but Big insisted on trying to fix the situation. Well, as far as I understand, Jasmine is a common name in the mantis tradition. Why would it have to be our Jasmine? And just at that moment, Big's hypothesis was refuted with the appearance of Orchid herself, who followed closely behind the other mantises, tirelessly repeating her daughter's name. Orchid? Hollow shouted hysterically. A chill ran down the insect's spine, she slowly turned her head until she met her partner's furious eyes and was overcome with terror at having to confess that she had lost Jasmine. Unable to face him, she ran off until she was lost in the foliage, but Hollow wasn't going to let her go without an explanation, so he went after her. Big and his nephew stared at the scene, speechless, not knowing what to do. Above all, they were worried. Was Jasmine lost? Knowing her lack of determination and tenacity, it was dangerous for her to wander alone. Dude, maybe we should stay a little longer, in case Dad needs help, Aster said. Yes, because if Miss Orchid is involved, this could end in a fight. Big looked at both of them alternately and ended up sighing resignedly. Okay, let's follow them. The lost girl had already ventured far into forbidden territory, where the vegetation was more aggressive, so to speak. Thorny vines abounded, and the booby traps were so abundant that there were places where it was difficult to walk. This place is disgusting. Jasmine complained. Is this why Dad didn't want me to come? There's really nothing interesting here either. There were other, much nicer areas of the forest, even with the acid pools around. Why was she wasting her time in that place? All because she didn't want Orchid to find her, but if she thought about it, her dad probably wouldn't find her either, so her plan wouldn't make sense. It was really stupid. In fact, the whole running away thing was stupid and she was just realizing it now. She almost burst into tears. As always, she only knew how to complicate things. She was useless, a good-for-nothing fool. It was no wonder everyone preferred to spend time with Orchid. Even at school, her friends didn't like to play with her when Aster wasn't around. She should have died that day, not Coco. This last thought ended up destroying her. Her knees gave way and she collapsed, bursting into tears. The memory of her brother was a burning wound in her heart. She hated everything. It hurt so much that it was difficult to overcome. She was paralyzed. She could only cry and cry, letting the echo of her wails spread like smoke from a fire, attracting curious creatures to the sound of her suffering. What happened next occurred in just a few moments. The girl felt a chill, a strong shock that cut short her tears. Anguish descended into her stomach and transformed into terror. Everything was eerily silent. There were no shrieks, not even the rustle of leaves crunching beneath their footsteps. In short, all the prisoners were doing their best to hide. But from what? The answer came in the form of a giant paw that nearly sliced her. If it weren't for her quick reflexes, she'd be right next to Coco now. The first claw was followed by a second, which, while not causing lethal damage, did scratch the shell superficially. It was the kind of wound that wasn't serious, just a minor scrape, but it hurt a lot. But the girl was too terrified to care about the pain, she just followed her instinct and fled from the predator. He was fast, but her pursuer had several resources, such as throwing thorns. Jasmine ignored the stinging caused by the projectiles embedded in her skin, she only prayed that they were not poisonous, but what she could not ignore was when one managed to stick into her leg, causing a cramp that made her fall. The ground trembled beneath her feet as the formidable predator emerged from the earth in all its glory and majesty. The girl looked back only to find herself facing the most monstrous being she had ever seen. It was gigantic, she wasn't sure if this thing or her Uncle Big would be taller, what she did know was that unlike him, it was a dangerous and voracious creature. Its 6 eyes looked at her with delight, while its thin, withered body crouched preparing for an attack. The girl showed quick reflexes and thinking as she pulled off the thorns as quickly as she could, while keeping an eye on the beast stalking her. As soon as she finished, she had to stand up and run away, just in time to avoid the body of the colossal bug that landed in the spot where she had been before. The half-breed then crouched down and sank into the foliage, even lowering her antennae to try to hide while always continuing to move. She doubted that bug would chase her to the outskirts of the jungle. If she managed to get far enough away, she might lose it. But what an elusive prey, I've never hunted anything like this will be fun. Was it talking? Was that thing talking? Jasmine was stunned. Why would a creature with intelligence attack her like that? Or was it planning to eat her? In the protected environment in which he had been raised, he had had no opportunity to deal with wild animals or recreational hunters. Until now, he had never faced the harshness of the world, and only in these moments did the light of this knowledge dawn on his mind. At the same time, in another place, Orchid was also escaping, but from something much less deadly, but that caused her the same fear. Her angry partner. She didn't want to have to give explanations, she didn't want to see him disappointed or furious with her. Besides, in a corner of her mind she was terrified that Hollow would hurt her. Consciously she knew that was impossible, but her past whispered in her ear of the fierce fight he had given her when she was younger. She had been sore for a week. She definitely had to face him at some point, but it wouldn't be now. She kept running, sneaking through thorny bushes and wild foliage, only managing to gain some advantage when Hollow accidentally stepped on a fool's trap, and thanks to that she was able to lose it for good, but she still kept running driven by adrenaline and terror until a creature appeared in front of her. She didn't have time to consider whether she knew her or not because the small white moth acted too quickly. It jumped in front of Orchid, stopping in its tracks, and then spread its wings, which emitted such a glow that they blinded her. It took her a few seconds to regain her vision, and when she did, the moth was gone. In its place was a boy who somehow reminded her of Hollow. He was a child of shadows, but with a horn she'd never seen before. "This way, follow me," said the boy who ran to his right side. Orchid didn't know why, but that little boy made a deep impression on her, a kind of affection, longing, and desire to protect him. Who was he? Now she needed to know, so she didn't hesitate for a moment to follow him. Although she initially lost track of the little boy, he soon began to guide her, occasionally shouting, "This way, let's go," without letting himself be seen. No matter how hard she looked, the boy never appeared. Only his voice betrayed his presence, and she blindly followed him. Their pursuit lasted almost 20 minutes. When Orchid was about to give up and search for Jasmine again, the girl's own voice made her continue. She was sure she had heard her scream, and then she heard a horrendous roar, one she unfortunately knew very well. He felt his body frozen and his claws trembled with terror. He shook his head and once again started walking. All his fatigue and tiredness were suddenly erased. The mere thought of something happening to Jasmine was like dying in life. Jasmine resisted the hunter's attack splendidly for a creature of her age and inexperience. She had sharp reflexes and anticipated the hunter's movements with precision. At the same time, she took care to move away from his domain and seek out the civilized mantis zone. She was right to assume that the hunter wouldn't follow her there. He was very powerful, but she knew he couldn't take on an entire mantis village. However, despite the sound plan, the girl didn't have the necessary stamina to carry it out. The hunter knew this, and that's why he sought to exhaust her. The predator was truly enjoying this hunt. Honestly, he hadn't had this much fun in years. The prey in the area had lost their challenge, and every day was monotonous and boring. But now this wonderful creature arrived, nothing less than a mixed breed, which in his opinion, had brought out the best in its parents. It was undoubtedly intelligent, very fast and skillful. In fact, its movements and its way of acting seemed familiar to him, as if he had once faced someone similar. Perhaps some anonymous relative whose name and face he would never remember. He didn't know. He only hoped she had had more children. Perhaps one day another would come to play. Eventually what the hunter expected happened. The girl collapsed, she fell to the ground gasping, unable to continue, but still her survival instinct and the terror of the situation forced her to crawl to escape. She felt the breath of the beast at her back, the leaves crunching under her steps, and the fact that now it moved slowly, only to prolong her agony. She was lost, but still she continued to strive to escape. She was about to hide in a clump of grass when the huge hand grabbed her and placed her in front of her eyes. "It's over," he said calmly and triumphantly. He observed her carefully. She was just a young animal. She could still grow a little and improve her skills. She was an excellent prey, but from what he could assess she was not a hunter, so she did not represent a danger to him. If he let her live and grow, she would not be a problem, just an interesting source of fun for the future, although if she left nothing guaranteed that she would return. Then he felt a soft tickle on his hand. The little girl was trying to get away by biting desperately. It was adorable. What if he scared her a little? It opened its jaws, revealing the sharp appendages of its face that gleamed through its grassy hood. Jasmine assumed it was going to be eaten and bit down even harder. The hunter could now tell his hand hurt a little, but never enough to let go. Still, it impressed him greatly. He'd only ever seen such fighting spirit in mantises, specifically in one mantis in particular. He realized it too late. The spear pierced her hand and left her pinned to the ground, but the shot was so precise that the girl wasn't even grazed. The half-breed was freed, though somewhat stunned by the situation. She looked at the weapon stuck in her hand and recognized it. Orchid spear. "How dare you?" a furious voice was heard approaching, accompanied by the crunching of branches and leaves. "You have attacked a civilized creature, and not only that, you have laid your filthy claws on my daughter." The hunter managed to wrench the spear away with his free hand and assumed a defensive stance. He had no intention of fighting Orchid, but if she attacked him, she wasn't going to make it easy for him either. However, despite his situation, his priority at that moment was to satisfy his curiosity about the sapling. "Is she your daughter? Did you have her with him?" "Yes, with him, and I assure you that if anything happens to this girl, even if you are her teacher, he will end your miserable life without hesitation." Jasmine stared at both creatures in disbelief. Had he just said he was her father's teacher? Such a horrible, wild, and ferocious creature was her adorable father's teacher. That was impossible. Her father was an upright and very kind gentleman. He would never get involved with such a creature, although, now that she thought about it, if he had gotten involved with a brute like Orchid, maybe it wasn't so far-fetched. "I see," the hunter replied calmly. Despite the threat he looked happy. "I'm not surprised." "Doesn't that surprise you?" The mantis raised its guard. "She's splendid. She certainly has the best of both her parents. She's fast, skilled, intelligent, and quick to react. It's a shame she's not a hunter, but she's the best prey I've faced in years." The hunter showed a smile. It was not very visible through the hood that covered his face, but they could make out some sharp appendages that shone. They were similar to fangs, but there were too many of them to be so. Jasmine could not help but wonder what kind of gruesome face the shadows of his disguise hid. "If you dare do anything to him, you and my disciple will go for me. I know it. It would be my final battle. The truth is that it excites me to think about it. My days have become so boring. Only easy and foolish prey usually walk around these parts. To think that a child of her age would be so challenging. It excites me to think what she will achieve when she grows up." Jasmine had mixed emotions. On one hand, she felt flattered that someone was saying good things about her, but on the other, she was terrified that this thing would come after her when she grew up. "If you get close to her." "Haha, calm down, I won't go near her," he declared, making Orchid immediately calm down. "She'll be the one who will look for me." "But what? When you seek power and knowledge that is not given to you for protection, return to me." And with this mysterious message, the hunter vanished, crouching camouflaged in the grass and slipping away from Orchid with stealth that no prey could match. Orchid didn't know how to take his last words. It was hard to know what that creature was thinking. She was cunning and had a lot of knowledge. Did she want to teach Jasmine something, or was she just baiting her in the future? Unfortunately, what happened would depend on the girl herself. There was a limit to how much she could interfere in her life, she knew that very well. Hollow, not much. Are you okay? He turned to his daughter. Yes, I think so. Can you get up? The girl tried, but her legs were shaking like jelly, both from the fear she had experienced and from exhaustion. I don't think you can walk like that, let me carry you. There's no need. Orchid ignored her, carefully picked her up and walked away with her in her arms. Neither of them said anything for a long time, the eldest just walked silently looking straight ahead, as if ignoring the creature she was carrying. As for the girl, she was too embarrassed to speak. Once calmer again, she had had time to reflect on her actions. Escaping from Orchid was a bad idea, a stupid idea that probably wouldn't even help her get what she wanted. Besides, many more people had gotten involved than she expected. All the mantises in Greenlands were looking for her, and if that weren't enough, she almost died. It was a good thing Orchid had saved her. Poor Miss Orchid. He had thought so poorly of her, and in the end, he went to find her. Regardless of the reasons, he didn't hesitate for a second to go and rescue her. She had behaved so badly, and he hadn't even scolded her, and even though she herself thought she deserved it, in such a situation, she should at least apologize. I'm sorry. Ah, I see someone has reflected on what they did. Her voice sounded calm, but her tone was sharp. She was definitely angry. I was a fool, I never should have left. Which makes me wonder, why exactly did you leave? I don't understand. We were hunting so well, you were handling the spear beautifully, and then suddenly you start crying with this story about how your father doesn't love you anymore. Where do you get these ideas? Hollow adores you. But he doesn't spend that much time with me anymore, and he talks about you a lot, and he looks at you in that strange way. Orchid sighed, she was no stranger to the fact that many girls could be jealous of their stepmothers or their parents' other partners. She had seen it more than once among the different mantis families, but she never thought she would have to experience something like that herself. Jasmine, darling, your father is just a little excited. We haven't seen each other in almost 8 years. There are so many things we have to catch up on, but he's never left you behind. He talks to me a lot about you, about all of you. Has he completely left you behind? Does he not speak to you anymore? The girl shook her head. He still loves you, and his love is very big. It's enough for everyone. Your brothers, your uncles, me, and you too. But I don't think he loves me that much. I'm very clumsy and stupid. Why would he love me? They don't even like me at school. You are neither clumsy nor stupid, you just hadn't discovered your talents until now. Look at how well you use the spear, and even the hunter praised your skills. But that. He has no reason to flatter you, besides he's a very direct and honest person. If he said good things about you, it's because he really means them. These words left the girl meditating for a few moments, until she opened her eyes, remembering a certain doubt that was gnawing at her mind. Is it true that that monster was Dad's teacher? Yes, he taught her everything he knows about prey and how to survive in the jungle. But, he's a terrifying and dangerous beast. Why would Dad talk to him? He should stay away. Well, your father doesn't have much common sense. Yes, Aunt Hornet always says so. When he was younger he had even less, he was always talking, or rather listening to every weirdo he met around. He still does it, the girl thought. But the hunter didn't try to eat Dad like he did me. As I understand it, he saw in Hollow the talent of a hunter, a cold and ruthless gaze, and the will to end anyone's life. Dad, it's not like that. The offended girl cried. Not now, but you didn't know him before. The Hollow from years ago was special, to put it nicely. He didn't know what mercy or kindness was, literally, he had to learn everything. It may seem hard to believe, but your father isn't the perfect person you think he is. No one is perfect, neither you nor I. But he's still changed, and he's also managed to change me. I don't know what you think about me, but I'm not the violent, savage mantis I once was. Oh look, we're here. The girl thought they were heading to the camp they had set up, but they were in a much more beautiful and peaceful place. It was a meadow covered in white flowers, bright as a firefly's backside, and so pure that the white palace would be overshadowed by them. And in the middle of all this whiteness stood a stone. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was a tombstone, which had writing on it. How beautiful. What is this place? Who died here? Your cousin Clover, the daughter of my late brother Hygo. The girl lowered her antennas in embarrassment. Orchid looked affected when she mentioned this. I'm sorry. How did he die? My sisters and I killed her. The girl paled upon hearing this, her perverse imagination immediately connecting the dots, leading her to the conclusion that Orchid was going to kill her right now. She looked around her looking for a way to escape. Hey, why are you so worried? It's not like I'm going to kill you. Ah, yes, hahaha, how crazy, right? He tried to pretend that nothing was happening. He had to stop thinking the worst about that mantis, although if he told her that she had killed his cousin, it wouldn't give the best of impressions, although she was his daughter, he would never hurt her, right? In the mantis tribe of fungal wastes, things are very different from here in Greenlands. Life there is hard, everyone is hard. Love is frowned upon, a sign of weakness. Anyone considered weak must be eliminated, and all conflicts are resolved by force. There is no mercy, and individuals are pushed to their limits. Was my cousin killed because she was weak? The girl asked, horrified. No, for something worse. There's another taboo in the tribe. A mantis can only mate with another mantis. Mixed breeds are considered abominations with no right to exist, so any relationship with a foreigner is strictly forbidden and carries a price of life. Jasmine didn't have a hard time drawing conclusions. Now she understood why the mantises always looked at her with pity. They were descendants of the mantises from the fungal wastes. In a place like that, she would be condemned to death. But she found it very difficult to understand how someone could go to the extreme of killing another person just for loving a foreigner. It was horrible and outrageous. She almost wanted to go there and scream at them that everything was wrong. Of course, she couldn't do that. That's why you and Dad aren't together, because it's forbidden for you to be together, even though Dad loves you very much and misses you. Finally Jasmine stopped thinking about herself. She remembered her father sad when he saw Aster, saying how similar she was to Orchid, his dull eyes when he saw happy couples, and the small sparkle of joy when he told them stories about his mother. Everything could have been so different, but then she realized something. But here it's not forbidden for you and Dad to be together. Why didn't you stay here? Remember I told you your father changed. And then he changed me. I want to change the other mantises too. I want them to be free and happy like the mantises of Greenlands. I want them to be able to love without having to pretend, and for a person's worth to be measured not only by their strength. That's why I left, to save my tribe. And now you finally made it, and that's why you came back. No Jamin, I haven't finished my task yet. I still need a few years for the mantises I've educated to be ready to decide on their own the path they want to take the tribe, so I'll have to return soon. I must continue taking care of the seeds I planted. So you're going to leave? A few hours ago she just wanted that mantis to disappear from her life, but in a short time the opinion she had of her had changed completely. She didn't really care for her, but she respected her as a good person, and she understood why her father and Edwin loved her so much, and the idea of seeing them sad broke her heart. Now that she stopped thinking only about herself and worried about others, she could realize that some things were better. Her father was happier and more energetic, and Edwin was no longer so surly. If they were happy she preferred that she stayed. Orchid didn't really bother her that much either. But Jasmine was also compassionate and understood the mantis tribe situation. They had to change, and only she could do it. Overwhelmed by her feelings, she hugged her mother while she shed a few silent tears. Why does everything have to be so sad? She didn't know what to answer, but she didn't have to. Shouts in the distance distracted them from that intimate moment they were sharing. It was a voice they both knew very well. Jasmine. Hollow shouted, running after Big, who was carrying his children. Hoppy. Jasmine. I finally found you. The knight used his dash to quickly cover the distance that separated him from his daughter. The girl, as soon as she was within his reach, jumped from the mantis's arms to fall into her father's. It was a very emotional encounter where the little girl was finally convinced that even if her father was a little less attentive to her, he still loved her as always. Orchid smiled at the beautiful moment, but her smile soon disappeared when Hollow's furious eyes fixed on her. How could you, Orchid? How could you take Jamin away like that without telling me anything? I told Patatita and Aster to let you know. That's not the problem. You can't take my daughter without my consent. Besides, you brought her to a dangerous place, and not only that, you lost her. Daddy, it's not her fault, I ran away. Jasmine tried to defend her. Shut up Jasmine. Don't get involved in this. But Daddy, Jasmine started whining to get his attention. That always worked when she wanted something. It worked, but only in part. Oh no, Jasmine, no, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to yell at you, everything's okay. But Daddy. You shouldn't have to see these things. Only then did he realize that it was wrong to fight in front of the children. Aster and Edwin also looked worried. Big, could you take Jasmine and the kids to Mossy Town? I'll catch up with them later. Sure, no problem. That kind attitude made it clear to Jasmine that her father and uncle had finally made peace, but now it seemed that it was going to happen again with her parents. She cried harder trying to convince her father not to leave her alone so that she would forget her anger with Orchid, but it didn't work. She was taken by her uncle away from the scene, leaving her with deep concern. Are you serious, Jasmine? Did you leave because you thought Dad didn't love you anymore? Aster exclaimed. He kept us wandering around the jungle for a day and a half looking for you, thinking something bad was going to happen to you. Don't remind me, I feel worse. The girl covered her face in embarrassment. I hope Dad and Miss Orchid can work things out, Edwin commented worriedly. I've never seen Dad so angry. Calm down, kids, they'll be fine. Uncle Big calmed them down, those two have overcome crises before, they'll definitely make it this time. I hope so, I don't want them to be fighting because of me. Loa Mossy approached with a tray of food. I brought you some snacks. Are you hungry? Yes, Aster and Edwin shouted in unison, but Jasmine sat in her corner, head down. Oh, what's wrong with the girl? She looks very sad. Just at that moment, two individuals entered the room. Hollow and Orchid arrived, causing joy among those present. From what could be seen there was no tension between them, from what could be deduced they had managed to smooth over their differences, although it could not be said that it had been easy, both of them looked exhausted and covered in grass, as if they had been rolling on the ground in the jungle. Daddy. The little girl ran to the gentleman and hugged his legs. I'm back, Jasmine. He picked up the little girl in his arms. I told you I'd be back. Yes, is everything okay? He looked alternately at his mom and dad. Everything's fine, he replied with a smile. You look tired. Yeah, it was a long day, now I just want to sleep for a while. Yes, of course. Hollow said goodbye to his children and went to a room to rest, but before he left the room his partner spoke. Next time I'll be the one to win. To which the gentleman replied with a defiant smile. We'll see about that. Magical training. The bell rang and another school day ended. Jasmine skipped out of the schoolyard. Today had been a great day. She no longer spent recess alone in a corner, lamenting her existence. Orchid's advice had proved helpful. She had brought some materials to make baskets and keep herself entertained. If she had to spend it alone, at least she didn't want to be bored. Of course, her activities sparked the curiosity of her classmates, and several approached to ask what she was doing. While most left once their curiosity was satisfied, a couple of girls stayed with her because they were interested in learning how to weave baskets. Her first impulse was to reject them because they unfortunately belonged to her cousin's side, but then she remembered the advice Orchid gave her not to reject anyone and to give them a chance, no matter what side they belonged to. After all, that matter should be taken as a game and nothing more. No one had the right to decide for her who she could be friends with. In the end, things turned out well. She had several things in common with the girls and had so much fun that she was already looking forward to the next day. Once outside, she looked for the person who was supposed to pick her up. Usually, it was her father, although sometimes Akame did it when he couldn't for some reason. But this time, she found someone unexpected. Her mother. Miss Orchid. He exclaimed in surprise, running up to her. Are you here? Hi, your dad couldn't pick you up because he had some kind of operation to catch some criminals, so he asked me to do it. Oh well, no problem. There were a lot of things I wanted to tell you, but I guess I'll do it later. By the way, the advice you gave me worked. And I finished my first basket. The very excited girl showed him the work she had woven. It was small, crooked, and the ends were ugly, but for a first attempt it was very good. But this encounter sparked the curiosity of some children, classmates who had known Jasmine and her family for a long time. They recognized her father and Akame, but the presence of this mantis was something completely new. It was also very striking. A mantis so tall was rarely seen. Since the children are not ashamed to ask questions, they came closer to find out who it was. She's the lady who brought me into the world, Jasmine answered without a trace of doubt. This type of response made Orchidia feel bad. What he said wasn't a lie, but she didn't like him saying it that way. Even so, she didn't feel she had the right to complain. She knew they didn't consider her a mother. The situation was becoming too uncomfortable for her, and she didn't want to answer the questions that would surely come later, so she took her daughter ready to leave quickly, but her path was interrupted by a much more threatening pair of curious children. Gossipy mothers. Most of the mothers simply looked at the mantis with curiosity, venturing to make theories about its origins, and with no ill intentions. But among them was a group of malicious harpies who loved to seek out the most damaging gossip just to spread it and revel in the discomfort it caused. Well, I see a new face around the place, commented a beetle approaching with an air of superiority, so she's the lady who gave birth to the princes. Is she a midwife? Not exactly, she didn't want to give details. That approach made her very uncomfortable, and she also read a certain aggressiveness in the female. It has to be the midwife, of course. The mother of these children abandoned them to go with another creature, added an earwig. Orchid clenched her claws in fury. How dare they say that? She would never have abandoned Hollow if she didn't have to. She sacrificed a lot by leaving. It was true that she had a short relationship with Chris, but it was to heal her broken heart and stop crying every night for the family she left behind. Even so, that ended when Chris found a partner. After that, they limited themselves to maintaining a friendly relationship without any other involvement. Poor children, with such an irresponsible mother, just leave all the work to their father and go off playing somewhere else. Jasmine watched the tense scene, feeling the urge to defend her mother, but lacking the courage to do so. She could only pray that her mother wouldn't attack that rude woman. Although she had a better impression of Orchid, she still considered her a savage. At least Hollow was able to put aside the tormenting memory of that crazy woman. There's a reason we saw him so happy with that female the other time. They really made a good couple. The situation the gossips mentioned was an occasion when Hollow went to pick up his children accompanied by Bretta, because the two were going to see Hornet after that. Obviously, they didn't have to explain themselves to anyone, and they didn't, but the lack of clarity on that led these females to invent their theories, not even caring about the fact that they never saw her there again. Of course, Orchid didn't know about this, and seeing the vehemence with which they were making their statements, doubt filled her. Did Hollow have someone in his life? Was she interfering? It was hard to believe. As soon as he came home from work, he would stick to her like gum. At what point was he with someone else? Did they take a break while she was there? If he had someone else and left her, she could understand it. It would hurt like hell, but she could accept it. What she found intolerable was him cheating on her. She wasn't feeling very well anymore. She didn't even feel like beating up that gossiping beetle. She just wanted to get out of there and be alone with her turbulent feelings. She could almost feel the stares of the curious bugs cutting into her in a suffocating way, and although she did her best not to show how bad she felt, was it her idea, or were those females enjoying her suffering, seeking such a reaction? Wow, nice to see you. It's been a while since we last saw each other, hasn't it? A familiar voice spoke up. They all turned around and saw no one, then they looked down and found Hornet. Queen Hornet. You rarely come around here to pick up the children, what a surprise. Said the beetle nervously. Yes, rarely, but coincidentally, I have some matters to discuss here, but anyway, aren't you glad to see me? Tell me, how are things going? Your husband managed to solve the problem of the scams he committed, I suppose. By this it's still in progress. Oh. Clarissa's here too, which surprises me. I heard she was badly hurt after getting into a fight with her sister over Grandma's inheritance, or was it her sister who ended up at the doctor's? Who would have thought she's such a fierce fighter with such a delicate body? Oh yeah, hahaha, it wasn't that exaggerated, I mean more or less. The earwig lowered her head in shame. And Marta, wow, how's your son going? I heard that. I have things to do, Marta interrupted, hiding her panic. It's a real shame we can't stay and chat for a while, but duty calls. It's a pleasure to see you. I hope we meet again soon. And with that, the ladybug practically ran up to where her son was playing, took him by the hand, and the two of them ran off as if they were being chased. The other two mothers soon followed suit, inventing some excuse about something urgent they had to do, until Hornet and Orchid were left alone. Are you okay? Hornet was worried. She saw the mantis was very upset. What did they tell you? Whatever they told you, you should only believe half of it. I know that group of gossiping trash. They're always making up stories or twisting them to spread gossip. Oh, really? What did they tell you? No, it's nothing. Orchid didn't even want to mention the reason for her discomfort. In a way, it felt embarrassing. Being worried about her partner being with someone else didn't seem very dignified, much less admitting it to the Spider Queen herself, with whom she didn't have much confidence, so she preferred to pretend that everything was fine. She took her daughter, said a polite goodbye to Hornet, and headed for the palace. Hornet watched her walk away with concern. She knew she wasn't being honest with her, but she couldn't force her to confess her problems. She almost considered accompanying her to the palace, but unfortunately, she had a very important matter to attend to now. So she headed towards the archives where her husband was waiting for her. In the archives, most of the rooms were bright and welcoming, lit by the glow of the numerous phosphorescent plants that abounded in the facility. The numerous wells were a garden of life, at least in the part that was open to the public. A certain area of the archives was a tourist attraction, but the place Hornet was heading to was much darker, an area that not even all the workers of the place had access to, so it was lonely and even somewhat gloomy. The illuminated and pretty areas ran out. Everything was dark and dull, as if to imply without words the kind of place it was. There were many secrets in that place. In fact, quite a lot of problematic information was kept there, from the unethical studies that had been done in the Soul Sanctuary to the experiments with the Pale King's offspring. Everything that ordinary people shouldn't know was kept in this here, and the person responsible for protecting all this dark past was none other than Quirrell. Mainly because of that, Hornet had access to this place, although it wasn't a privilege she used very often. She also wanted to leave the past behind, and if she was now heading to this terrifying den, it was because there was a new secret guarded within its walls. She arrived in front of a door at the end of the hallway, took a breath and knocked. After being asked for her identity, her husband finally opened it. "Come in, I was waiting for you." "Yeah? Is something wrong? You don't look so well." "I never feel good when I have to come here. I don't know how you stand this place." Maybe the fact that I don't remember my past makes all these things not affect me as much, but for someone who lived through the infection and all the horrors that occurred in the kingdom, it must be shocking. Anyway, do you want some tea or something? No, just let's get this over with quickly so I can go. Hornet didn't even bother to hide her discomfort, everything there was unpleasant, especially now that she had seen on a wall a diagram that analyzed the body of a container and listed its desirable characteristics. The subject of study was eerily similar to her son Chester. Now that she was a mother, thinking about the thousands of children sacrificed and discarded affected her in a more intense way. "Follow me, Hornet, it's this way," Quirrell said with a sepulchral seriousness that made his wife's spine tingle. Seeing that attitude in him was always a bad sign. The woodlouse led her to an adjoining room that was even more terrifying than the previous one. It held stuffed test subjects, all a few decades old, but the arrangement made them look almost too alive for their condition. However, that wasn't what Quirrell had intended to show her. What interested her was the individual in the cage at the back. Inside was a spider, the same one that had caused the commotion in the City of Tears a few days earlier. The creature looked even more aggressive than before. Its eyes had turned red, small spots of the same color covered its body, and its behavior was erratic, scurrying back and forth while growling and screaming. "What happened to him?" Hornet screamed in horror. And at her scream the prisoner threw himself towards the source of the sound, extending his paws through the bars in an attempt to reach the queen. "Shh, don't talk loudly, it upsets him, everything scares him, that's why we keep the area in darkness." "Is he going to be okay?" she said with a lump in her throat. Quirrell looked down, making her more nervous. "I'd like to say yes, but his prognosis isn't good. It's a rare disease we've never seen before. We've tried all kinds of treatments, from the purest hot springs to the most powerful herbal teas, and nothing works. We've only managed to control his fever and get him to sleep. But sleeping seems like a worse torture than being awake. He can't stop screaming in terror, as if he's having nightmares." "I see, could it be a contagious disease?" "Well, apparently not. Honestly, we were very careless when we brought him here and many people came into close contact with him, but no one got sick. That relieves me a little." "It's too soon to be calm, Hornet." She looked at him nervously. "The disease doesn't seem contagious, but it's not the only case. According to our research, the first symptom of the illness is difficulty falling asleep, and when one does, the subject is attacked by horrible nightmares. This latency stage can last a long time. The subject's acquaintances say he suffered nightmares for months and even lost weight due to lack of sleep. The fact that he's showing this aggressiveness and constant fever would indicate an advanced stage of the disease." Hornet looked scared at the caged creature, who had calmed down and returned to his frantic behavior of jumping all over his cage, looking in every corner as if searching for some threat. "We've heard from many people that they're having trouble sleeping," Hornet whispered. "Even in the heart of Hellenist, the Greenlands, and the Hive. Does that mean the disease is already widespread?" "Well, it could be. It's not normal for so many people to have trouble sleeping at the same time." "What are we going to do, Quirrell? This is serious. It took us so many years to restore this kingdom. This disease could devastate it again. Is this land doomed forever? Can a lasting civilization never emerge? Do you think we should leave before things get worse?" "Calm down, Hornet, please calm down, you're hyperventilating." Hornet breathed in and out slowly several times until she felt better. "Better? Yes, thanks." Immediately afterward, she hardened her face and her heart. She couldn't collapse into a nervous breakdown. Hard times were coming and she was no longer alone. She had to protect her offspring. "What data do you have on the disease that we can use?" "Well, that's the problem. The disease, although it manifests itself differently, is very similar to the infection caused by radiance." That was certainly a hard blow to know. But that infection was of a divine nature, caused by a goddess who was annihilated by my brothers, along with the Lord of Shadows. What god could be involved now? There aren't many candidates, to be honest, but right now our most likely choice is the Nightmare King. Nightmare King? Ollie's dad. Not his father, the individual who controls him. Quirrell assumed a solemn demeanor. An evil being who feeds on people's fear and lives on another plane of existence. And how are we going to achieve it? I don't know. There's nothing we can do right now. There's very little information about that god. It seems he's taken it upon himself to erase all traces of his existence. Still, we'll try to investigate possible solutions, at least to delay the disease. So I think our best option is to pray to the Lord of Shadows." Hornet clenched her fists in frustration. She didn't like depending on the whims of the gods to solve her problems, but this situation was too much for her. She looked up at a painting hanging on the wall. The Lord of Shadows was looking at her with a serious expression. "Uncle Big, what are we doing in the training room?" Edwin asked curiously. His uncle was always reluctant to let him set foot in that place, not only for fear of being crushed by someone in the middle of his training, but also because all sorts of sharp weapons were kept there. While the latter reason seemed stupid to him, he wasn't a retard who would go near weapons, especially since most of them weren't capable of carrying them. Today we're going to train in the use of magic, Big declared with complete solemnity. Magic? Really? Like Dad's? And why am I the only one training? Not everyone has magical abilities, of your group only you and Coco had them. She paused to calm down, she still broke down every time she thought about him. Oh, then I have something that Aster doesn't. Of course, we all have things that others don't. I suppose magic is something that excites a child a lot. So when do we start? Are you going to teach me the cry of the abyss? Or the heart of glass? The worm hopped in place. Calm down, Edwin. Let's take it one step at a time. Magic is divided into many branches, and all sorcerers have different talents. Perhaps your abilities are different from your father's, and you can't use his powers. The boy stopped jumping and looked at him, disappointed. But perhaps you have powers of your own that no one else has. They might even be more useful and just as interesting. You think? Sure, but it'll take us a while to figure out what your talent is. For now, we need to focus on helping you learn to control your soul. Oh yeah. I've read about that. The life energy that sorcerers use to unleash their powers. How do I unleash my energy? Do I have to undergo any special training? Sit under a waterfall? Go digging in the mountains? Where do you get those ideas? Edwin blushed, unwilling to confess that he had been creating all kinds of crazy theories with Aster when he told him that his uncle was going to teach him magic. They had even dressed up and had an imaginary duel on the bed, Aster's magical abilities versus Edwin's magic. Oh well, never mind, it has nothing to do with that, but it still won't be easy. In fact, I was hoping to be able to teach you magic when you grew a little older. Studying this discipline can sometimes be a bit painful. The implication of the word pain didn't appeal to Edwin very much, but he didn't want to be intimidated right from the start. Besides, if he looked at it with a cool head, the battle training his brothers did could also be painful at times, but nothing too serious. He could learn magic and eventually become strong, in his own way of course. Well, for starters, the first thing you need to do is control the soul flow you already possess, Big began. You have boundless power, but you're constantly wasting it on your brilliance. I glow. But I'm bioluminescent. No, you're not. No one in the family is bioluminescent. In fact, very few bugs are, and most get their glow from what they eat. You glow because you're constantly releasing a magical fluid into your body. In fact, you've probably never noticed it, but when you get excited, you glow a little more brightly. Really? And how come I've never noticed? It's a very slight variation. You have to be observant to appreciate it. Anyway, what we're going to learn now is how to suppress your soul. This is very important because if a spell gets out of control, you have to know how to stop it before anyone gets hurt. That makes sense, the boy said, calmer now. The last thing he wanted in the world was to accidentally hurt someone. What should I do? Big walked over to an object he had covered with a sheet before beginning his explanations. While magic words or rune writing are used for some spells, the foundation of all of them is imagination and willpower. To perform magic, 3 things are needed. A soul flow to use, the knowledge of a spell, and willpower. As a first exercise, you have to dim your body's brightness at that moment. He removed the sheet from the object, revealing that it was a mirror to know if you're doing it correctly. We'll use this mirror. Very well, the boy stood in front of the mirror and tried to dim its brightness, imagining it going off. He thought about it very hard, he even shrank and held his breath, but nothing worked. I can't. You're probably not using the right thinking. I tried to imagine myself off but it didn't work. It's a good idea, but it's a very simple thought. It's not just what you see, it's also what you feel. Light isn't just luminosity, it's also temperature and energy, and the opposite of that is darkness and cold. Try to broaden your thinking. Don't just imagine your body as dark and opaque, but also imagine your surface as cold as a rock. Try it. Edwin nodded, first closing his eyes to concentrate on his sensations. He thought of the cold, of icy things, like the top of the crystal summit, of the wind and the frost that occasionally fell on them. He remembered the time his father had taken them to that summit. Their little paws were almost frozen, the frost covering their bodies. Aster's antennae had almost frozen that time. The rocks were damp and cold. He imagined his body was like one of those rocks, black with its icy surface, hidden in the darkness of the statue of the great moth. He almost felt cold from thinking so much and dared to open his eyes slowly, then he saw in his reflection how its brightness had ceased, leaving in view a dirty white body not very different from that of a normal worm. It worked. The boy shouted, and immediately his body glowed again. I didn't last long. You've done spectacularly, Edwin. On the first try, you've already managed to dull your shine. You have a talent for this. Really? Of course, I didn't expect you to have any breakthrough today. Great. Can we move on to learning spells now? Of course not. Do you think I'm going to teach you a spell just because you managed to turn off your glow once? As soon as you got excited, you went back to normal. If you want me to teach you something new, you have to be able to stay off for him 60 seconds, yeah, that'd be good enough. When you meet that goal, we'll move on to the next ones. And with that, we'll end the class. Huh? That's all. But. That's all, Edwin, just go and do your exercises. The faster you master what I suggested, the faster you'll advance. Alright. The little worm crossed his arms, disgusted by his uncle's disposition. The exercise to control his power didn't sound interesting at all. He wanted to become strong quickly. Was there any way to skip the training and learn a spell right away? His train of thought came to a screeching halt when the sound of something breaking outside startled them, and following the prey instincts he developed in fungal wastes, he ran to hide in Big's cloak. The king covered his face with his hands as he stifled a cry of tenderness. His nephew was just too cute. Calm down, Edwin, you're safe. Sorry, I do it without thinking. I'm going to see what's going on outside. With total determination, she walked to the door of the training room and opened it to find a pile of broken crockery, a group of maids picking everything up, and Aster standing stunned in the center. What happened? Big asked worriedly. Aster. Are you okay? Everything's perfect. The boy replied, staggering to his feet. I broke my record and flew across the entire hallway. You've actually crashed into the whole hallway, said Edwin, who had followed his uncle out of the gym. Details. This mess reminds me of when Aster learned to fly, a maid commented. We'll have to put away all the crockery and vases, she sighed sadly. Look how bad you are, you make the ladies work more, the little worm scolded him. Oh, don't bother me, I'm recovering my skills. How's your training going? Have you learned how to throw lightning bolts and grow to the ceiling yet? Those aren't magical abilities, Big explained. I haven't learned anything yet, Edwin snorted. Ha! You can't criticize me. While I'm making significant progress on my flight, you're wasting your time doing nothing. What a waste. That attitude reminded Edwin a lot of the old Aster who had annoyed him so much, but just like he used to be in the past, Edwin wasn't the type to be intimidated and not fight back, especially now that he had more skills to work with. Look, Aster, at you. It was just a small sneeze, nothing to worry about, but Aster took it as if it were a death sentence for his brother. Edwin? Are you okay? Did you get sick? Was your training too hard? Quick. We have to get you to the hot springs. Huh? Ah. For Edwin, this attitude of Aster's was also nothing new. After his return to the palace, he was somewhat paranoid about the idea that he could die and tended to be somewhat overprotective. In general, he found it funny, but other times it was annoying. Aster, I'm fine, really. But. Haha, Edwin is fine, his uncle reassured him. Today's training was gentle, we're going to take it step by step so that he's fine and there's no danger, so you don't have to worry, right Edwin? Yes, uncle. With that, Edwin's plans to skip training stages were over. Seeing his brother worried dissuaded him from that idea. How about we go welcome your sister and mother? They should arrive soon, I'm sure they'll be happy to see you. Clear. Big picked up both children, despite Aster's protests, and carried them with him to the hall. While they carried him, Edwin rejoiced thinking about how much things had improved at home. Aster treated him well, his father spoke to him more often, he still couldn't get close enough to touch him, but he kept thinking that one day he could receive a hug from him. Now he felt better about himself and was more confident, and best of all, he had a mom. She was kind of weird and quite rough, but she loved him very much. Now he was so happy, however he was aware that Orchid's stay would come to an end at some point. The Mantises needed her. Every time he thought about that he became very distressed. And that was his main reason for becoming more powerful, to be able to fight a mantis and gain the right to set foot in fungal wastes. He would become strong no matter what and gain the respect of the Mantises. He was determined to achieve it. The truth of nightmares. Deep Nest was still as gloomy and grim as ever, with those amorphous houses made of thread and wood, but which its inhabitants loved. Yes, the spiders loved their city just as much as the outsiders rejected it, and of course, Sandwich and Scarlet were no exception. They both looked at the wire bridges and safety nets hanging around them with fear and discomfort. Flying through them was absolutely out of the question. They could get trapped, as had happened before. Scarlet, I don't want to go, Bocadillo whimpered. This brings back memories of that giant spider, right? Yes. She immediately hugged Scarlet's paw. Relax, everything will be fine. This place is much more welcoming than the last spider den we visited. Cozy? Hey, at least there are no bug corpses decorating the streets. Yeah, well, I'll give you a point on that one. Snack sighed resignedly. So, what's the plan this time? According to Dad's research, the dream stinger is inside that house up there, probably hidden in a secret room tucked away within a wall of thread. You know, that's the spider's way. Oddly, the place is less elegant, smaller, and less sophisticated than the palace, but I have a feeling reaching the stinger will be more difficult. Aha, what's the difficulty this time? There are 2 very competent guards stationed at the entrance and a very close-knit community of spiders. I think we'll have to go with the distraction strategy. Scarlet, you'll stay outside dancing to catch the guards' attention while I, being smaller and faster, will infiltrate and search for the dream sting. What do you think? The bat spread its wings and did a pirouette in place. I think it's always a pleasure to show off my talent. Perfect. On the count of 3, we'll emerge from this hidden alley and blend in with the locals. There's a group of tourists over there. We'll blend in a bit more if we mingle with them. Then I'll split off and head over to the house. Then you'll start your act. Understood. I'll leave them all spellbound with my dance, and when I've made sure everyone is paying attention to me, I'll do the heartfire trick. That'll be your cue to infiltrate. Perfect. Of the 3. They both turned around to leave the alley, and the first thing they saw was a blue pill bug carrying a briefcase on his arm. They both froze in fear, not knowing what to do. How much of their conversation had he heard? If they denied everything in front of the authorities, how likely was it that they would believe them instead of the tourist? But the person in front of them wasn't a tourist, and his reaction upon seeing them was completely unexpected. "Ali? Is that you?" The girl felt a pang of pain in her head, though it was much more bearable than when Hollow called her name. She probably knew this guy too, but of course, she couldn't remember him. The woodlouse seemed like a simple person. I assumed he was a peasant or something like that, as she was busy at the time. She didn't intend to delay in explanations or justifications for the cold treatment she intended to give him. "I'm sorry, it's been so many years and I don't remember you," he said in a kind but firm tone. The bug hesitated for a moment but then remembered something. "Right, the Nightmare King's curse, you probably don't remember anything from years ago." No, not at all." Scarlet was surprised, the woodlouse knew more than it seemed. "Oh, that's a shame, but it doesn't matter. I'm glad to see you're okay. Why don't you come over to my house? Hornet will be very happy to see you." "I'd love to, but..." Before she could refuse, Querelle grabbed her hand and led her away with him. With the bat strength, it wouldn't have been difficult for her to shake it off, but the bug looked so excited and its speech was so sweet and cheerful that she dared. Snack followed closely behind, trying to intervene and help his friend, but stopped when he realized the bug was leading them precisely to the place they needed to go. You live here?" the girl asked, surprised. "Of course, it's the house I share with Hornet and our children. Of course, you probably don't know, I married her." "Wasn't Hornet the Spider Queen's name?" Sandwich asked. "Yes, I am the Queen's consort. Although I have no political power, I am merely her husband and the father of her children. I have no authority or anything. I am dedicated to research work. I am the teacher in charge of the archives in Cloudy Canyon." This was the second surprise for Scarlet. That woodlouse was not an ignorant peasant, he was actually a scholar. "Scarlet, I think we should change plans," whispered Mouthy. "We'll let this woodlouse guide us to his house. You distract him while I search the place." "Okay." When they arrived at the lair, they were greeted by a terrifying spider. It was a huge male bug, its face crisscrossed with tons of scars, part of its jaw protruded, and its 6 terrifying eyes had a fierce gaze. It was like a disfigured monster, almost like a murderer who bore on its face the marks of all the battles it had won. Mouth was so scared that he hid behind Scarlet. "Don't be scared, it's Henry, our butler. I know he can be a bit intimidating at times, but he's a good person." As if trying to corroborate his boss's words, Henry smiled a crooked smile that highlighted the marks on his face and his serial killer appearance. Both Scarlet and Mouthy were considering the idea of running away, but the appearance of a little girl in Henry's head held them in place, both feeling the urge to jump on him and take the girl to safety. "Silky, get down from there," Quirrell said calmly. "I've already told you not to climb on top of him. Have some respect. Just because he's your butler doesn't mean he has to put up with all your pranks." "But Daddy, Henry doesn't mind, right Henry? Even though I don't have any money." "Don't spoil her so much Henry. We don't want a capricious princess. Come here, Silky." Henry bent down to Quirrell's level and allowed him to put the girl down. As soon as the little spider was on the floor, she noticed the guests and was amazed at Scarlet's height, and almost without thinking she asked, "What are you?" "Oh Silky, asking out of the blue what you are is a bit rude," Quirrell explained. "Miss Scarlet here is a bat anyway. Like the one in Mom's horror stories." "Yes, like in the horror stories. Oh, I think I made a mistake." "Wasilag ooh." Everyone present was startled by a scream of terror, but after turning around to look, they couldn't find the source of the sound, at least, not until Silky made her mother's presence known. "Mom? What are you doing hanging from the ceiling?" "Mew mew mew mew," Bat Hornet squealed, glued to the ceiling. "Hornet doesn't tolerate bats very well," Quirrell explained, trying hard to stay calm. "Honey, calm down. Ollie isn't a threat. She's not going to hurt you." "Ollie?" "Yes Ollie. Do you remember her? The little chick who used to fly around near Hollow, the one who went gyre. The one who called you Aunt Horny. The FFFFTTTT, Aunt Horny. Are you serious? Scarlet burst out laughing, ha 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 ha, Aunt Horny, what did I see to make me name her that? You didn't see anything, you were just a little girl, and you thought the name was cute. Hornet was red-faced and trying to excuse herself from the ceiling, but you were too little to understand what the problem with that name was. So what's the problem with the name? Silky asked. And no one knew what to answer. Coincidentally, at that moment, something happened that got them out of that predicament. One of the guards guarding Hornet's home came in, extremely agitated, and as soon as he could catch his breath, he exclaimed. By Queen, your son is out riding on top of a digger hatcher and is throwing diggers all over the town. What? Chesty ear. Hornet forgot both her fear and her feelings for Scarlet and ran off to stop her son. For her part, the bat was shocked by the surreal nature of the situation. It always happens, Quirrell explained calmly, it'll take a while to get back, in the meantime, would you like a cup of tea? Henry, despite his terrifying appearance and limp, turned out to be a very diligent butler. Within a few minutes, he set the table, arranged the chairs, and served tea along with some sandwiches. The scene was charming, but Sandwich and Scarlet had trouble enjoying their snack. There were constant bangs on the roof so loud they made dust fall, along with constant screams from the boy fighting with his mother, along with the shrieks of the beasts and Hornet's death threats. But everyone at home was used to it. Neither Henry nor Quirrell nor their two girls were impressed. Shouldn't I go see what's going on outside? The bat asked nervously. Don't worry, everything's fine, Hornet will soon get the situation under control, they'll get a little angry, but then they'll make up and everything will be fine, until Chester decides to do something else crazy. Quirrell took a cupcake, they're very good, you should try one. No thanks, I'm fine, she replied uncomfortably. The bat looked at Snack, who had no problem devouring the desserts offered to him. She nudged him to get him to behave and gave him a reproachful look, to which the moth snorted in annoyance, regained his composure, wiped his mouth, and proceeded to lead the conversation. It seems that you have known my friend for quite some time. Oh yes, very much so. Since she was a child, we practically raised her. Hornet's younger brother was the knight in charge of protecting her so she could complete the Nightmare King's ritual. Ah. He looked at the girl and didn't notice any surprise on her face. From what he could see, she was aware of everything. Is Hornet's younger brother named Hollow, by any chance? Mouthful asked again. That's right. As children, you were inseparable. You did everything together. You had a beautiful friendship. Unfortunately, it ended abruptly when he broke the anchor that kept the curse alive in Hellenist. You never saw each other again, but at least that freed you from the curse. I may not remember what happened at that moment this time, Scarlet spoke up, but I more or less know what the curse is, and I'm grateful to no longer be part of it. By the way, Hollow will be very happy when he sees you. We've already met, things didn't end very well. The bat's face darkened. She had hurt him, she had her reasons, but it still hurt deeply. She loved him without understanding how, and that disturbed her. It's a shame, but many years have passed, some things have changed. What exactly happened? I don't want to talk about that. I understand, and tell me, what brings you here then? Are you looking for clues to recover your memory? Before Scarlet could answer, Sandwich intervened. We're looking for an artifact called the Dream Sting. The girl looked at him in surprise. Was he going to tell everything? Don't look at me like that, Scarlet, we're running out of time, and I think it's best to go head on with this matter. It seems like everyone here knows you and likes you, maybe you can help us, you've already lost your chance with Hollow, let's try here. So you were the ones who caused that commotion in the castle. Quirrell crossed his arms, establishing a more distant attitude. What did you intend by kidnapping Jasmine? That was an accident. Exclaimed Sandwich. We never meant to take her. She walked into the dream portal I created on her own and ended up teleported to our circus. That was the same story she told, it must be true. He shifted and looked at them seriously. To be honest, despite the memories we share, I know things change. You yourself may have changed, and I'm not naive enough to trust you right away. I'm willing to listen, but I want to know everything. I need to know what you want the stinger for. It's a dangerous artifact in the wrong hands. The bat and the moth looked at each other for a few moments. She was unsure, but when she saw her friend's determined face, she decided to trust him and explain everything. The Dream Sting is a tool created by the ancient moth tribe. It's very rare and difficult to make. They say it takes 1,000 moth priest dreams to make one. This thing allows you to communicate with the dead and read minds. Tribal leaders used it to seek advice from the gods in times of adversity. Very interesting, but I already knew that Quirrell intervened. We already know that object well. In fact, in addition to reading minds and allowing you to see the dead, it also serves to enter people's dreams. Ah, that statement is somewhat imprecise, Bocadillo explained, not to enter a person's dreams, but to enter the dream plane in general. A skilled shaman could jump from dream to dream without problems, but you have to train to achieve that. Okay, I'll add it to my notes, go ahead. The dream plane isn't limited only to people's dreams. The great moth deity used to live there as well. Sometimes, when the village's needs were too great, the tribe's shaman would go in person to speak to the goddess and beg for help. That's what we need the stinger for. But the moth goddess is dead. Momentarily dead, another god will eventually be born to take the empty space, that's how it works. But it's not the moth goddess we're interested in, but her counterpart, the Nightmare King. The Nightmare King. Quirrell narrowed his eyes, sensing that this information was much more valuable than he expected. As you know, I had problems with the Nightmare King, Scarlet explained. During the first years after I freed myself from him, Dad and I lived a quiet life without too many problems. But as time went by, we started to suffer nightmares, increasingly horrible to the point of being afraid to sleep. Around that time, Mouthy appeared and told us everything. He told us who we were, our past and the relationship we had with the Nightmare King, and he also placed a protective spell on us to prevent the nightmares. Protective spell? Quirrell jumped in. Does such a thing exist? Yes, but it's not easy to do, answered Mouth. Intimidated, only someone with a lot of power and a lot of experience in magic can do it. Can? Yes, but with certain limitations. With a lot of effort, I can cast a spell on 5 people in one day, and that's my limit. I see, then it wouldn't be viable. Scarlet and Bocadillo tilted their heads curiously. The Cochineal's attitude was worrying. Quirrell, is all this worrying about the Nightmare King for something? Well, this information is confidential, but since you're being so kind as to share what you know, I should do the same. The truth is, we suspect we're suffering some kind of divine attack. Many people have been having nightmares lately, but at an alarming rate. There are people falling asleep on the job and becoming aggressive due to lack of sleep. So soon? Scarlet exclaimed. What do you mean, soon? The Nightmare King has his sight set on us, always chasing us, and since he can't affect us, he infects those around us with nightmares, that is, the people in the towns and cities where we settle. Fortunately, since we live in a traveling circus, we're always on the move. The god's influence takes time to manifest, and we're long gone before it causes problems. But we haven't been here that long. The curse shouldn't have spread that far. Interesting. What if you stayed longer in a place while the curse continues? It gets terrible, said Sandwich. First a person becomes aggressive due to lack of sleep, then they begin to hallucinate in such a way that it becomes difficult to distinguish dream from reality. At this point the person is practically crazy, and it is no longer possible to reason with them. Then there is not much more left. A very high fever appears, the eyes turn red, and red pustules appear on the body. Here the curse becomes something similar to an illness. Contact with the pustules can infect you with the problem if you didn't have it before. Mr. Quirrell, are you okay? And all this is because you're here? Quirrell looked pale. Is it happening already? Scarlet asked, alarmed. There's a case like that. It can't be. We haven't been here long enough to get to this point. At most, there should only be a few cases of people having nightmares. When did it start? It's been going on for a few months. Quirrell's gaze showed a certain aggressiveness. Then it's not certain it's our fault, Bocadillo defended himself. A few months ago we wouldn't even think of coming here, we were still searching for clues about the location of some dream stinger. The cause has to be something else. Hollow? Scarlet exclaimed. This took even the woodlouse by surprise, but after a moment all surprise disappeared as he remembered that fact that could connect the whole situation. He told you about his altercation with the deity, right? Yes, he fought him and humiliated him in combat, he swore to return. It can't be, the woodlouse clutched its head in exasperation. Is this kingdom doomed to suffer the wrath of the gods again and again? Why can't we live in peace, even for a couple of centuries? She took her hands off her face and looked at her guests with a pleading expression. Please tell me there's anything we can do to defend ourselves. The Nightmare King is one of the most aggressive gods, Sandwich explained. There's not much you can do against him. Even having great mental strength isn't very helpful in this case. I'd say the most useful thing against him is positivity. Positivity? Of course, this god works by making us relive our greatest fears, horrors, and sadness, but if you're able to push bad thoughts out of your mind and think of good things, you won't be greatly affected. Unfortunately, this depends a lot on the type of life you've had. All of us creatures have gone through terrible moments in our lives, but it's undeniable that some people have had more miserable existences than others. They're the ones more prone to nightmares. If they don't have many happy moments to remember, they don't have many defenses. I'd say the only ones who are absolutely protected are the very small larvae who haven't yet experienced fear, or children who have had happy lives. This information calmed Quirrell at least a little. The thought that his children would be okay was a comfort. Even if things got out of hand and the kingdom was hit by another disaster, they could escape. Of course, that was the last thing he wanted to happen. They were still children, and life in the wilds was difficult. Didn't he know that well? He'd traveled to all sorts of places and knew their dangers. Very well, I understand your situation. Quirrell showed such seriousness that even his guests felt nervous. How does the dream sting fit into all this equation? The Nightmare King is unreachable from our existential plane, but with the sting we can enter his domain. The idea is to reach his kingdom, fight him, and kill him. Quirrell's face fell upon hearing this. Were they serious? Mama, kill a god. Are they crazy? Can even that be done? Not by normal methods again. Snack looks sad, but that's what the stinger is for too. It's the only thing that can pierce the Nightmare King's heart, although even so, that's not enough. Someone will have to sacrifice their life to achieve it. So? Yes, Scarlet, Grim, me, one of us three will die. We've talked it over, we're prepared for this. Quirrell watched them with deep sadness. He had very fond memories of Scarlet, and even if she didn't remember them, she was still an important person to him, just like she was to Hornet and especially to Hollow. Thinking about him now, how would she take this news? And even if she wasn't the one who died, it wasn't hard to guess how devastated she would be by the death of her father or her little friend. Just at that moment Hornet came in shuffling. She was covered in burrowing hatchling fluids and had a piece of string in her hand, to the end of which Chester was tied as if he were a wrapped prey to be consumed later. Of course, she didn't think that, it was simply the only way she had to tie him up so he wouldn't escape. The boy was already so skilled with the use of string that he could escape from more conventional ties. What's wrong? Why are you all looking so sad? It's just that we were discussing some rather delicate matters. And what happened with Chester? What did he do now? This youngster went to the top of Deep Nest alone, caught a burrowing hatchling, and brought it here to throw its hatchlings all over the place, so he said the weakling village guards could train. I was doing a social service, the boy defended himself. And why didn't you go out and fight, Dad? The Shulklins aren't that hard to handle. You should have gone out and killed some and shown your strength. Chester at that again. Quirrell was already annoyed. Enough. You're grounded, a week without going out except to go to school. Henry makes sure he serves his punishment. You can let him go now, Hornet. The Spider Queen was somewhat reluctant, but she couldn't keep her offspring tied up all day either, so she took him out of his cocoon. He walked out awkwardly since his limbs were somewhat numb, but before leaving he turned around and covered half of his face with his cloak, trying to give a mysterious air. This won't be the last you hear of me. I'll be back. Muajajajajaj. And he ran off. Hornet couldn't help but slap his forehead. You haven't understood anything. This kid is going to drive me crazy. Then she turned her gaze toward the guests they had. She jumped back, surprised by the bat's presence, but then forced her mind to calm down when she remembered it was Scarlet. She thought about how small she was, how harmless, how she cried when she was hungry, how much she liked sleeping with her. With some effort, she managed to project that image of a harmless little girl onto the adult and keep her terror at bay. Hello, I hope why you are having a nice snack. Oh yeah, the food is really good, said Sandwich, his fur collar covered in crumbs. Sandwich, just because your name is that doesn't mean you have to look like one, Scarlet chided him, brushing crumbs from her hair. Wow, I guess they're not that scary, the mixed-race woman commented. Hornet, we need to talk about something. Quirrell called her attention. The couple separated for a moment to talk in secret about the information they had obtained. The Cochineal informed his wife about the characteristics of the Nightmare King's curse, the few ways they had to defend themselves against him, and why it was best to give them the dream sting. But the stinger isn't mine, it's Hollow's property, I can't give it away without their permission, and besides, can we trust them? I know it's Scarlet, the little girl we raised, but it's been a long time. So what can we do? Everything they're saying fits with what's happening. We have that spider trapped inside, suffering from scarlet fever, and things are looking like many more people could get sick. Okay, I'll hand over the sting, but on my terms. The queen walked confidently toward the moth and the bat, feeling intimidated when the female laid her red eyes on her, but she soon regained her composure and courage. Regarding your request to have the dream sting, I have 2 conditions for handing it over. Finally, a breakthrough. The bat raised her arms in celebration. Good, shoot, what's the matter? I have a spider locked up and sick that apparently suffers from scarlet fever, its eyes are red, it has a fever, and it is very aggressive. Can you do anything for it? I'll take care of it, said the moth. Well, the second condition I have is that you go to my nephew's birthday party. Are you serious? Yes, the rightful owner of the stinger is there, and I'd prefer that he hand it over himself. Besides, you might have a chance to work things out with him. It's not good to argue. And it's a child's birthday. No one should fight on that day. Okay, sounds fun, we can do it, Snack flapped his wings excitedly. But you pretend you're not so happy. The bat scolded him, then sighed resignedly. The truth is, our situation is quite urgent and we can't wait too long. The birthday will be in the middle of next week, so you won't have to wait long. Okay, what's the point of a couple more days? Just in case, is it okay if we offer a show or something as a gift? We have experience hosting birthday parties. Although we haven't hosted one in a while, Bocadillo recalled. The last time was for that beetle prince who later wanted to marry one of our main dancers. We had to flee to save her from a forced marriage. Looks like you have quite a few interesting stories to tell, Coral laughed. Oh yes, we have many. Do you want to hear any? A new nightmare? Aster, be careful. I have everything under control. You don't have it. Get down from there. Ogram shouted, waving his claws in despair. The boy ignored the beetle and hung on the curtain admiring the heights. He missed being able to see the world like that so much. He had taken a liking to walking. He was even faster now, but that wouldn't stop him from loving flying, and that's why, although he was usually quite obedient, now he didn't want to pay attention to Ogram. He wanted to enjoy the moment, even if it was just for a few more minutes. Uncle Ogram, I'll help you, Jasmine shouted excitedly, waving her javelin. No Jasmine, everything is fine, there's no need. But before he could stop her, the girl threw the javelin at her brother. Anyone would think she was trying to pierce him, but Jasmine had developed such precision that what she really wanted to do was hit the ironwork of the curtain so it would fall. Her plan was carried out to the letter, but what she couldn't figure out was the consequences. The curtain iron fell, Aster flew out in fright, but as he still hadn't fully regained his flight control, he shot off in any direction, heading towards a large decorative vase against which he crashed. The crashing noise frightened Edwin, who was practicing suppressing his magic. He had managed to contain his glow for almost 3 minutes straight, but the shock made him suddenly release it, shining with such intensity that it dazzled everyone in the room. Aster, Ogram, and Jasmine ended up on the floor covering their eyes, which wouldn't stop crying. And all this disaster happened in the 10 minutes that Orchidia disappeared to go to the bathroom. When the mantis returned, she found a curtain fallen, a broken vase, 3 disoriented bugs crawling around, and Edwin crying as he apologized. This was everyday life with her children, not that it really bothered her. Orchid even found them calm, compared to some of the mantis children she looked after in the tribe. Her own niece Rosa was much more restless than Aster. The problem, according to her, was that the castle had too many useless things that were of no use, and that could break. He finally managed to control the situation by sitting the 4 of them down and blindfolding them until they felt better. That was terrible. Aster had regained his vision, but his eyes were still watering. What the hell did you do? I was just practicing suppressing my magic, but I got scared and went all out. Well, I must say that your first spell is already working wonders. Ogram felt a hint of nostalgia when he saw the boy. His magic was much simpler than the Pale King's, but it felt similar. My first spell. Could that be considered a spell? Sure, blind is a basic spell, very useful for incapacitating enemies for a while. I've got my first spell. The boy jumped in place. That's great, Edwin. I'm so proud, Orchid congratulated him, but the baby stared at her and tilted his head. What's wrong? You don't really understand much about these things about magic and spells, do you? Not really, but if you're happy it must be a good thing. He was a little embarrassed to admit this. It's something that will help me defend myself better in case someone attacks me. Ah, that's wonderful. Edwin was attentive to detail and had already learned to recognize expressions of joy and sadness in his mother. He could tell when she was pretending. Thanks to that, he knew that now she was truly happy for him, but he also saw something else. Behind her apparent joy, he perceived a hint of sadness that she was trying hard to hide. It had been like that for several days, and it worried him. Bedtime arrived and the 3 children headed to their bedroom. Being together helped them cope with Coco's absence. Perhaps the children were seemingly fine, but they still had moments of melancholy when they needed company, especially at night. The minutes before bedtime were a good time for the siblings to talk about their thoughts and worries without any adult intervention. This allowed them to talk about things that seemed important or worrying to them, and that's why Edwin decided to bring up the subject of Orchid's sadness. Haven't you noticed Miss Orchid looking a little sad? It seems to me that he's the same as always, Aster said without giving it much importance. Ah, it wasn't just my idea, she does look sad, or maybe worried. Jasmine agreed with her brother. Huh? Do you two really see Orchid sad? I haven't noticed anything. Well, Aster, that's because you have the sensitivity of a stone. Understand? Well, don't fight, Edwin reassured them. I mentioned it because I'm a little worried about her. He must miss home, Jasmine theorized. Miss her home? That trashy place full of mushrooms and savages. Why would I miss her? It doesn't make sense. Aster, you didn't grow up there, you don't know the place well either. There must be something interesting there that she would like, right Edwin? Nothing, really. Ah. I think she must be worried about her family. The little worm decided to present his hypothesis. The family she left alone there, her sisters and her nephews, to be honest. I'm also a little worried about Rosa and Clavel. Maybe, the girl crossed her arms thoughtfully. She said she wanted to change things in fungal wastes and that if she left that place for too long all her work would be ruined. Then he'll probably be gone soon, Edwin put on a very sad expression. Well, let him go. Who cares? Aster burst out. He abandoned us for many years and we managed just fine. If he leaves, not much will change. How can you say that? You're the one who spends the most time with her, Jasmine chided him. It's just because she teaches me interesting things, it's not that I care about her existence. If she leaves, I don't care, she never cared about us anyway. She cares about us, but she also cares about her other family, and we live well, that's why she dares to leave us. Edwin was willing to defend her at all costs. You weren't there, I don't expect you to understand. Besides, think about how Dad's going to feel when she's gone. Aster had to admit that this point did worry him a little. Anyway, Jasmine. What do you think if we give Orchid a gift? Let's see if we can cheer her up a little. That's a great idea. He'll be very happy when he receives it. Are you really going to give her a gift? But she's never given us anything. When he noticed his brothers were ignoring him to talk about the gift, he snorted in annoyance. Do whatever you want, but don't count me in. The children weren't far removed from the reason Orchid was sad. She was obviously worried about her family and grew more anxious with each passing day, but that wasn't the only reason. The girls' words as they left school had resonated deeply within her. Did Hollow have another love? The mantis was shocked that something so simple had her so worried. Since when did she become so pathetic? Things like that shouldn't affect her. She was a mantis, a warrior. What was she so afraid of? It was almost natural for Orchid to struggle with that conflict. The feeling of abandonment wasn't common among mantises, both because no mantises ever left the village and because their social structure, in which pairs were never stable, prevented such feelings. Mantises could feel jealousy, but not abandonment, as they always made an effort not to cling to anyone. But Orchid had already gotten used to the feeling of being the only one. Of course, she knew that Hollow had another partner in the years of separation, but supposedly now he was alone. She was the only female in his life. Perhaps that pain she felt came from the idea of him lying to her, but the anguish and fear had no justification according to her. A brief conversation with Hollow would have been enough to dispel his doubts, but the shame he felt at expressing these feelings made it impossible, so he enclosed his heart in a shell of pride and fear, but the thorns of this shell took their toll on his spirit, leaving him susceptible to the Nightmare King's attack. As always, it all started with a simple nightmare, one in which Hollow mocked her weakness and the ridiculousness of her desires, getting angry at her for wanting to be the only female in his life, after which he abandoned her to go with the monstrous beetle that the gossip had implanted in her mind. After that, she woke up scared and the first thing she saw were the eyes of her mate, who, without asking anything, pulled her towards him and hugged her, trying to calm her down. After so much time suffering from nightmares, it was not strange that he empathized with her in this regard. Neither of them knew it, but by hugging Hollow Orchid, she shared some of the influence of the protective seal Mouthy had placed on her, and thanks to this, she was able to sleep well for the rest of the night. But the problem wouldn't end there. At first, the Nightmare King's curse manifested itself as a simple realistic fear that attacked from time to time, but as the nights passed, the nightmare twisted until it took on ridiculous and monstrous overtones, generating fears that originally did not correspond to reality. This had been the case with Hollow and would eventually be the case with Orchid if the situation continued. The mantis knew something was up. She no longer felt comfortable around her mate. But for the sake of her children, she tried hard to appear confident and calm, but no matter how strong a mantis's mind is, they all succumb to fear. The night she dreamed that Hollow attacked her so she wouldn't interfere with her relationship with the orchid beetle, she decided enough was enough. "Hollow, I think it's time for me to go," he commented one night before going to sleep. "What? So suddenly? I've been here for 2 months now, it's too long. My village needs me. I have to go. I can't allow everything I've fought for all these years to die. Besides, I'm a little worried about my nephews." Orchid's speech sounded more than convincing, but there was something that bothered the knight. Perhaps it was the fact that the mantis never looked him in the eyes when she spoke those words. "Are you sure about this, Orchid?" "Yes, I'm sure, it's what I have to do even if it breaks my heart." Without warning, Hollow placed his hands on the mantis's face and forced it to look into his eyes. This action scared her, but she hid it as best she could. Even so, the knight noticed that something was not normal. "Orchid, are you sure the situation in your village is the only reason you want to leave?" "Of course. What other reason would I have? If it were up to me, I'd stay here forever with my children. And with me too, right?" "Of course, with you too." There was some doubt in his voice, but the son of the shadows decided to ignore it. Hollow sighed, knowing what was coming. The separation would be difficult, painful, perhaps even more so than the first time. Plus, now he'd have to deal with the children's reaction. They'd always been told that Orchid would have to leave someday and they were mature enough to accept some things, but he was still worried that the situation would cause them some kind of hurt. Tell me you'll at least stay for their birthday. Maybe it'll be the only one you'll be able to celebrate with them. Their birthday? Wait, do they celebrate every time you turn 1 here? Yeah. Mantises don't do that. Come on, someone making it through another year without dying seems like a good reason to celebrate. Yes, I suppose it could be, although we mantises only celebrate the day we come of age. Hollow, when is your birthday? I don't have one. The moment I was born is a mystery. I'm not even sure how old I am. I know I spent a few decades stuck in my larval stage, but I can't say exactly how many. I didn't know how to count back then either. I decided to celebrate my birthday on my sister's birthday because, since she was cool, if my birthday was the same as hers, then I'd be kind of cool too, right? Orchid had to stifle a laugh, even though her eyes betrayed what she was thinking. Don't make fun of me. In my childish mind, it made perfect sense. I know. So your birthday is the same day as your sister's? Not now. Then I decided to change my birthday to the day I became a normal bug. It seemed appropriate since that day it was like being born again. Yes, that makes sense. The casual conversation with Hollow relaxed Orchid. Suddenly, her brain forgot the potential threat this individual represented and returned to being the adorable companion who brightened her nights. Or at least, that was the case until Hollow tried to take a more direct approach to her partner's problem. He threw himself at her and pinned her to the bed, his claws locked in her. Normally, she loved this and it left her ready to take the game further, but this time he didn't see that rapturous look typical of those moments. What he saw was straight up fear. This hurt him. What was she afraid of? It would never occur to him to hurt her. Their games in bed were always controlled and gentle, even in their occasional practice bouts, he was quite careful. He let go of her, hoping she'd feel better and face him, but the mantis just looked away. What was wrong with her? What had they done to his brave and determined mantis? Orchid, is something wrong? It's nothing, I don't feel like it, that's all. Hollow already more or less knew how Orchid behaved when she was tired or not in the mood, and what he'd seen now didn't match. Not knowing what to do in that situation, he decided to try to calm his partner by pulling her towards him and gently stroking her antennae. It was very relaxing for her. All of this only filled the female with guilt. How could she fear such a tender and attentive male? Something was wrong with her and she didn't know how to fix it. For now, her only idea was to get some distance, both to try to calm down and to stop herself from hurting him further. With luck, the separation would erase all those stupid nightmares, and if they ever saw each other again, everything would be as it was. Finally the birthday day had arrived, the palace had dressed up for a party, decorating its halls with colorful fabrics and shiny ornaments, which was the most Hollow could handle for a celebration of that kind. Both brothers had the same argument every year. Big wanted to have a lavish and elegant party, while Hollow advocated for something more modest. This year Orchid joined the equation, presenting her point of view about having a party in the gardens and hiding dangerous traps among the plants to test the children's reflexes for a mantis. It was something fun, but her idea was immediately discarded, at least the part about the traps. The thing about having the celebration in the garden seemed fine to them. Orchid looked at everything with quite a bit of curiosity. It was at least novel for her that a celebration was being held in honor of some larvae. It's not that children weren't respected in her village, but they weren't taken into account for many things because of how easy it was for them to die. Only when they reached adulthood or that age in which they would most likely survive were they taken into account in the tribe. In part that was why many offspring fought desperately to demonstrate their value and ability to acquire an identity soon. But these children had such happy and peaceful lives that it was enviable. Now I could see a pack of kids running around playing tag, climbing trees, and eating the sweets that had been laid out for them on some tables. The mantis sighed with satisfaction at seeing her own children enjoying the celebration, or at least 2 of them. Why isn't Patatita here? Edwin isn't much for noisy celebrations, Hollow explained. These children are his friends from school, but Edwin doesn't go so he doesn't know them. He also doesn't like crowds or roughhousing. He's happier in his corner. He'll appear when he gets hungry. But even in his birthday he's going to spend it locked up without seeing anyone. It's called a birthday, and he's not locked up, he just doesn't want to come out. I'll go see him, this is a celebration, I should have a good time. The mantis left, indignant with Hollow. They were supposed to have already overcome this stage of segregating the child, but apparently the old ways were too strong. Once again, she was leaving Potato's side. Her poor child must have been very sad. But as soon as he opened the library door, the falsity of his assumption became evident. The boy was fine, spending his time organizing the information he had about mantises to begin putting together the book he was writing. This Orchid. he exclaimed happily. I'm glad you're here. I had some questions about the coming-of-age ritual for mantis children. Yeah? That's great. I love seeing so much enthusiasm for my town, but I was wondering if you'd rather be at your birthday party celebrating with your siblings and friends. They're not my friends, I don't even know them and I'm fine here, it's more fun to read and sort through information about the mantis people. This answer left Orchid perplexed. Could reading really be more entertaining than playing? Well, she knew her son was kind of strange, but she was sure that in the mantis village, she had seen him playing with his cousin and some of her friends. But, Patatita, wouldn't you like to go play for a while? You've been reading here so long, you might even make some new friends. I'm not interested, thanks. I really don't want to run into any of those noisy kids. They'd just be a nuisance. So you're going to spend your entire birthday locked up here? Well. A knock on the door caught both of their attention, and when they turned their gazes towards the place they found Kairi standing in the doorway. The container, once she got her attention, began a pantomime explaining something in sign language. And Hornet's here. The boy exclaimed happily. And Ren's asking for me? I'm coming. Excuse me, Miss Orchid. After saying goodbye with impeccable politeness, the boy ran out of the library without giving the mantis a chance to reply. The female looked at the daughter of shadows with a questioning look in her eyes, to which Kairi merely shrugged. She finally sighed, shaking her head. It's okay, Edwin isn't antisocial, he's just selective about the people he associates with. Fooling around in the palace. Places often make different impressions depending on the circumstances when they are visited, sometimes turning out to be surprisingly different, and that's why Scarlet and Bocadillo were so impressed. From sneak thieves they had become guest artists, and without the pressure of being discovered, they now had the freedom to appreciate the grandeur of the White Palace in all its splendor. What do you think? The bat asked her tiny companion. It's magnificent, almost as magnificent as the Ant Queen's palace at the Oasis. I'd say this one is more luxurious, but the ant one was more colorful, and that made it warmer and more pleasant. Everything is white, but it's cold, yes, I know. Hornet joined the conversation. The Pale King was obsessed with this color, everything had to be immaculate white, even his home. I think if he could have planted white plants he would have. She sighed deeply. The current king has wanted to honor his legacy by keeping this place as similar as possible to how it once was. I don't think it's so bad, but I still think a blue or red carpet here and there wouldn't hurt the place. And speaking of the heartfelt king of Hellenist, look who's coming there. The giant figure of the monarch loomed down a hallway, his mere presence enough to make both the bat and the moth shudder. His furious gaze and threatening aura were still etched in their minds, and they approached the Spider Queen for protection. This behavior seemed strange to her, but made more sense when she realized Big had become inflamed with rage and was now running toward them, stinger in hand, ready to strike. The sound of clashing metal echoed in the air. The Spider Queen was able to withstand the impact of her colossal adversary, but her small body was still dragged back, forcing her to break her defense and jump to take a new attack stance. Big, what the hell are you doing? That's what I should be asking. How could you bring these criminals into the palace? Criminals? Oh right, that misunderstanding, Big, they're not what you think. What nonsense did they tell you to get in here? Big swung his stinger, determined to direct it at the intruders, but once again Hornet intervened, blocking with her needle, the sound of the attack spreading through the hallway and beyond. Hornet, don't be fooled by these bastards, they are thieves, a few days ago they came here to steal the dream sting. I know, they still want it, but this time they're coming to ask for it in good faith, because it's necessary to end the scarlet fever that's attacking the kingdom. The mention of the fatal illness was enough for the king to lower his weapon and look at her in disbelief. Is that true? What do they know? They know more than all of us and they are our hope. The container remained silent, assessing the situation. Distrust was high, but so was need. He stared at the individuals who looked at him fearfully. He still resented them for taking his niece. It was clear to him that this had been the girl's fault and that they had returned her, but the feelings hadn't faded, and Big was very stubborn when it came to his children. The atmosphere was tense, but everything was broken when Orchid came running from the end of the corridor with her spear in hand and stopped skidding somewhat clumsily. She almost fell in the attempt, but she didn't let that stop her. Once she recovered her posture, she raised her spear and shouted. Well, where's the fight? I want one too. His tail was waving excitedly. Fight? Big looked at her confused. I heard metal clashing from the living room. There's got to be a fight. Come on. Who's against me? I'm ready for anything. Of course, Orchid is the fight freak, Hornet whispered to herself. Suddenly, the mantis noticed the presence of Hornet's guests. She didn't pay much attention to the bat, but instead her eyes were fixed on Snack, who shuddered at the predator's gaze. Was it hunger at first sight? It wasn't the first time it had happened. You were the one who kissed Hollow. Big and Hornet's expressions were one of utter disbelief. Sandwich had wanted to bury that embarrassing incident deep in his memory, but he hadn't expected to encounter the mantis. Of course, faced with such a fearsome enemy, he panicked. That wasn't a kiss. Wait, did that really happen? Hornet believed it was just another of the misunderstandings her brother often got into. Of course it happened. Orchid shouted furiously. She kissed him passionately outside of school. But how can they put on such a scandalous spectacle in front of the children? Big was horrified. Don't blow things out of proportion, Bocadillo defended himself. It wasn't passion at all, it was just a fleeting touch to put a protective seal on it. I like women with wings. Protective seal. Protective seal of what? Insisted the mantis. I put a protective seal on him to prevent nightmares. The poor thing was so tormented that it was obvious he could barely sleep. This statement was what finally convinced Big to trust this strange pair. Indeed, his brother used to suffer from horrible nightmares, but no one outside the family knew, and it was precisely after his curious encounter with these individuals that the nightmares disappeared. They originally thought it was Orchid's presence that calmed him and made him sleep well, but this explanation was more convincing. Okay, I believe you. Come, we'll talk in my office. Scarlet and Sandwich sighed in relief, especially the bat who had remained silent, preparing to grab her friend and run away if necessary. Big turned his back on them and walked down the hall, followed by those involved in the Dream Sting affair, but Orchid disagreed with this decision. Hey. Wait. The people in question turned to look at her. And my little fight. Oh right, battle-mad Orchid, Hornet murmured to herself, we can have a meeting later if you want, but for now we're busy. Okay, but don't forget. And with that statement, the mantis happily walked off into the living room. Hornet sighed. Deep down, she's a very simple female. I had my doubts at first, but I think she's perfect for Hollow in her own way. Big was a little frustrated. He shouldn't have been locked in his office working that day. It was his nephew's birthday, and the idea was to be outside having fun with them. But of course, the situation called for it. It was necessary. However, what he disliked most was having to tolerate the presence of that tiny white fluff. Big, for obvious reasons, had a certain aversion to moths. Normally, he handled it well. If for some reason he came across one, he treated it with respect and cordiality, without becoming close, but without making it uncomfortable. However, with this particular individual, maintaining the minimum level of politeness required all of his self-control. That wretch reminded him too much of Radiance. Other moths she'd encountered were brown, gray, or green, sharing no resemblance to the goddess other than their own species. This one, on the other hand, was white with abundant fur and 3 spikes on its forehead, identical to her enemy's crown. As if that weren't enough, this creature also used magic and was a specialist in manipulating dreams. For this reason, she preferred not to speak to it and instead worked with the bat, who didn't seem very kind to her either, but was more tolerable. So this is all the Nightmare King's fault. Big summarized, nothing less than a god. Certainly strange, from what they tell me he is not a god who rules a specific territory, his influence is everywhere. Why is he so cruel to this particular place? Hollow is supposed to have enraged him and he intends to get revenge. Are you going to condemn an entire kingdom just for revenge? He is a very capricious god. Wait, Scarlet, I understand the king's point. The moth spoke up. Even if it's for revenge, we're still mortals, pathetic creatures in the eyes of a god, not worth that much. Why waste so much energy and effort in this place for a mere mortal? No mortal can stand against a god. Big flatly ignored the moth. We would need the support of the Lord of Shadows. He is the god who protects this kingdom, but he is so difficult to please that I don't know exactly how to get his help. Oh, and you intend to leave your fate and the well-being of the kingdom in the hands of a god's whims. Scarlet showed her indignation. As you said yourself, we are nothing but worms in your eyes. Do you think you will appear as a savior to confront the Nightmare King on behalf of your charges? Knowing him, not at all. He rarely does things directly. He'd rather delegate responsibility to a mortal and support from the shadows. Delegating a battle against a deity to a mortal. Is he a damn sadist? Do they really worship such a being here? Well, being mortals, you yourselves intend to confront a god. But we will be mortals with a divine instrument. The Dream Sting is blessed by the deity of dreams, the absolute opposite of nightmares. It is like having his divine power. Don't underestimate him. The gods aren't just anything. You'd better be well prepared. If you're really going to fight that monster, I can help you. I have highly trained knights who. No need, the bat interrupted. I don't mean to boast, but elegance and artistry aren't my only skills. I'm also fast and lethal, and I have more than one trick to defend myself. She flapped her wings, and a sudden burst of flame surrounded her, frightening them for a few moments before vanishing. This fight is between Sandwich and me. No one else will interfere. Big noticed a certain arrogance in that bat, as if she didn't measure the danger she faced. Deep down, it was convenient for him that someone else chose to sacrifice themselves and save the kingdom for them, but he couldn't help but feel sorry for her. Sometimes she could be strict, but at heart, she was a kind person. Big assumed she wouldn't return alive. Bearing the weight of a goddess in his mind had left him with a deep respect and fear for deities. In his eyes, she was a martyr, just as he once was. I wish I could repay her sacrifice in some way. But what could I offer someone like her? She was a free spirit, untethered to possessions or riches, only to the thrill of the moment and the applause of the audience. A unique moment was the only way she could repay the sacrifice she was about to make. I accept your words and your decision. I will give you the dream's sting, the king decreed. But I will do so later. There's no need to rush for now. In the meantime, why don't you take a stroll around the palace and enjoy the festivities? You can sample the delicacies being served or stroll through the gardens. Really? Great. Come on, sandwich. I'm going. Thank you very much, your majesty. The moth bowed deeply, seeking to gain the king's respect, but was again ignored. Such contempt hurt him, and of course, due to his complex, he blamed the fact that he was a dwarf for the monarch's treatment of him. Now free from that tense meeting, the bat and her companion wandered around the castle at ease under the watchful eye of the local servants. The suspicion was evident in their glances, but they pretended not to notice. In any case, it was not an unfamiliar situation for them. Always the foreigners, the intruders, the homeless outcasts, Boccadillo muttered. The demonic bat with fire powers. And the white moth that everyone rejects. Well, things have always been this way for us, but I'd really like to know why. Not that it's going to make our lives easier, but maybe an explanation would bring us relief. Their brief reflection was interrupted by a stampede of children running through the fields. They had to step aside to avoid being run over by the children who passed by without even paying attention to them, except for one little mixed-race girl. Mr. Sandwich. Miss Scarlet. Jasmine, the moth exclaimed happily. Hello, Scarlet greeted more out of obligation. The little girl ran up to the flying bug and jumped into its arms. Me. SHHH, it doesn't matter, don't worry about it. The white bug sensed what the little girl wanted to tell him. It's no longer necessary, neither for you nor for me. We already solved the problems we had, and soon everything will be fine. Really? Oh, I'm so glad. Now I'm used to Miss Orchid. There's no need for her to leave. Dad loves her very much. She's kind of weird but not really a bother, and now I have more friends at school. I have much more fun at recess. I'm so glad, little one. Do you want to meet my friends? Not really. Holly. Mauve. Jasmine ignored her and called her friends, but a crowd of her classmates arrived with her. Meet Mr. Sandwich, he wants to play with us. I didn't say that, the moth exclaimed, but no one paid attention to him. The group of children gathered around the white insect, grabbed it, and took it with them, while Scarlet looked on in astonishment, unsure how to react. Her friend wasn't really in danger, so there was no need to rescue him, and she wasn't sure how to do it without upsetting the children. Ugh, I guess they mistook you for another kid again. Well, we'll see each other later. She said to herself. Look at this clumsy little thing, getting carried away in such a foolish way. He might as well have flown away to get out of reach. Scarlet. A voice pulled her from her thoughts. That voice was very familiar. She knew who it was. She knew there was a chance she'd run into him, but she hoped it wouldn't happen. She turned around slowly, praying every second that it wasn't who she thought it was, but when she faced reality, there he was. The Hollow Knight was looking at her in surprise. Hello, Hollow Eye. What are you doing here? If Big sees you, he'll kill you. Oh well. Come on. And without her being able to resist, the knight grabbed her in his arms and ran away from there. I think I'm starting to understand Boccadillo, she grumbled to herself. Hollow ran as fast as an arrow, and as silent as a sigh. Scarlet in his arms said nothing. She kept her arms crossed and an expression of annoyance, waiting for the bug to end its games. Here? No, not too many people, he said, dismissing the training room and moving on to another spot. Here? Not here either, too humid, he said, dismissing one of the many bathrooms. Here? No, very ugly, he said, dismissing the room where the old junk was kept. Here? Could be. Please. It's a vase. Scarlet complained. It's okay that it's a giant vase, but it's still too small for me. Don't you have any common sense? Ah, you're right. Better here. He opened a door where some cleaning supplies like cleaning fluids and brooms were kept, threw the girl inside, breaking half of the brooms with quite a loud noise, and then closed the room. Stay there, you'll be safe. When the birthday party is over I'll sneak you out. The knight, proud of his rescue maneuver, moved away from the hiding place, but a flame appeared in front of him, which when it went out revealed Scarlet, who looked at him furiously. Hollow. Idiot. And without giving the knight time to reply, he bit off one of his horns, pulling on it. No, Ollie. No. You're going to rip my mask off. Both of them stopped suddenly, what Hollow was saying made no sense, and at the same time it did, it was as if they had repeated a past situation that was already customary, and they didn't even bother to analyze it before acting, it was a very familiar and pleasant feeling. This Scarlet began. It's nothing, Hollow cut her off, afraid she was going to get one of her terrible migraines. Why did you come out? I'm trying to keep you safe. I don't need you to take care of me, I've been doing it alone for years, and I'm not in danger. I spoke to King Big himself, and he told me I could walk freely around the palace. Really? Why didn't you say so? You didn't leave me. Hollow pouted and walked to the middle of the aisle and sat down with his arms crossed. Hollow? Why are you so mad? I'm the one who should be upset. You threw me into a closet. Now my butt hurts because of you. I wanted to save you, he said with an attitude worthy of a little boy. At that sight, Scarlet's anger drained away and was replaced with laughter. For an adult, she was quite childish. Filled with tenderness, she sat behind him and rested her head between his horns, a situation that once again filled her with a feeling of familiarity. She had experienced this before, albeit in a different way. Scarlet, you weigh a lot. You don't say that to a lady. But you're not a lady, you're a vermin. This angered her, which she quickly demonstrated by opening her jaws to bite his horn. This time, however, the mongrel managed to escape, get back on his feet, and distance himself. But the girl wasn't going to give up that easily, so she began a chase that lasted several minutes. Both of them were running around the palace from one side to the other, but with so many people and so much to do, no one paid much attention to them, not even Orchid saw them because at that moment she was busy finally having her long-awaited confrontation against Hornet. When they finally grew tired, the two runners stopped at the palace observatory, a new area that Big had implemented in recent years, imitating Lurian's old office in the City of Tears. It wasn't that it was something necessary in the palace, it was a mere whim of the king, one of the few he had allowed himself. When his mind was upset, he used to sit there and absent-mindedly observe the gardens outside the palace. Almost no one used the place, not even his nephews. When they had first built that place, they fought to use the telescope, but after the novelty wore off, all of this was forgotten, with Big being the only one who still maintained interest in observing through the lens. What's that? The bat asked, suddenly forgetting why she'd been angry. It's Big's observatory. Can you see the stars from here? How? We're underground. There are no stars here, what are stars anyway? They're fireflies that live high in the sky, so far away that they're unreachable, and only their glow can be seen. Obviously, they're only visible at night and in places on the ground. Fireflies? But it's more fun to talk to a firefly than just watch it from afar. Well, they're pretty, that's why it's nice to look at them, even if we never know what they're thinking. He approached the telescope. If this device doesn't let you see stars, then what are you supposed to be able to look at through here? The gardens? Well, I don't find them the most interesting thing in the world either, but Big likes them. Why? Look at that. The female exclaimed excitedly. What? What are you looking at? Scarlet ignored him and remained silent, something that Hollow didn't take very well. He tried to push her away from the telescope to try to look, but she dodged him without taking her eye off the lens. What followed was a kind of dance between the two where she fought to stay attached to the telescope and he tried to move her away, but Scarlet had the advantage. She was much more agile and flexible, however, due to her ingenuity, the knight was not far behind, without her being able to avoid it. He carried out a crushing tickling attack that forced her to drop the device, but her opponent did not give her any respite and continued tickling until he had her feet on the ground. Only then did she cling to the telescope as if it were the greatest treasure in the kingdom. Well, where is it? What were you looking at? It was nothing, the girl replied in an angelic voice. I just wanted to bother you. Hollow gave her a dark look that she reciprocated with a charming blink. Just with that gesture half of her anger went away, but she insisted on standing firm, however the rest of her anger went away when she was winked at. You're terrible, the knight sighed. Not so much. She got up from the floor and sat down. You're very soft, Bocadillo wouldn't fall for something like that. I'm sure it wouldn't cost a child much to manipulate you with a couple of tantrums. This hit him like a blow to his conscience, but he concealed it. You know, it's not so hard for me to believe that we were once good friends. Did you doubt it? It's not that I don't believe you, but you have to understand that when a part of your memory disappears, you feel insecure. Isn't he lying to me? You doubt everything because you don't have a single memory to hold on to. You feel strange and helpless. It sounds terrible. It is. A long silence followed. But it wasn't an unpleasant silence. It felt familiar and intimate. For a few moments, all they did was stare into each other's eyes, trying to guess the experiences and stories hidden behind them. Scarlet suddenly raised her hand and caressed the knight's face, who closed his eyes, pleased by her touch, and when he opened them again, he found a very sad look in his companion's eyes. What's happening? I'm sorry. Because I was very cruel to you the other day. Oh well, never mind, you were right anyway, I can never do anything for you. It's not your obligation to do anything for me either, I haven't done anything for you either. If it was my duty, I am your guardian. The guardian in a child's fantasy world, the bat let out a soft laugh. Sorry, I'm not making fun of you, I just find your innocence endearing. You're so pure, so trusting, but I can rarely avoid doubting someone. Hollow took her hand and she felt her heart race. It's okay, I understand and forgive you, don't worry. You really are a good person She gave him a radiant smile and stood up. Why don't you join me in the gardens outside? They looked very beautiful through the telescope. Ah well the thing is, I think around this time my kids are going to open their presents and… He couldn't go on. There was something in the bat's seductive eyes that captivated him. It might have been a memory of his childhood or perhaps something inherent to him. But suddenly, being with his children at the opening of the wreaths didn't seem so urgent. He certainly had time to take a walk around the garden and return. The two left the observatory chatting like a pair of noisy teenagers, their words punctuated by laughter and silly jokes. Neither of them realized there were two people standing there who had observed everything. Edwin and Ren had gone to that remote place to escape the hustle and bustle of the party and did not expect to see their chess game interrupted by the two adults. Neither said anything and so they went unnoticed. This doesn't look good, Ren whimpered. Because? Didn't you see them? Yes, I saw them. They seem to be good friends. It was funny to see Dad playing with a bat like that. Ren looked at him worriedly, perhaps Edwin was academically much smarter than her, but in terms of emotional intelligence Ren was superior, she could see a latent problem that the boy was unable to notice. Yeah, they're good friends. I don't want to play anymore. He pushed the chessboard aside. We'd better go downstairs before they start looking for us to open presents. And Edwin. Yeah? I think it would be best if we didn't tell anyone what we saw. Because? Just listen to me. Confession of the past. Where is that fool? Orchid thought as she watched anxiously at the entrance to the Great Hall. Hollow had been missing for a while, she wasn't even sure how long, it wasn't that she was eager to see him, his presence made her nervous, but she was clear that it was important for him to be with his children, he was the father after all. After fighting Hornet, he'd lost track of time. What with one thing and another, he realized the party was over and the guests were leaving. It was a children's birthday party, after all. They didn't last long because the little ones fell asleep early. Now, although the party itself was over, there were still some important activities pending for the little ones, such as opening their presents, and this was something Orchid was looking forward to. She had racked her brains over what to give her children. She wanted her gifts to be something special, perhaps as a way of making up for all the birthdays she had missed and for all the ones she would miss in the future, which was why her nerves threatened to betray her. But he had no choice but to pretend to be calm and lean as much on Big as possible, so he stood beside him with a portion of his cloak in his claws, twisting it over and over. The king was enraged to see his cloak so battered, but he knew the mantis was too nervous and didn't dare take it off, even when he heard the faint sound of fabric tearing, stifling a cry of pain. The minutes passed quickly between laughter and surprises, watching as her offspring unwrapped the gifts from their classmates and friends, but there was something she couldn't help but notice, Edwin had fewer presents than the rest, she was going to ask why, but the answer came to her own. Unlike his brothers, he didn't attend school, he didn't even leave the palace regularly, so he hadn't had the opportunity to socialize much with other children his age to make friends, even at this very party, instead of playing with the guests he had preferred to play alone with Ren in some secluded part of the palace. She sighed somewhat sadly, she almost wanted to take Edwin with her to Fungal Wastes, where he could play with his cousins or his cousins' friends. In the secret surveillances she had done, she had observed him playing with all the mantis children, as if he were one of the tribe. However, in the palace he lived in opulence, but in solitude, at least she had the hope that her gift would help him a little. She had racked her brains thinking about what she could give him. Orchid's gifts were the last to be delivered at her own request, she assumed the waiting time would give her more courage to endure the moment. Okay kids, the next gifts are from your mom, Hornet announced happily. Did Miss Orchid give us a gift? Aster looked at her curiously. And why does it surprise you that he did that? Orchid asked. I didn't think she could buy anything, since she's now homeless woman. The female grabbed Aster by the base of his antennae and squeezed them, causing the child to tingle very unpleasantly. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Very well, Orchidia released the child and looked at him smugly. Just so you know, not all gifts cost money. But good gifts, yes, the boy muttered to himself. It's not that he would turn down a gift. That would be rude and he'd been taught values, but he was honest with himself. He liked expensive gifts, no wonder. He was a prince, a somewhat spoiled one. But without complaining, he took the package his mother offered him. He had no expectations, but he was very curious. She tore open the wrapping, opened the box, and her face lit up with surprise when she saw what was inside. A wooden mask that mimicked her face. She was surprised at how well made it was. It was beautiful, though she couldn't think of anything else she could use, so she assumed it was a symbolic gift. What is it? It's a ritual mask, Orchid explained. In the tribe, due to the harsh living conditions, many children die. It happens all the time, at least when they are very young. Once they are 6 years old they are most likely to survive. At that moment the tribe holds a ceremony for all the surviving children, where their belonging to the group is recognized, and each one is given a mask. From that moment on, the children have the right to be remembered forever. Wow, I don't know what to say. And it was true. The mask held a beautiful meaning, but Aster knew it could also be a sad thing. It was a symbol of survival, triumph over the death of other brothers, something that was shocking to him, but normal to a mantis child of the tribe. It was a reminder of how lucky he was to be a mantis and to have been born where he was. What's wrong, Aster? You look down, the female asked worriedly. No, everything is fine. If you don't like it. No, it's fine, really. So I'm getting a mask too. Jasmine was more excited about such a gift. She planned to paint and decorate her own if she ever received one. Huh? No, there's no mask for you. You're not a pure mantis, so I thought it wouldn't be as appropriate, but don't worry, I have something just as good for you. The mantis almost panicked when she saw the slight hint of disappointment in her daughter's eyes, but she regained her composure when curiosity and excitement surfaced within her. Well, what's in it for me? The girl skipped a little in her place. Here's Jasmine. Hornet handed her a long package that the little girl almost snatched from her hands. In the excitement of the moment, the girl only tore the paper and the box without order or care. Curiously, she took longer than her brother, who had taken things calmly. In the end, she ended up with a bare box in her hands, and still without knowing what was inside. Phew, what a nice packaging. He exclaimed without being discouraged. I think you just need to cut in the right place. Aster approached her. Maybe a cut here. With a small tug, his claw broke off a flap of what remained of the box, and it completely disassembled, revealing its contents. But Jasmine wasn't too pleased that Aster had opened the box so easily. But why did you open the box? It was my gift. Hey. Miss Orchid was right, you got something really cool. She ignored her sister and pointed at the gift. The half-breed wanted to continue fighting, but her attention was quickly drawn to the gift. Her eyes lit up when she saw the spear inside. It had a rustic appearance. It was clear that Orchid had made it with her own claws, but upon closer examination, it became clear that its artisanal craftsmanship was on par with other, more sophisticated weapons. The wood used was of high quality, hand-polished by her mother. The rock used for the tip was carefully selected and carved by her, and the care put into the entire piece was evident. It was decorated with pieces of colored chitin. Thank you, Miss Orchid. The little girl ran to hug her mother, but then a pang of guilt struck her. He looked around the room anxiously as if searching for someone. What's up, Jasmine? Dad isn't here. Orchidia had to suppress her murderous instincts with a fake smile. Dad was the one who trained me using the stinger. I hope you don't mind if I change weapons. I'm sure she won't mind, Big approached her. If you want to practice with the spear, the needle, the dough, or any weapon, that's fine. We just want you to be able to defend yourself. In fact, I'm quite curious how you'll do using a spear. The girl's eyes sparkled with excitement and defiance. Her uncle had high expectations of her, and for the first time she had the confidence that she could do it. Well, let's hope the spear works out better for you than the goad, because you're such a mess. Aster didn't mean it with bad intentions, it was just an honest and careless thought. Sadly, Jasmine's confidence was barely forming, and words like those were enough to discourage her, but Mama Orchid came to the rescue. Yo, don't underestimate her, Aster. Jasmine is very talented with the spear. Don't be surprised if one day you end up on the ground subdued by her. The girl looked at her mother, grateful for the vote of confidence. As for Aster, the challenge fired him up. Well, no matter how much talent he has, he'll have to work hard to beat me. I'm an experienced warrior. Several of those present stifled a laugh at such words spoken by such a small child, and I'm also the future captain of the Royal Guard. I'm quite a challenge. Captain of the Royal Guard? Repeated several of those present. What's wrong? The intimidated boy replied. You never said you wanted to be captain of the Royal Guard before, Hornet explained. You surprised us. Oh, that. He scratched his claws nervously. It's just I thought about it a lot. Maybe being a king isn't my thing, and there are better people for the job. He glanced at his brother. So instead of being the king, I'll be the person who protects the king, like Dad. Big hit it very well with his talent for concealing his emotions, but he was relieved. With Aster rejecting the succession to the throne, he could now name Edwin Crown Prince without worry. He doubted Jasmine would take his decision badly. And now it's my turn, right? Edwin had waited patiently for his gift until now, but he couldn't contain his excitement. He truly wanted to know what Orchid had for him. Of the 3 children, he was the most attached to her and was willing to accept anything she gave him, perhaps a small wooden figurine, a handmade whistle, or a small dagger, anything he would treasure fondly. But nothing prepared him for what he would receive. His mother, with a smile on her face, approached him and placed a piece of bread in his paw. The boy looked at her incredulously. This must be a joke. He examined the bread in case it was some kind of bread-shaped contraption, but no, it was a proper loaf. He gave his brother a ceremonial mask and his sister a spear. Was he worth so little as to deserve a measly loaf of bread? He didn't even feel like eating it. Don't eat the bread, Patatita. You'll need it to attract the gift. You can let it go now. These words were intriguing to say the least, and his curiosity only increased when he heard a ringing in the distance, a murmur that grew louder with every passing second. She turned her eyes toward the living room door, expectant of what was approaching, until finally she saw a small tick-tick with a pink ribbon tied around its neck. The beast looked around curiously, was intimidated by Big's presence, and took a couple of steps back. But then it smelled the mouth-watering aroma of bread, and its full attention shifted to the white mongrel. Without waiting a second, it ran toward him and knocked him down with a lunge that shocked Big. Edwin ended up on the ground with a tick-tick lying on top of her, eating the bread. This. It's your gift, Patatita, a companion, so you never feel alone, the mantis exclaimed proudly. If only you knew how hard it was for me to catch this little one. The boy looked at the little bug that continued to devour his piece of bread with complete ease. He even lay down on top of it, but his relaxation didn't last long, because a giant hand grabbed him and lifted him off the floor, taking away all possible security. The tick-tick moved its little legs, desperately looking for some ground to support itself on, but its desperate struggle ended when it met the eyes and the gigantic face of the king, who looked at it sternly. Orchid, I understand your intentions, but I don't think this gift is appropriate for Edwin. A pet is a lot of responsibility. He's still a child who can barely take care of himself, and this creature could be dangerous if not properly controlled. The dangerous creature looked at the king with tearful eyes as it curled up, trying to leave its belly, its most delicate part, protected, although of course, given its minuscule size compared to Big, he would only have to squeeze a little to burst it. For his part, Edwin looked down at his uncle, indignant. What did he mean he couldn't take care of himself? He'd spent a month surviving in the wilderness. Was he underestimating him again? Even questioning his responsibility really angered him. He had a deep-rooted sense of duty. He always did all the tasks his tutor set him on time and fulfilled his duties without fail, even the time his father overslept to take his siblings to school, he'd woken everyone up. Don't tell me that. The little worm stood up to his full length, which wasn't much, but made him feel more imposing. I can take care of that tick-tick perfectly well. You can say what you want about me, but I'm very responsible. But Edwin Big replied. No buts. Besides, it's my mom's gift. You can't take it away from me. The little white boy squealed. Orchid felt dizzy with emotion. She was overwhelmed. For the first time her son referred to her as mom. Her feelings materialized in tears that she tried to hide, but couldn't, and that Big misinterpreted. He thought she was crying because she was denying Edwin his gift, so although she still thought that tick-tick was dangerous, she chose to give in. Maybe later she would find a way to keep that bug away from her nephew. The most interesting thing about all this was the interpretation that tick-tick gave to the whole situation. In its tiny beastly head, that enormous insect had picked her up to eat her, but then the little white creature shouted some incomprehensible things at it, and the enormous being gave in, so it concluded that Edwin was the dominant male of the pack. When the enormous creature lowered her, she stood there, paralyzed with fear. She remembered how she had attacked him and then lay on top of him to eat. How disrespectful. And now the dominant one was approaching her. She squealed loudly, begging for mercy. Wow, she's excited to see me, Edwin exclaimed, surprised by his pet's squealing enthusiasm. Good girl, he stroked her head tenderly. The tick-tick took this as a sign of benevolence and mercy. The leader had accepted her. She swore loyalty to him in the tick-tick language, and from that moment on, she proclaimed herself his guardian, a tiny, helpless guardian, but with good intentions. Well, I suppose it's a fitting gift for you, Aster commented, thinking about how delicious a tick-tick stew would be. Of course, he respected his brother too much to harm his pet. Are you going to name it? The sooner he grew attached to the little thing, the quicker the temptation to eat it would go away. Right, what name should I give him? It should be a short and easy name to pronounce, Orchid explained, that way he'll learn it quickly and start obeying you sooner. I suppose you're speaking from experience. Edwin recalled the pile of creepers his mother used to keep at their house in fungal wastes. What should I name you? I can't think of anything right now. Maybe it would be a good idea to think it over calmly and leave it for later, Big interrupted, because now something very important is coming up, something we've been putting off until you reached an appropriate age, and your parents and I decided that 8 would be a good time. This goes for you too, he turned to Silky, Chester and Wren. Us? Princess Silky looked at him curiously. It's a family secret. Oh wow. A secret is always something that seduces. The idea of knowing something that no one else knows gives a certain feeling of importance, but at the same time generates a certain temptation. Isn't it fun to tell someone something they know nothing about? Big was clear about it. They were just children, and what he was going to tell them was of the utmost importance. It wasn't a happy or fun secret, and divulging it could have catastrophic consequences. That's why he felt it necessary to give them a serious warning. What we're going to tell you today is a secret of the utmost importance, information that could be dangerous and affect the family, so I want you to promise me that you'll never tell anyone unless that person proves to be completely trustworthy. Promised, uncle, the children answered nervously, the situation seemed serious. And we adults will be the ones to decide who is trustworthy, at least until they learn to judge people well, Hornet added. Knowing who is good and who is bad takes years of experience. The little ones were increasingly nervous about the situation. It wasn't just Big and Hornet's words. Several of their other mute uncles were present and they could see the nervousness in their eyes. What was going to happen? Instinctively, the children gathered together, forming a tight group. Well, I guess it's time to get started. Big walked slowly with his hands behind his back, only his footsteps echoed in the absolute silence of the room, which only contributed to the nervousness of the children, but what they ignored was that this feeling was also shared by their uncle. It was not easy to tell this story, even though it had already been repeated ad nauseum. My children, by now I suppose you've met the Pale King, Big began. Yes, the former king of Hellenist before you, a prodigious inventor, a genius who led Hellenist to glory with his science and his brilliant mind. He was also someone very powerful. He used magic, a resplendent energy that made him so bright it forced you to bow and lower your gaze. He is remembered as the greatest ruler the kingdom has ever had. Edwin recited the information just as he remembered it from the history books, much more summarized of course, although Orchid didn't entirely agree with that. I think they forgot to mention that he was stubborn, egotistical, selfish, and gluttonous, the mantis muttered to herself. Did you say something, Orchid? Big asked. Nothing. Well, as I was saying, he sighed nervously, the Pale King had to face some challenges during his reign, like the infection caused by the Randians. What do you know about that? The children looked at each other in surprise. This seemed like a history interrogation. Wasn't Uncle Big supposed to be the one speaking? However, once again, they dumped the responsibility of answering on Edwin. Irradiance was a kind of calamity, an incurable disease that wiped out hundreds of bugs, many fled, a few died, and a few developed immunity. It seems that the mantis race is particularly resistant to this plague. Orchid stood up proudly upon hearing this part. The disease had a divine origin. A moth goddess was the one who caused the plague and unleashed chaos, jealous of the Pale King's kingdom. They say that's why there aren't many moths in Hellenist. Which is a shame because they're so cute and fluffy, Jasmine added. Go on, Edwin, his uncle encouraged him. When Hellenist was already in ruins, inhabited only by corpses, adventurers, and fools, it is said that a mysterious brave and implacable knight appeared who traveled the entire kingdom until he found a way to reach the goddess, then challenged her to a duel and defeated her, sacrificing his life. That's very good, it's a good summary, the monarch acknowledged, but I was hoping for a few more details about how the Pale King handled the disease before the kingdom went to ruin. That part is a bit complicated. Using some mechanisms that mixed magic and science, he created a kind of container that was able to retain the goddess inside for a few years. And where did you get that? Silky exclaimed. They didn't teach that in school. Private lessons, he replied curtly. Well, the thing about the containers is still something that isn't talked about much, he sighed again the sum. The children looked at him curiously. They couldn't imagine what their uncle was going to tell them. The container that the Pale King used to contain the goddess and the infection was not actually a device that mixed magic and technology. The base of the container was a living being. Those who understood the message first felt a chill, the others just looked at him in confusion. Did he use a living being? Chester tried to put it mildly. You mean he took the corpse of some creature and used it to create the container? No, he used living beings. A chill ran down the children's spines, the next question was obvious. So he used some kind of beast to imprison the goddess, Chester deduced. No, the lesser beasts were the most susceptible to disease. Their minds were simple and weak. A beast would never have endured the goddess. That's why she chose to use superior creatures, people. This news horrified the children, and that wasn't the worst thing they would hear. The Pale King was sacrificing people. Was that his way of punishing criminals? Aster dared to ask. No, and here came the part that was hardest for Big to confess. The king didn't want to sacrifice his people, he didn't want to be seen as a tyrant, so he preferred to sacrifice his own offspring, his children. This part of the story did affect the children in a particular way. The idea of someone doing that to their own children seemed inconceivable, but that wasn't what made them feel worse. It didn't take long for them to connect the dots, especially the fact that almost all of their uncles were mute and immature. In fact, they all exhibited strange behavior, difficulty communicating or understanding others. Perhaps a consequence of the experiments performed on them. And at this point Big finally began his detailed account, speaking of the void, of the eggs that were sacrificed, of the impressive number of offspring that were needed to achieve the perfect container, and of the tragic fate of the failed elements. It was a tough story, even Jasmine and Silky burst into tears when they heard some parts, but the one who was most affected was Edwin, even if he didn't express himself as openly as his sisters. Finally, the little boy understood why most of his uncles rejected him. It wasn't his fault, but his resemblance to the old monarch brought back painful memories for everyone. His appearance was a heavy burden that he would have to bear for the rest of his life, and was even the reason for his poor relationship with his father. Suddenly he felt a claw on his shoulder. It was his brother Aster who was looking to show him support, although in his own way, he didn't look him in the eyes, but he could hear his trembling voice speaking to him. "You're not him, so don't worry." After that, Big, this time helped by her sister Hornet, recounted the events that followed, explaining what life was like in Hellenist after the infection, the treatment and the circumstances under which the Spider Queen was born. They also learned that Big was the pure vessel selected to withstand the infection, and that the knight who defeated the goddess was her very own father. "Dad did that." The three princes shouted in unison. "Uncle Hollow did that." "Why, unbelievable," Chester squealed. "But such a feat he could have claimed the title of king," Silky commented. "But he didn't want to do it," Big explained. "Hollow was always a free spirit who liked to wander the kingdom looking for secrets, meeting people. And getting into trouble," Hornet added. "He voluntarily said that I should take that position, and when I managed to recapture the White Palace, the people saw that as a sign that the legitimate ruler had returned, so they crowned me." "And you accepted the position of king?" Aster asked. "I couldn't refuse either. I literally couldn't. I didn't have the ability to speak." "Were you just like all the guys?" This surprised Ren the most. "Yes, perhaps a little more mature because having been raised by the Pale King gave me a little more experience, but yes, I was mute like everyone else. I remember that the night before my coronation I was terrified. How was I going to give orders? It was one thing to communicate with my brothers and another with normal bugs. So I prayed to the Lord of Shadows for help and the next day I could speak." "Why, incredible," the little ones were amazed. "So the Lord of Shadows listens to us and does what we ask?" "Not always. Don't think he'll fulfill every whim you come up with. It doesn't work that way. He only performs a miracle when he deems it necessary. In fact, the last miracle he granted was allowing you three to be born." He pointed to Edwin, Jasmine, and Aster. "That we were born?" Edwin looked at him, waiting for an explanation. "None of the vessels have a defined hex. We identify with one gender or the other, but there are no reproductive organs, so none of them have the capacity to have children. Your father was no exception. But the Lord of Shadows decided to grant you the miracle of turning you into a normal creature." "How beautiful." This information brought out Jasmine's romantic side. "So Dad and Miss Orchid loved each other so much that they asked the Lord of Shadows to help them so Dad could be normal and they could have us." Not exactly. Orchid's discomfort was noticeable. "It's not that their existence was in our plans, I didn't even want to have them." It hurt her to have to be so honest, especially considering how delicate her situation with her children was, but she didn't want to hide anything from them. "But I suppose the Lord of the Shadows knew what he was doing, and I am deeply grateful for the gift that made their existence possible. Knowing that they were there somewhere and that there was a possibility of meeting them one day gave me the strength to move forward." These were such honest words, and there was so much feeling in his voice that the children couldn't help but be moved, but such sentimentality was not common in the nature of a mantis, so Aster was quite uncomfortable and tried to change the subject. "So Dad is a national hero, but nobody knows it." "I don't think anyone needs to know either." Big didn't give much importance to the matter. "But Hollow is a simple person. He doesn't need much to be happy: food, something to keep him busy, the ability to wander freely around the kingdom and be close to those he loves. If everyone recognized him as the great hero he is, wandering wouldn't be so easy anymore." "It's true." Aster had successfully managed to divert the topic, but he hadn't counted on the fact that his sister still wasn't satisfied. "And how did Mom and Dad meet? Did she know Mom was a hero? Was that what captivated her? Was it love at first sight?" Since Hollow was away, it was Orchid's turn to answer this. "The first time we met, I wasn't very interested in him. How could I? He was just a kid, or so it seemed. A child. Well, that age thing is a complicated thing in our existence," explained Big. "When Hollow and Orchid met, although he looked like a child no more than a decade old, he was many years older, perhaps as many or more than Orchid. Because the shadows trapped in the abyss cannot grow, they need food and experience for that. Already living up here, Hollow grew very quickly, perhaps more than a normal bug, reaching adult development in a very short time. This story was now even interesting to Aster. Now he understood why his father always said he didn't know how old he was or when he was born. There was an explanation beyond the fact that the bugs of before didn't give importance to birthdays. When I saw Hollow again, all grown up, I was in for a big surprise, Orchid continued. He had become a handsome and tremendously strong adult. If he had already displayed such skill as a child, with a developed body he was unstoppable. His fighting ability was magnificent, like a relentless beast that won't rest until it subdues you, shattering your will, turning you into nothing more than defenseless prey waiting for. The Orchid speech had strayed so far from the original idea that it had become dangerous. Ogram conveniently grabbed it and covered its mouth, while the mantis swung its claws furiously. The children just watched the scene, unable to understand what the problem was. Before they could ask any extra questions, Hornet decided to distract them by touching on the last important point they had to discuss at that moment. "Kids, before we finish this, I assume you're clear that everything must be kept strictly secret." "Yes," and Hornet Aster was already showing signs of being annoyed by so many warnings. They repeated it to him several times during the story. "If I repeat it so often, it's because it's important, children. From now on, you also have the responsibility of protecting your uncles." This certainly caught the children's attention and made them feel important. Who didn't want to be a hero capable of protecting their family? So this time, more enthusiastically than ever, they nodded, promising to remain silent. "Wonderful," Hornet was undoubtedly pleased. "But I want to tell you that protecting your uncles doesn't just mean keeping this secret, it also means protecting their masks." This last point caught the children's attention. "Don't worry, normally you won't have to do anything too great. The containers know quite well how to take care of themselves and not be discovered, but sometimes things happen that are beyond their control, and the secret is in danger of coming out." "I actually discovered that Hollow was a shadow by accident," Orchid added. "I'll never forget the terrifying moment when a saw sliced Hollow's head off and a shadow came out." Why does that look so familiar?" Chester exclaimed. "Did I see that in a dream or something?" "And what does a shadow look like?" Ren asked curiously. Her mother looked at her with a smile. The moment she had waited for all night was coming. "I think it would be best if they showed it to him themselves." Knowing the moment had come, the many guys in the room raised their hands to their heads, dug their fingers into their necks, and pulled, almost like something out of a horror movie. The heads of the creatures fell off, and black smoke took the place of what had once been a seemingly normal individual. All that remained was a strange, hairy entity with a vaguely defined shape that suggested the presence of a head with antlers, similar to the mask that once covered it, from which glowed a pair of empty eyes, but below there was nothing, no limbs of any kind, just a shadowy cloak that vanished into thin air. The shadows had different sizes, proportional to the height of the container they once were. For that very reason, the one that stood out the most in the whole group was the impressive shadow of Big, who in that state paid homage to his title of king, with that grotesque appearance exacerbated by his size that vaguely reminded him of the Lord of Shadows. Even knowing the truth of all this and certain that none of the entities would harm them, the little ones couldn't help but feel scared, but they tried to act strong. They hugged each other as a way of supporting and seeking support, but no one said anything, they just stood still watching everything. Hornet sighed worriedly. She hadn't expected the children's first encounter with the truth to be perfect. In fact, she could say that they were taking it quite well. Any bug, if it suddenly found itself surrounded by shadowy abominations, would at least start to scream or faint, but unfortunately the fear in the children was discouraging their uncles. Several of them were beginning to show sad looks. But one of the children showed greater determination than the others. Unexpectedly, Chester let go of his brothers and walked slowly, straight toward the largest shadow. There was something familiar about it all, a kind of distant memory that seemed like a dream, as if he had seen it before. Then, after presenting himself before the king, he extended his hand toward him. "Uncle Big." The king, delighted with the boy's vote of confidence, leaned toward him and touched his head to his hand. After feeling the cold touch, the boy quickly warmed up and hugged him. "Everything is fine, no matter how you look at it, Uncle Big will always be Uncle Big." And with that, the rest of the children lost their fear and approached the shadows. Chester was absolutely right. Even with their strange appearance, the shadows had the same personality as always. Playful, innocent, and above all, full of love. Some were calmer, others more rebellious. These shadows in particular were the ones who ventured to play with the children in a somewhat rougher way, extending tentacles with which they lifted them into the air, making them fly. At first, it was somewhat terrifying for the little ones, but after they got used to it, it was all laughter and joy. But among them all, there was one who couldn't feel happy. Edwin, as always, experienced rejection from his family, or at least from some of them. It shouldn't have surprised him. It had always been that way, only unlike before, for the first time there was a reason for it. It didn't surprise him that his uncles were suspicious of him. His appearance reminded him of the person who had hurt them the most in their lives, and although it wasn't his fault, he felt a certain responsibility in all this, which is why he didn't even try to get closer and preferred to watch from a distance as his brothers and cousins enjoyed themselves. But an icy touch broke his introspection, tentacles wrapped around him and lifted him into the air, then after turning around he found 8 glowing eyes. Uncle Soul. Then a cold head rubbed against him, and the antlers revealed the identity of the second shadow. And Kyrie. He smiled and hugged his Uncle Soul. Sometimes it was hard to remember, but there were people who loved him, he had uncles who were very fond of him, he got along better with his brothers now, his father no longer ran away from him, and… Aditita, sorry to bother you, but your tick-tick is screaming like crazy. Could you calm her down? Orchid had the insect in her arms, which was thrashing around desperately. Oh, yeah, I'm coming. Uncle Soul brought Edwin closer to the tick-tick, and without hesitation, she jumped into her owner's arms and buried her head in his chest seeking protection. The little worm, laughing, hugged the creature to make her feel better. Yes, everything was definitely better, now he had a pet that loved him very much, and he also had his mother, who even if she didn't stay by his side, he knew would love him forever. Orchid looked tenderly at her son and stroked his head, she loved that child so much, perhaps it wasn't noticeable at first glance, but he had a certain resemblance in his way of being with his father, and she could see it, and speaking of that beast, where had he gone? Pain. So many years had passed, but everything felt as if time had frozen, even with his grown body, and a lifetime of experiences under his belt, Hollow relived the joys of spending time with his playmate. That absolutely innocent relationship that had such a strong impact on him in his childhood was like a breath of joy and childlike fun in his adult life. It was to be expected. Unlike him, who, due to a mistake, was forced to take care of an entire brood alone, Scarlet remained solitary and free, only taking care of herself to experience endless adventures in strange lands. Something extremely attractive, but not exactly her kind of life. She liked to be in one place. Now they both entertained themselves by playing a strange mix of tag and hide and seek, something possible only in a place as labyrinthine as the palace garden, where hiding places abounded thanks to the numerous decorative hedges and trees on the site. Hollow jumped between the green walls thanks to the monarch's wings, being able to shorten the distance that separated him from Scarlet in a short time, but every time he was about to place his hands on her, the bat burst into flames and vanished to reappear elsewhere and flee, having to start the chase all over again. Hollow had already failed 5 times and was losing patience, so he stopped following her and stopped to rest. The sudden cessation of play caused Scarlet to approach him, but she kept her distance in case it was a ruse to catch her off guard. "What's up, Hollow? Are you tired yet?" "Ah, there's no point in chasing you if I'm never going to catch you, a game that can't be won is no fun." Ah, the girl sighed disappointed, but the fun of a game is trying, if you catch me it's over. "So if I catch you, you won't follow me anymore? I'm the only one who has to go after you?" The question could simply be about the game, but Scarlet sensed that there was something more behind it. Perhaps a correspondence of feelings. She thought about it for a while, she didn't remember, she shouldn't have cared a fig about what he felt, but her latent feelings brought her guilt, the guilt of not giving for him everything he would be capable of giving for her. She sighed in defeat, she had a certain obsession with always being in control of everything, even in something like a simple game, what she was going to do now went against her nature, but nostalgia and longing pushed her to this. "Hello, I'm going to tell you a secret, keep it safe." The gentleman looked at her with complete attention. What could it be? He expected some confession of her feelings, an acknowledgement that everything they had experienced together wasn't completely dead, that even without memories, she still saw him as. "I will reveal my magic secrets to you." "Ah. And why is that disappointed look on your face?" "I'm going to confess something very important to you. A magician should never reveal his secrets. Do you want me to bite your horn off?" "No, no, no, it's fine, no problem." He moved away slightly in a protective reflex. "What's wrong with you?" "I don't bite well, not unless provoked." He gave her a smile that reminded Hollow too much of Grimm, to the point that a shiver ran down her spine, but she didn't notice anything and continued talking. "You complain that you can't catch me and that it's useless, so it's better to give up. And you're certainly right. Sometimes it's better to give up. If something doesn't work no matter how hard you try, it's bad. But it's obvious you're going to fail if you always do the same thing without trying new options. And what's all this about? Sometimes you have to stop and analyze things to find another path. When you try to catch me, what do you do? Well, I'm chasing you. And when I'm about to catch you, you burst into flames and disappear." "Exactly, I catch fire and disappear." "And what about that?" "The order of things matters." Hollow blinked in confusion. "Ahaha, in magic order and distractions matter, silly. First I catch fire, then I disappear." Ah, then. That's right, when the fire is lit I'm still there, but as you immediately step back for fear of getting burned and close your eyes because of the sudden brightness, you give me time to escape discreetly, and when the fire has gone out, I'm behind you. Why I wouldn't have thought of that. Hollow looked at her with such innocence and admiration that it made the mammal burst into laughter. This bug was very funny. It's not that bad. Do you want to try? The game started again, now with a much more motivated Hollow, determined to catch his friend. Once again the bat slipped into the hedge maze, running and jumping with the grace of a gazelle, and Hollow followed behind using the monarch's wings to avoid the obstacles that separated him from her. She could hear him approaching, but she wasn't worried. There was also fun in getting caught, her pursuer's footsteps, and his silver fluttering wings sounded closer and closer until she was sure he was just a step away from her, then resorting to her usual trick she set herself on fire, but before she could get out of his reach, a pair of hands caught her pulling her back, and Scarlet ended up captive in Hollow's arms. Gotcha. Squealed the happy container with the girl in its embrace. Of course, I told you how to catch me, it's obvious you were going to succeed. Scarlet tried to give herself airs of superiority. Come on, don't be like that, Hollow laughed, then started spinning around with the girl still in his grasp. Even if I knew how to do it, I could still fail. Admit it, I have skill. Hahaha, let me go Hollow, hahaha, I'm getting dizzy. Tell me I'm great, go on, say it. Okay, you're great, you were able to catch me, hahaha. Yes. Hollow slowly stopped his spins to gently land the girl so that they were both staring at each other, eyes still linked by Hollow's arms. After so much laughter, their breathing was labored despite the peaceful moment. There were so many words between them, thoughts they couldn't express, lost memories, and twisted feelings. All of this was taking its toll on Scarlet, who was starting another of her migraines, but she tried to hold back the pain in favor of the pleasant atmosphere. How was it possible that in just a few hours, she felt so much affection for a stranger? Was that the power of lost memories? How many things they might have experienced together without her knowing, it was so sad to think about. At first, she saw him as a tool to use in pursuit of a greater goal, but she soon discovered he simply wasn't capable. At least he didn't do anything truly serious. But even though her past was lost, she had always found encouragement, hoping for her future, for all the new memories she could make, a consolation that even now made her excited, being able to experience new things with this gentleman, if fate allowed it. The image of the Nightmare King blurred in her mind, and for a moment she thought of a horrible defeat. She shook her head, trying to push away those harmful thoughts. She was going to triumph. She wouldn't be alone. Her friend Sandwich would help her. Together they were capable of achieving anything, although a little extra help wouldn't hurt. Scarlet, is something wrong? He became a little worried when he saw her so lost in her thoughts. It's nothing, just hey Hollow, can we talk about something important? Orchid was searching like crazy for Hollow, with no results. How was it possible that in a palace so crowded with people, no one had seen him? Were they all blind? Her rage grew with every passing minute. When she found that beast, she'd better give it a decent fight. It was the minimum compensation she demanded for the inconvenience. Why hadn't she been there when they told her children the truth? Even Big was annoyed. Of course, he was managing his anger much better than she was. That, or as usual, he was hiding what he felt. A shriek that irritated her even more brought her out of her thoughts, and, giving him the most aggressive look she could, she growled at the cause of the annoyance, who was none other than Edwin's Tick-Tick. The poor creature, when he saw the ugly expression on her face, urinated in fright. No. Tika, what did you do? Her owner soon appeared, picking her up and scolding her. You don't do those things, oh. No Tika. Don't come any closer. You've got urine on you. Just seeing her adorable son was enough to calm Orchid down and forget all her anger. That little worm warmed her heart and it was very difficult to get angry with him. Have you named him Patatita yet? Yes, Ren helped me, he answered with an expression of absolute suffering when he realized that it was useless to push Tika away. Oh, I think you should go wash up. Yes, I will. It's still great that they let me do it alone now. Anyway, what are you doing here, Miss Orchid? Everyone is gathered in the main hall telling stories. I'm looking for your father. Orchid suddenly remembered that she was angry. Oh well. Edwin's silence seemed suspicious to Orchid. Is there anything you have to tell me, Patatita? The boy thought about it for a while. For some reason Ren had told him that it was a bad idea to tell his mother that his father was with a bat, but he didn't tell him why, and in his mind things that lacked logic or explanation were ignored, so he chose to ignore his cousin's advice. A few hours ago I was at the observatory with a guest bat. They played together for a while and then said they were going to the gardens. And this information was enough to send Orchid into a rage. Of course, she did her best to hide it, so with a forced smile, she thanked her son and stomped off, grumbling to herself. This worried the boy, but he couldn't do anything because his Tick-Tick ran away again and he had to chase after her. Knight and artist sat on one of the many benches in the palace garden. Hollow watched the girl full of intrigue, but for her part, she was unable to raise her face and remained focused on the ground. Scarlet, what's going on? It's a bit complicated. Nothing is that complicated, everything surely has a solution. He placed one of his hands on top of hers, there was no reaction from her, he just remained silent for a few seconds that seemed eternal in the stillness of the gardens. Scarlet, if you have something to say, I won't get mad, no matter what it is. I promise. And again the silence, only this time it was cut by a sigh from the bat. Have you ever thought about what you would do if it was your last day alive? Anyone asked that would be alarmed by the hidden implications, but not Hollow, who unsurprisingly took it as a normal question. Nothing special, I don't think. I'd like to go for a walk with my family, go out to eat somewhere, visit friends, have a happy day, and those are the things that make me happy. I don't need anything extraordinary. And it doesn't scare you? Not really, I was already dead, so. That. What do you mean? What? Just what? What? Og, forget it, I've lost track of what I wanted to say. She sighed in frustration. It wasn't obvious, but she was very stressed. It was difficult for her to talk to this creature. Its mind worked a little strangely, perhaps like a child's. Would it be better to talk to it like one would? Directly and simply. I've been looking for the dream sting for quite some time, and I'm finally going to get it. King Big said he would give it to me. That's good. Yes, but I never told you what I wanted it for. And what is it for? I'm going to fight the Nightmare King. Even someone as obtuse as Hollow would be alarmed by such news. So that's what this was all about. That's what you wanted to do. Fighting a god isn't that easy. A mortal can't kill a god. Unless you have the help of a god. And who's going to help you? The moth goddess. Hollow's face contorted so exaggeratedly that Scarlet burst into laughter, making the knight blush, but he tried to calm down quickly. Ha 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 ha, oh Hollow, it's impossible to feel bad with you. Yes, very funny, ha ha. But back to the point. What's all this about you having the help of the moth goddess? She's supposed to be dead. But not his legacy. Part of his power is concentrated in the dream sting, not all of it, just a small portion, but it's enough to accomplish the mission of eliminating that evil god. Even if you have that device, it's dangerous, you could die. I've considered it. Only then did Hollow connect this statement with the question he had asked her before, and everything made sense. Scarlet was telling him that she was going to die. Despair entered him. Scarlet, no. Please tell me you're not going to die. He grabbed her shoulders as if she were slipping from his hands. Tell me I won't lose you again. Hey, don't be so serious, she tried to downplay the situation, even though she knew how pointless it was. It's not certain that he's going to die either. No. Hope filled her eyes. I won't be alone, my father and Bocadillo will fight by my side. Hollow thought about it for a moment. Grim was powerful, two bats fighting was something difficult to face, maybe he had some chance, and as for Sandwich he didn't count, but they surely had him for moral support or something. And with the three of you, will it be enough to defeat the Nightmare King? I don't know, but we won't know until we try, but I want to think we'll succeed. We have to be positive. We're strong. We're bats. And above all, we're not alone. The more of us there are, the more power we'll have to face what's coming. He took his friend's hand and squeezed it. It was a subtle gesture. He didn't know if Hollow would understand it, but he couldn't say it directly. He would never dare, because asking him to risk his life and fight by his side was too much. If he still saw him as a simple pawn to be used, it could be, but the affection that had awakened from nowhere prevented it. He wanted to have him close. His presence made him feel that everything was fine, that everything was possible, even defeating a god and coming out alive from the feat. Scarlet Eye. Contrary to all odds, Hollow had understood what she meant. The experience of deducing words from a language composed almost of grunts had made him very perceptive. She didn't need much to make herself understood, and although in his heart the knight wanted to protect his friend, things were no longer as they had been. I'm sorry, Scarlet, I'm really sorry. I would like to go with you, I want to be by your side, help you fight and destroy that threat, accompany you in all of this, but a solitary tear slipped down her face. I can't, I'm not just me anymore, now I have a family of my own, larvae that I must take care of, and for whom I must be, I can't leave them alone. And before he could continue, the bat wrapped him around her and pulled him towards her. Hollow felt the girl's warm body, much warmer than that of any bug, a characteristic of a mammal that had nothing to do with the power of the scarlet fire, but of course Hollow didn't know this. Calm down, Hollow, the girl's voice was soft and sweet. I understand, I really understand, this is something that goes far beyond what a normal person could handle. I won't ask you for anything, besides, this is not your responsibility. In a way it is, I made that god angry, That idiot god gets angry over any nonsense, he's an evil deity, that's why you have no responsibility for. My responsibility is to you, Scarlet. The knight raised his voice, finally letting out his frustration. I am your guardian. I swore to protect you when you were children, and I have failed to keep my promise. Time and again, I have failed in my duty. Hollow, that was a childish promise. Shouldn't you have forgotten it by now? Never. In all these years, I've never been able to forget you. And those last words were what Orchid heard. But even if he had heard the entire conversation, he would have been unable to take things calmly, all thanks to the seed of doubt that had been planted in his heart long ago. Orchid had never doubted Hollow, she was absolutely sure of his love, so she didn't have to deal too much with feelings of jealousy, but since the day she heard those mothers talking about her partner outside the school, things were no longer as before. At the time she didn't dare to confront him directly and ask, she knew that Hollow hadn't been alone during the time they had been apart, but she didn't give it importance, because his relationship with the queen bee was something fleeting, without commitment or deep feelings at stake, but what she saw now was different. I have never been able to forget you. There were so many implications in those words, so much history, so many moments of affection, but too little information to have a complete picture. How deep was this love? Did he ever love her that way? Or was it just a consolation while she waited for someone else? Or worse, was it a simple obligation due to the fact that they had children together? Hollow's constant actions were the true answer to these questions, but she couldn't see it. The words of the gossiping females took their toll on her mind, the absence of 7 years shattered the confidence she had of deserving his love, and the terror instilled by the Nightmare King made everything worse. But he was a mantis, and as such, he tackled problems head-on. Hollow, she let her voice come out with more confidence than she really had. Orchid. He pulled his hug from Scarlet and looked at her, scared. Even someone like him understood how bad the situation looked. Is she your special person? That. She is the female you love, the most special person in your life. What are you taking about? Don't lie to me, Hollow. Do you think I've forgotten that you wanted to name one of our offspring after him? Because the person who bore that name was someone dear and important to you. Scarlet covered her mouth with her hands to stifle a gasp, she didn't know this, she never imagined her friend would be capable of something like this. Are you surprised? Don't you even know how much he loves you? Orchid, stop it, you're making a real mess of it, Hollow began. Are you going to deny what I said? The feelings you have for her don't exist. Yes, they do exist, but don't mix things up. This isn't the same as ours. Of course, because ours is just a mandatory bond formed by the accidental children we never wanted to have. Orchid. Hollow's heart broke when he heard this. He never thought Orchid would say something so horrible. He loved her and his children, despite the difficulties. Over the years, they had accepted everything as a lucky accident that had given him everything he didn't know he needed in his life. Every day, he had anxiously waited the moment to reunite with her, because Hollow always assumed they would be together again at some point. That's enough, Hollow, the mantis continued. I accept it. Even if it hurts, I accept it. I have no right to blame anyone. All of this happened because of my irresponsibility, and I wasn't even able to stay by your side to fulfill my role in this relationship. You're right. How could you want to be with someone like me? Orchid, calm down and let's talk this over calmly. But she didn't agree and demonstrated a refusal without words, running away from the place. Although she didn't see it as an escape, but rather as a conscious and rational decision to let him go, because she didn't want to keep him, she genuinely loved him and didn't want to force him to be with her, with a damn woman who abandoned her children, who never sent him a single letter, who preferred to keep her distance. Deep down, jealousy was just a manifestation of her insecurities and her own guilt, and even if she didn't know it, this was going to explode one day. If she wasn't able to overcome her insecurities and forgive herself, she would never be able to accept Hollow's love completely, until jealousy caused irreparable damage. Hollow, despite his confusion, had one thing clear in his mind. He loved Orchid and would chase her to clear things up, but the mantis wasn't going to make it so easy. In the middle of his run, he tore off a branch from a tree, removed the leaves that were in his way, and threw it at Hollow. His perfectly trained aim responded sublimely despite the difficulty posed by an irregular projectile like a branch. The wood flew like a spear until it buried itself in Hollow's cloak and left him nailed to the ground. What? But how? He exclaimed in disbelief. He tugged desperately to free himself, but the pole didn't budge and the cloak didn't tear, so he had to take the time to properly remove the pole with his hand as the love of his life slipped further and further away. Orchid, for her part, ran as if her life depended on it. Her chest hurt, it was an oppressive feeling. She felt trapped and desperate while negative thoughts invaded her. She was a monster who abandoned her children and her partner. She didn't deserve anyone's love or understanding. She thought she was strong, but she was weak as any worm, because if she weren't, all of this wouldn't hurt so much. She wasn't willing to let anyone see her cry, so she locked herself in the first room she found without looking which one it was, which turned out to be her children's bedroom, and to her horror, it was currently being occupied by Aster, who looked at her scared when he noticed how bad she felt. "Miss Orchid, what happened? Are you okay?" She wasn't going to burden her son with the drama that was going on between her and her partner, so she swallowed her pain and concealed it as best she could. "Yes, little one, everything is fine, just. Are you very sad because he will leave soon?" That was a good excuse to explain his discomfort, and he saw nothing wrong with showing his sadness at the impending separation. It was something natural and acceptable, a child could understand it. "Yes, I'm sad about that. I'm really going to miss you all." And that half-truth soon became an absolute truth because the bitterness of separation took the place of the pain of betrayal and somehow stung even more. But unbeknownst to him, this boy had in his clutches a small painkiller for his troubles, although giving it away was difficult for him, so he assumed the most solemn attitude he could and tried to imitate his brother's manners. "Miss Orchid, I know our beginnings weren't very good, but as time went by I realized maybe you're not so bad. I mean," he pretended to cough a little, "I don't think she abandoned us just like that, and despite everything, I wouldn't mind seeing you again someday." He looked at her nervously, then looked under his bed, flapped his wings and swayed from foot to foot, searching for the words to continue, but his mother got there first. "Do you want me to see what's under the bed?" "No. I mean yes. This." Orchid bent down and pulled out a book, which upon examination she realized was a recipe book. "And so? My brothers wanted to give her a gift to cheer her up, and well at first I didn't want to, but still I think it would be a good idea." He looked her in the eyes, and with a sigh, he revealed his sincerity. "Someday I want to eat another one of your dishes." No more was needed, the mantis understood, Aster had finally accepted her wholeheartedly, and with this gift he was making her promise that one day she would return. With a smile she took him and held him in her arms. "Yes, Aster, I'll be back, I promise, one day I'll come back and make any dish you want from this book." Everything was fine, maybe he had lost the love of his partner, but he still had his children. Painful calm. Orchid's departure came suddenly, before anyone could accept it, even her. Barely a day after the children's birthday party, they were already saying goodbye at the palace gates, making 1,000 promises and plans about everything they would do when they were reunited. The mantis's heart was crying, even though a smile shone on her face. Perhaps spending so much time with Big had given her a certain mastery in hiding her feelings, but there was something she found difficult to hide, and that was the sadness that Hollow's gaze caused her. Since Scarlet's incident they hadn't spoken, the problems of jealousy, insecurity and fear could have been healed with a good conversation and some time, especially the latter, but a separation that would last several years was already planned, and Orchidia had anticipated it. The situation was leading them to an inevitable breakup, but a certain fact had made the situation even worse. A nightmare. Last night the mantis had experienced an extremely vivid dream in which Hollow rejected and scorned her, insulting her in the worst possible ways, and then threatening to kill her if she came near him or the children again. It was just a dream, but the unpleasant feeling it gave her lasted long enough to dissuade her from approaching Hollow. And here they were, in that awkward situation, at the gates of the palace, with the whole family gathered to say goodbye, and they didn't quite know how to act in such a predicament. "Hollow, are you okay?" Hornet looked at them worriedly. "No, not at all," he replied with his usual sincerity. At least he didn't mind showing his discomfort. Everyone believed it was because of the separation, and that was fine with him. He just had to keep pretending. So, without saying anything, he opened his arms and caught Orchid between them. Given the situation, Orchid couldn't push him away and surrendered to his caress. And just at that moment, Hollow approached her ear, depositing a whisper so faint that only she could hear it. "I never forget someone important. Scarlet is my childhood friend, and you're the female I chose as my mate. I love you both, but each one differently. I'll never forget her, just like I won't forget you. Please think about this until the day we meet again. I'll continue to wait for you." The hug ended with the mantis feeling a strange sense of relief. She would have liked to say something, but it wasn't the time. Still, in her heart, she felt she didn't deserve such consideration and was convinced Hollow would find another mate during her absence, but she had no right to blame him. She had considered the idea that it would be better to never return, but she couldn't do it because there was a very important bond that tied her to Hellenist's heart. Her offspring. Even if decades passed, if it were for them, she would return one day. And speaking of her little ones, now it was time to say goodbye to them. Even with her romantic doubts, saying goodbye to Hollow was less painful than having to say goodbye to her children. Strictly speaking, Aster and Jasmine couldn't yet see her as a mother, but they already had a genuine affection for her, and that's why the separation hurt. They hugged her, making her promise again and again that she would return, and Orchid did so, sighing in return. But the hardest part was saying goodbye to Patatita. He was by far the child she was closest to. Who would have thought? The smallest and weakest half-breed was the weakness of her heart. Sometimes she wondered how she could have come to love so much a child she would have looked upon with disgust years ago. She took him in her arms and placed a kiss on his forehead, and although the little worm had been holding back his tears all this time, he could no longer hold back and let it all out. Edwin didn't want to let go of his mother, and it took his uncle to intervene and take him in his arms to get him to let Orchid go. This is how, amidst tears and promises, the mantis left the White Palace to head towards its territories. His absence was felt from the very beginning, and for a few moments everyone remained silent, not knowing what to say. Edwin couldn't stop crying inconsolably, and as soon as Big placed him on the floor, he ran off to hide in his safe place. The library. No one dared to bother him, not his father, nor his brothers or uncles. They all decided to give him his moment of solitude, so he could face his pain. Of course they had decided that after a couple of hours they would go looking for him, whether he wanted it or not. It was not good for him to isolate himself from everything. But there was someone who didn't find out about the silent agreement, but even if it had been explained to him, he wouldn't understand it. Thika, Edwin's pet Tick-Tick, was having trouble finding her owner. She hadn't seen him for a while, and that made her nervous. She always felt like helpless prey in constant danger, and Edwin's presence made her feel safe. The curious light he constantly emitted, along with his belief that he was the alpha male, motivated her to always be attached to his tail. So he scoured the entire palace looking for him. It took him a while to find him, which, considering the palace was so huge and he still hadn't quite figured out, was reasonable. But he didn't give up, and when he finally found his owner, he squealed with joy and ran up to him. He was so excited he practically knocked him over, but Edwin was too sad to care. Thika watched him in confusion. Why was he running water from his eyes? She didn't fully understand the situation. She sensed a certain discomfort in him and decided to lick him to cheer him up, which made her realize how good tears tasted, so her licking became very enthusiastic. The energy and tickling that Thika caused him finally woke Edwardy up from the prison of his sadness. It didn't completely eliminate his grief, but it made him feel better. The boy hugged his pet and then understood why orchids had given it to him. Perhaps his mother was uneducated and somewhat stupid, but she was intelligent and wise. She knew that of all her children, he was the one who would miss her the most, and that's why she gave him this pet, so he wouldn't feel so alone. He hugged his friend and sighed, even if he was far away his mother would always love him, and that alone was a consolation. In Grimm's company, there was also a farewell, one that with a bit of luck would be shorter, that is if everything went well, but if not, it would be an eternal goodbye. Knowing this, Grimm was giving precise instructions to his second-in-command, a cockroach that seemed excessively serious for a circus environment, but curiously played the role of a clown on stage. I leave you informed, when the moon dance is over, if our absence is still evident, your steps will have to head towards distant lands beyond the horizon. Yes, master, but. No buts, Rain, danger lurks in this kingdom, our failure will condemn all who set foot in the territory. Calm down, Rain Sandwich appeared, showing more optimism than he really felt. Everything will be okay. You know that in the worst case scenario, one of us will die, but that's not certain either. Everything could turn out better than we expect, and we could all come out alive from the fight against the Nightmare King. So keep your spirits up. We need all the positive energy possible. Rain looked at him with a stony expression, and Bocadillo began to sweat coldly. Wow, I've never seen Rain so euphoric, Scarlet commented as she entered the tent where the meeting was taking place. Euphoric? Bocadillo questioned her, looking at his colleague's impossible face. Okay, are we ready? Have you finished giving Rain the instructions, Dad? I have a question, the cockroach said. If they were victorious, but it took them more than a month to return. It was clear that Rain did not want to abandon the master to his fate in the Nightmare Realm and wanted to wait for him as long as possible. Then make sure you take the circus to glory, Scarlet replied. If we go out and don't find them, we'll look for them, and the more famous they are, the easier it will be to find them. An almost imperceptible glow appeared on the cockroach's expressionless face. He was now more determined than ever. He would become the best troop master he could and keep the circus in perfect condition until his true master returned. Understood. Take care of Graham, Grimm asked. He was the only member of the circus who wasn't really an asset to the company, but he felt a duty to look after that old bat. In fact, he was quite distressed at having to part with him for fear that something bad might happen to him, but it was necessary. If he ever lived to be Graham's age, he wished someone would look after him. Destiny comes to meet us, it is necessary to leave. Take care, master. We'll be waiting for you. Rain's face showed no emotion, but sorrow vibrated in his voice. The two bats and the moth left the tent. They had to walk a considerable distance to the area they had designated for the ritual, but when you have a pair of wings, every journey is shorter. So after a few minutes they arrived at a certain crag of the Howling Cliffs, a discreet and wind-sheltered area, with no living presence around, so no innocent soul would be involved in their affairs. And here we are, showtime has arrived, Grim declared. This is without a doubt our most dangerous performance. Nervous, master? The moth asked. More than I'd like to admit. Bakadillo looked worriedly at his friend, but she seemed calm, although with a regrettable hint of melancholy in her eyes. She had been like that since they arrived from the White Palace. He knew the cause, she had shared it with him, and of course he understood her pain, but it was dangerous to show weakness in the situation they were in. Come on, Scarlet, I need you in good spirits, snapped Mouth. Remember, we can't allow negative feelings to invade us. Fear or uncertainty are the tools the Nightmare King uses against his enemies. Even sadness can slowly lead us to where he wants us. I know, Sandwich, I know. He sighed. Relax. I've been preparing for this moment for years. I won't let some random guy I don't even remember ruin everything. I thought he was more than just someone in your life. Deciding to remain silent, Scarlet averted her face so he couldn't see her. She knew she did this gesture when she was trying to hold back her tears. The girl was trying to downplay the knight's presence so it wouldn't affect her and she wouldn't hinder his efforts. Think of something happy, Scarlet, positive thoughts are our greatest strength against that god. I know, Bakadillo. That's what we always tell ourselves. Remember when we went to the Firefly Festival, or remember the presentation in the City of the Titans, the trip to the Valley of the Fallen, think about that time when that Bat Prince declared his love to you. Hey, but that jerk didn't like me in the end and was just playing with me. But the beating your father gave him to punish him was very gratifying. A rather elegant laugh was heard at his side. Grim also found it funny to remember that. Daddy is the best. Ah, my little one, always so adorable. Okay, enough of getting lost in memories, I'm ready. Shall we? Seeing her in a better mood, Bakadillo proceeded to take out the dream stinger. The ethereal leaf shone in the moth's fist, and although he didn't know it, in his hands, it shone even more than in those of its previous owner. The little ball of fur concentrated. He was going to use a very complicated spell, one that not only allowed him to transport his mind to the dream world, but his body as well. He brandished the artifact and drew an X that left a luminous path in the air, then drew a circle around it and some symbols inside it. Each line remained imprinted in the air until, little by little, a magic circle was formed. Once complete, it glowed for a few moments until it opened a gap in the nothingness within which a pale gold glowed. Okay, the door is open. Sandwich, I admire your mastery of magic, but the path you've opened before us is too small. Only a sandwich would fit in there. And indeed, the moth had made a very small magic door. Ah. Don't complain, you're contorting, getting in here won't be a problem. Not entering, but doing it with glamour, yes, Grim whined, but after pouting, he sighed resignedly. Let the world recognize my sacrifice, poor me who shows up disheveled on the battlefield. Come on, Dad, I'll bring my makeup and a comb with me. I'll fix you up on the other side. Are you serious? Bakadillo questioned them. But he didn't say anything else. He slipped into the portal and waited for them. Grim reluctantly followed, of course, practically having to lie on the floor and crawl to get in. It was a good thing the place was empty. His heart couldn't bear the humiliation of being seen like that. As for Scarlet, although she was vain, she was not as vain as her father, and after looking back, as if expecting someone impossible to come and say goodbye to her, she entered the portal, which then closed behind her. People get used to all kinds of things, even things that might initially seem impossible, as had happened to Quirrell. When he encountered that sick spider with the red eyes, he felt tremendous unease and repulsion, so he ordered it to be housed in the auxiliary room in the secret area of the archives, so he would have to deal with it as little as possible. For convenience, he limited his interactions with it to studying it and taking samples of the pustules on its skin. He had assistants in charge of feeding it and keeping the place clean, trying to provide as much comfort as possible for someone in his condition. But now everything had become routine. He no longer cared about hearing his screams, the blows he hit against the cage in which he was imprisoned, the scratching of his paws against the ground, even the drops of blood. His heart had hardened, but it was necessary to be able to bear the heavy emotional burden of treating this patient. Although every day he lost hope and his concern increased, he had received reports of people with recurring nightmares, lack of sleep, irritable character and fever. He knew he was running out of time. He didn't know exactly what was going to happen. He was only certain that everything was going wrong, that the Nightmare King was gaining strength. But what could a poor scientist do against the will of a god? The last man who tried to oppose a deity didn't end so well. But that day when he came into work, he felt something different, a certain peace and quiet he hadn't felt in a while. Something was different, but he didn't know what. It took him a while to realize it was the absence of sounds in the adjoining room. His prisoner was no longer screaming, banging his head, or scratching the wall. All was silent. He quickly went to see his patient fearing a fatal end and almost believed it when he saw the spider lying on the floor. He quickly uncovered the lumellula lamps to check the condition of the spider, but the individual's grunt upon seeing itself illuminated confirmed that it was still alive. Very cautiously, he approached the cage until he confirmed that the creature was fine. It was simply lying deeply asleep, expressing such peace on its face that it even made one envious. What had happened? Had he healed on his own? Was it possible to overcome this illness so easily? Or perhaps had Scarlet and Sandwich succeeded in their mission? Several days had passed since Orchid's departure, and her absence was noticeable, especially for Hollow. He hadn't realized how much of a relief it was to have Orchid by his side, thanks to her taking care of his children, had become much easier, even for a couple of days. He had been able to go out for a walk with some of his siblings, without worrying about leaving his children alone. But it wasn't a privilege he abused, as he preferred spending time with her. He loved her presence, her long conversations, her jokes, training and fighting with her. Everything was wonderful around her. But now she was gone, and their parting had been painful, especially because of the misunderstanding he'd vaguely managed to fix. He hoped his words would be enough to reach her heart and calm her down. He quite rightly felt she was going to create a mental storm all on her own. But there wasn't much more he could do, and now his priority was something else. His son Edwin. Edwin was affected much more by Orchid's departure than Aster and Jasmine. He never thought that child would be so in need of maternal affection, or perhaps affection in general, and that was eating away at his conscience. Hollow had been trying to get closer to his son, to stroke his head, to hug him or take him in his arms, but it was too complicated. Randomly the images of his nightmares appeared in his mind, and the vision of his son letting him fall off a cliff tormented him, terror invaded him, and he could do nothing but distance himself. How could you love and fear a person so much? He tried to mitigate their distance by talking to him more, but the boy showed no particular interest in it. They only exchanged small comments, and the boy would withdraw to lock himself in the library. Hollow would have believed he hated him if it weren't for the fact that he had exactly the same attitude with everyone. He didn't talk to anyone, not even his Uncle Big, to whom he was so close. What was wrong with his little boy? What could he do to help him and heal his wounded heart? His suffering distressed him. And as is often the case, when someone in the family is in trouble, everyone is in trouble, as Aster and Jasmine were also affected by Edwin's apathy and Hollow's grief. In fact, their brother was even more grumpy than before Orchid's arrival. It was then that Aster's mantis-like nature motivated him to act. Like a good mantis, he always attacked problems head-on. He didn't care if it made his brother uncomfortable. He wasn't going to let him sink into the pit of sadness. He'd been there once, and it was horrible. He wouldn't wish it on anyone, and he'd rescue his brother from that horror no matter what. So one day he headed toward the library. As expected, he found the door locked, but that wasn't going to stop him. He got some tools and smashed the lock. He didn't care if he got scolded or if Edwin himself got angry. He wanted his brother back. The door opened slowly, almost without making a sound, and the mantis timidly walked in. Although it could now fly normally, it got into the habit of walking more often. He slowly entered that temple of knowledge. The library was enormous with several corridors, and in one of them he saw something shine. He flew to the place thinking it was his brother, but what he found was a curious transparent platform floating above his head and emitting a glow very similar to that of his brother, and on top of this mysterious object, Tika walked in circles. What's going on here? Aster? The boy turned around and found the little worm looking at him scared with his arms outstretched and shining. What are you doing here? He exclaimed, lowering his limbs and extinguishing his glow. As soon as she did, the platform vanished and Tika fell on top of Aster. Oh, sorry. Edwin ran to see his brother, but as soon as he reached his side, he caught him in a hug. Aster? What are you doing? I'm glad you're well. And why would that be wrong? Why? You've been locking yourself in this place for days. You don't talk to anyone, you only come out to eat and sleep. We thought you were sick, that you were sad and desperate about Miss Orchid's departure. Oh, I'm sorry. He looked down sadly. I didn't mean to worry you. I guess I got a little obsessed with this whole practicing magic thing, and I put you aside. So that's it? You just wanted to practice magic? You could have told us, or better yet, asked Uncle Big for help. He knows about these things. Why did you have to isolate yourself? Because no one can know what I'm doing. What's wrong with them knowing? Nobody minds you using magic. If they see my sudden interest in this, they'll ask me why I'm so desperate to learn quickly. And what's the problem? I want to learn offensive magic because I want to go to Fungal Wastes to challenge the lords. Did I say 3 weeks? I meant 1p. This could be considered an interlude, a sort of bridge between what came before and what follows, and I'm about to get to another scene I really wanted to write about. Unfortunately it got a bit far away from me. I'll explain this better in the next chapter, but in short, it's better for you, because this way you have more to read. The plan. Defeat the Mantis Lords. Are you crazy? Jasmine squealed in outrage when she heard Edwin's plan. Now that I know how strong Miss Orchid is, I doubt I could even touch her, much less defeat the three lords, Aster added. The three siblings, and Tika, the tick-tick-tick, were gathered in their room with the door closed and a small sign outside that read, "Do not disturb, important meeting." Although they had put up the sign with all due seriousness, passers-by would only think it was an innocent child's game, especially if they saw the angry face drawn on the sign. But the apparent game hid the true nature of the situation better than any lock, so the children could talk about their issues in peace. They had enough to deal with, the disagreement was obvious. "Edwin, going to fungal waste is dangerous, you almost died there," Jasmine argued. "But I didn't, and now I know how to handle myself there just as well as I do here. I know how to hunt and hide from predators. I can do it. But it's one thing to escape from stupid beasts and another to escape from clever mantises," Aster added. "Besides, even if you get to the Mantis Lords, how the heck are you going to defeat them? Mom's super strong, and you wouldn't fight just her. You'd also have to fight her two sisters." "I know. I'm sure of it, that's why I'm training with my magic, so I can face them." "And you think your magic will be enough?" Aster interrupted. "You're just a kid. Papa defeated all three of them when he was a kid. But Dad wasn't a normal kid and the lords used to be weaker, according to what they told us. You can't go fight the lords." Aster's spirits plummeted. "That day Coco died, I wanted to go defeat the lords, and that's why everything happened. I don't know if I'll ever stop feeling bad about it." Edwin placed one of his claws on Aster's shoulder comfortingly. "Relax, nothing will happen to me, because I will not go to fight the lords blinded by an impulse of rage or selfishness. My thing is absolutely planned and has a noble purpose." "A noble goal?" Jasmine looked at him incredulously. "You just want to go see Miss Orchid?" "Well, yes, that's partly it. They say that if you defeat the lords, you gain the respect of the village and the mantises won't attack you. I could go to the village whenever I wanted to visit Mom, but there's another detail." "Which?" "If I, a pathetic creature like a half-breed worm, defeat the lords, can you imagine the outrage? A being considered weak would defeat the lords. The epitome of power in their culture. Epitome. They were waiting for me to explain the word to them. The perfect show of strength. There's no one stronger than the lords in the village, and there's no trash weaker than a half-breed and a worm. Someone like me defeating them would shatter all their beliefs, turn their entire system of life and power upside down. Can you imagine?" The brothers looked at each other in surprise, they had never considered something like this. "Wouldn't that cause chaos in Mantis Village?" Jasmine asked. "Well yes," the little worm scratched his head somewhat embarrassed, "but it doesn't have to be a bad thing. Miss Orchid has been working for years to change the way the mantises think. Many want something different and are waiting for the right moment to bring their ideas to light. If I manage to defeat the lords, I could bring that moment forward." "Pass." "Of course. Imagine it, the mantises are defeated by a pathetic creature, then everyone is confused. What's going on? This is impossible." And then Orchid's followers appear and explain to them that this isn't strange, that a half-breed can be powerful, or that not everything is based on power. Our battle would be tangible proof, no ideas in the air, everyone would have seen with their own eyes what happened, and no one will be able to question it. "And that will prove the deserting mantis is right," Jasmine added. "It's a good idea, so we won't have to wait so many years for Miss Orchid to finish convincing everyone." "Yes, but for that, Edwin would first have to defeat the three lords." "Is that even possible?" Aster wasn't willing to give in. "I'll help you." Both brothers looked at her in disbelief. "Jasmine, you're not exactly the best fighter," Aster said, sounding worried. "Don't underestimate me. I know I'm not good at fighting, even now that I've started using a spear, which is something I'm more comfortable with. I'm still not a great fighter, but there was someone who believed in me, a gigantic creature with 6 eyes who said I had potential and—" "Are you sure you didn't dream it?" Aster insisted. "Of course not. That being was an acquaintance of Miss Orchid and also one of Dad's teachers." Mentioning this last point left the mantis child speechless, and he had no way to respond. The girl continued to make her point. "The thing is, I'm sure if I practice a little I'll improve a lot, and us fighting together will be better than Edwin doing it alone." "I don't think I've ever seen so much confidence in you before." Aster was genuinely surprised. The comment made Jasmine blush and cover her face. She'd never been able to raise her voice or contradict her brother. She glanced at him, but he didn't seem angry, but rather thoughtful, and she felt relieved. Why did she care so much about his opinion before? Aster was a bit rough in his dealings, but he wasn't bad. She'd gotten used to those ways after living with Orchid, and she could tolerate them better now. Very well. It's decided. I'm going to help them too. Aster stood proudly, showing himself in all his splendor. No, you can't, Edwin cut him off. Huh? Why? Because you are a pure mantis. What's the matter with that? Since when does my race matter? We don't care, but the mantises do. He sighed and pulled Tika closer to him, caressing her. The central axis of this whole plan is for a half-breed to defeat the lords. If it were just a matter of seeing mom, then go ahead, we'll all fight. But if they are defeated by half-breeds, that would prove something. That we are worthy and strong, and that all their beliefs are wrong. But if you, a pure mantis, fight, they might say that we won only because you helped us. We can't leave room for any kind of objection. Aster remained silent, watching him. He made the gesture of speaking several times without uttering a word until he finally let out his anger by hitting the bed. It's not fair. I want to fight too. Sure, you want to show off your great fighting skills, but this isn't it. It's not that. He shouted in frustration. I want to protect them. I don't want anything bad to happen to them. This is dangerous, and I couldn't stand being alone. I don't want to lose them. Aster. For both children it was shocking to see Aster so vulnerable. Apparently he had recovered his usual insolence, but Coco's death was always present in his mind. Calm down, Aster, if we practice we're sure to succeed. Jasmine was being very optimistic. I've improved a lot in hunting. But hunting isn't the same as fighting a duel. Didn't you learn anything in the defense classes Dad gave us? Hopefully I could handle the sting. I was more worried about that than other details. Well, it's definitely different. Hunting is about being discreet and fast, using your surroundings, camouflage, and all that, catching your prey off guard so it can't escape. Dueling is about going head-on, attacking and defending, and thinking quickly to adapt. While you may have a plan for a battle, you usually have to improvise. He pointed his claw at Edwin. You may be able to survive in the wild, but that doesn't mean you'll do well in battle, even with magic. He crossed his arms defiantly. Look, I don't want to hear another word that we can't fight. I'm not going to put up with anyone underestimating me anymore. The mantis side that Edwin normally didn't show was coming out. As a rule he wasn't aggressive, but if provoked he didn't hesitate to respond. I'll say it again, you're not warriors, you don't stand a chance, so forget that stupid plan. Don't criticize my plan. At least I have one, at least I care about Mom and want to see her again. Well, you're just going to stand here with your hands crossed and do nothing. Stop it. Jasmine squealed, stressed, then fell silent as she noticed her brother's piercing gaze. Now she had his full attention. She had to measure up, say something, prove something. Perhaps she was overthinking it. Orchid had told her that as long as she was polite, it was not necessary to plan her words too much, and she could be honest. If we beat you in combat, will you approve of Edwin's plan? Aster pondered his words. To be honest, even if they beat him, he doubted they would be able to do anything against the lords, but he considered that his brother's fighting skills were so bad that they couldn't even beat him, so making them bite the dust was a good opportunity to dissuade them from continuing with that dangerous plan. Plus he was almost recovered. An easy fight would do him good to recover some of his combat skills. In a corner of peace and quiet, hidden behind a wall of mushrooms, a queen contemplated the silence, hoping that somehow calm would penetrate her very heart, but no matter how hard she tried, the miracle was not granted. The pain of abandoning her children once again clawed at her chest mercilessly. As much as it hurt her, she had to admit that her departure was necessary. In the month and a half that she was away, things in the village were beginning to turn chaotic. The number of challengers for the position of lord had increased drastically. Her sisters had a fight almost every day. Up until now, they had been victorious, but the physical wear and tear was beginning to be noticeable on their bodies and spirits. It was probably because of this fact that, although when she returned, they were furious, she received nothing more than a simple scolding. They needed her more than they wanted to admit. It was enough for her to resume her position as lord for the challengers to stop trying. At least she was glad to know that many of her sister's challengers were mantis followers of her ideas. If any of them had won they would not have killed them, so they would be fine. Although knowing her pride she would have exiled herself to the wild lands, she did not doubt that they would survive. Losing a fight does not make you weak, the problem would be her children. Surely someone would take care of the little ones. With the mantis population decimated by the civil war years ago, children were something very valuable. But even so, separating them from their mothers would be something terrible. Lily's children would not have too much problem. They were still very young. They could still replace their maternal image. But Lavender's did not. They were already quite grown mantises and with a high understanding of their environment. They could feel pain when seeing their mother walk away, in addition to the stupid shame, the stigma of being children of fallen lords. The truth is, I doubted that would affect Clavel. That boy always went his own way, but with Rosa it was a different story. And speaking of Rosa, poor girl. Footsteps behind her woke her from her thoughts. They were loud and clear, a clear sign that it was not an enemy, as one would try to hide their presence. She didn't bother to look back and waited for the visitor to reveal his identity. When a large bug sat down next to her and let out a heartfelt sigh, she knew it was her sister Lavender. "Are you staring into space again, Orchid?" he asked her. Again sighing with a sad face. "You can't be joked with. You've never been good at joking." "But I try. Everyone's critical," Lavender sighed again. "I just try to cheer them up. Things at home have gotten very gloomy lately." Orchid looked at her out of the corner of her eye, maintaining a stoic attitude. She sensed that a very emotional moment was coming from her sister, something extremely strange. Lavender was always the coldest and most controlled of the three. "What do you do so much every time you leave Fungal Wastes? You're gone for months, and when you come back, you're silent and dejected. You never want to talk about it. And I still don't want to. If you want to force me to talk, you'll have to defeat me in battle." Lavender looked at her for a few moments in silence before lowering her head and shaking it in denial. "You know, sometimes I hate the system we have where you have to fight to get anything." Wow, that's a positive change, Orchid thought. Years ago I would never have heard her say that. I guess it's easy to support a system like that when you know you're going to win, but when you're on the other side, it feels unfair. "I could never beat you," Lavender ended up confirming Orchid's thoughts. "Besides the fact that I don't feel like having duels lately, I'm so glad you've stopped challenging us. Now my worries are more focused on Rosa." "Please don't look at me like that. I know this is all my fault. But what did you expect me to do? I only exercised the firm hand required to raise strong, independent mantises. Rosa was already like that before the beating you gave her. But if he continued associating with that disgusting pet of yours, he was going to lose all his strength. I had about 20 pets and I doubt anyone thought I was weak. No one but us knew about that hobby of yours. Oh well, if anyone complained about my pets, I could also beat them up to shut them up. Come on, Lavender, one thing has nothing to do with the other. Rosa will always be a great hunter and a formidable fighter. I even predict that when she grows up, she'll be capable of earning the position of Lord." A sad smile appeared on Lavender's face. "But at what price, my daughter? She is no longer what she was, now she is just an emotionless entity who does nothing but what she is told. She barely speaks. I miss her joy, her witticisms, how chatty she was. Where did my little Rosa go? Isn't that what you wanted? A strong, ruthless, emotionless mantis." Orchid did her best to hide her anger, but it was difficult. "You complained about that girl, that she lacked seriousness, that she played too much and wasn't responsible. Ah, well, look what you have now. As far as I was concerned, Rosa was fine the way she was and she'd learn what she lacked in time. But of course, I had no right to have an opinion because I'm not a mother. I wasn't saying it to belittle your opinion, Orchid, I just wanted to encourage you to have your own babies. But that doesn't matter now. I'm almost wondering if I should have had babies at all." Rosa lost her spark, her joy. "Now it's like you." Lavender turned her face towards her in surprise. "Why so surprised? Do you really not remember what you were like as a child? It's been too long since that. Do you really remember? Perhaps the happiest moments of my childhood were when you played with us. Even though we were from different cohorts, I could feel our closeness, at least at first. Over time, you grew colder and everything became a competition between us. Mom used to say that a little competition is always good for building character. I tried to apply the same to my children, but Clavel is quite stubborn. And maybe that's for the best. He's more serious and cold-hearted than his sister, but he's also very willing to help others. Cooperation isn't a bad thing, Lavender. Many species thrive on it. You should take that into account. Yes, maybe you were right after all. And as for Rosa, I don't think there's much you can do for her. Nothing. I like that she's strong and independent, but I don't want her to become like me, always wearing a stone mask to hide her feelings." "So you have feelings inside that you don't want to show, Lavender?" Lavender jumped in her seat, feeling exposed. Was she showing weakness? Rosa must have been in a bad way to have done something like that, but thinking about it, wasn't she doing the very thing she wanted Rosa to avoid? It was hypocritical, but a mantis should be strong. But what was the true meaning of strength? Now she felt confused. She stood up from her seat and said goodbye to Orchid before retreating thoughtfully. Her sister just smiled at the sight. "I think Lavender is about to learn that lesson. I'm so glad, though at the same time I'm so sorry that Rosa had to sacrifice herself to get to this point. At least she's still little, she can heal. Now all that's left is Lily." Her gaze darkened. "But that will be difficult." Hazbin was thrown to the ground, where she crawled for a few seconds due to the force of the blow she received. She held tightly in her hands the spear her mother had given her. She thought she would be invincible with it, but even that wasn't enough to defeat Aster, who was now flying proudly, looking down on her. "Well, I admit that this time it was more fun than usual. They lasted quite a while. I guess that's something." Aster shrugged, brimming with confidence, but still attentive to his surroundings. His right antenna flapped slightly, and he reflexively flew to the left, avoiding a magical projectile created by Edwin. He then performed a graceful turn at just the right speed to continue avoiding the incoming projectiles. It didn't take long for him to notice that his brother's attacks were getting weaker and weaker. He turned his gaze towards him, he looked tired. I see, magic is powerful, but it has a limit, which from what I see Edwin doesn't know. He smiled confidently, he had already won the fight. He waved his claws, generating a cutting current of wind, very similar to those made by his aunts and mother, but much smaller. It was the type that would only cause a scratch on the shell, but its importance lay more in the psychological effect. The worm, seeing the attack, wasn't too worried about the potential damage. It simply saw it as a threat and spent valuable magic creating a shield that obviously completely nullified the threat, but it lasted only an instant, so when Aster dived at it, it no longer had any defense. Fortunately, it managed to move aside and get to safety, but it didn't stay there. It took Aster a few seconds to recover and take up an offensive position again, this time on the ground instead of in the air. The White Prince saw it more convenient to retreat, so he quickly dug a hole and disappeared from sight. Aster had to admit that it was a very clever maneuver. He couldn't reach him if he was underground, but he didn't have time to develop a strategy because Jasmine, taking advantage of the fact that he was on the ground, attacked him with her spear in front of her. She unleashed a barrage of attacks on him that her brother dodged skillfully, but not necessarily easily. The Mantis boy recognized that his sister was much better at handling the spear than the stinger, but Aster was still superior and kept pace while slowly moving away, seeking to put distance between them so she could take flight again. Suddenly, one of his antennae moved. He had sensed something. Behind him, the ground shifted and Edwin emerged from behind him, ready to throw himself at him. Aster was cornered, with his sister in front of him and his brother behind him, but he was resourceful and managed to find an alternative way out by crouching down on the ground. Edwin went past him and ended up falling on Jasmine in a rather clumsy movement that left them both on the ground defenseless. That was enough for the mantis to get up and place its claws on them, leaving them immobile and declaring itself the winner. "Congratulations, you're dead," he said mockingly. "And this is how the lords plan to beat you? You can't even beat me, and it's 2 against 1, how embarrassing." None of the defeated could say anything. Suddenly all their confidence had vanished, and they did their best to hold back their tears of humiliation and frustration, so they wouldn't be able to get their mother back. Aster noticed their mood and immediately felt uncomfortable, just like his mother, he wasn't good at dealing with those things. He distanced himself and turned his back on them so as not to see them, then crossed his arms to appear strong. "Meh, it was obvious they weren't going to beat me, they weren't even trying." "Of course we tried," Edwin shouted. "We tried with all our might and still." "Are you serious? Then why is it that when we fought, instead of appearing from the ground beneath me, you did so from behind? What isn't obvious? I could have hurt you." He lowered his head in shame for what he had said and he didn't know it, but with that he was hurting Aster's pride. "Hurt me? In a fight? Seriously? But it was a practice fight. And just because it's a practice match, you can't go all out against me. As long as one of you doesn't develop a true fighting spirit, you won't be able to defeat anyone. You're going to have a fight to the death. Will your hands even tremble when you have to attack Mom?" The two brothers looked at each other, neither of them had thought about that, and they felt overwhelmed by the idea of hurting him. "Well, at least I can tell you that Mom will be very happy if you seriously attack her. Come on, challenging a mantis and not giving it your all is disrespectful." "Then we have to fight with more desire," Jasmine repeated thoughtfully. It was then that Aster realized that he was giving them the tools to realize what they needed to beat him at some point, and that wasn't the idea, he had to stop them from doing something stupid. "Well, that'll be the last thing I say to you. I don't want you to go fight the lords, so don't count on my help and I won't let you go until you're able to defeat me. Goodbye." The little mantis took flight and flew out of sight. Aster isn't going to help us, but I'm sure we can train on our own. Right, Jasmine?" "I don't know, I don't think we can improve that much without help. But we can't ask Dad for help or he'll get suspicious about all this. Come on, there has to be someone who can toughen us up as warriors." "Well, maybe I know someone, but it's dangerous. Lesson of life or death." Aye. Jasmine's shriek filled the room and overflowed its borders, alerting those nearby that something was wrong. As expected, a mossy girl soon appeared, ready to attend to any need the little girl had. The female came running agitated to the room and found a scene of apparent calm. Edwin was lying on his moss bed, awake but calm, perhaps a little annoyed, at least that was evident on his grumpy face. The one who looked nervous was undoubtedly Jasmine, who had also covered her mouth with her hands, as if trying to drown out the guilt of having screamed. "Jasmine, are you okay? Did something happen?" "No, it's nothing, I saw an insect." "Someone broke into your room?" "No. It was just a dream." The mossy girl looked at her with a clear expression of disbelief, so she turned to Edwin for an explanation. It's nothing, really, Jasmine is just a scaredy cat. Now it was more than evident that he was upset, she deduced that it was because he had woken up with Jasmine's scream. The mossy then sighed and proceeded to calm the girl. Jasmine, little one, don't worry, everything is fine, even though your father isn't here, you're safe with us, no one will come to hurt you. Do you understand? Yes, I understand. So you don't have to worry, maybe Greenland's isn't a kingdom with military potential and a large army, but I assure you that our mossy warriors are more than capable of kicking the ass of any bad guy who comes to harm you. Yeah. Do you want me to stay with you for a while? No. I'm fine, really. No problem. Her nervousness didn't give the older girl any confidence, but she decided to let it go. If she needed anything, she'd tell her. Okay, but if you need anything just call me. Yes, don't worry. The female retreated before the children's watchful eyes, who waited calmly and silently until she was out of sight, and as soon as her footsteps faded into the distance, Edwin exploded. Jasmine. You almost ruined the plan. The little worm yelled. Truth be told, he spoke in whispers, but you could hear the anger in his voice. I'm sorry, it's just that when you woke me up I got really scared. You've been nervous since we arrived. Yes, it's just that the person we're going to see is actually a bit scary. You were the one who proposed this plan. He crossed his claws and looked at her reproachfully. You're not going to chicken out now, are you? No, of course not. This is for Mom and the Mantises. I'm determined to do this, but that doesn't mean I'm not scared. Well, you're always afraid of everything, so I don't know how scary the person we're about to see really is. Jasmine hated her brother's disbelief a lot. It was true that sometimes he exaggerated a bit with his things and could be very dramatic, but she wouldn't play with such an important issue like this. In any case, she would shut up when she saw the hunter. Let's go, he said, and simply took his new spear and headed towards the window. To tell the truth, the room they were in wasn't particularly safe, at least if it came to preventing anyone from leaving. The guards protecting Helena's illustrious guests patrolled at a certain distance, and around the house where they were staying, there were numerous bushes that offered plenty of privacy, so the children had all the elements and resources to make their exit without complications. Okay, Edwin, let's go over the plan. The girl stopped just before leaving. Jasmine, this is the third time. First we'll jump out the window, he flatly ignored his brother, then we'll hide in the bushes there, then you'll start digging a tunnel to outwit the guards, then once outside we'll go to the hunter, ask him to teach us a few lessons, and then we'll be back before breakfast without anyone noticing. Yes, Jasmine, that's the plan. The girl looked toward the window and prepared to jump, but then she stopped and looked at her brother. Just in case, shall we go over it again? Edwin, already annoyed, created a light platform under Jasmine and raised it to the height of the window, then tilted it and threw his sister out, who fell with a scream of fear. Of course the mossy heard the scream again and headed to the children's room, this time with a marked annoyance on her face, but she stopped before opening the door when she heard a series of screams and howls coming from outside, alternating with a characteristic tick that she knew very well. Oh, it's the pet, she grunted in annoyance and immediately headed outside. When Tika came out, the tick-tick ran to greet her, but all she received was a strong scolding from the lady who, after venting her frustrations for not being able to sleep well, retreated inside the house, slamming the door. Little Tick-Tick stood there trembling with fear, she couldn't understand the meaning of the words, but she was good at reading intentions, and when that lady spoke to her she felt very aggressive, almost as if she was going to be eaten. Luckily nothing happened, and she had managed to serve her master well. He would surely be pleased with her loyalty and bravery, she alone had faced that horrible screaming beast, in fact right now she was ready to return to him. When she returned to the bush where the teacher was, she couldn't find him. The hole he dug was quite advanced. He was a fast digger, in truth. And then, grief struck her. She really didn't dare enter that tunnel. The darkness and the smell of the earth didn't agree with her, so she let her feelings flow and began to cry, at first a faint wail that grew more intense as the minutes passed. This incipient scandal forced the little worm to return and calm his pet, assuring him that everything was fine, that he would be back soon, and that there was no need for him to cry. Tika, of course, didn't understand a thing he was saying, but Edwin projected a calming energy and stroked her head the way he always did before going to sleep. She interpreted this as him wanting her to take a nap, which was quite good for her because she was feeling tired, so she proceeded to fall asleep, certain that when she woke up her master would be there with her. But that matter settled, the children continued with the plan. Edwin dug a long tunnel that led to a safe area away from the vigilance of the mossy knights. Jasmine was impressed by the speed and precision with which her brother made the path, although he did not give it much importance, apparently it was a common talent among worms. Once outside and without risk of being discovered, Jasmine proceeded to be the guide. Although Edwin had been wandering around with his father not long ago, it was still not enough to familiarize himself with the surroundings, so he had no choice but to trust his sister. It had to be said, Jasmine found it difficult to guide. The idea that someone depended on her made her nervous, but she could see how patient Edwin was, unlike Aster with his grumpy character who would have simply kept pushing and complaining. The little worm waited patiently for her and encouraged her to continue. In a way, it was something reassuring and motivating. To tell the truth, if Aster had accompanied them, it would have taken them much longer to reach their destination. It was good that the boy had decided to stay in the castle. As he said, he did not want to get involved or have anything to do with that stupid and useless training. Reaching the forbidden area of the jungle took them a couple of hours, not only because of Jasmine's difficulty in guiding, but because of the presence of adult bugs wandering around the place. Under no circumstances should they run into anyone. If they were lucky, the stranger they ran into would simply send them back home where a punishment would await them, but in the worst case they could be devoured. They were aware that there were still bugs with wild and uncivilized behaviors that hid in society. That's why the young had to be very careful. After their long walk, they finally arrived at the indicated place, but as soon as they set foot there, Edwin stopped dead in his tracks, crouched down and looked around suspiciously. His prey instinct turned on his alerts, but Jasmine still did not have that ability to perceive danger, both because she lacked experience in wild territory and because it was not a very typical characteristic of her species. "Edwin, what's wrong? Why are you acting like this? Don't you feel it? Something is stalking us, something big and dangerous." Everything is silent, there are no other creatures here. "Ah yes, then it's close." "What?" he asked nervously. "The person we are looking for." And as soon as he spoke those words, the ground shook violently. Both children stepped back in fear, just in time to avoid the series of rocks that flew out as the ground split apart in a cloud of dust and flying leaves. Both children closed their eyes, and when they opened them again, before them was that colossal creature known as the hunter. Jasmine gripped her spear tightly, considering that it might not be very useful. As for Edwin, he didn't think twice and began to dig a hole until he was hidden underground, but this defensive action only caused the hunter to laugh, who extended one of his enormous hands, buried his fingers in the earth and pulled out a portion of it, pulling out plants and roots in the process. From that bucket of earth he pulled out, Edwin's scared face peeked out, which made the predator laugh even more. "Ah ha ha. Oh, pathetic little creature, it's a great idea to bury yourself, but if you're going to do it, dig as deep as you can. There are plenty of beings for whom removing the topsoil isn't a big deal." "Thanks for the advice," he replied, trembling. "And what do we have here? You?" It was then that he noticed Jasmine. "I thought you'd come to me again, but I hoped it wouldn't be for a few more years." "I was hoping it would never happen," the girl murmured. "We came because we need your help, and since you're Dad's teacher and Mom's rival, well. That doesn't oblige me to help you. Hollow is my disciple, not you. You don't even seem worthy of my knowledge. I don't see the brutality I seek, no, what I see is a pair of spoiled children who have grown up in comfort and placidity. Well, that's why we're looking for help. We need to acquire fighting spirit." "Fighting spirit?" He released the earth he had in his hand, letting it fall along with Edwin, who was half buried. "I think you're confused. I'm a hunter, not one of those noble warriors who go around strutting around showing off their sophisticated techniques. I can't teach you that. In fact, for me those sporting fights are a waste of energy and effort." "How can that seem fun to you?" "It doesn't compare to the pleasure of killing, of feeling the fluids of your prey dripping through your claws, its shell cracking, the taste of freshly planted death." Sure." The children were huddled together, staring at him in terror. Such an expression on their faces caused the hunter to burst out laughing. It was genuine laughter, but it sounded like a guttural growl that made the children tremble even more. The eldest was pleased. He was genuinely having fun, and he saw no problem in prolonging the conversation a little longer. "Ha ha ha ha, what's wrong? Is this too much for you? Aren't you ready to look death in the face? That's why I say these gentlemen's fights are a mockery of the fighting spirit. Only a fight to the death is worthy of celebration." "Well, the fight we're going to have is something like a death match." Edwin dared to speak. "If we lose, it's more than certain that they'll kill us." That sounds more interesting, tell me more." Encouraged by the hunter's interest, the little worm set about explaining his situation in more detail. We have to face the Mantis Lords. They're the leaders of the Mantis tribe of fungal wastes, and as far as we know they're very strong. We're training to be able to fight them. And well, we have another brother, he's a great fighter, everyone says so. He doesn't want us to go fight them, so he said that if we weren't able to beat him, he wouldn't let us go, and when we faced each other we lost." "We lost badly," Jasmine added. "And when we asked him why we hadn't even been able to touch it, he said we lacked fighting spirit, that as long as we were afraid of harming it, we would be finished." The hunter's laughter was not long in coming. He was having a great time with these larvae. He had forgotten how funny children could be with their ideas. Who else would think of such a ridiculous thing as getting into a fight for fear of hurting your opponent? Seriously, they're very funny. It was hard for him to regain his composure and stop laughing. The terrified faces of the mixed-race people made it difficult. We mean it, Edwin was shaking. The haha, sorry but that's really funny, afraid of hurting your opponent, that's not a lack of fighting spirit, it's ridiculousness. Come on kid, go hit that brat. Hey? Hit her. But. Do it. The hunter answered the last retort with a roar, and in the face of such a threat, the little worm had no choice but to obey. Of course, he did it as gently as possible without it being a blow. In fact, Jasmine didn't suffer too much from it. The older man's piercing gaze hurt her more. And you let yourself get hit? Huh? What? The girl was puzzled. What kind of idiot lets himself get hurt without even defending himself? Could I do it? I never said you couldn't. If you defended yourself, the other brat wouldn't have to measure his strength. He could attack with confidence because he'd know you'd parry the blow. This was a revelation to the little ones. It made perfect sense. How come they'd never thought of something like this before? But that wasn't all the hunter had to say. Of course, if you don't intend to kill your opponent, when you have him on the ground you stop attacking, although I don't find much fun in something like that, the true joy in battle is felt when it is to the death. The hunter's sinister smile scared the children again, something he loved. He still remembered his youth when he had savaged a nest with small chicks, a sweet and simple delicacy, only if you knew how to deal with the mother. These offspring were already somewhat grown but also had their charm. It was then that an idea occurred to him. Hey, how about you put into practice what I told you? A fight here and now between you. Do you want to fight now? Jasmine asked incredulously. Unless someone wants to take me on. No, it's fine between us. Both children quickly got into battle stance, though they hesitated a bit before starting. There was something about the hunter that made their hair stand on end and made them reluctant to let their guard down. So they stood still, staring at each other longer than appropriate until a growl from the hunter forced them to begin. Edwin asked his sister a silent question with his eyes, and she nodded. They had both decided. They would fight with all their might. Jasmine launched an attack with her spear forward, only to be blocked by a magic wall that Edwin had materialized. The girl didn't think twice and threw herself to the ground to quickly roll and position herself behind her brother and attack. This took the worm by surprise. He didn't think she could be that fast, but her reflexes were extremely sharp and she dodged the attack. But the half-breed kept pressing, she attacked him with her spear in a flurry of thrusts that Edwin could barely dodge by stepping back, this girl was too fast. In a moment of weakness, her legs tangled and he stumbled, then he saw in horror how the spear came deadly close to him, but his instinct was faster than his conscience, and he raised his claws blocking the attack. At this point the fight became a confrontation of resistance. The girl pressed with her spear trying to break Edwin's defense, while he did his best to hold on, but Jasmine's strength was superior, after all the worms were not characterized by their great physique. But Edwin was no ordinary worm, and when he felt his claws cramp, he resorted to materializing a spear with magic and throwing it at his sister. She dodged it without problems by jumping back, but now it was Edwin who would not give him any respite. He continued throwing spears that his sister dodged masterfully, but with the disadvantage that each time she was moving further away from her target, which was a problem, since she could only attack as far as her spear reached. The hunter was initially very interested in the fight, the children were fiercer than he initially expected, Orchid's blood was evident, but when Edwin began to bombard Jasmine with his rain of magical projectiles, things became boring for him. He could notice that the small target wasn't really aiming at her, in fact it was evident that he still lacked practice with that technique, he was only using it to get his sister away from him and buy time to recover physically. The way he saw it, the girl was at too much of a disadvantage without ranged attacks. Hey, Brett. Don't you know the wind ring technique? Even though you're a mixed-race woman, your anatomy resembles that of a mantis. You should be able to do it. Both fighters stopped and looked at him curiously. What are wind rings? Jasmine asked. Didn't your mother teach you that? It's a very typical technique for spear-wielding mantises. No, there wasn't time for him to teach it to me. She looked down sadly. Perhaps if he hadn't avoided her so much in the beginning he could have learned that. The hunter sensed that there was more to the story than was being told, but he wasn't interested in the details. Come on girl, come here. Edwin tensed at that request, but Jasmine even more so. It had been her idea to ask this force of nature for advice, and now she was starting to regret it. Feeling like a sacrifice on the altar, the little girl walked slowly and shakily until she was next to the hunter, within his reach, ready to be devoured if he got hungry. The beast's claws lowered slowly and carefully touched Jasmine's body, moving her into a specific position. This maneuver was very difficult for the adult. Small things and creatures made him very nervous and gave him an insane desire to crush them, but he used all his self-control to avoid crushing the offspring in front of him. When he finally finished, Jasmine was in a somewhat uncomfortable crouching position, but one that left her ready to react to any type of attack. "And this?" the trembling girl asked. "This is the position to make the wind ring, now swing your spear with all your might as you stand up." She blinked twice processing what had happened. She was still alive and they were teaching her a new technique. Things were going very well, but something in the back of her mind made her question everything. Even so, she obeyed and followed the instructions to the letter, and when she waved her spear, a small whirlwind appeared that moved away, dragging all the loose leaves it caught in its path. "How wonderful. That's not a wind ring." "No. You have to do it faster," he growled, annoyed. The girl, frightened by the anger she detected in his voice, hurried to try again. This time a more intense whirlwind emerged, spinning faster, and in addition to leaves, it was able to pull up some small weeds. You need to practice." Jasmine could no longer resist the nerves caused by the beast's presence and moved away until she was standing next to her brother at a safe distance. "I'm going to practice for a while, okay?" Yes, do whatever you want," and he lay back with his back to them. This gesture was enough to greatly reassure the children. Without their eyes fixed on them, they no longer felt in constant danger, and this allowed them to relax enough to train comfortably. After that followed an intense half-hour of practice in which Jasmine repeatedly waved her spear, creating various whirlpools, some long and thin, others wider and slower, all of them quite an entertaining spectacle to admire, but none of them seemed to have any use in battle, and things became very complicated for Jasmine because she didn't know exactly what she had to achieve. In her little mind she thought she had to create something like a tornado. Although Edwin countered that the technique was called wind rings, so it had to be something more like that. As the minutes passed, both brothers became absorbed in an intense conversation about what the technique would be like once mastered, and even ways to improve it. Edwin, with his powers of observation, had already realized that the technique did not only depend on the force with which the spear was shaken, the inclination and position of the body when rising also influenced. To tell the truth, they were quite entertained and had forgotten the basic rule when wandering through the jungle. Never let your guard down. None of them heard anything, no twig breaking, a gasp or a breath, nor were they able to feel his presence or check their surroundings just in case. It was to be expected. They didn't know the hunter well. If they had been better informed about his nature, they would never have let their guard down. They only noticed him when he was practically on top of them, and Jasmine jumped on Edwin to push him aside and save him from the gigantic claw that almost destroyed him. "What are you doing? You almost killed him," the girl complained. "Yoo-hoo, I thought a practical class would be good. Trying to kill us?" And then a sinister smile appeared under the hunter's hood. "Welcome to the wilderness. If you're not ready to die, you'd better not enter, although for you it's already too late." He swiped at the children with his paw, forcing them to jump away. "Did you want to learn the fighting instinct? Well, let's put what you've learned to the test. If you fail, you'll die." In response, 3 magic needles materialized in the air and forced the hunter to dodge. Jasmine looked at her brother in surprise and found herself faced with something unexpected. She was used to seeing him as a calm and peaceful man who liked to relax while reading a book and eating snacks, but what she had in front of her now was a beast ready to fight. He looked just like her mother. "Edwin, you?" "Run, Jasmine." The girl didn't wait to be told twice. She ran away with all the speed her paws could carry her, but she didn't feel like her brother was chasing her, so for a moment she dared to look back only to see the hunter's claw buried in the ground. "Edwin?" she cried desperately. But before he could do anything crazy, the ground beside him shifted, letting his brother out. "What are you doing here? I told you to run." "But there's no time. Move." If there was one thing Edwin knew very well, it was escaping predators, and it was no trouble at all for him to adapt to the situation. Previously, his defensive arsenal had been limited to burying himself and hiding, but now his magic expanded his possibilities, and he no longer had any qualms or fears about using his full power. While he let his sister escape, he materialized more magic needles and threw them at the hunter. For the predator, the projectiles were no problem. He caught them with his hand. "What a good apprentice, you're already aiming to kill. I love it. Too bad your magic tricks don't work on me." But before he could say anything else, the bullets in his hand exploded in his face, blinding him in one eye. That wasn't a problem, though. He had 5 more. Still, that cost him valuable time, which the offspring used to escape. What followed was a dizzying chase where the children displayed all their skill, which improved with each passing minute. Edwin, for his part, relied on his small spells. They were far from the level of an experienced wizard, but he had to be cautious with them. For his part, although Jasmine seemed the weakest at first glance, she was damned fast, to the point that she almost disappeared from sight. On one occasion he was about to catch Edwin, but the girl jumped on him and stuck her spear in his ribs. It wasn't strong enough to cause lethal damage, but it hurt terribly, and when he tried to catch it, it vanished from his back in a very similar way to how his mother moved. The learning of these children was impressive. Perhaps they had a future as hunters, but he wasn't going to make things easy for them. He chased them through the jungle, slashing at them and using his thorns, but the children defended themselves impeccably, both dodging and using magic shields. However, as time passed, it was noticeable that their strength was diminishing. It was obvious that a child does not have the stamina of an adult. However, their strength was renewed when they saw the limits of the hunter's territory approaching. There, Edwin. If we get past that tree, he won't be following us. Almost there. I won't allow it. The hunter used all his strength and, on all fours, began to run, increasing his speed dramatically. The children panicked when the beast was on their backs. The creature was about to catch them. It opened its jaws, and they could feel its warm breath. But just then a small pain in one of his limbs afflicted the hunter. This brief moment of doubt gave Jasmine time to gather her courage and perform the technique she had learned. Again, it did not go as it should have. It only created a whirlwind that lifted an enormous amount of leaves, but these obscured the predator's vision, forcing him to close his eyes, and when he was able to open them again, his prey had disappeared. He stared for a long moment at the empty space where the children had once been, only awakening from his reverie when his stomach growled. He looked at his right hand, the one missing a finger, the same one Orchid had pierced with his spear to save the brat some time ago, and the same one that had now caused him the pain that made him lose his prey. She was no longer the same, she no longer functioned the same, and she could tell, she was no longer the same efficient hunter she had been before. The wounds on her body weighed heavily, and old age itself was a burden. I guess that's the end. He was surprised by how calm he was. In his younger days, he often thought about how desperate he would be the day he could no longer hunt and death was imminent, but instead, a gentle resignation enveloped him. It was the law of life, he knew it well. He had taken many lives. It was time for his own. Maybe. It's because I was able to pass on my legacy. Yes, that must be it. There are no regrets, everything is fine, I live on in them. It wasn't what it seemed. It took Jasmine about 2 weeks to master the wind ring technique, at least enough to be able to make an effective attack from time to time. The reality was that she was simply still too small to perform an attack of that power. She needed more strength and bigger limbs. She still had about 4 months until her next molt, so she had no chance of using that resource completely freely. In her current condition, she could only perform the attack twice without her arms cramping, so she chose to leave that as a desperate resource for emergencies. Even so, her traumatic experience with the hunter had been very useful to her. Both she and Edwin had lost their fear of fighting and were now facing Aster on equal terms. However, even though they now represented an interesting challenge, they had not yet managed to defeat the mantis child. It wasn't that they were actually weak. The problem was that Aster was a prodigy ahead of his age. Everyone recognized his extraordinary fighting power, and even if it was 2 against 1, they lacked that talent. And for all that day, once again Jasmine and Edwin were lying on the floor defeated with their bodies aching from the beating their brother had given them, although as consolation, there was the fact that Aster seemed very agitated, he was panting heavily, and his body posture denoted tiredness, a tremendous improvement compared to their first encounter, in which he wasn't even affected. Ah, that it was intense, the boy gasped. Oh my little tail, Jasmine complained. Oh my Ariana, Edwin murmured. What? It's this leg. He lifted the middle leg on his right side. Does that leg have a name? They all have names, Alice, Ariana, Zamira, Leo, August, Manu. As she said each name she raised the corresponding paw. His brothers stared at him in silence with expressions of disbelief. Bugs with only 2 legs would never understand. Jasmine and Aster sighed, they weren't going to give it that much importance either. Well, as you can see, I beat them again. It's not something you want to rub in our faces, Edwin complained. Oh yeah, I'm going to rub it in your faces. You have to understand how weak you are. You'll never be able to defeat me. So you better give up and stay home safe and sound. You can't compare to me. You don't have to be so arrogant or you'll end up like the bug in the story of the cricket and the snail, said a voice behind the children. Everyone turned to look and ran into an unexpected visitor. Ren was sitting there, calmly observing the scene while she finished eating a cookie. Ren? When did you get here? Aster asked. From about the middle of the fight, I kept watching them. I didn't think Jasmine and Edwin were that strong, that's a surprise. Thank you, replied the people in question. Well, why all of a sudden this interest in improving in fights? The brothers stared at each other in silence. No one could find out about Edwin's plan, not even the things they'd already done to carry it out. It was very hard to have stayed up all night during their visit to the hunter and then be sleepy the next day trying to pretend nothing had happened. They couldn't be caught now, but Ren was hard to fool, so they had to at least try. After getting to know Mom and what she's like, we kind of got interested in fighting. Edwin came up with a surprisingly believable excuse. I see. Ren didn't seem to react much to this statement, she kept her smile calm and indecipherable, she was a very difficult person to read. Anyway, it doesn't matter. If you want to be stronger, I don't see any harm in having the goal of defeating Aster. He's very strong. As far as I know, he's defeated kids up to 3 years older than him, but I honestly doubt you can beat him. Ha! Listen to the brainiac, she's right. Aster crossed his arms in a superior manner. At least they won't be able to defeat him if they continue as they are, but I can help them. Aster's eyes widened in surprise, and he flapped his wings in shock. What the hell are you talking about? Them beating me? You helping them? But how could you help them? You don't fight, you just sleep. The girl just smiled at him enigmatically. Don't you find it interesting to see what we would be capable of achieving? Nothing but absolute defeat. And before Ren could reply anything, the voices of the other cousins were heard in the hallway. Aster? Edwin? Jasmine? Silky shouted. Chester spoke in turn. Eyes. The mantis boy flew to meet them as soon as he saw them enter the gymnasium door. The other children also approached to say hello. Once the protocol of good manners was fulfilled, Silky took out her needle and challenged Aster. You're fully recovered now, it's time for us to decide once and for all who of us is the strongest. Do you really want to find out? Don't start crying when you're on the floor, defeated. We'll see about that. Fight. 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 Chester encouraged them. So you're ready for combat. Aster extended her claws and took an offensive stance. But not here, let's go to the garden. Ah, all because in the garden you have more advantage, since there are many trees you can use to wrap your thread around and hang yourself. That's part of my strategy, but hey, don't you want to face me at my best? Or is the challenge too much for you? Don't even dream about it, I'll crush you. And with these statements, Aster, Silky and Chester headed towards the gardens, but the latter noticed that Jasmine was not following them, something that seemed strange to him, since the girl always joined in their playfulness, even if only as a spectator. Jasmine, aren't you coming? No, I'll pass this time, I have some things to do. Did you join the Brainiac book club? Leave her alone, Aster interrupted. It wouldn't hurt her to hang out with them a bit anyway, to see if she can use some of their intelligence, because with her math grades, she's going to need it. Aster? The girl growled angrily. Her brother only grimaced and ran off with his cousins. Jasmine, meanwhile, stared at the door, her eyes flashing. You really are a pain sometimes. I totally agree with you, Ren added. I know that's his way of being, but sometimes it really makes you want to put him in his place. He looked at his cousin, and that's the reason why I'm going to help them. Ah, really? But not to bother you, Ren. But are you really going to be able to help us? Like Aster said, you don't fight. Edwin gave a mischievous laugh. Just because she doesn't fight with Aster doesn't mean Ren doesn't fight. Come on, she lives in Deep Nest. If she doesn't know how to defend herself, the leader. That place is much more dangerous than here, and her mom can't be behind her forever. Well, that makes sense, but then why don't you ever show your power in front of Aster? And why would I have to? There's no reason for that. I don't like fighting. If I learned to do it, it was only for self-defense. In that sense, I'm like Dad. Now you're going to tell me Uncle Quirrell fights too? Jasmine couldn't believe what she was hearing. Yes, but no one has seen him do it in years, because he doesn't really need to. Sometimes he practices with Mom to keep in shape, but nothing more. It's funny how everyone assumes he's a weakling who hides behind the Queen's power, but he doesn't care. He says that sometimes it's better to keep your talents to yourself because that way you can surprise your opponent. At least that's what he taught me while he was training me. Oh, and now Uncle Quirrell is also a coach, I just can't believe it, Jasmine paced back and forth uneasily. Mom took charge of training Chester and Silky, and Dad took charge of training me, at least in the basic movements. She said that only a woodlouse can bring out the full potential of another woodlouse. Well, Mom later gave me classes. She said that she couldn't allow one of her daughters to be unable to handle a needle and thread, so they both trained me. I see, but I only have one question left. If Uncle Quirrell is so strong, why doesn't he show it to Chester, so he'll stop bothering him once and for all? Oh, that's it, I was wondering about that too, and when I asked him, he said something like he didn't want Chester to become an arrogant man who only judged others by their strength. Don't be offended, but I think Dad doesn't consider Aster to be a good influence at all. So he wants to force Chester to respect him, even though he doesn't have fighting power, but I don't think the problem is exactly there, although I haven't been able to figure out what the problem really is either. Well, enough chit-chat, Edwin interrupted. You said you could help us defeat Aster, so what's the secret? Bran was amused by the way her cousin looked at her excitedly while wagging her tail, so after laughing a little, she answered him enthusiastically. The secret is the strategy. Strategy? Both brothers tilted their heads in confusion at her response. Yes. People who don't know much think fighting is just about being strong, having flashy techniques, and throwing yourself at your opponent. Neighborhood criminals and novice fighters fight like that. But when you delve a little deeper into the subject, you discover there's more to it than that. Even a physically weaker person can beat another if they use a good strategy. From what I've seen, both have good moves and techniques, but they don't always use them at the best moment. That makes sense, Edwin was thoughtful. It's a bit like chess, isn't it? More or less, the difference is that in chess you have all the time in the world to think, here sometimes you have to make decisions in less than a second, and that's Aster's great talent. His talent. It's not just that he's strong and bigger than a child his age, he's very good at making decisions quickly. Very well. And how can we improve that skill? Practice, it's just a matter of fighting a lot and with different opponents to get used to changing strategies and adapting to the situation. That's going to take a long time, Jasmine complained. Actually, yes, it would take months of training, of trying again and again, Ren acknowledged, but hey, if you want to beat him quickly, there might be a resource you haven't tried. Which one? The brothers asked simultaneously. Teamwork. But we were working as a team, both of us were trying to beat him at the same time, Edwin argued. Well, if they did, it wouldn't have been noticeable. The girl crossed her arms. Working together isn't just about working together at the same time. It's about supporting and complementing each other. It's not about constantly getting in each other's way, preventing them from attacking freely. It's also about attacking at the same time, running the risk of hurting each other, or performing techniques that could harm your partner. The brothers looked at each other with a certain feeling of guilt. Aster managed to see those flaws in their attacks, and that's why he defeated them, although they didn't do that badly either, I mean, they still tired him out. Yeah, well, I guess that's something. Both brothers were completely discouraged, but Ren wasn't going to let their spirits fall. He had already said he was going to help them. Oh, wait here, I'm going to get a combat needle and some thread, I'll be right back. After a few minutes, everything was ready. Ren stood in the center of the training room, Jasmine and Edwin at a safe distance, analyzing every detail of their opponent. Both were somewhat nervous. Most of their combat experience had been limited to fighting Aster. They didn't quite know how to approach a confrontation with Ren, especially since neither of them knew her style, not even Edwin, who had spent the most time with her. Well, are you going first, or should I? The mixed-breed woodlice asked. Are you? Her cousin answered. Good answer, when you don't know your enemy, it can be a good idea to wait for him to attack to see how he does it. Well, here I go. Ren threw her needle at Jasmine, the projectile was coming at a very comfortable speed to dodge, so she ran away. That was very similar to what Hornet did, the needle stayed buried in the ground, so she approached with confidence. She remembered that after something like that the owner of the weapon should approach to pick it up, although sometimes if she had strength, she could pull the thread without having to approach. But Ren ended up surprising her, she rushed towards the needle, and as soon as it was within reach, Jasmine ran to attack her, but the woodlouse took the base of the thread and infused soul into it. Immediately it shook in a chaotic and disorderly way, protecting it from any attack and beating the mixed-breed mantis. Why did you come closer? I thought you were going to keep your distance to learn what my attacks were like. I thought you were going to do the same thing as Aunt Hornet. Some of my techniques do resemble Mom's, but remember that Dad also trained me, and you've never seen him fight. I think that would be a good lesson. Don't underestimate your enemy and always be careful. I think that's a good lesson, Edwin agreed. Buran fixed his deep gaze on him. Why didn't you attack me? Jasmine went for you, I didn't see the need, besides, if she had attacked you, she could have hurt her since she was close to you. Bad, very bad, that's what I mean when I say they have to attack as a team. Jasmine is good at medium and short range attacks, you can use magic missiles, you're good at ranged attacks, you have everything going for you. The idea is to complement each other. Where one can't, the other can. If they were standing back to see how I fight, it would have been smarter for you to test me, Edwin. Huh? You're right, wow, this is actually more like chess than I expected. Here we go again. What followed was an hour of practice, which proved to be very effective. Ren was a good teacher, a skill she had apparently inherited from her father. She was good at explaining, posing challenges that developed their skills, and putting them in situations that forced them to work as a team. On the other hand, she was extremely creative with her thread, always inventing new strategies at the right moment. This greatly helped the brothers with their ability to adapt to different enemies. Well, I'm tired, hungry, and sleepy, so we'll leave it here for today, Ren decreed. Oh, alright, let's take a bath and then go get something to eat, Edwin suggested. I'm going to fall asleep in the bathtub, the woodlouse complained. Don't do that, you might drown. And we can't let our fantastic teacher drown, Jasmine declared enthusiastically. Such an effusive comment caused the girl to blush and she covered her mouth in embarrassment. It's not that bad. Yes it is, thanks to you we will be able to defeat someone as strong as Aster. But to be honest, I think they still need a little more practice to beat him, maybe 2 or 3 more classes. Ah, no problem, we can wait for 1, 2 or 3 more classes. After all, a few weeks is still much less time than a few years. Mom can wait for us. Jasmine. The girl brought her hands to her mouth regretting what she had said, it had slipped out and now she had Ren hanging over her with that scrutinizing expression that made everyone nervous. When she analyzed someone her gaze was so intense that it seemed to even take out their soul, nothing escaped her. Okay, I was going to ask later, but I think I'll do it now. What's the real reason you want to get stronger? We want to impress Mom. Yes, since Mom values strength so much, we want to get stronger so she'll be proud of us. Edwin came up with another halfway believable excuse, but fooling Ren was too difficult. The girl crossed her arms and took a stern attitude. Edwin please, we've known each other forever. Do you really think you're going to be able to lie to me? The little worm thought quickly, formulated 5 different lies, 3 excuses, and proposed several imaginary scenarios that would help him get out of this predicament, but none of them proved useful. Okay, I'll tell you, but I don't know if you can tell anyone. Do you promise? I promise. Jasmine and we want to get stronger so we can go defeat the Mantis Lords and earn their respect as half-breeds. That way, we'll speed up Mom's mission to change the Mantises and we'll also be able to visit her whenever we want. Bran was speechless when she heard this. She hadn't thought his reasons would be so complex. She had imagined something simpler, like surprising her father. But going to defeat the Mantis Lords? Were they crazy? Now she understood Aster's behavior when he rubbed their faces in the fact that they were weak. He did it to protect them. For the first time, his hateful attitude had a reason for being. If she had known their true plans, she wouldn't have helped them either. Are you serious? You don't think we can beat them either? No. His response was categorical, but Edwin was willing to defend his position. They told us that Dad was able to defeat them as a child and he was all by himself. First, your father was a bit older. I think they said his body was the equivalent of a 10-year-old, right? You're only 8. Second, your father wasn't normal. He was one of those strange shadows. Even if you drove a spear through his head, he wouldn't die. And third, he was an accomplished warrior with a lot of experience and many battles under his belt. You guys, on the other hand, you've only fought Aster and me. It was one thing for Aster to tell them they couldn't win, but for Ren to say it hurt more. They used to consider her a well of wisdom and good judgment. You can't know if you don't try, Edwin insisted. But here failure can mean death. That's why we're preparing. And you think beating Aster would be enough to defeat the Lords? Do you think even Aster would be able to defeat your mother? It'll be the 2 of us. And there will be 3 of them. Their arguments were clear and reasonable, there was no room for rebuttal, they did not have the capabilities to defeat the Lords, trying would be madness, but even so, Edwin did not want to accept it. This is something I have to do, no matter the cost. Edwin, I'm not going to let you kill yourself for going on an impossible mission. Ren was already starting to get angry. I'm not going to die, I'll be fine, I just have to practice for a couple more weeks and then I'll be ready to go against the Lords. Ren looked at him carefully, trying to find something to convince him with, but she simply couldn't think of anything, it was useless, in his eyes there was only enthusiasm and a desperate desire to reunite with his mother, one that wasn't letting her think clearly. It was evident, no matter what he did, he would try to get to the Lords by any means necessary, even if it meant risking his life, something that distressed her a lot. The way she saw it, it was a better idea to try to get him to carry out his crazy plan in the safest way possible. Okay, I'll help you with your fantastic idea, he said this sarcastically, but it will be under my conditions. Yeah. Edwin jumped in his place, excited to have his cousin's support, but she stopped him with a blow. The boy looked at her shocked. That attitude was not typical of her. She was upset. He was going to help her reluctantly, so he chose to stay still and listen so as not to irritate her further. Listen to my conditions first. Oh yes, of course, I'll do whatever you say. Fine, the girl sighed, you'll be training with me for a couple more weeks, you're definitely not ready to fight anyone yet. Okay, both brothers nodded, it seemed reasonable to them. Secondly, they will have to study the Mantises' combat strategies. Study? Jasmine looked at her in horror. It's fine that you don't like studying, Jasmine, but don't get so worked up either, Ren chided her. This is to give them a better chance of winning. There are many types of warriors, and each one has their own fighting style, but there are always patterns that repeat themselves. Cockroaches fight one way, crickets another, and of course, Mantises have their own style too. Knowing these things can help you predict their moves, know what to expect, and respond in the best way. Okay, I understand. Edwin also agreed to this condition despite his sister's rejection. I know you don't like to study, Jasmine, but it's necessary, I'm going to help you anyway, we can't afford to fail. Yes, the girl resigned herself to the situation with discouragement. My third condition is that you formulate an emergency plan. Emergency plan? The little worm was surprised by this condition. It would be very naive to think that you are going to defeat them the first time. In fact, no matter how seriously you prepare, I see it as very likely that you will lose. And I suppose you know that failing could mean death for you, so it is better to have an escape plan to get out of this alive. As they say, a soldier who runs away is useful for another battle. Edwin also accepted this condition, although with some annoyance. He had all the optimism in the world, and being brought down to earth by harsh reality bothered him. He preferred to assume they were going to win, but he was intelligent enough to recognize that Ren was absolutely right. Okay, I'll think of something. Anything else? Oh yes, I have one last condition. Which is it? I will fight alongside you. Let's go with the lords. It took the children almost a month to prepare for their plan, as Ren was extremely demanding in meeting his conditions. He forced them to train until they were exhausted. They spent every free moment practicing, honing their skills to the extreme. Truth be told, the girl, like Aster, expected them to give up, but time and again the siblings demonstrated how determined they were to achieve their goal, often impressing and frightening her in equal measure. But it wasn't just training that the offspring had to take care of, they took their time to spy on their father's Mantis Knights and try to assimilate their combat style, to have some idea of what they were up against. The only bad thing was that the perceptive senses of the observed mantises noticed that someone was following them, and that caused some paranoia in them, but nothing that caused excessive problems. Every part of the procedure was meticulously prepared, especially the escape plan, because despite how determined Edwin was to fight the Lord Mantis, he also didn't ignore his cousin's warnings. After thinking it over, he found she was completely right, there was a high probability of failure, and if that happened the best thing to do was to have a chance to escape and try again, perhaps in 1 or 2 years, when their bodies were bigger and stronger, and their fighting style was more polished. He recognized that going to fight the 3 strongest mantises in the tribe being just a tiny offspring was crazy, but in his mind he could only think about how much he wanted to see his mother. If he could at least be with her for the few minutes that the fight would last, it would be enough. He simply didn't want to lose contact with her. In the end, on Ren's advice, they decided not to face Aster, for the simple reason that Aster's promise to let them go to Fungal Wastes was made under the assumption that they would never win, and according to the Cochineal's analysis, his cousin was capable of breaking his promise in order to protect them. He didn't care if they hated him, he would do anything to not lose his brothers again. Taking that into account, they chose to continue training and pretend that they would postpone the confrontation until the following year when they were a little older. With this they left the boy calm and made him lower his guard. But once all the details of the confrontation itself were resolved, there was still the question of how to get to Fungal Wastes and, above all, to the lords. They were still too young to be left wandering around on their own, even worse with an uncle like Big. Besides, any adult would be very suspicious of a group of lone children approaching those territories, and even if they managed to slip away by mere chance, they would soon be hunted down. At that point, there was no solution. Fortunately for them, Ren had that matter resolved, although at first she refused to tell them how, only telling them that they should visit her at her home in Deep Nest. In general, it was much more common for Chester, Silky and Ren to go to the White Palace than for them to be visited, firstly because of Big's excessive paranoia regarding the danger of the place, but mainly because the children preferred it that way. The White Palace was much larger and had a large garden with trees, there was plenty of space to play and many nooks to hide in, which made it the most fun place in the kingdom as they had expressed themselves. But still sometimes the opposite happened, in which the children of Hollow went to Deep Nest. There was no particular reason for this, usually it was simply that they wanted to try something different. It's not like Distant Village was a filthy pigsty either, it was a great place, it was just small. The first thing the children had to do was convince Aster that it would be okay to hang out at his cousin's house for a change. It wasn't that hard, to be honest. Aster hadn't visited Deep Nest for a long time, not since he fell ill. Nothing suggested that something would be different that day. Edwin, Jasmine, Aster and Tika were left at the Distant Village station by their father, where Henry, Hornet's butler, picked them up. No one had a problem with that, except for Tika who, as soon as she saw him, was scared and peed on herself. "Just out of here. Ugh, how long until you teach him how to use his litter box?" Aster complained. "If she knows, she learned a long time ago, it's just that sometimes she gets scared and wets herself," Edwin defended her. "Scared? Scared of what? Of Henry? But Henry is adorable," Jasmine added. It was a disinterested comment, but it affected Henry. He blushed and turned his back on them so they wouldn't see his embarrassed face. "Henry, is something wrong?" Aster asked. "Nadavamosh." In her shocked attitude, little Tick-Tick guessed a certain vulnerability, and although she had previously urinated in terror upon seeing her disfigured face, that small moment of weakness was enough to embolden her, so she stood in front of her owner and puffed out her chest with pride to look powerful and confident, which in practical terms, made her look more adorable. "How cute," Jamsin exclaimed. "For these things, you're forgiven for peeing. Okay, when we get to Aunt Hornet's house we're going to clean it." Once they arrived at the Queen's Nest, they were greeted by her in person and, following the usual greeting, their cousins threw themselves at them, at least two of them, demanding to play. "You'll have to wait a little while before playing," Edwin said. "Tika peed herself and I have to clean her up." "Oh, again?" Chester looked disappointed. "I wanted to see how much you've improved in magic. Last week you did some very interesting tricks." "Really? Ah, thanks." Edwin looked away, embarrassed. "It seems you've changed a lot." Silky joined in her brother's compliments. "From being a chubby and lazy boy, you're now very active and skillful. You're great, Edwin." The boy, despite everything, was not used to compliments, so his levels of embarrassment and discomfort expanded to the clouds, so with a bow he escaped from the place with the excuse that he had to clean Tika. "I'm going with you, Edwin," Jasmine squealed. "But Jasmine, you don't need two people to clean such a small Tick-Tick," Aster complained. "You better stay here and play with us." "But Tika is so adorable." He wasn't going to deny that, even though he peed, he was a very sweet pet. In the end, he gave in and told him to go, and he would catch up with them later to play. In the end, Ren also made his excuses and left, although no one particularly noticed, as whenever the cousins got together, the woodlouse would immediately attach itself to Edwin until the visit was over. In the end, the three children gathered in Aunt Hornet's bathroom, which was, of course, much more modest than any bathroom in the White Palace, but just as functional. With three of them, it didn't take them even 5 minutes to leave the Tick-Tick spotless, after which she was shaking herself from side to side trying to dry herself. "Oh, Tika is so cute," Jasmine exclaimed. "Yes, very much so," Ren added. But what a good excuse they found to separate themselves from the others. "Edwin and I being alone is nothing new, but Jasmine joining us would be suspicious." "Huh? I hadn't thought that might be useful. I just thought I wanted to see Tika bathing." "Jasmine is a very simple person. I bet she already forgot the plan," the worm guessed. "What plan?" "Oh right." This made the children let out a small laugh at such a mistake, considering that the plan was the reason why they had met at Aunt Hornet's house this time instead of the palace. "Well, it's time for us to go," Ren announced. "You brought your weapons, right?" "Of course," the brothers answered in unison. Jasmine showed her spear and Edwin raised his claws. With that it was confirmed that it was time to leave. "Okay, now follow me. I'm going to show you a secret place." "Well, Edwin already knows it. Jasmine will be something new for you. But remember, you can't tell anyone. If they discover us, you have to say we escaped through the main door when no one was looking." "Okay. Okay." Ren led them down a seemingly empty hallway, but they knew that in a spider's nest that was just an illusion. The homes of these beings were agglomerations of wood and thread, coiled and glued together to form complex labyrinths, where behind any seemingly firm wall, there was another hallway or room. In fact, in that same hallway were Ren and her siblings' bedrooms. As they walked along the designated path, the girl counted her steps until she reached number 15. Once she did, she turned left and dug into the wall, moving the threads until she opened an entrance into which she entered. Her cousins and Tika were quick to follow her. Jasmine had rarely been in her cousin's room, to the point that she no longer remembered it. As far as she could see, the place was a perfect representation of its owner's character. It was clean and tidy, there were many books, each one located on its corresponding shelf, even her toys were arranged in their box, and her drawing materials were organized on her desk perfectly aligned. "Wow, you can tell this is your room," Jasmine commented. "Yeah, that's what everyone says," the girl shrugged. "Funnily enough, even though it's the smallest of all, it has the most space. A little tidiness does wonders." Silky and Chester took over the largest rooms. "I didn't really mind. It was fine with me. Besides, they never knew that the smallest room held a very interesting secret." The girl walked to the back of her room, moved a shelf, and just as she did before, began to dig in the wall until she found a passageway. "Ooh, Jasmine exclaimed. "We'll leave this way unnoticed. With any luck, we'll be back before they realize it." "I hope so. I don't want them to discover us and jeopardize my unsupervised walks." "Relax, Ren, we'll finish quickly, whether in victory or defeat," Edwin encouraged her. The girl was reassured to know that her cousin considered the possibility of failure. Of course, he was aiming for victory, but being aware of defeat would prevent him from doing anything stupid. Desperate people are the most dangerous. "Well, let's go." Tika was about to head into the tunnel to lead the way, but Ren pushed her aside. "I'm sorry Tika, but you can't come. It's dangerous and you just get in the way." "Tick tick." Calm down, Ticket. Edwin caressed her, trying to calm her down. Ren is right, it is dangerous for you to come with us, it would be best if you stayed here watching my brothers. The Tick-Tick didn't understand his message, so she just whined, trying to convince him to take her, but it was no use. No matter how sorry she was for Edwin, it was best to leave her, but he still felt guilty. Even so, he accepted this quite calmly. He convinced himself that it was a test to be a good king. A monarch couldn't be soft, and from time to time, he had to do unpleasant things for the greater good, so making a virtue of necessity. He closed the secret entrance to the tunnel, leaving the little beast outside. The offspring advanced silently through the passageway, the silk-lined walls muffling all kinds of sounds, to the point that it became unsettling, especially for Jasmine, so she looked for some conversation. So you've been using this passage to leave for a while now. About a year and a half ago, my siblings and mom actually think I spend all day reading and drawing, but I also exercise and go out from time to time. As I've said before, you don't need to show off all your talents and abilities. Sometimes it's okay to keep them a secret. Now I see you're right. You have this passageway to yourself. If an emergency were to occur, I would share it with others. Emergency? What kind of emergency? This place was originally built so the old queens and princesses could escape in case the nest was attacked, but I suppose this information was lost with the death of the previous queen. If mom had known this room had a secret passage, she would never have given it to me. Even so, when we're older and Silky becomes the owner of the house, I'm going to tell her. It could save her life or that of her future offspring. The mixed-breed mantis looked at her with absolute admiration. She had never been very interested in her cousin Ren, since, like Aster, and partly due to his influence, she considered her boring, but now she saw that she could be a fascinating person. After a few more steps they reached the end of the tunnel. This led to the lower part of the house. You could see the beams and platforms that helped keep everything in place, but there was something else, a kind of manual elevator, a huge box held by several pulleys and a lever on the platform next to it. They were not very visible because they were covered by silk and dust, but you could see with some effort a whole intricate system of springs, ropes and spirals that set the mechanism in motion. Get in, guys. There's a boat down on the lake that will take us safely to the shore. Shall we go by boat to the shore? But they'll discover us if we go out in plain sight without a disguise. Edwin was alarmed. That's what I thought the first time I went down there, but the nature of spiders makes it so that doesn't happen. What are you talking about? Spiders are great acrobats, masters of the thread who live with their eyes fixed on the sky. They don't usually pay much attention to what happens on the ground, much less to anything that happens far below. We woodlice are more attentive to the details of the earth, so our greatest danger is being discovered by my dad. He's the only one who ever realized I escaped, although he could never explain how. But hey, he's not here now, so there's no need to worry. If you say so. Well, let's go, we can't waste time. The children boarded the elevator and, after activating the lever, began their descent. The machine squeaked so much that they were afraid of being discovered, but seeing Ren so calm took away their worries. Once they reached the bottom, they jumped into the boat and sailed to the shore without any mishaps. Until now, that had been easy. Now the difficult part was advancing along the paths of deepness without running into any adult weavers who might recognize them and without being eaten by some wild creature. Deepness was precisely one of the most dangerous areas in the entire territory. But curiously for them, their journey through the caves and nooks of the place was very peaceful, so much so that Edwin and Jasmine were surprised. Isn't Deepness supposed to be a place filled with wild and dangerous beasts? Edwin asked. Now I know better than to go by what books or people tell you, but this is still way over the top. Not one single dunker has come near us. That's for me, Ren explained. They already know me, they know my smell, and they recognize the energy of my magic. Is that why you carry your water and your thread in front? Yes, both to be prepared in case of a sudden attack and to scare off any beasts that might attack us. Are you that scared of the creatures here? Jasmine wondered. That didn't fit with the sleepy pig image she had of her cousin. The girl just answered with a mischievous smile and continued walking. After a long walk in which Ren entertained them with some stories to keep them calm, they arrived at an area so gloomy and terrifying that even the woodlouse fell silent due to discomfort. This place is full of corpses, Jasmine observed. Indeed, piles of empty shells were displayed throughout the area, some so old that only cracked pieces remained in the midst of their process of transforming into dust. There were remains of spears and mantis weapons, in addition to other signs that betrayed the bloody battle that had occurred years before. History books have always talked about the bad relationship between Deep Nest and Mantis Village. Ren stopped and looked around, but one thing is what you read in the books and another what you see in reality. When I found this place the first time I felt really bad. There are a lot of Deep Nest bug corpses and very few Mantis corpses, Edwin observed. And the mantis corpses are much more recent, they are from the one-day war that happened 8 years ago. The mantis are strong enemies, and today they are weakened by their low number, but even so, they continue to be powerful, especially their lords. It wasn't a coincidence that Ren had made this speech. It was his last desperate attempt to get his cousins to give up on this madness. He could see the doubt and fear in their eyes. The thought of turning around and going home was on their minds. So if we beat them, that would be quite a feat, right? Edwin regained his confidence. And if we don't win, we can always try again in the future. Of course, we have an escape plan, everything is fine, Jasmine added. If one of them got brave enough, it was enough for the other to follow him. There was no way they would continue with the plan until the end, but that's what she was there for, to make sure they returned alive. Come on, we're almost there. They continued their march until they came across a metal gate with thick dark bars. Through them, they could glimpse a large brighter room, a wide flat area, and 3 high thrones. There were some mantises there that they could guess were arguing, every so often being interrupted by the mantises that were sitting on the thrones. Look. It's Mom. Edwin exclaimed. She's there. Right there. Behind this gate. Edwin jumped excitedly, but stopped and stepped back into the shadows. What happened? Her sister asked. Nothing, it's just Lily, he pointed through the bars. The girls looked carefully, trying not to be noticed, and noticed that one of the mantises was looking towards the fence with a furious expression. They still did not know what that female was capable of, and they already felt scared. Her face showed such aggression that it seemed she would explode at any moment. Her expression almost bordered on madness, even her eyes looked somewhat red, although the latter could be an illusion caused by the light. For his part, Edwin had already calmed down and was breathing more easily, but his cousin saw the need to speak to him. You can still repent, in fact this is your last chance. No, I'll keep going, I'm determined. Ren sighed sadly and approached the door again, touching its surface. It was very resistant. How are we going to get through here? Ah, there must be a lever on the left. Edwin remembered that detail from one of the walks he took with his cousin and her friends. That one over there? The woodlouse pointed out. That one? But it opens on the other side, Jasmine complained. We can't get through. Ren can open it, right? The aforementioned woman didn't answer. She simply imbued her thread with magic and it came to life. Crawling like a sinuous snake, it slithered between the bars and extended until it reached the lever, where it coiled tightly. Then its owner pulled it, activating the mechanism, and the door opened. The creaking of the mechanism immediately caught the attention of every mantis in the room. Had the door opened on its own? Or was it one of the village children trying to play again? The answer horrified them. Standing in the doorway were the ugliest and most disgusting creatures they had ever seen. 3 extremely strange mongrels. A woodlouse with spider-like features, a horned mantis, and a worm with mantis-like claws. The mere sight of these creatures was repulsive to them, but the woodlouse, not so much so. Anything could be expected from these crazy savages. But the mongrels with mantis blood implied that a mantis had committed a sin grave enough to reproduce with a creature of another species. What are these hideous things? Exclaimed a very large mantis. Take them out of my sight, I don't want to see them. The adults closest to the door moved away from them, as if the very air they breathed was foul. This behavior was something their parents had already told them about. Even Orchid had warned them about it, but experiencing it firsthand was still painful. The girls lowered their gaze in embarrassment, almost feeling ashamed of something that wasn't right, but then the white worm took their hands and gave them a determined look that reassured them. They knew things were this way. That was why they were there. As for the lords, Orchid was deliriously excited and worried, making a mantis-like effort not to rush over and hug them and then throw them back to deep nest to safety. Mimicking Big, she maintained her stony expression, but anyone who looked closely would notice that her claws were scratching the wood of the thrones. Lavender, for her part, was worried about Orchid. She knew that her sister had managed to save her beloved pet, but it had returned in the most outrageous and insolent way. Such boldness would be paid for with her life. However, that creature had already caused many problems between them. She didn't want to see Orchid devastated and furious again. Besides, she secretly had the idea that if Rosa saw it, perhaps she would recover a bit of her spark of joy. She would do anything for her daughter, even accept that ugly pet. As for Lily, she just wanted to eliminate them quickly, perhaps that would calm the rage and fear she was feeling. Something wasn't right in her mind lately, but she couldn't admit it, a mantis always had a firm mind. There was a silence that lasted for several minutes, until Edwin made up his mind and stepped forward. We have come to challenge the lords. Challenging the lords. We have come to challenge the lords. The little worm's words penetrated the mantis's ears without them being able to understand their meaning. The idea he was proposing was so ridiculous and impossible that they simply couldn't process it. What did you say? Lavender asked, unable to believe what they were hearing. What you heard, we want to challenge you, you 3 against us 3, we will have a duel. "You insolent pet," Lavender was getting to her feet. "Do you want to embarrass us? Do you think pathetic children like you? We accept." Orchid quickly stood up. Her sisters and all the mantises present stared at her in disbelief. Did she really intend to accept such a duel? What everyone thought was that they wouldn't even be good enough as a warm-up. They were half-breeds, beings by nature weak and unworthy of life. "Maybe he wants to end his miserable existence quickly," Amanda suggested. "That could be. Lord Orchid is merciful in her own way, always telling us to kill our prey as quickly as possible so as not to cause unnecessary suffering." "Are you sure about this, Orchid? One of those things is your pet," Lavender whispered. "And why are you so worried? You were about to order them executed for insolence." "I was actually going to order them to be kicked out." Orchid looked at her with genuine surprise and found a compassionate expression on her sister's face. Now she could truly confirm how much she had changed. She was willing to forgive her pet even if it was weak just because it was important to her. If they hadn't been under everyone's watchful eye, she would have hugged it. But after that brief touching moment, she realized she had messed up and that her children had less chance of survival. Well, this is a surprise, but it's fine by me." Lirio also stood up. "I've been wanting to get my claws on that disgusting worm for quite some time." Edwin growled, extended his claws and the glow on his body grew. Just seeing his aunt was enough to bring out his aggressive side. "Are you threatening me? Ha. Even if you shine like a lumelula, you won't stop being a pathetic worm." "Shine." Lavender was thoughtful. "Now that I see it, that baby reminds me of something. What was it?" She didn't stop to think about it because her sisters quickly jumped down from their thrones and the gate separating the mantis village from Deep Nest fell with a crash. The battle was about to begin. Aster writhed, trying to free himself from the thread trap he had been caught in, while his cousin looked at him with a mocking face. "Oh yeah, look at the gentleman, I'm super strong," the princess mocked. "That wasn't fair. You're taking advantage of your thread skills. And you take advantage of the fact that you can fly, it's only fair." "I don't want to play catch anymore," Aster was annoyed. "Come on, stop complaining, Chester, set him free." "And where is the please?" His sister's threatening look convinced him to obey immediately, although he didn't hold back his complaints. "Grumpy princess, when you become queen everyone will suffer, but what a character, you're going to get fat and ugly." "Chester." Within minutes, the boy climbed onto the thread trap between the roof of his house and the platform to rescue the trapped mantis child. Aster felt tremendous envy seeing how well he moved between the threads. He almost looked like a spider. Not surprising considering the environment he'd been raised in, but still admirable to see his mastery over the thread. "That's it, you're free. Free. Now fly towards the horizon." "That? Oh, I read it in a novel the other day and I liked it. I was looking for the right moment to say it." "Yes." The young mantis landed next to his cousin who was already getting tired of waiting, but still maintained his good manners and very politely asked. "Yes, and you don't want to play catch. What are we playing now?" Oh. Ball. Chester jumped. "I like the idea, but we're missing one person to make up both teams." "Ah, Jasmine isn't back yet," Aster noted nervously. "Where is she?" Chester and Silky looked at each other worriedly. Aster seemed about to cry. He got like that every time he didn't know where his brothers were. The adults had told them to be patient since it would take a while to overcome that problem. "Let's go find her." At first, Chester and Silky remained calm, trying to reassure their cousin, but as the minutes passed and they couldn't find them, they too began to panic, especially after the third time they searched the house. "Where are they?" Silky was hysterical. "We already checked everywhere." "Ren's room is missing," Chester mentioned. "Oh, Ren doesn't like us to go into his room without permission, but we'll have to make an exception." And upon entering the room, to her horror it was empty, only little Tick-Tick was there crying alone. "Is Tick alone here? She's always been with Edwin." Aster exclaimed, alarmed. "We have to tell Mom." Silky squealed. The three children rushed to Hornet's office but didn't find her there. They ran to look for her in another room until they heard her voice echoing at the entrance to the den. "Hello? You here?" Hornet exclaimed when she saw her brother at the door of their home. "It's still too early for you to take the children." "I know, but Big had another one of his bad feelings, so he excused me from work early to pick them up." "Are you serious?" "Well, in your favor, we're working on that problem of yours. You've already acknowledged it, so you're trying to calm down. In fact, I could have refused to come so early. But you still came because. Can I stay a while?" Hornet just laughed amusedly. It was true that she hadn't spent much time with her brother lately, and it seemed sweet to her that he was looking for an opportunity in that way. "Sure, you can stay for dinner if you want." But that pleasant moment was interrupted when the group of children and the Tick-Tick came running, screaming and crying, their faces full of panic. The four of them surrounded the adults, jumping and trying to get their attention, but amidst all the screaming, no one understood a thing. "Silence. Hollow shouted, and all the children fell silent. The knight sighed. If you all talk at once, I won't understand anything. Let's see, one at a time. He pointed at Aster. Edwin, Jasmine and Ren are missing. He pointed at Silky. We already looked for them all over the house. He pointed to Tika. Tick tick tick. He pointed at Chester. Even Ren's room was empty and we haven't seen them in a long time. Hollow swallowed hard. For once in his life, Big's bad feeling was right. Rosa was training with her claws outside her house using a huge piece of wood her mother had provided for her. The girl pounded tirelessly, leaving her claw marks on the object, hoping it would develop her muscles and make her stronger. Her attitude had changed a lot recently. Her gaze was now dull, and all her actions were governed by practicality. She was a shadow of the Rosa she once was. But her training session was unexpectedly interrupted by her brother, who flew carelessly past Rosa at full speed and crashed just a few feet away. This was very unusual. Clavel was quite precise in his movements. The girl looked at him in surprise. Carnation, but what? Rosa? Something happened. The boy jumped up and ran towards her agitated. The girl was almost scared. It was the first time she saw her brother so upset. What happened? He asked in a whisper. It's the little Garpies. A faint glow returned to the girl's eyes upon hearing that. Little Garpies? What's he doing here? He came with other weirdos like him to challenge Mom and the ants. Why'd? But how is he going to do that? He was a great prey, very difficult to catch, but that has nothing to do with being good at fighting. How is he going to defeat them? Besides, he was small and weak. Or has he grown in all this time? Is he still a little Garpies? Smaller than ever. I must see that. Both brothers took flight toward the Lord's Hall, along with all the other mantises that were crowding around the area. The Lord's fighting was quite an event, and the fact that their opponents were mixed breed offspring made it even more extraordinary. Of course, everyone expected them to be humiliated and suffer a crushing defeat. They were mixed breeds, after all. But among that audience, there was a group that didn't want that to happen. All the children who had once played with Edwin. Under normal circumstances the lords would have made mincemeat of those poor offspring, but since they had been challenged to an official combat, there were some basic rules to follow, such as having a judge to start the fight, and in this case the judge was none other than Chris, Orchid's mantis friend, who was the only one in the village who knew his lord's secrets, and who was now as disturbed as she was to see his offspring challenging her. He was desperately searching his head for the few mantis laws that didn't include strength to see if any of them would be of any use to him, but from his face, it was evident that there were none. Both groups of opponents were ready for combat, and with pain in his soul, he had to begin the confrontation. As soon as Chris's scream was heard, Edwin immediately dug underground, staying out of sight. That was the first part of the plan. To build an exit tunnel to escape in case they failed in combat. The weak point of this was that his sister and cousin had to hold out alone against the three lords for that period of time. Lily and Lavender went together against Jasmine because she was the one they found most repulsive. Her resemblance to a mantis disturbed them, and they wanted her out of their sight. Orchid on the other hand went against Ren, because she was the one they felt the least pain in attacking. The fact that two mantises were against Jasmine scared Ren a lot, but he saw with surprise that all the practicing had paid off. Jasmine didn't even have time to be scared by her aunt's imminent attack. Her body reacted automatically, jumping from left to right while dodging the enemy's spears, who displayed precise coordination, taking turns in each attack without hindering the other. A couple of attempts with the same thing made it clear to them that this method was ineffective. The girl had a fairly high fighting level for her age, but nothing extraordinary. It was time to try something else. The lords vanished from her sight, and the girl stood still with her heart beating rapidly. She raised her antennae searching for any trace of her aunts, while time passed slowly, but what for her was an eternity for the public was barely an instant. Out of nowhere, Lavender appeared behind her and swung her spear, raising it in a wind ring. Jasmine recognized the technique and jumped to dodge, but Lily immediately appeared above her, her spear pointed downwards, ready to impale her. The half-breed couldn't dodge in mid-air, so she watched in horror as her end approached. What made her feel worse was having lasted so little in the battle, more than her imminent death. But hope returned to her when a silk thread wrapped around her foot and pulled her away from the Lord's reach. She landed with a crash, kicking up a cloud of dust. Despite the impact, the adrenaline of the moment prevented it from hurting. She raised her head and found Ren, who wasted no time in holding her needle and thread. Let's change, they're too much for you. She had no choice but to obey her cousin and raise her spear against Orchid, who looked at her sadly, no longer wanting to fight. Her mother attacked her, trying not to go too hard, but it was complicated. She couldn't show weakness in front of the tribe. They all had their eyes on her. He felt a great relief when his daughter dodged the attack correctly and was very surprised when he saw her disappear from his sight and then reappear before his eyes with her spear ready to stick it in his body. He reacted automatically by hitting her and throwing it away. She looked at her in terror, afraid she'd hurt her and that she'd burst into tears, but to her surprise, the little girl stood up, determined to keep fighting. Her orchid-like tail twitched in excitement. Her offspring wanted to fight. She'd always dreamed of having a friendly spar with her daughter. Of course, this was far from friendly, but she forgot that detail in her excitement and prepared to attack her with even more force. Unlike Orchid and her daughter who fought in a more playful way, Ren's fight was absolutely serious and aggressive. Both mantises tried to penetrate Ren's defense as he waved his magic-imbued thread, blocking any attempt to hurt her. Unfortunately, she couldn't keep this up for too long, her magic reserves weren't that great. Just when he felt his technique was about to falter, he managed to see an opening, a brief pause on the part of the lords, which he took advantage of to run and disappear in a very similar way to how his father did. His speed impressed the mantises, but not for long. Rather, it turned out to be a blow to their pride. No one could be faster than a mantis, much less a half-breed. The audience saw how the fight became a succession of appearances and disappearances by the combatants. Ren appeared somewhere, and shortly after one of the two lords, either on top of her to pierce her with her spear or next to her to hit her, and the girl defended herself impeccably, either blocking with her needle or using her thread. In fact, they could see that the half-breed took advantage of her condition. With two of her arms she handled her needle, and with the other two she performed techniques with her thread, neither overlapped the other, she could even execute both maneuvers at the same time. It was as if being a half-breed resulted in an advantage. She had the speed of a woodlouse and the versatility of a spider, and that was beginning to anger some of the mantises of the tribe, who shouted for the lords to hurry up and eliminate those monsters, but they were few. Most were simply interested in seeing what was going to happen. At one point Ren found herself surrounded by both lords who attacked her at the same time, one from above and one from the side. She was forced to perform the Endiro spell once more. Her thread turned gold and swirled around her, hitting the spears that rushed at her. She managed to protect herself from the attack, but at that moment she decided to go on the offensive. At the same time that her lower hands used the thread, her upper hands took the needle and threw it at Lirio, who was unable to defend herself and was at the mercy of the needle, but her older sister arrived just in time to deflect the weapon with a blow. "Careful," Lily Lavender scolded her. "Leave me alone. That girl could be dangerous. I'll show you how dangerous it is." Lily raised her spear to attack with all her might, but before she could do so, a sharp pain struck her leg and she fell with a scream. The crowd was shaken in shock as they realized that they had inflicted a significant injury on the lord. Lily turned her gaze towards her injured limb and saw with horror that there was that disgusting worm with its claws buried in it. The wretch had come out of the ground to attack her in a brilliant but dirty tactic. "Damn it," she screamed furiously. Lily took her spear and attacked the little boy, but he crossed his claws and a translucent wall appeared in front of him, and as soon as the weapon hit it, it was repeated backwards. But Edwin was not finished yet, because in one movement he vanished the magic wall and made 3 glowing arrows appear that he threw at his aunt. Once again, Lavender saved her sister, this time picking her up and carrying her away. Then she looked at the worm closely and a shiver ran down her spine as a memory stirred in her mind. Pale King. When Hollow learned of the children's disappearance, it took him a few moments to recover. He wasn't in the middle of another nightmare, was he? He couldn't be so unlucky that his children were lost again. "Hollow!" Hornet shouted, waking him from his stupor. "My children, your daughter." "Yes, they're gone, but not far, we'll find them." Inside, Hornet was hysterical, but after facing so many crises throughout her life and spending so many years with Quirrell, she was already an expert at staying calm in the face of adversity. "I'm going to call Quirrell, I'm sure he'll be able to find them with his information network. We don't know if they left on their own or if someone tricked them into kidnapping them, but either way, we'll find them. Just be patient." Hollow, for his part, remained still, staring into space, not knowing what to say or how to react. He was a man of action. If there wasn't a path to follow, an order to obey, something to do, he felt lost and helpless. He had never had to wait before, so he kept contemplating nothingness until something came into his sight. Hika, still in tears, sniffed the floor of the house as if looking for a trace of her owner or some piece of him, anything that would help her calm down, and it was then that Hollow had a brilliant idea. "I know what to do," he shouted, scaring everyone around him. "What thing?" Hollow grabbed a tick-tick and lifted her up, showing her belly to her sister. The white bug waved its little legs desperately looking for something to lean on. It hated being held like that. "She will help us." What a good idea. The gentleman then turned to his remaining son. The poor boy was a nervous wreck and on the verge of tears, his cousins doing what they could to calm him down. "Aster, I'm going to look for your brothers and your cousin, please I beg you, don't follow me, don't go anywhere on your own, stay here in the care of your aunt, I can't look for the others while I take care of you, promise me that you'll be a good boy and wait for me." "Why yes, I promise." "Okay, I'm leaving." He made a gesture of leaving. Dad. Hollow retraced his steps. What's up, son? Please bring them back. Don't worry, I'll bring them back safe and sound, he added to himself. Although if all this trouble was their idea, I'm not sure they'll still be there when I find them. Hollow placed a tick-tick on his head. The pet felt a great relief when he could rest his paws on something solid, although the knight's head wasn't the most comfortable place in the world. He was about to try to figure out how to get off when, to his horror, he saw his footing slip toward the edge of the platform and he threw himself into the void. The poor beast squealed in fear as she clung to Hollow's horns as tightly as she could to keep from flying away, but her terror reached its peak when they hit the lake at the bottom. For a few moments she was submerged underwater and saw her life flash before her eyes. She remembered when she first left the cave where she lived, she remembered when she ate grass, and when Orchid took her away, there wasn't much to tell but the truth. But before he could even experience any suffering, Hollow emerged from the water floating without any problem. Calm down Tika, I'm a very good swimmer, he tried to calm her down. In response, Hollow felt a warm liquid trickle down his head. It's a good thing I'm in the water, he muttered, annoyed. He didn't dwell on that too much and swam to the shore, where after washing himself and leaving Tika on land, he noticed something curious. A small boat. That was a good starting point to look for any trace of his children. Tika. Smell that. The energetic knight ordered. Unfortunately, the tick-tick wasn't in a very good state to obey. Strong emotions didn't agree with her, and now she was staggering dizzily around Hollow. The knight was exasperated, but he couldn't push her. That would be cruel and pointless. So, with all the patience in the world, he took the creature in his arms and walked it around while patting its back, just as he did with his children when they were babies. Her actions worked, and the pet calmed down enough to feel better. Hollow then placed it next to the boat, hoping it might catch some interesting scent. Tika quickly detected her owner's scent. Excitement surged through her, and she ran around in circles, squealing in celebration. But she didn't waste any time. All she wanted was to find Edwin, so she immediately set off toward the twisting caves of Deepness. Hollow followed her without hesitation, it was the only clue he had to find his children quickly, plus that place was too dangerous for a tick-tick, it was not its natural habitat, so it was his turn to protect it, his son would never forgive him if something bad happened to him. Wait for me, kids, I'm coming for you, he whispered to himself. Deathmatch. It seemed as if time had frozen in the Lord's Hall, the older ones looked with surprise and admiration at the arrows of magic that had materialized in the air, while the younger ones who had not met the Pale King only showed confusion, since they were not aware of the existence of the spells. As for the lords, a chill ran down their spines, since they had experienced the power of the White Monarch firsthand many years ago, they could still remember it. As was their custom, when the White Monarch came to their territories requesting an alliance, an elegant way of saying that they submit to his kingdom, they challenged him to a duel. They would never bow down to someone unworthy, and their species was not something that inspired much respect in them, so the fight was inevitable, and although they did not regret the decision to challenge him, they did remember that confrontation with displeasure. That mysterious worm turned out to possess an overwhelming power known as magic, it was capable of materializing all kinds of figures, from platforms to sharp objects that it could also move and modify with its mind at will, it created explosions, chains, rays of light, its imagination was the limit, but despite everything, the confrontation ended in a draw. After being battered to the extreme by their devastating attacks, the Pale King saw the unbreakable tenacity of a Mantis warrior, rejecting an unnecessary prolongation of the fight. He wanted to end the encounter with an explosion of magic that was impossible to evade. In addition to being an efficient and infallible tactic, it was spectacular, it would demonstrate his power to all the Mantis people, and he would have a magnificent legion of warriors at his command, but he was very careless. He trusted too much in his abilities and did not notice that Lavender, even while being overwhelmed by the magical attack, continued fighting and with her last strength, performed the wind ring technique. This managed to reach the White Monarch, and although it was not a very powerful attack, it was enough to weaken him due to his lack of defensive power. The double defeat of the leaders resulted in the Mantises recognizing Hellenist's power, but not bowing to their king. In fact, an individual who can be defeated with a single attack was more than pathetic to them. They only considered him for his magic. There weren't many Mantises left in the village who could remember that event, but for the lords it was something very significant and they were sore for a week. And now they had another of those shining beings in front of them, and this one looked somewhat more challenging. An athletic body, sharp claws, and above all, the gaze of a warrior. If he displayed such power as the Pale King, he would be someone they would bow down to. But Edwin would never have as much magical power as the Pale King, and what's more, he was still a fledgling, far from reaching his full potential, but that wasn't going to stop him. She threw her light arrows at the lame mantis, who managed to jump on one leg and thus avoid harm, but despite the success of her maneuver, she growled in frustration, knowing that she was so slow, the lack of her limb would be a problem, and as if agreeing with her, the small mixed woodlouse appeared in front of her ready to stick its needle in her head. Fortunately she had the support of her sister, who timely hit the hatchling throwing it far away, but there was no rest. Because a small glowing crystal materialized in front of Lavender, she tensed in panic knowing what was coming, and before she could flee the small crystal exploded in front of her. The eldest sister barely managed to cover her face, preventing the surge of power from harming her, and she was surprised to find that she wasn't as injured as she had expected. There were two options. Either this little one was much more modest than the former monarch and didn't like to flaunt his power, or he simply didn't have it. She opted for the latter, given his age, which was the most likely outcome. She immediately sought to counterattack, but the creature read her intentions before she could carry them out. With amazing speed it went underground to protect itself, so Lavender buried her spear in empty ground, but she did not give up and stuck her weapon again, this time trying to reach the bowels of the earth, but with bewilderment she again found nothingness. That little worm had buried itself too much to reach it. It was curious, most of its prey made that mistake. Lavender. Watch out. Jump. Lily shouted, staring at her sister's feet. Lavender jumped in time to avoid the claws closing on her limb, leaving her in the same state as her sister. With this, she finally understood the strategy of the half-breeds. Attacking her legs to prevent them from moving was so simple, yet so effective. Knowing this, she was now forced to keep moving. Lavender. Behind you. Once again her sister's alertness allowed her to avoid harm. The half-breed woodlouse had stood up ready to attack with her needle. The lord raised her spear protecting herself in time. The sound of the two weapons clashing echoed in her ears, and both looked at each other face to face. In the girl's face she saw strength and determination, a desire to fight and survive, such that it was almost impossible for her to believe that she was a half-breed. But sooner rather than later, she had to break the spell. Taking advantage of her superior strength, she pushed the girl and threw her far away, but this time the half-breed knew how to spin in the air to land and be ready to continue fighting. Down again. Jump. Lily warned again. And once again the lord was able to avoid her nephew's claws, but he, noticing the problem that Lily could represent, still unable to move, materialized a small spark of light that he threw towards the mantis. As soon as she saw the projectile approaching, she defended herself by hitting it with her spear. As a result, the small spark exploded in a flash so intense that it left her blinded. It didn't take long for that to happen, but it was enough for the older mantis to launch itself at him, with its spear pointing downwards. It would have impaled him if not for its highly trained reflexes. It managed to roll to the side and save its life, but now it was exposed, and unfortunately it wasn't as fast on the ground as it was underground. He ran desperately looking for one of the holes he had made to get into while dodging his aunt's attacks. He was terrified. This was the worst possible scenario. Although thanks to Ren, he contemplated defeat. Death was never among his options. Despite his efforts, his aunt soon caught up with him, and his end became imminent. Then a curtain of suspended earth surrounded them, clouding both of their vision. A chorus of coughs followed, and the mantis had to cover its eyes to avoid irritation. By the time the particles in its suspension settled, the prey's presence had vanished, and the hybrid mantis was in front of it. Jasmine was positioned in such a way that the lord could guess what she had done. She had used a wind ring technique, or at least a weak form of it. For some reason, a ring never appeared, just a whirlpool with the force of the wind that could have lifted the earth. Even so, the lord was surprised. What for a mantis would have been a failed technique and an intolerable mistake, she had turned into a tactical advantage. It was surprising, but there was something even more surprising. Why hadn't Orchid stopped her? And when he turned to Orchid, he saw her standing with her spear and an expression of absolute bewilderment. It was true that she had also been surprised, but she hadn't stood there like a fool watching. What was she doing? They were going to attack her. Orchid. Move. Her sister's words woke her from her reverie, but before she could understand what she meant, the ground beneath her right paw shifted, giving way to Edwin's claws, ready to close on his mother's limb. But unlike Lavender, Orchid reacted much less vociferously. She simply raised her paw and kicked the worm. There was no need to make a giant leap and land far away. Her long limbs were an advantage, and doing that was much more efficient. Only after kicking Edwin did Orchid have time to feel bad. She had hurt her adorable little offspring. This helped the lord finally understand how serious the children were. For some reason she had thought that none of them would dare to hurt her, but Edwin's actions showed her otherwise. They were going to fight to the bitter end, leaving aside any emotional ties. The problem was that if she started to fight seriously, there would be nothing left of those children. Just at that moment Lily, who was incapacitated by her temporary blindness, managed to glimpse shadows. Her vision returned to her, as did her ability to fight. Even with an injured leg, she knew she could support her sisters, so with all her strength she threw a ring of wind, fast, discreet and silent. This attack was aimed directly at the small glowing worm that lay stunned at one side of the battle arena. Orchid's kick had been quite strong, and he still couldn't move. The ring was heading right for him. Danger and damage were imminent. Everything happened in just a few seconds. The little worm noticed the ring, desperately tried to move, but a cramp in area left him paralyzed. The changes in air pressure foreshadowed what was coming. He had tried to avoid creating a shield to save magic, but now with his cramped leg, the pain prevented him from concentrating and glowed with rage. It was then that at the last second, already resigned to having to endure an ugly blow, Jasmine intervened and blocked with her spear. The impact of the blow dragged her some distance, but she still maintained her firm stance despite the pain in her arms. She clenched her jaw and stifled a moan of pain. The concentrated wind energy pushed her a little further until she finally vanished into nothingness like an illusion. That had been a lot of strength for a girl her age to endure. Everyone knew it, even several of the mantises watching the spectacle let out some exclamations. Even one lady dared to say she's strong, what a pity she's not a mantis. Those brats have potential, Lavender thought, but we can't let them win. That would call into question our authority and, above all, our way of life, but Orchid doesn't seem very cooperative about this. And it was the truth. Her sister was fighting much slower than usual. She knew her style, fast and relentless. She didn't let go of her opponent until she had him finished, but now she paused her actions every so often, giving the little ones the opportunity to recover and counterattack. She suspected it was because of the presence of her pet. She never imagined that this creature would cause her so many problems. At least, she looked aggressive enough so that this attitude wasn't very obvious. Only someone who knew her well could notice it. Lavender snorted in annoyance. The situation was bad. A fight that seemed simple and quick had lasted longer than necessary and had left Lily with an injured leg. At least the problem could still be controlled. She raised her spear and rushed forward, ready to eliminate the hybrid mantis, but before she could take 2 steps, she tripped and fell to the ground. Looking back, she found one of her legs tangled in thread and the hybrid woodlice holding on for dear life. The creature was so small and so quiet that they had completely forgotten about it, but no longer. She quickly grabbed the thread from its legs and pulled. Ren tried to resist, but underestimated her opponent's strength. She'd never fully grasped the strength of a mantis. After all, she'd never fought enemies that strong or that large. So she ended up being pulled by her own thread. Ren flew away but clung to her needle desperately. Unlike a mantis, she couldn't fight without a weapon. If she lost it, she would be finished, although the situation didn't look favorable for her either. Perhaps mantises weren't very smart academically, but battle strategies were their strong suit. After being shaken a couple of times, the Lord opted to use the thread to her advantage and shook it in such a way that Ren ended up whipped against the ground. The girl let out a moan of pain, but she didn't let go of the needle, an action that earned her another lash. Tears sprang to her eyes, but she remained determined not to let go of the needle. After all, her life depended on it. The third lash was imminent, but a tiny ring of wind appeared out of nowhere and cut the thread holding them together. The tiny woodlouse fell to the ground like a rock into a river, and even though a stabbing pain hit her back, she recognized that it was less severe than the previous lashes. She looked down at her hands and sighed in relief at still seeing her needle between them, but this comforting sensation turned to horror when she tried to move. The pain was excruciating, her body hurting worse than she thought. Now she questioned whether it had been wise to hold on to her weapon so tightly. She could have dropped it and escaped through one of the underground tunnels. Being scolded by her mother for losing the needle was far better than dying. But to make matters worse, besides Ren, another of the offspring was afflicted with unbearable pain. In the midst of desperation at seeing her cousin hurt, Jasmine mustered all her strength to execute a perfect wind ring, but just as she had been told, her body was not yet ready to withstand that pressure, so her arms cramped, leaving her paralyzed. 2 of the 3 little warriors were out of the fight, their strategy was broken, and teamwork was impossible, but beyond defeat, the impossibility of escape was what truly mattered to them. Ren and Jasmine wouldn't be able to get into any of the holes in time. Their only hope was Edwin. Finally, the little worm recovered from his physical discomfort and saw with horror the state of his family. He looked up at Orchid, but found no support. She was simply as scared and lost as he was, shuffling each of her possibilities, wondering what to do. Lily, for her part, had calmed down sitting on the ground. She already considered the battle won. She could take it easy, and as for Lavender, some annoyance was seen on her face. The feeling of frustration and dissatisfaction were captured on it. A battle that was not as good as it could have been. If those little ones had matured a little more, it would have been an interesting confrontation. But he wasn't going to spare their lives just out of personal desire. As Lord, it was his duty to show his power, so he set out to finish off the cochineal who was the closest to him. But when he tried to drive the spear into his flesh, he encountered a barrier of light that hindered his task. Edwin had placed a shield over her as she ran as fast as she could toward her sister. But with great concentration and power, she materialized beams of light that emerged from the ground. They didn't seem very dangerous, but the mantis had the opportunity to see how hot they were when she ended up with a minor burn on her tail. Edwin kept attacking while feeding the shield for Ren. He was almost reaching Jasmine, but his prey instincts were put on alert. A slight variation in the air indicated that something was wrong. He jumped to the side just in time to evade a new wind ring thrown by Lily. Even from the ground that mantis could be a problem. He saw it preparing a new attack, but this time he realized that the target was Jasmine. Given the circumstances, he was forced to cease his attack on Lavender to focus his mind and energy on creating a shield for Ren. He had already pushed his abilities to the limit by defending and attacking at the same time, but with two people to protect, his attack capacity was reduced to zero, and he couldn't keep up. The shield formed over Jasmine just in time to prevent her from being hit by Lily's wind ring, but she didn't care. She directed another attack this time towards Ren. Even though she was still protected by a shield, this action was not to cause him harm, since it was useless. It was rather to force the boy to keep both shields and leave him defenseless. Without saying a word, Lavender and Orchid understood their sister's intentions. Orchid grabbed her spear, trying to contain the desire to do something stupid. Everything she had been fighting for all these years was at stake. It was her reputation that kept the plan going. She couldn't abandon everything, or maybe she could. Seeing that Orchid was not willing to attack her pet, Lavender decided to save her the suffering and finish her off herself, vanishing from her place in less than a blink of an eye to reappear on top of the little one. The boy's eyes turned crystalline, and he regretted his stupidity. For once, he let his emotions get the better of him, forgetting his rational side, and things turned out this way. More than dying, what distressed him was having endangered his sister and cousin. Dead, he wouldn't be able to maintain the shields. He didn't want to know anything more. He closed his eyes and resigned himself to his fate. The metallic sound made him realize that he wasn't dead yet, but he was afraid to look, as if ignorance of the situation around him might prolong his life, but in the end he had to summon up his courage and raise his eyes. She stepped back in fear. Lavender was just a few steps away from her, and the only thing stopping her from ending her life was Orchid blocking her. A deathly silence had fallen over the room. No one could believe what they were seeing, not Orchid's family, nor the Mantis people. The Lord defending a half-breed. Had she gone mad? She was questioning the order of all Mantis society with that action, and she was a lord. Her duty was to preserve the traditions and way of life. "Orchid, what are you doing?" her sister hissed, to which she only received silence as a response. "I understand that you love your pet very much, but you're embarrassing us. Now step aside and let me finish this. The sooner I do, the less it will hurt." "I won't do it." "Orchid. Don't be foolish. Are you going to destroy our entire way of life for a simple pet?" "He's not a pet," she whispered. "He's my son." She said the last part screaming, and there was no mantis that missed what she said, and the murmur of surprise and horror spread everywhere. That disgusting worm, son of the Lord. Of Lord Orchid. The strongest, most respected, and most admired of all. That had to be a joke. It was impossible. She had to be crazy. That was a more believable explanation for all of that. In fact, it was the same conclusion her sisters came to. "Orchid, that worm is not your child," the Lord said it in a calm and kind manner. In her eyes that mantis was insane, and she didn't want to make its condition worse. She was going to try to handle the situation calmly. She was even willing to be a little lenient with it. "It is not your child, it was not born from your womb. You can love it very much, take care of it and worry about it, but no matter how much you love it, a pet is not a child." Orchid had to hold back the urge to scream and push her away. She'd reached her limit. She'd had enough. She'd endured almost 8 years away from her offspring, missed out on all the important moments in their lives, and had to pretend they didn't exist. But having them in front of her and pretending they had nothing to do with her. That was already too much. Plus, everything was already ruined. There was no point in continuing the charade. Still, since her sister had the courtesy to treat her with such patience and calm, she was going to do the same. "This child is my son." With a slight movement she pushed Lavender's spear and took a resting position. Her sister imitated her. Although it may not seem like it, he was born from an egg of mine, he and his sister the half-breed mantis, and before you retort anything, I have not gotten involved with any worm. This relieved her sister quite a bit. What happens is that this offspring is a descendant of the Pale King. Neither Lily nor Lavender knew what to think about this, and the Mantis people were waiting expectantly for this, all so focused on this drama that they didn't notice that the hatchlings were slowly crawling towards one of the holes that Edwin had left to escape, but honestly at this point nobody cared anymore. The lords tried to understand the story their sister was telling them. Was that worm a descendant of the Pale King? His appearance and his use of magic made them think that part could be true. He didn't have as much magic as the old monarch. That could be caused by his mixed blood. It was one of the reasons why the mantises didn't support interbreeding. But on the other hand, it was clear that he was physically superior to the tall being. Even making a superficial estimate, it was likely that this creature would grow to be taller than the old king. But all this had a problem, except for Hornet, the king had no offspring. If Orchid were the mother, she would have had this offspring with some male, and a son of a high being should be striking and strong. The spider queen herself, even though she was small, was a contender to be feared. Who was that male so extraordinary as to dazzle even a mantis as stubborn as Orchid? Who's the father? She asked skeptically. And before he could answer, a loud bang alerted everyone. Something exploded at the gate separating Deep Nest from the mantis village. A cloud of dust billowed up, forcing everyone to close their eyes. Pieces of metal flew off. Fortunately, no one was hurt. After the commotion, the dust slowly began to descend until it reached the point where a figure became visible. He was a familiar face, though not a regular visitor to the village. He was the legendary Silent Knight who had defeated the Mantis Lords when he was just a child. What does this mean? Lily squealed. Even if you have the respect of the Mantis people, this is unacceptable. Orchid coughed a little, drawing the attention of the rest. He is the descendant of the Pale King and the father of my children. The nightmare unleashed. What mess was he in now? Hollow looked everywhere looking for something that would tell him what the right decision to make was, because from what he saw, anything he did would have dire consequences for someone. When Tickle led him to the path that led to the Mantis village, he assumed that the children had come there to see their mother and that they would at least be careful and discreet, but what he found was a full-blown ritual fight, and when it came to battles, mantises didn't discriminate. It didn't matter if their challenger was a seasoned warrior or a scrawny hatchling, they would fight with all their might. Interrupting a ritual fight could already mean losing the respect the mantises had for him, but he could live with that. He didn't care much if he never set foot in fungal wastes again, if that meant keeping his children alive, but the matter was more complex than just grabbing them and escaping. He was sure that Orchid had confessed that 2 of those babies were his. What was he supposed to do? If he tried to protect his reputation and denied Orchid's motherhood with any excuse, she would keep her position as lord, along with the respect and admiration of the Mantis people, but at the same time she would be devastated and would trust him even less. If he confirmed everything, the Mantis would turn against her, and everything she had fought for would be lost. What do you mean they're yours? Lily struggled to her feet, her eyes blazing. Don't joke about something like that. Calm down, Lily, our sister is delirious. Never having had children has finally gotten to her, and now she thinks that pet is her child. I'm not crazy. I'm tired of denying it, and at this point, it doesn't make sense anymore. I spared this kid's life, and that's why. He's my boy. Hollow decided that enough was enough, this was beyond repair, to hell with the mantises, he did what he could, now he had to save his family. He did some mental calculations, Edwin and Orchid were relatively close, he could pick them up easily, if Edwin raised the shields over Jasmine and Ren, he could leave them at the entrance to Deep Nest and then go find the rest of the hatchlings. This has gone too far. A slight change in Lavender's attitude made her intentions clear. I'm sorry Orchid. This is for your own good. What followed happened so quickly that the spectators barely had time to process it. Hollow, using the shadow cloak, instantly positioned himself next to Orchid, who was closest, and grabbed her by the waist to drag her away. He was immediately about to grab Edwin to take him to safety, but Lavender already had the spear in her claws and was directing it at the worm's body. The prince's death would have been inevitable if a little girl hadn't gotten in the way. Lavender's spear stopped a short distance from her daughter's chest, and the girl sighed in relief. In truth, she acted without thinking. She wasn't even sure if it would work. She only knew that she couldn't allow the little Garpies to be killed, both because of the affection she had for him and because she considered it unfair. Rosa? What the hell is wrong with you? I could have hurt you. Lavender scolded her. I'm sorry you didn't hurt me anyway, you're too skilled to do that. Don't push your luck, girl. Now get out of here. Don't interfere. This is adult business. But little Garpies is a child. I'm referring to the matter with your aunt. Aunt Orchid is in a very bad state. She thinks that thing is her child, so we must help her by eliminating the problem. Lavender tried to use all her self-control to keep from yelling at the girl. Suddenly, she'd seen that sweet spark in her eyes again, and she didn't want it to go out. But why did she have to wake up right now? If she made another mistake like the beating she gave her last time, she feared her daughter would be lost forever this time. Rosa, for her part, with anguish marked on her face, looked at Edwin, then at Aunt Orchid, and finally at the creature that had her by the waist. I wouldn't mind if little Garpies were my cousin. He's still strong, he knows how to hunt, and I've never been able to capture him. There's no need to kill him. Please, Mom, I'll do anything, but don't kill him. I don't want Aunt Orchid to leave again. I don't want her to abandon us. Lavender had not taken that perspective into account. Her daughter understood the situation much better than she did. It was true, if her sister believed that thing was her offspring, she would never forgive her for killing it. Now she had to think things through very calmly. Unfortunately, Lily precipitated things by throwing her spear at Edwin, but the timely action of her father saved him, who with a blow from his sting, repelled the weapon. Enough. This is unacceptable. Lily screamed hysterically. This is destroying the natural order of things. Mestizos are aberrations that must be eliminated. Orchid is crazy, and Lavender. You can't allow your daughter to manipulate you. The rabid mantis limped to where its spear had fallen and pointed it at Hollow. And you, Silent Knight. You have dishonored the tribe, you have disrespected our traditions. You are banished. Never set foot in this place again. And take your filthy offspring with you. It had to be said that although they recognized Hollow's strength, they had also realized that she had a calm personality. No one expected her to react in a hostile manner, but Hollow was not going to put up with her offspring being insulted, so in a movement that lasted a blink of an eye, she reached Lily and hit her so hard that she knocked her to the ground. "Aunt Lily." Rosa cried, frightened. Hollow said nothing. He walked calmly across the room to where his niece and daughter were. He lovingly picked them up and hugged them close to him, seeking to reassure them. This tender attitude contrasted sharply with the ferocity he had just displayed. Then Hollow did a second thing no one expected. He spoke. "I'm taking my children and Orchid too, I don't care if you agree or not." He talks. Lily exclaimed in surprise, still rubbing the bruise on her face. "What do you mean you're going to take Orchid? She's our sister. You can't do that." Lavender positioned her spear in an offensive position, ready to defend her family. "You say Orchid is crazy. Can a crazy ruler possibly lead a people? She's no longer of use to you, and according to your own laws, you should eliminate her so she doesn't get in the way of the tribe. Well, I'll spare you the trouble of killing her. Let me take her." Lily and Lavender looked at each other worriedly. The Silent Knight was right, but they couldn't let Orchid go. She was the strongest of the sisters, and the one who had the greatest popularity and respect among the tribe. They would be showered with challenges from challengers again. Their positions as lords would be in danger. The delicate balance of power would be wavering, and that was instability for the village. Besides, she was their sister. They didn't want her to go far away. "You can't decide that, foreigner." An unexpected voice rose from those present. Chris looked at Hollow with a defiant attitude. His claws were not deployed, so it was understood that he did not want to fight, but there was a certain aggressiveness in him. "Orchid is our leader, our guide. You can't take her away. Only we mantises can decide the fate of our people. But if you don't accept her appreciation for that child, you've already declared her incapable. But that doesn't mean she should be kicked out. She doesn't hurt anyone, she doesn't harm anyone, she's self-sufficient, she gets her own food, and even if she weren't a lord, she'd be a great asset to the village. She doesn't have to leave." A stir arose among the mantises. Chris had dared to express that thought that many shared. They didn't want to lose Orchid. They longed for her way of doing things, her good judgment, and the small changes she had implemented in the tribe. Even if she had strange behaviors, they could tolerate it. But that was the thinking of only one part of the tribe, as there was another group that was more traditional and extreme in its ideas. They advocated expelling it. A defective mantis did not have the right to stay in the tribe, and if that foreigner took it away, that would save them a lot of trouble. A heated discussion ensued over the topic. Should Orchid stay or go? Not even the lords were sure what to expect or what to do. For the first time in mantis history, the idea of breaking with tradition was being raised. Lily and Lavender were terrified, while Orchid did her best to contain her emotion and appear serious and solemn. Finally, the seeds she had planted and nurtured so long ago were germinating. She hoped this would happen many years from now, but perhaps it was time. Would her tribe finally open up to the world? Would mantis society change? Could she return to her children early? It seemed like something big was going to happen, and something big did, but not in the way they expected. Above the throne room, a strange figure appeared. It was a luminous and intricate drawing that materialized in the air. It represented a symbol that Hollow found very familiar. A dreamcatcher. A bright spark ignited in the center of the figure, and from it fell a white moth they knew very well. The insect landed ungracefully, resulting in a tangle of winged hair, but after dusting itself off, it stood up, the dreamlike stinger visible in its hands. Confusion gripped the mantises, but Hollow was overcome with terror, and with his gaze, he asked a question that gnawed at his soul. Sandwich looked up and, with deep sadness, said. "We failed, the Nightmare King was too much for us, Master Grimm and Scarlet were captured, only I was able to escape." Hollow lost his breath as horror was reflected on his face. Orchid had never seen Hollow like this. A pang of pain afflicted her chest as she remembered those dreams she had had where he left her for another. He shook his head, trying to dispel those dire thoughts, but it was difficult. They clung to his mind like ticks. It was normal. Why would he want to be with her? A brute and savage mantis, originally from a tribe that didn't get along with everyone. She wasn't even that pretty, and worse, she abandoned him and his children. Another female would have been a much better mate for him. She was just a hindrance, an impediment to his happiness with anyone else. He could already imagine his children demanding that he go off with someone else while their mother was with them. At that point, the best thing to do would be to remove the obstacle. How would he do it? Poison her? Or perhaps something more direct, challenge her to a duel, one where she would accidentally die. Who could blame him? Who would question him? He would cry in front of everyone, while all he gave her was the most horrible look he could. Put bad thoughts out of your head, said a small voice, don't let fear dominate you, suppress all bad thoughts, replace them with the happiest memory you have. A happy memory? If he thought about happy moments, sadly, he didn't have many in his life. His childhood was tough, like any young mantis's. Fighting to survive, even harming siblings if necessary, being strong, fulfilling hunting quotas, showing no mercy and receiving none, watching loved ones die and not being able to mourn them. But she did have some good times, especially when she met Hollow. At first he was irritating, or maybe she felt that way because she was just going through one of the worst times of her life, but after living with him she grew fond of him. He was extremely kind and affectionate, he cared for her, he paid attention to her, he took great care of her. Truly, every moment by his side was happy, and the best came later. She remembered how bad she felt when she found out she was going to have mixed-race babies, but when she accepted him and had the eggs in her arms, she was overcome with emotion. Her joy was so great that she felt she was going to explode. Without realizing it, he suddenly felt better, he no longer thought about negative things, he was not afraid, and he had recovered his usual optimism. And then he woke up to reality. Chaos had broken out around them, some mantises were lying on the floor writhing while holding their heads, others were huddled in a corner trembling as if at any moment they were going to be attacked, and there was one last group that had definitely gone mad, their eyes were red, and they were indiscriminately attacking everyone around them, including defenseless babies. Curiously, almost no babies had fallen prey to this madness. What's going on? The Lord exclaimed, horrified at what she saw. She didn't have much time to surrender to the shock as a claw tore through her defense and she nearly failed to dodge it. Who had attacked her? Who was facing a lord? Horror gripped her as she witnessed her sister Lavender turn into a monster. His usually cold and stern eyes were now a broth of crimson fury, his posture so straight and elegant, mimicked that of an enraged beast. Everything was strange and terrifying, their forms blurred. Orchid felt like she was short of breath, she was afraid, and just then a ball of fur clung to her face. "Aya, let me go. Don't be scared," Bocadillo shouted. "Stay calm, breathe, don't let fear take over or you'll end up like her. Think of something nice." Even though he yelled it was easier said than done. How could he think of anything nice when he saw his family and tribe being possessed by some strange illness? He assumed it was an illness. Those red eyes reminded him of another very old event that involved orange eyes. Orchid struggled a little longer with the moth, unable to break away. The creature was small but strong. Her struggle continued until she felt a strong arm grab her by the waist. Snack's legs gave way and he moved away from her head. When she regained her vision, she realized this was all Hollow's doing. He was the one holding her with one hand, while with the other, he held Snack like a package. The Lord felt bewildered, both by what was happening and by the closeness of her partner, and before she could say anything, the knight leaned over her and kissed her. It was an intense kiss, one you savor, the kind she hadn't felt in so long, passionate and full of feeling. Orchid surrendered herself to his emotions, reciprocating the gesture. Soft moans escaped her mouth as heat invaded her. Her latent fear threatened to surface, and for a blink of an eye, she tried to pull away, but the arm around her tightened its grip possessively, forcing her to stay there, right where she was receiving love. Her heart pounded as a tingling sensation settled in her abdomen, and just then. "I understand you want to make the nightmares go away by making him feel something nice, but enough is enough," Bocadillo shouted. "There are children present. Does anyone want to think about the children?" Hollow and Orchid then separated. It felt like waking up from a sweet dream and falling into a nightmare. The mantises were still in that frenzied state, drooling and with their crimson red eyes. The only difference was that their aggression had increased and the sick individuals were heading toward the terrified hatchlings. "Oh no, this is getting out of hand," moaned the moth. "Go to sleep." The white insect opened its wings and flapped them, while its body acquired an orange glow that increased in intensity with every second. No one knew what it was doing, but it was clear that it was costing it effort because its limbs were tensed and its face showed a very ugly grimace. Then when its brightness reached its maximum splendor it released everything, opened its eyes completely while stretching its body, then all the energy it had contained spread like a golden explosion, whose shockwave extended towards the confines of the village, and every insect that came into contact with this energy automatically fell asleep, except for 3 exceptions. Hollow, Jasmine and Edwin. "What did you do to them?" Hollow shouted angrily, holding a limp Orchid in his arms. Don't be so upset, I just put them to sleep. It's better for them to be sleeping than to kill each other. But Orchid. Look, casting a sleep spell on them one by one would take too long, and I'm sure some of the kids would have died before I could do it. It's much easier if I put them all to sleep. That way, the adults don't do anything stupid and the kids don't suffer watching their parents act like monsters. Then we only wake up the healthy ones who are necessary. Knowing that he could wake the sleeping people reassured him. And how do we wake them up? Just like you would wake up a normal person, throw water on them, pull on their antennae, tickle them, I don't know, use your imagination. With this information in mind, the knight lowered the moth and shook Orchid gently. The mantis soon regained consciousness with groans of annoyance. My back hurts. Oh, what happened? Did I fall asleep standing up? Hollow. What's going on? Miss Orchid. Edwin and Jasmine approached their parents crying, and they did their best to calm them down while they took them in their arms. Why weren't the children and I affected by your spell? Hollow asked curiously. In your and Jasmine's case, I placed a protective seal on you a while ago against the Nightmare King, which also protects you from any kind of dream magic, which is why you didn't fall asleep. Ah, so protective seal, but at what moment? The kiss. Ah, but after a couple of seconds Hollow connected some dots. You kissed my daughter. On the forehead. It was on the forehead. And it was an absolutely pure and innocent kiss with no bad intentions. What kind of sick person do you think I am? Ever since the moth accidentally kidnapped his daughter, Hollow simply couldn't trust her, but Jasmine never showed any signs of having done anything wrong to her. She even seemed to have a certain appreciation for him, so he had no reason to accuse him of anything. On the other hand, this was neither the time nor the place to discuss such things. Mr. Sandwich. What happened? Jasmine asked, somewhat calmer after her father comforted her. There's an evil spiritual being. What? The Nightmare King, Edwin interrupted. That same one, the Nightmare King was spreading a disease. Scarlet fever, the little worm added again. That same one, and this disease makes people have a fever that makes them delirious and relive their most traumatic moments and their worst fears, the prince intervened for the third time. Well, if you know so much, why don't you explain it? There are things that even I don't know, and I want to know. Why were the adult mantises affected but not the children? They didn't have a protective seal, did they? Well, that's why I was yelling at them to think of something nice. The way to counteract the Nightmare King's influence without using magic is to think of pleasant things. Well, the opposite of a nightmare. But I suppose the mantises in this place have such a hard life that they don't have any good moments to remember, although it could also be that the bad moments are so horrible that they overshadow the good ones. You know, everyone's life is different. But nothing so unpleasant has happened to the children yet that it fills them with fear, so they were able to resist the scarlet fever well. Who would have imagined it? Orchid looked downcast and sad. Of all the tribes and races, the mantises were the only ones who were not affected by the moth goddess's infection, and yet we are the first to fall to this new disease. Weren't we supposed to have the strongest minds? Having a strong mind has nothing to do with it. No matter how powerful you are, we all have fears. No amount of discipline or training in the world will make them go away. He sighed worriedly, you know. This is just a personal opinion, but take it as the experience of an 800-year-old person. The best way to live is to find balance. It's okay to have discipline, train and work, but don't make your life just that. It's okay to play, rest and have fun, but not all the time. The balance between both things is ideal. Why are you all staring at me? Indeed, everyone present looked at him with an expression of total surprise. What do you mean you're 800 years old? They all shouted. Yes, everyone is surprised when I say it, But that's not normal. No one lives that long. Yes, I know, I don't even know why this happens. I think it has to do with the fact that I'm the offspring of a high being, although I never fully understood what that meant. Hollow had an idea of what it could mean and it made him uncomfortable, but he shook his head, chasing those thoughts away. This little one had nothing to do with that resentful goddess, so he took a deep breath and calmed down. So they failed to defeat the Nightmare King. What happened to Scarlet? Akadillo lowered his antennae and took on a dejected attitude. He has her, she's trapped in the dream realm. Hollow closed his eyes with a pained expression as guilt washed over him. What had he done? Once again, he hadn't helped Scarlet and everything had ended in the worst possible way. Of course, a little voice in his head reminded him that he had done all this for his children because he couldn't abandon them, but deep down, he also felt he had a duty to Scarlet. How do you act when your heart is divided? Hey, wake up. Hollow came to with a start only to find the small moth flying in front of him. I didn't come here just to tell you the bad news, I'm going to get you out of here. Why? Akadillo gave Jasmine a furtive glance. Let's just say I have an outstanding debt. Anyway, let's go. Snack flew to the door that led to Deep Nest, hoping they would follow him, but everyone looked a bit dazed, especially Orchid who kept staring at her sleeping sisters. Don't wake them up, their minds are lost now, you'll only see a couple of irrational beasts who will try to kill you. They seem to be suffering. They are suffering, trapped in an eternal nightmare. The female did her best to hold back her tears. Why do they have to suffer like this? Why don't they have any fond memories to hold on to? They've suffered so much in this life, and just because of that, now they have to suffer more. It's not fair. Relax, they're not lost. It's not the end of the world yet. Surely they'll wake up someday. For now, do what you can with what you have control over. We have to get out of here. Alright. Everyone was walking away from the scene, but Jasmine turned back when she noticed someone was forgotten. Wait, I'm going to wake Ren up. No, Jasmine. Don't do it. Bakadillo tried to stop her, but it was too late. The little woodlouse opened its eyes and they shone blood red, then it placed all its limbs on the ground and as if it were a wild beast it launched itself at its cousin trying to bite her face. Only the timely intervention of Edwin with a magic shield prevented a tragedy. Jasmine was terrified. Just a short distance from her face, she saw her cousin biting nothing, trying to reach her. That lost curious look was something worthy of a nightmare and deep down, she was afraid that Edwin's shield wouldn't hold up. That horror ended when Bakadillo flew behind the girl and with a touch of his hand, put her to sleep. Only then did the shield vanish and Jasmine was free. The first thing she did was run to her father, crying. Come on, Jasmine, calm down, everything's fine, well more or less, it's better than it was 5 minutes ago. What was that? Edwin shouted, shocked. What happened to Ren? Why is he like this? He looked at the moth in despair. Aren't children supposed to be fine? I never said that. I said that since nothing too bad happened to the children, they can better withstand scarlet fever, but that doesn't apply to all children. Some have very miserable lives or a very horrific trauma. I don't know which is the case. Ren has a good life, her parents take good care of her. This doesn't make sense. Yes, but it wasn't always like this. Hollow spoke with a voice that denoted all her sorrow. She was too young to remember it, but I suppose the trauma is there in her mind. She suffered a lot of abuse when she was a baby. What? Why? Why did they do that to him? Edwin cried. The nanny Hornet has more details. Edwin was dejected, he couldn't believe that his cousin had gone through something so horrible, so he headed towards Bakadillo's in despair. Help her, please, I beg you. It's not that easy. I mean, look, to help her I first have to enter her mind, somehow resolve the trauma that afflicts her, give her the courage to overcome that nightmare, and then put a protective seal on it. I wouldn't mind doing it, but I don't know her, I don't know what kind of person she is, how her head works and what the trauma she went through was like. It's dangerous to enter a mind you know nothing about. Dangerous? But I've done it tons of times, Hollow thought to himself, although to be honest every time he did it, he ended up facing some dangerous battle where he massacred someone. He remembered that one of his most difficult battles was in Bretta's mind against Zote, and his victory meant shattering the beetle's heart and illusions to the point of wanting to leave thinking about it. Maybe it was something reckless. I suggest we look for Hornet. Hollow was somewhat disturbed by his thoughts. She knows everything about Ren and his trauma. Yes, Aunt Hornet can certainly help, replied the hopeful little worm. Great, but first I suggest we find a safe place to take shelter. Sandwich flew towards the exit. Now a good part of the kingdom's population must be infected with scarlet fever and are at danger. Once safe we can do something for that girl. Okay. Hollow walked up to the woodlice and gently picked it up, afraid of waking it. Then they all left the mantis village together in search of survival. Eternal nightmare. Deep Nest had always been considered one of the most dangerous places in Hellenist, dark, gloomy, plagued by dangerous creatures that lurked in the shadows, emitting that rhythmic hiss that filled every corner of the caverns, heightening the tension and fear in every person who crossed its grounds. But within it all, there was tranquility, an oppressive and overwhelming calm that forced one to be alert, but didn't necessarily make one fight, so one could conserve energy to endure the passage through that sinister place. But under the influence of the Nightmare King, everything was different. Hollow and his family raced through the tunnels, facing a sea of wild beasts that gave them no respite. Scarlet fever attacked beasts and civilized creatures alike, and so the once silent caverns now echoed with a symphony of shrill screams that announced with each cry the danger that loomed over them. Not even the fiercest warrior could fight off every creature that stood in front of him, so the most viable option was flight. But even escape wasn't an easy path, because at every step wild beasts jumped on them, and the family as a whole did what they could to survive. Jasmine and Ren were the only ones unable to cooperate in the fight, the former due to being exhausted and injured, and the latter due to being possessed. But Hollow and Orchid were enough to handle the horde, though Sandwich and Edwin weren't far behind, both of them creating useful shields at opportune moments with their magical techniques. If they hadn't cooperated, their lives would have ended much sooner. Maintaining that pace and stress continuously was exhausting. For the first time, a path that used to be short seemed eternal, but their hearts leaped for joy when Edwin announced. "I see a light." Indeed, the exit from that nightmare was just a few steps away, but that light that offered hope was overshadowed by a shadow that stood in its way. A devotee. It was ridiculous to think that this individual would be healthier than all the beasts they had faced, but hope in a child is strong, and they were already tired. Jasmine and Edwin ran up to him expecting a warm welcome, but stopped a few steps away when they noticed his hideous red eyes. They stepped back just in time to avoid his enormous claws, and before the creature could continue its task of killing them, a hollow appeared from above, its stinger pointed forward. A still infected devotee maintained his reflexes and fighting ability intact, blocked the sting by forming a shield with his claws, and was unharmed. It wasn't the first time Hollow had faced enemies of this type, he knew exactly how to kill them, but he didn't want to do it in front of his children. Unlike the disaster that had occurred years ago, the individuals now weren't resurrected corpses, they were living beings, and apparently the Nightmare King's infection could be cured with appropriate treatment. This wasn't a beast, and his children knew it, they would suffer greatly if they saw him mercilessly end the life of an innocent bug. If he were alone, he wouldn't mind killing him, but he wasn't, he never would be again. She put away her stinger and turned back to pick up her two children, then took a run up and jumped over the devotee, avoiding all harm, and landed behind him. Orchid soon followed suit, doing the same with Ren in her arms, and as for Snack, he could fly without any problems. After that, and still being pursued by the devotee, they headed toward the underground lake over which distant village was built, but the sight they saw was terrifying. Dozens of infected weavers and devotees roamed the streets, wreaking havoc on everything in their path, as if every broom, door, or piece of furniture were an enemy to be attacked. But the most horrifying thing was watching them attack each other, until they ended up as inert masses covered in blood and wounds. All the houses were severely damaged, many were already uninhabitable, and so everyone turned their gaze to the house above. Crowning the decay of the town was the Queen's lair, ablaze. "And Hornet!" Jasmine and Edwin shouted. They made a move to run towards the village, but their father caught them before they could do so. "Let us go," Jasmine squealed. "And Hornet." "Silky." "Chester," Edwin shouted back. "Enough. They're getting your attention." They were a little confused by his words, but as soon as they looked closely, they saw that the Scarlet zombies were already crossing the bridge leading out of the distant village and heading toward them. The children trembled in fear and hugged their father. "But Aunt Hornet," Edwin sobbed. "Hornet is very smart, strong, and brave, probably much braver than me. I'm sure she's fine. She must have escaped with her children. So what do we do now, Hollow?" Distress flowed from Orchid's voice, though she did her best to remain calm. Hollow analyzed the situation, his partner was tired, sad and hurt, himself and his children weren't much better, he didn't care about them all, but he didn't look well either, they needed to replenish their strength, and he knew a suitable place. "Follow me, I know a safe place, or at least I hope it still is." The refuge Hollow led them to was a secret room in Deepnest, a warehouse where, once upon a time, Hornet couldn't produce her own thread, she'd kept the spools of thread belonging to other weavers. It was impossible to get there if you didn't know the place, unless you were devilishly observant, and finding the place by chance was a game of chance with a chance of 1 in 100,000. Of course, getting there wasn't easy either. For a change, the path was covered in wild beasts, now joined by sick weavers. Terror was growing in their hearts. Fortunately, Hollow and Jasmine were protected by Mouthful Seal, and Edwin's magic offered her protection, but it wasn't the same for Orchid. The mantis suddenly felt short of breath, its vision blurring as its heart pounded. Strange, terrifying shapes appeared in its eyes, and its limbs stopped responding, paralyzing it with fear. "Orchid. Don't stop." Hollow shouted, fending off a pair of enemies who charged at her. "Scarlet fever is hitting her again." The moth examined her increasingly red eyes. "Didn't you already get over it? He can be reborn at any moment, all he needs to do is suffer a state of great terror, and you can't deny that this situation is very terrifying. Can you do something? Thus guide her, she has to get through this on her own." Bacadillo then got to work, gently touching his face, unleashing jealousy in the gentleman, but he endured it for the sake of his partner. "Look, calm down, breathe as deeply as you can." Orchid tried to follow Bacadillo's instructions. "That's it, forget about what you're going through now, this will be fine, everything will be fine. In fact, remember a time when you felt lost and desperate, where it seemed like there would be no solution, but then everything was fine. Is there a moment like that?" "Yes, there is." "Tell me." When I was expecting my children, I was very worried because some of them might be mixed race. I had been taught that mixed race people were horrible creatures that shouldn't exist, and I felt really bad thinking that some of my children might turn out like that, but Hollow, her family and some friends made me see that it wasn't bad, that they could be good, talented and happy creatures, and that I wasn't a bad person for bringing them into the world. Only then could I be happy to be a mother, and the truth is that it was one of the happiest times of my life. Tears sprang into the eyes of Orchid's offspring, now they both knew how terrible Manta society was and could understand their mother's pain, so they ran to hug her. The touch of her children finished waking Orchid from her incipient nightmare. The mantis looked at her offspring and bent down to surround them with a hug. "My little ones." They didn't say anything, their actions said it all, but unfortunately there was no time to delve into their relationship and their past. "I think it would be good to put a protective seal on Orchid," Bacadillo pointed out. "Just as she relapsed once, she can relapse more times, and I can't guarantee that she'll be fine every time. So you're going to have to kiss my wife to put a seal on her." Hollow was indignant. Wife." Orchid's face turned red as she waved her claws to fan herself, suddenly feeling very hot. But Hollow, we're not married. True, but it's almost as if we are. What if we get married when all this is over? It certainly wasn't the most romantic proposal in the world, but when it comes to Hollow, you couldn't ask for much more. In any case, Orchid was delighted with the idea. She also had no idea about romance or that there were appropriate places and times for those things. And the mantis happily accepted the proposal, while Bacadillo and the children looked at each other in disbelief. "Let's move on, okay?" They had to walk a few more minutes amidst the mad beasts and nightmarish horrors until they reached a seemingly dead end, where they stopped. The children looked at their father questioningly and he nodded, indicating they were in the right place. The stableman quietly scanned the surroundings, making sure there were no strange beings. It would be disastrous if someone else stumbled upon that secret hiding place. Once he was satisfied that everything was safe, he approached a wall on one side and removed a silk and earth curtain, revealing a secret door behind it. At first, she tried to open the door, noticing it was locked. The space was occupied, so she politely knocked. There was a small commotion inside the room, and after a few seconds, the entrance opened, revealing the Spider Queen. As soon as she saw her brother, her eyes lit up with joy and she jumped into his arms. "Hollow. Are you okay? By the Lord of Shadows. I'm so glad to see you." "Oh. And the children?" The knight stepped aside, revealing his children. "Edwin and Jasmine are fine," he sighed. "What a relief," and ran. The expressions of concern from her family made it clear to her that something was wrong. She feared the worst. She believed that at any moment they would tell her that her poor girl had been torn to pieces by the crazy red-eyed beasts that had risen all over Deep Nest. That's why when everyone's attention turned to the mantis holding the sleeping half-breed in its arms, she felt confused. What was the problem? Bran looked fine, she was just asleep, which wasn't very unusual for her, although perhaps it was a bit extreme for her to be asleep in a situation like that. "What's happening?" She's under the Nightmare King's curse, she has scarlet fever. Sandwich put her to sleep to keep her under control, and so she doesn't pose a danger to others," Hollow replied. What are you talking about? The Nightmare King's curse. Don't lie, she's just asleep, look at her." The mother was entering a state of denial. She couldn't accept such a horrible fate for her offspring. "That's because I put her to sleep," replied the moth, who hadn't noticed until that moment. "If she were awake, she'd be just like all those beasts outside attacking us." As soon as these words were spoken, Bacadillo found himself with the tip of a needle in his neck. The moth was surprised by this. He used to boast about having very good reflexes. How fast would the Spider Queen have to be to put him in such a predicament? He dared to raise his eyes and saw such ferocity on her face that he suddenly felt like going to the bathroom. In such a situation, all he could do was beg. "It's not my fault. We did what we could. But the Nightmare King is too powerful. He crushed us. I lost my friends too. Only I was able to escape." A few seconds passed, which felt like an eternity to Bacadillo, until Hornet removed the gun from around his neck and fell to his knees with a dejected expression. I know. It's just my baby girl, my little wren. Why her? My other two children are fine. Why did this have to happen to her? I don't know who to blame for this." Hornet always seemed strong and relentless. It was strange to see her so broken and vulnerable. It made you want to hug her and comfort her, and that's why her nephews approached her. "Don't worry, Aunt Hornet. Mr. Sandwich can help Wren recover." Jasmine immediately wanted to give her hope. "He said he needed your help to do it. I'm sure if you work together you can do it." As soon as he heard those words, the sparkle returned to Hornet's eyes. "That's true. Well, it's not certain that it will work, but it's more than possible," the moth replied nervously. "But to help someone, I need information from that person, someone who knows them very well. I suppose you're the right person. No one knows a person better than their own mother." Hornet nodded, understanding the situation. She was about to say something else, but a growl nearby alerted them to the presence of infected beasts. "Come in, we'll talk inside the den." Once at the hollow shelter he found that not only his sister was there, Aster, Chester, Silky, Quirrell, and to his surprise, Dan, a close friend of the family and Quirrell's first son, although he didn't know it. "Dan? What are you doing here?" The knight looked at him in surprise. Hey, you could at least be happy to see me. Of course I'm glad, but I'm more surprised than anything. Well, I guess you get the idea. I mean, it's almost a coincidence that I'm here. I happened to be going to drop off a package for Quirrell when a messenger arrived saying his daughter and nephews were missing. Technically, it's none of my business, but you know I love those children very much, plus it's always terrible when a child goes missing. So I decided to ask my superior's permission and went with Quirrell. And then the infection started. It was horrible. Hornet continued with regret. It was very similar to the moth goddess infection, but much more violent. At least before, the sick bugs were more passive. They walked around the place slowly with a lost look and only attacked when they felt the presence of a healthy bug. These beings attacked anything that was in front of them. It didn't matter if it was a child, a stick or a house. Of course, they attacked our home too, Quirrell joined in. Suddenly, our kind neighbors and the guards who were supposed to protect us turned into wild, mindless beasts, rampaging through everything in their path. The scariest thing was that we were almost sickened by the disease as well. What? Hollow was shocked. We began to have terrifying visions, imaginary enemies that could harm us, while at the same time we felt an exasperating heat. Luckily, we remembered what Boccadillo had said about thinking about happy things or happy moments, and we managed to dispel the nightmares. Hollow gave the moth a grateful look and puffed out her chest proudly. She had to stifle a laugh because it just looked so funny. Unfortunately, not all of us were able to escape the nightmare, Hornet lamented. Henry, no matter how much we yelled at him to think of something happy, he couldn't, and he ended up infected. We didn't have the heart to kill him. No, actually, I didn't want to do it in front of the children. I've been through that once before. I don't want them to have to suffer the same way I did. She turned to the moth. Why couldn't it free itself? The Nightmare King works on the basis of fear, and fear, although it is a natural response to danger, is also something that must be learned. That is why the amount of fear that someone has varies from person to person. The more horrible things that have happened to you in your life, the more susceptible you are to the Nightmare King, who will take advantage of that and make you relive your worst moments. What Boccadillo said made sense. As far as he knew, Henry had had a quiet and normal life, that is until a damn obsessive knitter disfigured his face, accused him of a crime he didn't commit, and ended up in jail with a possible death sentence. He must have been very scared during that time. Hey, Edwin's small voice brought her out of her thoughts. What about Tika? I don't see her around. Deep down I felt the answer, but I needed confirmation. Your father took her to track your scent. Now the child's inquisitive gaze turned towards his parent. Honestly, now that I think about it, I'm not sure what happened to her. When I found you fighting the lords, all I thought about was saving you. You fought the lords? All three of you? Hornet screamed hysterically. So Tika stayed in the Mantis village. She's probably asleep there, Boccadillo clarified. My sleep spell affects both civilized creatures and beasts alike, but I wouldn't recommend going looking for her. If you wake her up, she'll probably be another wild, mindless beast like your cousin, and trying to rescue the mind of a beast is very complicated. The little worm didn't say anything else. He understood the situation, but it was still painful. He simply turned away, his eyes filled with tears. Orchid then set about comforting him as best she could, while the rest remained engrossed in a very serious conversation. Did you say Aaron's mind can be saved? The queen held her breath, waiting for an answer. Yes, well, not always, it depends on several things. That's why I didn't want to get into his head without being well prepared, the moth explained. And what do you need to guarantee their rescue? Mainly information, what she's like, how she thinks more or less, what her fears are, if possible, what her trauma is exactly. Every thought, memory, and fear will materialize as a creature or environment that will have to be fought, but the goal isn't simply to defeat these monsters of fear. We have to help the person learn to deal with the problem so they don't relapse. So what can you tell me about your daughter? Hornet sighed sadly. This was something she didn't like to remember, but she had no doubt this old memory was the cause of all her little girl's nightmares. So she took a few moments before speaking. When the children were little, they had a nanny. That woman was one of my best friends, someone loyal to whom I would trust my life, which is why I left my children in her care. But I didn't know what was going through her head. I never knew she was so racist and so cruel to people she didn't like. She showed no mercy to anyone, not even a poor baby who was just a few weeks old. Boccadillo's heart broke when he heard this. When it came to babies, he always thought about their care and protection. Knowing that a poor baby had suffered abuse was horrifying. Being so small, Ran had to endure all kinds of horrible things. Anya often hit her, but she was cunning. She knew how to hurt her without leaving a mark. She also gave her less food than her brothers and constantly scolded her, and if the girl tried to cry or complain, she hit her harder. Sometimes I wonder if that's the reason why she's so silent, or if that's her character. Hornet swallowed. Something very painful was coming. Anya was also very negligent in her care. She had to keep her clean. She had to keep her in good condition. She had to remove the thread that she produced daily. This revelation not only surprised Boccadillo, but also the children who had come to hear this unknown story. Did it produce thread? But it's a woodlice, argued the moth. The crossbred woodlouse, it's part spider, and when it was a baby it could produce thread. Of course, it wasn't pretty or fine like silkies, but it had some. She sighed deeply. Adult spiders always produce thread, and we have to remove the excess regularly so we can later sell spools of silk in crafts. The thing is, a baby can't do that for itself, and Anya had the duty to remove Ren's thread daily, but she didn't. Hornet paused again, the hardest part of the story was coming. By letting the thread accumulate, Ren became ill, she developed a fever and a lot of pain, it was horrible, nothing could relieve her, not even the hot spring water was enough. I was able to save her, thanks to the fact that we took her to the midwife in time. She performed an operation where she removed all the dead tissue, but that also involved taking away her ability to produce thread. Ren's brothers and cousins were shocked by this revelation, those who already knew this story only sighed sadly, it was a terrible memory. Well, many years have passed, Ren is really not affected by not having thread, his cochineal side is very strong. Hornet forced herself to show a small smile, he has had a good life, he really hasn't had any more incidents or traumas since then, all that happened he has already forgotten, so I don't think this problem is what is causing him nightmares, or is it? Or has something horrible happened to him that I haven't heard about? Boccadillo shook his head. Everything you've told me is enough to give the Nightmare King material to work with, even if the little girl doesn't remember, those events are engraved in her mind, in her subconscious, and from there all kinds of nightmares can arise. Snack put his mind to work and paced around the room, while he thought about the matter. An evil nanny, there's probably a horrible and very large monster in that dream, and it's something that happened when she was a baby. I wouldn't be surprised if everything there was exaggeratedly large, and a painful illness. Ugh, maybe there's body horror, I hate those kinds of dreams. He stopped and sighed. Okay, I think I've got him, time to enter his dream. Yes. Can you really help my girl? Sandwich extended his hand towards her, leaving her confused. We can help your little girl, I'm not going to do this alone. Hornet paused for a moment and looked around, specifically searching for her husband's face, who nodded, giving her his full support in the mission she was about to undertake. Okay, I'm ready for anything. Boccadillo was a little surprised at how quickly she made up her mind. Other people she had had to perform this operation with seemed much more fearful and insecure before entering a dream. The moth didn't know what kind of female Hornet was or everything she had had to face, but she didn't complain either. It was much more comfortable if she didn't have to convince or encourage her. Okay, then let's go. They both stood in front of Ren, who was lying asleep on a couch. Mouthy took out the dream stinger, and after brandishing it, it all turned into a shining mist for them. Ren's dream. It had been quite a few years since Hornet had entered anyone's dream, his brother continued to do so for quite some time, but as he grew and matured, he chose to leave people's minds at peace. Although Hornet suspected that more than maturity it was some unpleasant experience inside the dream of some madman, he never discriminated against any type of mind to enter, not even that of someone very disturbed. But now the disturbed mind was that of her own daughter, and her heart sank when she saw the deplorable state she was in. A healthy mind was luminous and exuded a feeling of calm, but this place was dark, oppressive, and a kind of suffocating fog covered everything, and she felt vulnerable and watched, to the point that it made her uncomfortable that her adventure partner was such a small moth. She would have wished she had someone more robust to feel safe, or at least someone her own size. But unlike her, Boccadillo showed no hint of fear or insecurity, as if he was used to dealing with that kind of place. I see the Nightmare King's influence doesn't affect you. Hornet tried to make some conversation to distract herself. Huh? Why do you say that? You look very relaxed. Just because I look relaxed doesn't mean I am. You don't look scared either, you look as steady as a rock, but I doubt you feel that way. Hornet tilted her head in confusion, and when she understood the situation, she dared to give a shy smile. I think it's become a habit. A queen must remain firm and not show weakness. Sometimes I have a hard time taking off the iron mask, even with my own family. Well, when you were all gathered there I saw a lot of emotions on your face, I think you do it well. Thank you. They remained silent for a few more minutes, until the queen noticed that her companion seemed restless, searching for something. What's wrong? I can't find the owner of the dream, she's the protagonist, the head of this world, she should be visible. Could it have something to do with Ren not liking to stand out? It could be that, or the monster inhabiting this dream is so horrible that it prefers to stay hidden. No sooner had he uttered these words than a thunderous sound filled the room. It sounded like something hitting the floor in the distance, but it wasn't the only one. Another thud followed, and another, and another. After a few moments, they realized they were footsteps, giant footsteps, and from the number and rhythm of them, they could deduce that they belonged to a spider. Anya? Are we going to see Anya here? Hornet suddenly felt irritated. She was definitely someone she never wanted to see again, but since they were in a dream, she could indulge in taking out all her anger and frustration on her. I know what you're thinking, and you can't do that, the moth scolded her. Because? First, what's here isn't Anya, it's a representation of her. It probably doesn't even look like the real Anya. It must be distorted by the girl's imagination. Second, we can't defeat that thing. The girl must defeat it. What? Why? That's not going to fix the trauma. These are her own inner demons. If you kill them, they'll grow back. It could even backfire. If in her dream she sees her mom fixing things, she could become dependent. I see. The dream monster's footsteps grew louder, like an oppressive drumbeat marking the countdown to a disastrous end. They both held their breath and waited in silence until the beast appeared. Hornet remembered Anya perfectly, her shrewd eyes, her small and seemingly delicate demeanor, her helpful posture, as well as her always perfectly clean-made uniform, but the thing he saw bore no resemblance to Anya. Vaguely, it resembled a spider, having 8 legs, and that was where the similarities ended, because this was a monstrous creature. Its legs were thin at the top where they joined the body, and thicker towards the bottom, ending in 3 black claws. A kind of thick coarse and ugly hair grew all over the limbs, forming black and white patches, perhaps emulating the colors of the maid's uniform. This pattern was repeated on the creature's body, which was deformed like a spiked potato, and exhibited a hideous face with 8 eyes and a very abnormal mouth for a spider, covered in fangs and secreting green slime. To complete this dantesque scene, on its head, it wore a white crown that looked like an old, disheveled brush, most likely emulating the headdress of a maid's uniform. That thing isn't Anya. Hornet whispered. Of course not, it's the Anya from Ren's dreams, who doesn't have to be like the real one. The incident happened when she was a baby, right? Hornet nodded. Well, it's normal for her to look deformed, babies can't remember things that clearly, the mental gaps were probably filled with her own imagination. Snack paid attention to the beast's black eyes and some help from the Nightmare King. Laudy's intense gaze on the nightmare alerted her to the presence of the intruders, or so it seemed. In reality, it was the Nightmare King who had noticed their presence, and since they were in his kingdom, he would give them a spectacular welcome. The monster let out such a terrifying scream that the ice of fear seemed to seep into their very souls. Sandwich and Hornet fled. Something inside them told them that facing that thing was a bad idea. Not even Hornet tried to confront it. They ran desperately while the creature followed them closely. With its extraordinary size, it could have reached them in a flash, but the god wanted to make them suffer, to prolong their terror as much as possible. After all, this way he could produce more fear, his main food, and he knew very well how to achieve his goal. His poor victims ran at his mercy in a labyrinth of mists and absolute nothingness, without feeling that they were moving forward, without seeing any hope, nothing they could use to defend themselves or hide, only an endless path that sucked their strength dry, because the beast that pursued them was tireless, unlike them, who although their bodies could not be exhausted in a dream, their minds did have a limit, one that was dangerously close. Fortunately for the Spider Queen, a veteran like Snack wasn't going to be defeated by such a basic dream. She flapped her wings and took advantage. Hornet was about to claim she was abandoning her, but instead of fleeing far away, the moth stopped in midair and flapped her wings, making them shine. Her light spread around her like a small sun announcing a new day and chasing away the mist. All the fog that had trapped them vanished, giving way to a rather dark but familiar-looking room. Hornet quickly recognized a place. It was the living room of her own house, very similar to hers, except for one tiny detail. Everything was gigantic, the furniture, the walls, everything. She could already see that she would have to jump a few times just to be able to get on a chair, and all this only filled her with an unpleasant feeling of insecurity. Why is everything so big? He shouted, almost in despair. He's not big, we're small, because that's how larva sees the world, Bocadillo replied, and after a pause he shouted, watch out, Hornet. Being so small, she was so shocked that she stood still that she didn't see that the Anya from her nightmares had already reached her. Her giant paw was about to catch her, and she would have been crushed if Mouthful hadn't come flying in and taken her away. Suddenly Hornet found herself flying around the room in the arms of the small moth, which was more than surprising given its size. But you are so strong, she said in wonder. Only in the dream world, don't expect me to be able to do this in the real world. Ah, that's right, in the world of dreams everything you want comes true, the mute speak and the lame walk. Exactly, I see you understand a lot about dream logic. Have you ever been in one before? Actually, yes, but not entirely voluntarily. My brother always dragged me into his crazy schemes. At least over the years he's matured and stopped doing that. Sandwich nodded and did a turn in the air, dodging one of the Nightmare Anya's claws. Flying was much easier to avoid being killed by that thing, but in the long run it wouldn't get them anywhere. They could be stuck in that situation for years. Let's keep looking for Ren, he must be close, the dream has become much clearer. So a clear dream indicates that the owner is nearby. Yes, let's say she's like the source of power in this world. The Nightmare King truly has no ideas of his own. His entire influence and power depend exclusively on the minds of those who fall into his clutches. Without dreamers, he's nothing, and his kingdom is just an amalgam of reddish lights. Suddenly, Nightmare Anya grew a pair of extra limbs, but these were pincers instead of legs, which closed dangerously around the fugitives, but Mouthy, with a pirouette, avoided the threat with such ease that it seemed like a game. I think he didn't like what I said. Is that monster listening to us? Hornet's voice echoed with terror. Listening, seeing, feeling. I'm not sure if he smells or tastes us too. I don't think he has those senses. Let's find Ren, I want to get out of this place now. Well, this place seems a bit familiar, I guess you know it. Of course. It's my living room. A familiar place then MMM. The moth remained thoughtful for a few moments while continuing to do pirouettes while flying, dodging the monster that was chasing them. He was fine, but he had already made poor Hornet dizzy. When the girl was little, did she have a favorite place? A place where she would always hide. Favorite place. The mixed-race woman was trying to contain her imaginary nausea under the dining room table. It was covered with a tablecloth, and even if you knew where it was difficult to reach because it got between the legs, which had a somewhat intricate design. After her first molt, getting in there was difficult for her. In the end, after she got stuck once, we decided to get rid of that table. But she still remembers it. Look, it's that table, right? Let's go there. Before Hornet could reply, the moth dived toward the aforementioned piece of furniture with such speed that it seemed they were going to crash. The wind nearly blew her away, causing her to cling to the moth so tightly that her husband would have been jealous. Just as a collision seemed imminent, the flying bug flew under the tablecloth and stopped so suddenly that Hornet almost threw up her breakfast. The wing being released its passenger, who clumsily staggered to one of the wooden legs of the piece of furniture and stood there taking deep breaths to recover. Come on, it's not that terrible. You're a flying creature. You're used to it. I thought you were experienced in the dream world. Just imagine you're okay, and you'll be. That made a lot of sense, and he had nothing to lose by trying. He strained his mind to remember what it was like to feel good, and just as he was told, all the discomfort went away. Wow, it was so easy. Of course, and I hope helping your daughter is just as easy. Ren. Where is it? Over there. Sandwich pointed toward the center of the table. The table had 4 wooden legs which joined in the center to a pillar that rose and held the surface, but down there, right in the center, a hole was formed large enough for a small bug to enter, in this case a mixed breed woodlice. The girl was lying on the ground in a very unnatural position for a woodlouse. Something was wrong. Hornet noticed it immediately. If her girl was scared, the normal thing would be for her to curl up, but instead she was lying languid and stretched out at full length. After taking a couple of steps, the reason for this became clear. Ren's tail looked horrible, covered in red pustules, with fleshy bumps growing from which small black tentacles fluttered, and this imaginary evil only seemed to get worse, as if it were some kind of animal that was latching onto his skin to devour it slowly and painfully. Ren? Hornet's voice sounded scared but firm. Inside, she wanted to cry, but she acted firm and turned to Bocadillo. What's wrong? Well, I guess that's how she imagined the infection on her butt at the time. Children tend to exaggerate things that cross their minds. Ren, my girl, Mom is here. Hornet gently took her daughter in her arms and tried to calm her down, but to no avail. Mom, it hurts, Ren sobbed. What do I do? How do I get that thing off him? With imagination, Bocadillo replied. Hornet was about to hit him for such a silly answer, but Bocadillo was very serious. Out of nowhere a shining white brush appeared in her hands. Little by little, the queen remembered how the logic of dreams worked. If you want something to appear, you just have to imagine it. Whatever you want can be possible. You just have to believe it, although there were certain limits, the limits imposed by the owner of the dream's own beliefs, therefore, for that brush to work. The girl had to be convinced of it first. Calm down, Ren, we'll get rid of your problem right away with this. The moth showed him the brush. What I have is very strong, it burns, it hurts, the little girl sobbed. You can't get it out with a brush. It's very strong. But this is a magic brush, look, it shines because it exudes magic. This can clean any infection or parasite. If I pass it over you, you'll surely feel better. The girl looked at him incredulously. This was looking bad. This girl was smarter than average, surely one of those who questioned everything. Convincing her of anything wouldn't be so easy, so he'd have to use all his persuasive skills. He began to brush the scum from the girl's tail, but she continued to complain, even her tears increasing. It hurts me. But it's working out. Look, all this trash is getting cleaned up. Ren tried to bend over to see better what they were doing, and although he saw the brush shining brightly, his body looked exactly the same. Nothing's happening, he whimpered. It's coming out. It's slow, but it works, look closely. Hornet watched the scene helplessly. To tell the truth, she didn't notice any improvement either. In fact, she was about to externalize her thoughts, but Bocadillo gave her a look and a couple of gestures that indicated he wanted her to go along with it. Oh yeah. I see it now, he's cleaning all this dirt. Look at Ren. Hornet didn't sound very natural, in fact she was overacting too much, but it was enough to convince Ren, who suddenly saw in wonder how the bumps and dead flesh of her tail fell to pieces, while a great relief ran through her entire being. Yes, it works. I'm healthy. Bocadillo's plan had worked, the girl got up and ran around celebrating her recovery, now it was time to make sure that this bad dream didn't haunt her again. Dear Snack handed him the magic brush. And this? We won't always be there to brush your teeth and keep you from getting sick. You have to learn to take care of yourself, and that's what this brush is for. If you feel sick, if you see something strange or unpleasant, use the magic brush. This can ward off evil and illness, anything that could harm you. Really? You saw how it left your tail, so don't worry, this is real, it really works, with a magic brush you'll never have to worry about. The bang shook the room, making them cower in fear. That Hornet whispered. Sure, we solved the problem of fear of disease, but there's still the monster nanny. A second bang sounded, causing the table that sheltered them to shake. Terrified, Ren got up and hid in the recess formed by the central joint of the table legs. Ren. Calm down, everything's okay, that monster won't be able to do anything to us, we're safe under this table, right, Sandwich? We'll be safe as long as she thinks we're safe, the moth replied with concern. What do you mean? Another blow made them fall to the floor, and the table shook in place threatening to tip over, the poor girl screamed in terror as she clutched the brush Bocadillo had given her. Ren. Hornet ran to her daughter and stretched out her arm to try to reach her and pull her to her. A comforting hug was what her little girl needed to regain her confidence and the stability of the table, but with each hit the creature shrank further in its place, and the table wobbled more, a single thought, the sole idea that the table was not enough to protect them, was enough to expose them to danger, and that was what happened. Suddenly, everyone was discovered. The furniture and the tablecloth covering it were thrown into the air by the monster, who displayed a sinister smile, in which his crooked fangs shone like silver, while drops of disgusting slime trickled down, staining and burning the floor. Both Hornet and the moth were paralyzed with fear at that dantesque vision. They didn't move, they didn't breathe, they just remained still like eternal statues, as if that could hide them from the 8 eyes of that monster, but that wouldn't happen. The beast perceived their presence, as did the Nightmare King. It was the girl's scream that woke them from their reverie and set them in motion. The Nightmare Ania extended a paw ready to crush the offspring. If it weren't for Hornet's timely intervention, who picked her up and fled, that nightmare would have reached another level. Hornet ran with all the strength her paws allowed while carrying the girl who wouldn't stop crying. Soon, Sandwich joined them, flying. What do we do? The queen shouted. Resist and try to convince Ren that he can beat her. But I can't beat that thing. Yes, you can. In this place, you're stronger than both of us combined. I'm not. I can't beat that thing. Please. I'm scared. The reality was cruel, the more afraid the girl was, the stronger the monster would become, improving all its abilities. Suddenly it was faster, and thanks to this, it did not take long to reach them. When it had them close, it decided to give one last push and launch itself against them with its mouth open to devour them and inflict endless pain. Sandwich used the resources he had available, and using his power to manipulate dreams, he raised his hand and made a giant wall grow from the ground against which his pursuer crashed. That was great, Hornet exclaimed, stopping his run, suddenly no longer sorry that Sandwich was so tiny. The wall before them creaked softly and a thin crack formed in its center, which extended its arms, fanning out and growing larger with each moment until the wall collapsed, revealing behind it the nightmare that smiled with its body intact. That's not so cool anymore, the queen whimpered. In response, the beast extended its paws with the intention of crushing them. Its speed wasn't enough to achieve this. Its prey dodged in time, and now Bocadillo felt ready to go on the offensive. He flew to a certain height and closed his eyes, then imagined in his mind a powerful weapon, something so large and imposing as to bring hope to the resigned and terror to the monsters. The winged creature extended its arm, and a huge shining sword materialized, as long as a house and as bright as a moonflower. Hornet and Ren watched the scene, enthralled by the beauty of the weapon and impressed by its eyes. If anything could destroy that monster, it was this. But how could something so large be wielded by such a tiny wielder? The answer lay in dreams, where the impossible is possible. Sandwich waved his arms, and the glow moved past him with the speed of a blink, leaving a bright trail that severed 2 of the nightmare's limbs, causing it to stagger, unable to maintain its balance, and crash to the floor in a curious cloud of dust and a shudder throughout the room. Ren, who until that moment had simply clung to her mother, now raised her head in curiosity, and after seeing the fallen beast, a tremendous sense of relief flooded her. Her mother stood protectively in front of her. Her years of experience told her this wasn't over, and she was right. The monster writhed on the ground, trying to stand up without success. Despite his condition, he didn't seem particularly affected. One might think it was due to his imaginary nature, without real feelings or thoughts, but rather it was due to the confidence that losing 2 legs wasn't a problem, especially when they could grow back. He shouted in a deep raspy voice, as if 2 iron bars were rubbing together, and from the 2 stumps, 2 new legs slowly but steadily emerged. Sandwich had an extraordinarily quick reaction to enemies. He didn't even wait for him to get back on his feet, he attacked him with his sword, cutting off another limb, which without wasting time grew once more, only to be cut off again. The moth cut desperately, trying to make the monster unable to stand, and to make it look pathetic and weak, it had to convince Ren at all costs that it could defeat the nightmare, but it was complicated because it never ended. Years could go by in that loop where one cut and another regenerated, but the Nightmare King didn't have time for such games, especially when he was so close to completing his revenge and taking over a kingdom of his own. He acted in a subtle but very inelegant way. The beast opened its mouth and spit out an acidic spit. It would have burned Bocadillo if it weren't for Hornet, who threw a strand of thread and tied it to one of its legs, pulling him and putting him to safety, although the giant luminous sword vanished in the process. "Thank you," the winged creature whispered. "Now I go," and the queen launched into the attack. Having already seen Sandwich demonstrate extraordinary abilities using only his imagination, he had an idea of what she could do. He closed his eyes and suddenly the needle he used to fight burst into flames, and with a war cry, he stuck it into one of the monster's legs. It ignited until it broke off and was reduced to lumps of charcoal. But again, this wasn't a problem. He could always grow another one. Meanwhile, Ren just watched the scene, terrified, hoping with all her might that her mother could defeat that thing. Her mother was the most powerful person she knew. If she couldn't, then they were lost. Just by looking at her face, Bocadillo could guess the girl's thoughts, and fear invaded him. If the thought that his enemy was indestructible ever crossed his mind, then it would be. He needed to act quickly. "Ren, you have to go help your mother, she needs you." But, I can't do anything." "Yes you can, here in this place you have the power, you can defeat her." "I can't." The little girl sobbed. "Mom's stronger than me, and look how she struggles. I'm small, weak, and I can't ask for help, and I get sick, I can't do anything. I can't." Bocadillo was already sensing where Ren's trauma was going. "If you can do many things. Many more than you think. Maybe you couldn't before, you were a little girl, but that's over now. You're older, stronger, and you can speak so everyone can hear you." "No, I can't." "Yes, you can. It's just that you think you can't. Push those thoughts away. You have all the power and possibilities in the world at your fingertips, just ah." The paw crushed Snack and dragged him back. Ren looked up in terror and watched in horror as her mother was also trapped beneath one of the monster's limbs. The beast watched them with pleasure, reveling in their fear and pain, but that wasn't enough. It had to make them suffer more until they went mad and became remnants of their former selves. Only when their minds were destroyed would they cease to be a threat. "Mom!" Ren cried out desperately, seeing her last hope lying imprisoned. "Save her, Ren." Sandwich still had faith in the girl. "You have the power to end all of this." "I can't. If Mom couldn't do it, what can I do?" "You can do more than her, ah." The monster increased the pressure on the moth. If he managed to convince the girl, he was lost, but Bocadillo was more resistant than he seemed. "Don't give up. You have the power. Ah. In this place you are the strongest, you have in your hands the power to defeat her." He could no longer speak. The nightmare considered it more effective to keep him away from the girl than to torture him into silence, so it grabbed its 2 prisoners and prepared to take them away. Later it would take care of the offspring. Ren meanwhile just watched helplessly as they took her mother away and cried desperately. She wanted to save him, but what could she do? A poor helpless girl whom anyone could harm and couldn't even ask for help. The moth had told her that she had the power to defeat her, but that was a lie. She didn't have any special powers, she wasn't special, she was just a weak woodlouse. He looked at his hand sadly and noticed that 2 of them were still holding the shining brush with which Sandwich had taken away his illness. Was that what he meant when they told him he had the power? Surely that was it. In dreams, what one thinks is more important than what one has, so if Ren was convinced that this brush could defeat the most fearsome beasts, so it would be. Now with renewed hope and all the confidence in the world, she grabbed her deadly brush and ran toward the monster with a war cry. Hearing that childish voice, the creature turned around and watched in disbelief as the tiny blue bean ran toward her. What was she up to? Was desperation driving her to her fateful end? She really didn't care, but she wished she could torture her any longer. It turned on her and extended a paw to crush it, but Ren dodged opportunely and responded by brandishing his brush. As soon as the shiny bristles came into contact with the claw, it suffered a significant burn that left a large hole in it. The nightmare immediately withdrew its limb and stared at it in surprise. What the hell had happened? What kind of deadly weapon had she carried with her to cause such damage? It didn't take time to think about it. The little thing climbed onto another of its legs and began brushing as if its life depended on it. It didn't take long for the limb to become so worn down that it ended up being severed. Now with 2 legs missing, the beast had serious problems keeping its balance and ended up falling. Normally, this wouldn't have been a problem. It could grow them back, but this wasn't the case. For some reason, the burn on its limb prevented it from regenerating. It was in trouble. Now with confidence restored, Ren went to brush the paw where her mother was. It was time to free her. Hornet was impressed with how her daughter was taking care of everything with a brush. She understood that in dreams logic didn't work very well, but this seemed like an idea more typical of her brother. Seeing herself overwhelmed, the beast made one last desperate attempt, spitting acid, but the woodlouse responded again by raising its brush, which glowed and formed an energy field that protected her from the attack. Now she was completely convinced that she could defeat it. She had the power, so she ran up to the nightmare's face. The nightmare watched in amazement and disbelief as its existence was erased in the most ridiculous and unexpected way. They brushed him to death. Now free and safe, Hornet stood there for a few moments, trying to understand what had happened. Had her daughter defeated the most powerful beast anyone could imagine with a brush? Seeing Mouthy approaching her, she demanded an explanation, to which the moth only burst into laughter. That's why I love children, their minds, their ideas, their logic is something so special. He could not reply any further, the whole scene that was unfolding before his eyes began to fade away in the midst of a whitish luminosity, ending the dream. A sad goodbye. Ren opened her eyes, and the first thing she saw was her cousin next to her looking at her with concern. Edwin? What happened? In response she only received a hug that only made her burst into tears. Suddenly everything came back to her mind, the fight with the mantises, the feeling of being about to die, and the vague memory of the most horrible monster she had ever seen in her life. She cried with anguish and relief, and when her mother appeared in front of her, she let go of her cousin to run into her arms. Mom. I'm sorry. Forgive me. At first Hornet didn't understand why she was apologizing, but when she remembered the confrontation she had with the mantises it made more sense to her. Even so, it was ironic to think that fighting to the death against 3 of the most powerful insects in the kingdom was not even close to the most dangerous thing her little girl had had to face that day. She never imagined that the greatest danger would be in her own mind, but that no longer mattered. Calm down, Ren, it's all over now, I'm not angry. No, oddly enough, this time, you were in the right place at the right time, and thanks to that, nothing serious happened. I'm glad you're okay. Still, don't put yourself in such danger again. Yes, Mom. The little girl looked around and noticed that she was in the Queen's secret refuge, along with her father, brothers, uncles, and cousins. What happened? Why are we here? And just at that moment a white moth appeared next to them. Before we continue, there's something I need to do. Without Ren being able to protest, Sandwich approached her and kissed her on the forehead, which left her very confused. Mame, a stranger kissed me, kill him. Oh Ren, how do I explain it? Don't consider it a kiss, Bocadillo defended himself. It's a protection procedure with which I've placed a seal on you that will prevent you from falling under the influence of the Nightmare King. Until recently, you were trapped in a bad dream and we had to go in to get you out of there. Ren wasn't entirely convinced by this excuse, but seeing her mother and cousin nodding their heads, coupled with the hazy memory of a horrible dream where a black and white spider with a crown on its head chased her, made her accept this truth. Still, she wasn't entirely okay with the kiss. And there's no other way to place the seal besides the kiss. The headbutt. I prefer the kiss. Come here, my girl, Quirrell approached to hug his little girl. Although he was more optimistic about the rescue from the dream world, he had still been very scared. Dad. One more hug from her father was all she needed to calm down completely and finally start questioning what was happening and why they were there. Taking advantage of the fact that Ren was awake, they gathered all the children to explain what was happening. They tried to be as delicate as possible, but at that point, after the horrors they had seen, it was no longer necessary. They were clear. Everyone they knew was trapped in an eternal nightmare that turned them into horrible monsters, capable of devouring their loved ones without remorse. But they clung to the idea that they could save them. All they had to do was enter their dreams, fight a monster, and place a seal on the victims' foreheads, just as they had done with Ren. I'd love to be able to say that's the right thing to do, but unfortunately it's not possible. Sandwich soon regretted what he said when he saw the children's sad faces and hollow. Because? It may seem like placing a seal is just giving a kiss, but no, I put magical energy into it, and energy is limited. Eating and resting properly, I don't think I'd be able to place more than 8 or 9 seals in a day. And do you have any idea how many inhabitants there are in Hellenist? How long would it take me to place seals on all of its inhabitants? And not only that, we would have to defeat the monsters of their dreams first, it would basically take us years. But if we do it little by little, Jasmine ventured to suggest. We'd never really finish. While we're stamping, new offspring would be born that would also need to be stamped. And that's only taking into account civilized creatures. Imagine the beasts. They are also victims of nightmares, and if they're infected with scarlet fever, they would become a danger to everyone due to their aggressiveness. So what should we do? Even if it hurts, maybe we should go. The absolute silence that settled over the moth gave it the creeps. Suddenly, it no longer felt very welcome. Do you expect us to abandon our kingdom? To leave our people to their fate in these lands, to kill each other? Hornet was outraged. We are the leaders of our tribes, we live for our people, leaving them to their fate is not an option, Orchid seconded. And even those of us who are not leaders, have friends and family that we love, we cannot leave them to their fate, Hollow's protective heart spoke. We've made a life in this place, everything we know is here. Do you think it's going to be so easy for us to abandon it all? Dan joined in the arguments. Besides, we saved Ren, we can't just give up and assume it's impossible to rescue everyone, Coral concluded. Sandwich scratched his head, not knowing what to do. He assumed everyone would react like that, but he hadn't really thought about how to handle the situation. This had all been improvised. Nothing had gone as it should. They shouldn't have been defeated. Scarlet and Grim shouldn't have been captured. He shouldn't have been left alone. In his situation, he didn't even dare return to the circus as the sole survivor. He would never be able to look the rest in the face. That's why he also decided to open the portal where he sensed Jasmine's presence. At least he wanted to be with someone who wouldn't hate him. No one knew better than him the horror of facing the Nightmare King and how hard he tried to fulfill his mission. We faced the Nightmare King, he is the origin of all this, if we defeated him we could prevent all this from happening. He took a deep breath. We tried to defeat him, we really tried, we did everything in our power, but we couldn't. Scarlet and Grim, they well, you know what happened. Bacadillo needed a few moments to recover before continuing. It's not that I want to abandon people, it's not that I don't care about them, it's not that I want to destroy their lives, it's that we did everything to protect that and it wasn't enough. I really can't think of what else to do. I no longer have hope of getting out of this quagmire. I can only think about protecting what's still left. He pointed to the children. Save what we can and flee. Bacadillo's statements were as reasonable as they were hopeless. Now everyone looked at each other without knowing what to do. It was Hollow who broke the silence. I should have gone with her, I should have accompanied her, she asked for my help and I denied it. It's my fault all this happened. Did he ask for your help? When did that happen? Orchid asked. Finally, I could clear up that misunderstanding, one less worry in the mountain of problems. Do you remember the day you saw us alone together in the gardens? That was what we were talking about. She was explaining to me that she had to go fight the Nightmare King and that she might not come back alive. She asked me to go with her to fight. Maybe she had a feeling things would go wrong, but Hollow's hands were shaking. I refused. I refused for my family, for my children, for you, because I couldn't abandon them, because I had a responsibility to them. But because of me, because I didn't go with her, everyone is in danger now. Hollow. Now finally all of Orchid's doubts were completely dispelled. Hollow always told her the truth, he never stopped loving her, his heart was always with her, there was affection for that other girl, but it wasn't the same as the one he felt for her, to the point that when it came to choosing, he opted for his family over his childhood friend, and now the consequences were visible. Suddenly he felt horribly bad for all the things he thought about Hollow, and for all the quality time they could have spent together, days and nights that would never return, and that, given the way things were, might be the last. I've already abandoned Scarlet twice, Hollow spoke again, now with absolute determination shining in his eyes. But there won't be a third time. What are you up to, Hollow? Nervousness gripped Orchid. I'm going to save Scarlet. No. Orchid's world fell apart. Was Hollow serious? She grabbed him by the shoulders and looked him straight in the eyes, as if searching for any lies, but found only determination. You can't do that. The mantis's eyes became crystalline. I have to do it. Are you going to abandon your family? Hollow sighed and calmly answered. Sometimes things don't go the way we want them to. Believe me, I'm not leaving for nothing. I love my children, I love you, but this is a personal duty. I have to save Scarlet, and if I can save the kingdom in the process, even better. It's something I have to do. But. And you should be the one who understands it best. After all, you also had a duty you couldn't renounce, and that's why you left your children for 8 years. This hurt Orchidia deeply. She wanted to get angry or offended, but she was really right, and in her voice, it was noticeable that she didn't say it with reproach, she was just expressing it as something that happened and that was already assumed. So you'll stay to protect the children. I know they'll be in good hands with you. He didn't say it as an order, but there was a certain authority in his words. There was no right to reply, the decision had been made, and it was the right thing to do. Hollow sacrificed himself for 8 years raising his children alone, now it was her turn. That wouldn't be easy, the mantis had a lump in her throat and growing anguish. Was that what her partner felt when she said goodbye? She felt that feeling of guilt again, she should have valued more everything he did for her, she had spent so much time wrapped up in her own pain, for not being able to be with her children that she never thought about anything else. But convincing his mate of his decision was one thing, and convincing his offspring was another. As soon as Orchid's attempts to get him to stay ceased, the little ones burst into tears and begged him not to leave. This was Hollow's most difficult test. It was horrifying and nearly shook his resolve. He had no choice but to resort to a questionable truth, or rather, a probable lie. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I'll go to the dream world, beat the hell out of that evil god, and then come back to you and your mom, so we can all be together. So please don't cry anymore. Really? Jasmine asked. I really promise. Don't lie to us, I won't forgive you if you do, Aster cried. Of course not, I would never let you down. Perhaps with that empty promise he convinced Aster and Jasmine, but Edwin wasn't that easy. He had read a few things about the god and knew what he was up against. Of course he kept in his childish heart the secret hope that everything would happen as he said, that he would defeat the god and everyone would wake up as if it had been nothing more than a bad dream, but a little voice deep inside him told him that he was going to fail. He never had premonitory abilities like his brother Coco. But his predictions based on logic sometimes came true. But sometimes there are things that people must do, just as he, despite everything against him, went to challenge the lords. His father was going to do the same. It was this fact that helped the little worm simply resign himself, and whispering a simple goodbye, he retired to one of the bedrooms that the shelter had. Anyway, even if he wanted to hug him to say goodbye, he couldn't bear it because of the fear instilled by the Nightmare King. How he hated that god, because of him his family was breaking up, because of him he never received the affection that corresponded to him from his father, because of him the entire kingdom was dying. Hornet contemplated the scene in silence, meditating, weighing his possibilities, reality and, above all, his responsibilities. It was clear to him, he had to do it. I'll go with you, Hollow. Some of the children had already shed their tears, now it was the rest's turn. Why? Silky squealed. Uncle Hollow already said he was going. Why do you have to go too? Uncle Hollow is strong. He's enough. Chester seconded her. Mom, don't go. Ren only said that. Okay, calm down, Uncle Hollow himself said so, he's going to be fine, he'll defeat that god without any problems and come back here, I'm just going to support him and to make sure he doesn't get distracted by nonsense, so he comes back quickly, you know how he is. This comment made his offspring laugh a little because it was true. Also, Silky, I must do this. It's my duty as queen. How is it possible that our kingdom is in chaos and I'm doing nothing? I have responsibilities to fulfill, and I can't leave everything to an outsider, no matter if it's my brother. I see the girl agreed with him. So don't cry and stand firm, remember that you are the crown princess, one day you will be in charge of all this. Yes, Mom, she answered decisively, trying to show poise. That's how it's done, my girl. Hornet turned to Bocadillo and looked at him gravely. Speak, Moth, what should we do? Despite the urgency of the situation, they didn't act immediately, preferring to have a last dinner to socialize and have a happy time before saying goodbye. Bocadillo was more than happy to do anything that would delay their departure. He really supported it. He didn't want to return to the world of nightmares. It was a very pleasant dinner, with laughter, anecdotes, and mischief from the children. They all experienced one last time as a united family, even including Dan in the group, even though he felt some guilt for what his adopted cockroach family might be going through. Finally, when it was all over, when the laughter had gone out like a burnt-out candle and reality fell like cold rain, the children were sent to bed. Before leaving, the adults had some things to discuss that they didn't want the little ones to hear. So the offspring said their final goodbyes to their parents and went to sleep, aware that when they woke up, they'd be gone. Needless to say, it was hard to fall asleep. In the end, it was exhaustion that made them fall asleep. And when Hornet finally confirmed that Chester, the most complicated, was already resting, the meeting began. Well, I suppose you're clear on the suicidal nature of this plan, right? Bocadillo began. Do you really need to call him suicidal? Hollow complained. Did you see how poor Scarlet and Grim ended up? Do you really need to put me through that horror again? Well, that's what this meeting is for, Hornet argued. We need you to tell us in detail what happened back there in the dream. We'll have the advantage of knowing what awaits us. With information, we'll be able to act better, just like in Ren's dream. Let's see, this isn't the same as Ren's dream, it's different, a person's mind doesn't change, it's stable, and normally always thinks the same things. The Nightmare Kingdom is a collection of many people's dreams, we'll never know what we're going to face, we could enter the mind of a psychopath or that of a 5-year-old girl with a fear of tick-tick. Is there a pattern to the behavior? Any trends in the dreams you see? Quirrell asked. Not normally, let me think about it, I hadn't really thought about that until now. The moth took a few moments, while the others watched attentively. Now that I think about it, the Nightmare King selected the dreams we appeared in. Yeah, I don't think it was a coincidence that we just happened to be facing situations like this. What are you talking about? Quirrell urged. All the dreams we entered were dreams that would somehow affect us psychologically. Yes, that's right. And how can God know what dreams to show? He asked naively. He's a god of nightmares. He knows everything that's in your mind. It's his element. I suppose the late moth goddess worked the same way. From the moment you fall asleep or somehow enter his realm, all your fears become his property and he can use them as he pleases. Of course, Scarlet, Grimm, and I trained our minds to confront our deepest fears by taking control of our imaginary worlds. But when we entered the mind of a stranger with fears similar to ours, we lost that power. So he's going to use our worst fears against us. An unpleasant certainty invaded Hollow. He would face that horrible nightmare that had tormented him for years, the one where he hung from the highest cliff, about to escape the abyss, all culminating in a horrific ending where the Pale King, incarnating his son, abandoned him to his fate, like a useless element in his perfect world. It was only a dream. His son had never shown malicious intentions toward him, but this nightmare sank so deep into his being that it broke his relationship with him. Now he had doubts about whether he would be able to reach his enemy. Do you want to leave? The moth asked politely. Hollow watched it closely, the creature's presence never quite convinced him. He had nothing against moths, but there was something about this one that made him nervous. Was it its white color? Or perhaps it was the natural crown it had on its forehead that he'd never seen on any other moth. It was too similar to that of a certain unpleasant goddess. Snack showed good intentions and great humility, but he couldn't help but be irritated by it, so driven by rage, he made up his mind. I'm fine. No one's going to dissuade me from helping Scarlet and saving the kingdom. I'm a knight and it's my duty to protect. Besides, this isn't the first time I've faced a god. Akadillo looked at Hornet waiting for some reaction to the ridiculousness he had just said, but saw nothing. In the end he shrugged and decided not to question things, he was already used to dealing with crazy people. If you intend to fight the Nightmare King, you will have to face your most horrible fears, navigate a sea of terrified minds, and continue through the labyrinth of dreams until you reach the end. It's like when I was in the pantheon of the gods, said Hollow. Akadillo looked at him again with an expression of disbelief, he was already finding it difficult to ignore his madness. And so, once we get to the heart of the nightmare, we'll have to fight the devil himself. Well, I already faced it once as a child, now as an adult it will be even easier. You're already irritating me, you know. Sandwich had no qualms about expressing his annoyance to Hollow. Do you think this is a game? As if a brat could defeat a god. But I did it, Hollow whimpered, but when he saw Hornet shake her head, indicating that he shouldn't insist, he calmed down. If you had defeated that god, we wouldn't be in this predicament now. Defeating him in a dream isn't the same as defeating him, because in the dream he probably only unleashed a portion of his power. In the heart of the nightmare, he will reveal himself in all his splendor. Only a god can defeat another god. Of course, that also applied to us, and that's what the dream sting was for. Sandwich pulled out the artifact, which glowed in the moth's hands in a way Hollow had never seen before. This weapon is the last remaining remnant of the power of an ancient deceased goddess whose death is partly the source of all our troubles. The source of the problem? Hornet said. Of course, before there was a goddess of dreams and a god of nightmares, their powers were balanced, and that made neither get out of control. But one day, the goddess of dreams mysteriously disappeared, her absence was the opportunity for the Nightmare King to take control. He decided to take everything that once belonged to his sister. This deity was always a homeless nomad, but just on a whim now she wanted to take over the kingdom that once belonged to her. Amassing more power than her fair share. So he's stronger now than before. Hollow was worried. I don't know what he was like before, but yes, in theory he should be stronger. Still, he was already too much for a mortal, so the way to eliminate this god is to pierce his heart with a dream stinger. It's the only weapon powerful enough to kill him. The question Quirrell intervened: when the Nightmare King dies, what will happen to the dream world? Probably nothing. As a general rule, when a god dies, another is born somewhere in the world, or rather, another awakens. Many powerful creatures walk the world with the potential to be a god, but they often take time to realize it or grow enough to take on their role. Perhaps the heir to the goddess of dreams has already been born, unknowingly fulfilling his role little by little. We'll be crushed by another capricious deity again, Hollow growled. Not necessarily, gods also have their own personality, who knows, maybe he's a very friendly deity. I hope so, Hornet added, then sighed. So to sum it up, we have to enter the dream world, go through a bunch of minds facing our worst fears until we reach the Nightmare King, and then we'll have to pierce his chest with the dream stinger. Correction, piercing his heart, which doesn't necessarily have to be in his chest. I understand. I think with this information we're ready to go. Are you sure you don't want to think about it again? Remember, you have children. they might not come back. They'll be fine, Hollow replied. Hornet's children have Quirrell, and mine have Orchid. Wait, me? The woman in question looked at him in disbelief. Why are you talking like you're not coming back? Because I might not come back. But the children. Orchidia, 8 years ago, you had to leave your children because you had a huge, unavoidable duty, something only you could do, and I had to resign myself. My heart broke when I found out you were leaving, and I had to endure a lot of things raising the children alone. I admit that I sometimes felt angry about it. I even wondered if you weren't playing around with them while I was drowning in homework. Never. I know, they were just thoughts in the air. But the thing is, now everything's the other way around. I have to go. I have an inescapable duty to fulfill, and you'll have to stay behind and take care of the offspring, just like I did all these years, and I think now I regret having thought badly of you, because this hurts a lot. The mantis only managed to hug her beloved and hold back the tears that threatened to escape. Hollow was in the same situation, but for once she didn't want to be so dramatic. Everything would become more complicated if she cried. For her part, Hornet also said goodbye to her husband, while whispering the 1001 recommendations that every mother has about the care of her children. Quirrell listened to them attentively even though he already knew most of them, all to delay the moment and hear even a few more words from the female he loved and whom he might never see again. Dan watched the scene in distress and couldn't help but think about his own family. How were they? If they weren't turned into beasts, then they were being stalked by them. He looked down, thinking about his wife and genuinely glad they didn't have children yet. It was already distressing to think about the poor children who were hiding in the shelter and who would soon lose their parents. After a few minutes of farewells, both warriors announced that they were ready to leave, but before doing so, Dan wanted to ask one last question. How long will it take for them to return? Boccadillo looked nervous before answering. It's relative, time in dreams doesn't pass like it does here, we don't know how many minds we'll have to go through before reaching the Nightmare King, it could take a few hours, or a few weeks, I doubt it will take more than 5 years. 5 years? Only in the worst case scenario. But we can't be here for 5 years. Hornet crossed her arms for a few moments, making a plan in her mind. She didn't like this at all, but desperate situations called for desperate measures. The Spider Queen walked over to a desk in her lair, where she took out a pen and paper, quickly wrote a letter, put it in an envelope, and placed her personal seal on it, then handed it to Quirrell. In this shelter there is a large amount of food reserves to last a couple of months, if by the time the reserves reach a minimum, we do not return or the situation does not improve, I want you to pack up everything that remains and flee the kingdom, towards Forloon. A long time ago when I was younger I was in that place, there I have a friend that word was pronounced in a somewhat strange way I want you to give her this letter, it will help you settle, if I return later, the first thing I will do is look for you there. Understood. With that, there was nothing left to talk about. Sandwich acted quickly, before either he or any of them could regret what they were about to do. Just as he had done a couple of months earlier, he drew a circle in the air along with some runes, opening a portal through which they passed to confront their worst nightmares. Dreams, even with their minds protected by positive thoughts and Boccadillo's protective seal, sleeping and entering the world of dreams could be dangerous. The moth was very aware of this, and since he was not there to watch over the minds of those they left behind, he took the necessary precautions to at least feel sure that nothing would happen to them. He had always been very skilled when it came to creating pleasant dreams, so he molded a beautiful dream garden, spacious and full of all kinds of interesting things, so that the children and even their parents could keep themselves entertained without any fear stalking them. It was all he could do while he was busy trying to rescue Scarlet. He supposed it would be enough, and it could have been if it weren't for one element he didn't take into account. Coco. Unlike Edwin, while he was alive Coco never showed how intelligent and skilled he was with magic, he always tried to go more unnoticed pretending to be average. He did not inherit the mantis pride, so he did not care about being the best, although in reality, in the eyes of someone who sees the future, such things are not important. He foresaw that he would die young and decided to have a good time while his life lasted. Now his life was over, it was time to get serious. When it comes to seeing the future, sometimes there is one destiny, sometimes there are several, and which one he would end up in depended on his actions. He had already made his decision. He just hoped everything would turn out well. Some of the destinies he had glimpsed were quite grim. Thanks to having always remained by Boccadillo's side, the little one soon understood how the magic of dreams worked and found a way to use it as he wished, with certain limitations of course. No matter how smart he was, it was ridiculous to expect that he could be as skillful as Boccadillo in a couple of months. However, he was skilled enough to infiltrate the dream fortress he had created for his family. He managed to slip through the magical walls and penetrate to the very heart of the sanctuary. He marveled at the care with which that imaginary place was created. Bocadillo was quite an artist. He almost wanted to stay there for a while, exploring all that strange vegetation or the colorful little houses that were everywhere, but the voices of his family nearby brought him back to the reality of his situation. Hiding among some bushes laden with fruit, he approached the group and sadly watched his brothers and cousins playing with Squirrel and Orchid. It was a mixture of sadness for having to break that lovely moment and envy at seeing how they could spend time with their mother. Well, he couldn't even meet her in life, but now he was going to meet her. He fiddled with his hands nervously. This wasn't something he could take calmly. How would his mother react? Would she scream in terror? Or would she hug him in emotion? Whatever the outcome, he couldn't just stand there wasting time. He came out of the bush unannounced and walked up to the group, hoping they would notice his presence. The first to notice was Jasmine, who screamed excitedly. "Look! Coco came to play with us." The entire group ran to greet him with hugs and smiles, except for one person, Orchid, the only one who hadn't gotten to know him. It was obvious she wouldn't be happy to see him if there was no emotional bond between them, but even in her confusion, something about the boy seemed familiar. She wasn't going to let the doubt dwell on it, so she approached to ask. "How could you not know, Miss Orchid?" Silky replied. "It's our cousin Coco, your son. But if they told me Coco was dead, he can't be here." "It's true, Coco is dead. Who are you?" The boy just gave them a sad smile. "I am Coco, I have always been Coco and I always will be, from the day I was born until the day I died and even after." These words left everyone puzzled, implying that the person they were speaking to was no longer among the living. "Are you dead?" Edwin was trembling. But how?" "This is a dream, right?" Aster said calmly. "This isn't the first time we've seen each other like this." And before anyone could say anything else, Edwin burst into tears. "I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I didn't mean for you to die." This reaction from his brother disturbed the little boy a little, but after thinking about it, he concluded that it was a reasonable act. At the time, the only one he consoled for his departure was Aster, seeing him so bad and depressed, but surely for Edwin, it had also been a traumatic event that left him with great guilt, only that due to his circumstances, he didn't have time to think about it or even mourn it, he had to fight to survive. Because of all that, even though he felt somewhat uncomfortable, he hugged his brother while whispering reassuring words, even though his attention was focused on someone else. Orchid. He cared deeply about what his mother thought. He wanted to receive a hug from her before having to leave for the other side. Of course, he knew this wouldn't happen automatically. His mind had already established that he was dead, and for most adults, interacting with a dead spirit is strange and disturbing. At least for her peace of mind, Orchid wasn't scared, partly helped by the knowledge that it was a dream, but she was still confused. She couldn't accept the presence of this child as something real. It was an illusion. Her son was dead. He looked just like the little boy in the portrait she'd been shown, but it wasn't him. What did he want? Why was he deceiving his family with his presence and making his little potato cry? She knelt before him and looked at him sternly. "Who are you?" "I'm Coco," he answered nervously. He knew his mother could be terrible. If he had grown up with her, her scoldings would surely be legendary. "Coco is dead, you're just a figment of our imagination." Yes, among Orchidea's possible reactions, disbelief was one of them. It really wasn't the worst possible scenario. She was afraid she would become violent, but that wasn't the case. It seemed her father had been a very good influence on her. "Orchid, if you'll allow me to chime in," Coral said. "It's well known that sometimes the dead get to say goodbye to their loved ones through dreams. My brother never did that. Maybe he didn't have anything important to tell you, or maybe he just didn't want to." A pang of guilt settled in the mantis's stomach. It was true, with what they had done to Hygo, it was normal that he would never want to see them again in his life, and probably not in his death either. She wanted to ask more questions, since she still wasn't sure if this child was a ghost or a product of her imagination, but a loud bang and a tremor interrupted her. What was that?" Silky squealed. "It's the consequence of entering this fortress of dreams." Another tremor and its corresponding explosion resounded, but now with an extra effect. The grass that covered the imaginary gardens began to wither, just as the trees, the little houses and the flowers lost their color, and the general light of the environment lowered its intensity until it acquired a somber aspect. Jasmine hugged Chester, who was the closest to her. "Nightmares will soon enter this place." Coco pretended to be his usual calm even though inside he was very nervous, almost wondering if it had been a good idea to break the fortress of dreams that kept his family safe, but he shook his head, chasing those thoughts away. He had already made his decision. Regretting it now could lead them to some unforeseen, disastrous future. "Follow me, I'll take you to a safe place." "Coco? Wait." Edwin wasn't even going to question what was happening. He simply didn't want to let go of his brother and would follow him to the end if necessary. Of course, if the little worm left, Orchid would follow him, as she was very worried about his emotional state. This would cause the rest of the family to follow them as well. Everyone ran through that endless dream field that with each passing second became more of a nightmare. The trees with sweet fruit turned into black branches with creepy claws that let out terrifying screeches every time the wind blew. The fresh grass turned into thorns, and hundreds of accusing eyes peeked out from the growing darkness, generating an oppressive atmosphere that brought out guilt. They felt watched, judged and rejected. "Don't stop. Keep running." Coco encouraged them when she heard their steps slow down. And driven by adrenaline, fear and Coco's encouragement, they recovered their pace. They just dedicated themselves to moving forward without stopping or looking around. They paid no attention to the scarlet red that flooded their vision, nor to the breath of the beasts that seemed to be chasing them, nor to the horrible voices that whispered cruel things in their ears. The offspring that guided them was immune to all these things. A couple of months navigating the immensity of minds and dreams left him prepared to deal with all of that. His only concern was that his family was safe, so he only paid attention to the sound of their footsteps and their gasps of agitation. Suddenly the entire nightmare that flooded the landscape was overshadowed by a dense fog that covered everything. The horrors disappeared and nothingness became present. Coco then sighed with relief. They had made it. They left the contaminated fortress. For the moment they were safe, so he turned around with a smile, hoping to see his family, but there was no one there. No. Where are they? Coco panicked at this and ran in circles, searching for something in the endless nothingness. Where to go? What to do? How to find them? If he were alive, he'd surely have a heart attack. His frantic wandering behavior lasted a few minutes until a light came on behind him. "Huh? The glow," he said, turning to look. And just as he did that, he got hit hard on the head, which hurt far more than it should have. He rubbed the sore spot and looked up only to find the furious gaze of a creature he knew all too well. "What the hell have you done, Coco?" Bocadillo shouted. Was it necessary to hit me so hard? You're just taking advantage of it because in dreams you can increase your strength. I don't want to hear your complaints. You deserve that blow and you know it. I went to the trouble of building a fortress of dreams to keep the children safe, and the first thing you do is destroy it. What the heck were you thinking? And that's not enough, and you lose them too." Coco felt really bad about Bocadillo's scolding, but there was something about all this that made him uncomfortable. Where are Dad and Aunt Hornet? Bocadillo must have sensed that arguing with Coco was difficult because the brat was devilishly clever, so he lowered his antennae and answered reluctantly. "I lost them." "Oh yeah, Coco, you're terrible. You lost your family. Me losing your father and your aunt isn't that important." Hey, it's not the same." I explained to Hollow and Hornet how things worked and warned them that this could happen. They are already prepared and have instructions on what to do, but without telling them anything you have thrown your family into the sea of nightmares. The sea of dreams is wise, although tumultuous and chaotic, it always leads people's minds to where they should be, he recited solemnly. "I'm thinking I shouldn't have let you learn about dream magic. How foolish I was to think a little ghost couldn't do any harm." "And what do we do, Mr. Sandwich?" The boy put on the most pitiful expression he could. "Oh sure, you make the messes and then I have to clean them up." "How nice," he sighed resignedly. "Well, there's not much we can do, just like you said, the Sea of Dreams always takes everyone to where they need to go. Since your father and your aunt want to find the Nightmare King, they'll get to him at some point, and as for the rest of your family, I suppose they want to find you, so find a safe place to stay, and eventually you'll all reunite. So I'm like a guiding light." "Exact. Okay, now I know what to do," and the little one ran off. "Thanks, Mr. Sandwich. Remember to find a safe place to gather them," she shouted before losing sight of him in the mist. Despite what Boca had told him, he felt a certain uneasiness. He knew that boy well enough to sense that he was going to do the exact opposite of what he had told him. He sensed that he had some kind of plan or objective, and that worried him. If he had something in mind, he hoped it wasn't anything bad. He would cry a lot if he had to use the dream sting on him, although after thinking it over calmly, he decided to follow him. Later, he could go after the Nightmare King as reinforcement. At that moment, in another corner of reality, Hollow and Hornet were already overcome by a rather annoying and, to say the least, curious nightmare. It was an entity whose body was composed of a kind of brown liquid, over which floated a bunch of disgusting-looking things. It was difficult to define, and this caused a strange contradiction in them, because despite its nauseating appearance, this thing smelled like some kind of stew. Beyond its appearance or its smell, what was truly problematic was its freedom of movement. It was truly like fighting against a very fast-moving, sentient liquid. One moment it would slash at you with a swipe so sharp it seemed to cut through your very essence, and the next it would dodge by twisting itself in a way no insect would ever be able to. What's worse, of the few times Hollow or Hornet managed to land a blow, it was like hitting water. The blade of the weapon pierced the creature without causing any real damage. Given those circumstances, they could only defend themselves. "This is impossible. Hornet complained. You said it, Hollow replied, dodging a blow. Why did that damn moth have to disappear? Surely he would have figured out how to deal with this thing. Do you think Sandwich could have achieved anything? He's just a weak tiny fluff. Before Hornet could reply, he had to raise his weapon and block a lash of water. You're just jealous that I kissed Orchid on the forehead. Did I get it right? Hahaha, I know my little brother well. Hollow snorted in annoyance and took out his frustration by giving the creature in front of him a couple of stabs, but just as on previous occasions it was useless, the blade of the weapon pierced a body like butter, and it reattached itself as if nothing had happened. Useless, Hornet growled. Everything is useless, we need to find the owner of the dream and know what his trauma is to deal with this. Now I understand why Bocadillo said that it was necessary to know the person to know how to solve the problem in his head. Hollow sighed resignedly. Well, I guess that moth is necessary. Hornet observed her brother's annoyed and dejected face. Something was wrong and needed to be fixed immediately. She knew any overly negative thoughts could materialize into something very unpleasant in that place. So, after dodging a new wave of attacks from her enemy with a couple of pirouettes, she faced the knight. Hollow, you're not going to tell me you're jealous of Bocadillo. Orchidia is crazy about you, she has no eyes for another man, besides you're the father of her children, and on the other hand, Bocadillo doesn't like Orchidia, he has no interest in her, I would almost say he's afraid of her. How could it even be possible that you would end up together? But. He was genuinely ashamed to admit his feelings, especially something he had been keeping very deep in the bottom of his heart, but she was Hornet, his sister, the coolest and most understanding person in the world, his role model and almost a mother to him. If there was anyone he could tell his deepest fears and secrets to, it was her. I know I'm not normal, I mean, I have a normal body, I've had it for a long time, but my behavior isn't entirely normal. This did take Hornet by surprise. She had always thought that Hollow was completely unaware of everything around him, but he was much more awake than he appeared. Over time I've tried to learn how a normal creature should behave, I really have. I know I'll never be able to achieve it 100%, but I've reached a level that although some find me a little strange, no one would say I have a problem. But Orchid, she lives with me, she knows what I'm like, she knows everything about me and my oddities, and sometimes I wonder if despite all my efforts, I wouldn't prefer to be with someone more normal. Without warning, Hollow received such a strong blow from his sister that it sent him flying quite far. This prevented the liquid monster from harming him in a moment of carelessness, but the force of the blow made it very clear to the knight that protecting him had not been the only intention of that gesture. He did not know it, but dangerous red wisps had begun to appear around his head. How can you have those ideas, Hollow? You've always been weird, and when you met Orchid you were even more so. He repelled another attack from the liquid monster, this time with so much force that it made him retreat a good distance, and even though you were weird, she loved you anyway, your behavior was never a problem, no one ever had a problem with it, and despite everything you've always managed to fulfill your duties and do what you have to do in the best way possible. On the other hand, Orchid isn't very normal either, come on, for her idea of a fun birthday is setting deadly traps in the garden. Hollow could only laugh at this comment. His sister was right. Orchid had always accepted him as he was. She wouldn't change him for that reason. Perhaps for another reason, but no. The wisps of crimson light disappeared, indicating that Hollow was fine. Thinking about his partner cheered him up a lot. He wished she were there. And since in that realm thought had great power, Orchid was summoned, a dark portal opened above their heads, and the mantis fell in the middle of them all with an expression of utter confusion on her face. Voodoo. Where am I? Hollow. Hornet. Orchid. Hollow looked at her in astonishment. Didn't Sandwich make a dream fortress for you? Yes, we were having a very pleasant dream until that kid Coco came along and everything turned into a nightmare. Coco? Why Coco? He died. He should be calm and happy on the other side. I don't want my son to be a lost soul. A lost soul? What, that child wasn't a dream? Was he real? Hollow was unable to explain anything as the mantis was forced to jump from its place to avoid the attack of the nightmare, which far from scaring her, left her surprised and somewhat confused. But why did my stew come to life and attack us? Their stew? Hornet was incredulous. Is that a stew? Of course. Can't you smell it? It's a Cavasuelo stew. Cavasuelo stew was Hornet's favorite food, but that thing didn't make her want to eat anything if she compared it with the one her husband prepared, and the difference was abysmal. Quirrell even decorated it with a bay leaf. I've got it. Hollow suddenly shouted. It's Orchid stew, this is the palace cook's nightmare. And as soon as he spoke these words, a presence appeared behind them. A terrified ladybug hugging itself as it muttered. That thing isn't food, it's an abomination. That stew looks alive. Oh, please. It's true that the food doesn't look good, but it's not that bad. Orchid complained. In response, the stew lashed out furiously at her, but the mantis easily avoided it. The mantis and her partner decided to distract lunch while Hornet lamented and thought about how to get out of this predicament. Why, Shadow Lord, why I love my family, you know I do, but sometimes they have such ideas. I like defeating a killer stew. I don't even want to eat that thing maybe huh? He turned to the combatants. I have an idea. Which one? They answered in unison. We have to fix the presentation of that thing, make it look pretty and edible. How boring, Orchid complained. Don't say anything. This is your fault. My fault? Why? If it's you heart of Hellenist critters who put too much importance on the appearance of food, my stew tastes good. Well, we have to convince her, he pointed to the ladybug, that it tastes good. Now let's get to work. He concentrated his mind, and Hornet's needle was replaced by a giant spoon and knife. Hollow, for his part, also joined in, materializing a pile of giant vegetables behind him. Orchid just watched them in astonishment, not understanding anything. Where did all that come from? This is the realm of dreams, here the mind is what gives you power, imagine something, anything and it will come true. The power of the mind. Imagination. What kind of strange place was that? It sounded amazing, so he tried to imagine something, but nothing happened. Why didn't anything appear? The brothers looked at each other for a moment and then sighed. Mantises don't have much imagination, Hornet lamented. Hey. It doesn't matter, help us chop the vegetables, Hornet threw the giant knife at her. And what followed this conversation was one of the strangest situations Orchid had ever experienced, which was saying something considering she was partnered with Hollow. They busily cooked while fighting over a spoiled stew of squid. On one hand, the mantis chopped the vegetables, on the other, Hornet distracted the lunch, and on the other, Hollow was busy selecting the perfect spices to give it the desired flavor. Hollow, would you hurry up? Complained Hornet, who was in quite a bind, blocking the stew's claws with her needle. The giant onion landed on top of the food, forcing it to retreat and giving the queen a chance to catch her breath. Hornet sighed in relief and nodded her gratitude to Orchid, who had saved her. From what she could see, she was almost done with the vegetables. Hollow. How much further do you have? I'm almost done, he said, looking at the spice rack in front of him, which he was gazing at with such attention as if he were an art critic. I want this stew to be perfect. The only perfect stew is squirrels. Now hurry up and bring that, Orchid's already finished chopping the vegetables. Hollow was annoyed by this comment but restrained himself due to the situation and carried the basket with the spices he had selected, all imagined with great detail and care. We need a nice plate for the presentation. Hornet had immediately taken the lead of the operation. I'll take care of it, Hollow replied cheerfully. If there was one thing Hollow was good at, it was imagining things. A huge, very elegant plate appeared before everyone. It had beautiful blue flower decorations on its edges, placed on the gleaming white earthenware. Hornet wasn't particularly drawn to it, but Orchid was impressed by the detail. However, the magnificence of the moment was shattered by the stew, which turned against Hollow, who now took on the role of distracting him. Okay, it's our turn, let's go Orchid. Hornet took the basket where Hollow had placed the spice jars. Oh, by the Lord of Shadows. Is this what it took you so long to sort out the spices? You brought in almost everything on the shelf. Hornet grumbled. Let's see, let's get rid of what's not good. The queen decided to throw away all the jars that she thought would not contribute to the meal, which angered Hollow. If you were going to choose the spices in the end, why did you make me do it? So you wouldn't stick your hands in the food, you've always been a terrible cook, even toast turns out bad. Here he threw a jar of cumin at Hollow, which he caught in the air, put some of this on it, then he turned to the mantis Orchid. I need you to place the cooked potatoes on this side of the plate in a fan shape. Carefully following the Spider Queen's instructions, the attacking stew was soon seasoned and the vegetable dish prepared. The mantis had to admit she'd never made anything so pretty. When she returned to the real world, she would put what she'd learned into practice. But even with everything ready, the most important thing was still missing. Getting the stew into place. Bring it here Hollow. And the knight obeyed, he ran to the plate and stood in the middle, waiting for the right moment to jump, which was not long in coming. The stew attacked him, and the knight dodged it, letting the food drain onto his bed of vegetables, occupying all the available space and settling in its place. Somehow it was as if he had found what he had been made for, because he did not try to attack them again, and with that the dish was ready. It's beautiful. Lord exclaimed. I've never made such a beautiful dish. Is that edible? A voice spoke behind him. The ladybug who owned the dream had come out of her stupor and had approached the plate to contemplate its beauty. It looked very appetizing and she wanted to try it. Why don't you check it out? Hornet replied, making a spoon appear. The ladybug accepted the cutlery and walked over to the huge plate, bent down and picked up a portion of food. She took a few moments to look at it suspiciously, but in the end the appetizing smell won her over and she tasted the food. His eyes sparkled with excitement at what he was tasting and he laughed happily. It's delicious. And after saying these words a whitish light flooded the room making everything blurry. "What's going on?" the mantis asked, frightened. "The dream is ending," Hollow replied. "We'll probably fall into another one now. I hope we stay together. Could we end up separated? If the dream requires it, yes, but if you don't give up and keep going, we'll be together again." The light covered everything and the dream ended. What is hidden under the hearts? When the group was separated by the mist of nightmares that enveloped them, Quirrell was only able to hold one thought in his head: "I don't want to be separated from my children," and only with that thought in which he poured all his will, he was able to keep them by his side. Naively he believed that separating from them was the worst thing that could happen to him. He never imagined that his presence near one of them was what could unleash one of the worst fears. And thanks to that, he now found himself in a cage of thorns with dozens of arachnid monsters approaching him with the intention of devouring him, while at a close distance his children desperately fought to reach him. What could he do? He wasn't entirely familiar with how this strange dream world worked, that is, he knew it in theory, thanks to what he'd managed to compile in his writings and what his wife and Hollow had told him. According to that, this nightmare belonged to someone and they had to find the cause and its solution to escape. But how could they do it? This dream could belong to an absolutely unknown creature they'd never interacted with and whose problems they'd never know about. According to Bacadillo, dreams tended to belong to people close to them, if not themselves. But he couldn't make sense of everything that was happening. The dream was, to put it mildly, too generic. The scream from Silky woke him from his thoughts and he looked at his poor little girl clutching her right arm. One of the arachnid monsters had injured her. He felt fury rise inside him, along with the unstoppable desire to protect her. It was an irrational act, but he still threw himself against the thorn bars. Obviously, they didn't budge and he only managed to hurt himself. "Silky?" he shouted desperately. The girl didn't answer, she just stared at the wall of monsters while holding back her tears. Now it was Quirrell who wanted to cry, his precious princess shouldn't be going through those things. But even in the midst of his despair, the scholar noticed a detail: even though she was hurt, no one attacked Silky. In fact, none of the eight-legged monsters attacked any of the little ones, they just responded to whatever they did. But instead these creatures seemed to have every intention of eating him. Could this be a clue? A dream that was trying to harm him but left the children alone. No matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't figure out whose dream this was. What was going on in his head that made him so afraid? Or rather, what exactly was the fear? Whatever the answer, he had to hurry. The spiders were almost reaching their cage. He stood in the center of the cage as still as possible, moving away from the thorn bars. He assumed that something might protect him, but when the beasts made contact with the cage, they did not appear to be affected in any way by the thorns. "Leave my dad alone. Back off," Chester shouted angrily. It broke Quirrell's heart to hear his children's cries. They didn't have to go through something like this. It was his duty to protect them. It didn't have to be the other way around. Soon the spider's legs squeezed through the bars and the woodlouse was forced to dodge their attempts to catch it, but it was becoming increasingly difficult. The legs increased in number and its space to move was limited. "Daddy didn't do anything wrong, Dad," now Ren was crying inconsolably. Quirrell was beside himself with pain, he hated being trapped and with no way out. Now he saw no way out, it was his end. It was difficult for him to see the outside because of the mountain of spiders that covered the cage. He was not a person who gave up easily, but he felt dazed and lost. He couldn't think of what to do, but at least he consoled himself with the idea that his children were fine. The creatures were not attacking them. However, what would happen to him when the spiders tore him apart? He was sure it was his mind wandering in a dream, and if they were in normal circumstances when everything went wrong in the worst way he would simply wake up scared, but that wasn't the case. If the nightmare killed him, what would become of his mind? Would he become another victim of scarlet fever? If so, then he would become a danger to his children. He could end up attacking them and devouring them. A shiver ran through her body at this thought, but it calmed down a little when she thought that Orchid would be able to stop him. Few people had the skill to defeat a mantis like her. She would protect her offspring well, but one thing was to protect them and another to educate them. She didn't think she would be a bad tutor, but perhaps she didn't give them all the knowledge she considered necessary. In that sense, perhaps Dan could help her. A strange feeling of pity invaded him when he thought of that boy. He had known him for years, and he was a good friend of the family. His children also adored him. He never understood why he felt so close to him, almost as if he were part of the family. He supposed it was because of the coincidental resemblance he had with him, or perhaps even though he couldn't remember it, he looked like someone from his forgotten past, whatever it was. At that moment it simply occurred to him that he would like to see him one last time before losing his mind. "Master Quirrell," a male voice shouted. Both the children and the father turned their attention to the newcomer. Dan looked dirty and somewhat injured, but he was alive and quite scared. However, he had done well moving through that sea of fears and uncertainties. He carried in his hand a stinger that still dripped with the fluids of some defeated beast. Everyone was surprised. No one knew that Dan was a good fighter. In reality, he wasn't. The feats achieved in the dream would never be replicated in real life. But he had a strong mind and a very powerful desire to survive. That alone had allowed him to move forward. But now it was no longer about protecting himself, it was about protecting Master Quirrell, who was about to be devoured by those black things that looked like spiders. From his point of view he wasn't going to reach him, so he did the only thing he could, he threw his stinger at him. The weapon flew almost in slow motion, shining in the darkness and cold, crossing like an arrow through the air without hitting any spiders, and slipping between the bars until it reached the woodlouse, which with total skill, was able to firmly grasp it. Well, time to finish this off. Quirrell got into an offensive stance. In the blink of an eye, the master swept his stinger across, cutting off half of the leg struggling to reach him, and with a second maneuver, the remaining legs were eliminated before the astonished gaze of all the beasts surrounding him. What was that? Chester shouted in disbelief. Ren let out a small laugh upon hearing his brother so surprised, apparently he would finally learn his lesson. That's our father showing off all his skills. Having now regained some room to move, Quirrell proceeded to attack the bars of the cage. They might have been made of thorns, but they weren't very firm. He knew this from the way they had creaked earlier. If the sting had arrived a few seconds later, the cage would have broken, letting the beasts through. The woodlouse struck and attacked a bar that looked particularly weak. Its quick and accurate attack soon weakened the structure until it broke. The master was finally free and could now show his full potential. Like a ghost she slipped out, as fast and delicate as a breeze that brushed against the beasts, spreading death and pain, for despite their appearance, these beings were weak, as if knowing the strength of their opponent they would surrender to death voluntarily. It was not necessary to pierce their entrails, just one blow and their bodies would melt. This turned out to be a relief for Quirrell. He would not need to exert himself too much, just be fast, and that was his specialty. His children watched with surprise and admiration his graceful and accurate movements. Silky jumped enthusiastically while Chester remained in a state of stupor. As for Ren, being the only one who knew the true strength of her father, she showed no surprise, only a smile of joy at the situation. The minutes passed and the beasts gave in, limiting themselves to being destroyed, turning into amorphous masses that then merged with the environment, leaving everything as clean as if they had never existed, until finally the five were left alone. Well done, Master Quirrell, Dan congratulated him. It's really been a long time since I've seen you in action. Phew, yes, a lot. Quirrell knelt down, leaning on his sting, but if I don't do these things anymore, it's for a reason. I'm not that young anymore. That was exhausting, although now that I think about it, I shouldn't feel tired. This is a dream. I could have the vitality of a 20-something if I wanted to. A dream? Quirrell quickly recovered and stood up, just in time to welcome his children who threw themselves at him, happy to see him safe and sound. Of course, this outpouring of love ended up knocking him to the ground again. Ha, kids, that's enough, ha. Dad. You were great. Silky squealed. Well done. Ren said softly. Why Chester just cried. Oh wow, I guess we'll be stuck here for a while, Dan said with a laugh. It wasn't difficult to calm the girls down. Perhaps Silky's was a little more difficult, as she was very overexcited and bombarded her father with questions while jumping up and down. She only calmed down with the promise that he would later tell her some very funny stories from when he was younger. He sighed when his princess finally remained still. It shouldn't surprise her. He always kept the fact that he was a moderately skilled warrior a secret from her and Chester. To them, he was just a scholar, a wise and calm piglet who knew nothing about fighting. Perhaps that was why his son was so shocked that he still wouldn't stop crying. Chester, calm down, it's all over now, no monster hurt me. Why, but I was scared. Yes, but there's no need to be scared anymore. The boy ran up to him and hugged him, burying his head. I was scared, I'd been scared for so long, and there was no need why. This last comment made sense to Quirrell, who, with a few clues, managed to connect the dots. This nightmare belonged to Chester. He bent down to her eye level and cupped her face to lift it up and look at it properly. Son, tell me, did something happen that made you so afraid? The boy hesitated a little before answering. Yeah. Tell me what happened. Another small burst of crying followed, which she had to suppress in order to speak. A long time ago I had a fight with Eru. Quirrell had to strain his memory to remember that Eru, he was a friend he used to play with a few months ago, although he stopped hearing about him later. And what happened? Eru told me that he was going to take it out on you, that you were a weak woodlouse, that you couldn't defend yourself, and that any spider could kill you. Another bout of crying from Chester followed. Chester then. Sniff, I wanted you to be strong so you could defend yourself. Now Quirrell felt bad about himself. Although it was without any bad intentions, he had refused to show his power to his son so that he wouldn't grow up arrogant and despising weaker creatures. But perhaps he didn't know him as well as he thought. His son was sweeter than he looked. With a sad smile, he hugged the little boy. Chester, why did you never tell me anything? I didn't mean to scare you. Oh son, the world is a dangerous place. Think that if I were weak, I would not have reached the age I am. For many years I had to defend myself alone. Yeah? Of course, in fact, when I was young I traveled a lot to distant and very dangerous places. I even got into several problems. Obviously to survive I had to fight sometimes, so you don't have to worry about me, I'm the one who should worry about you. I see Chester was finally calming down. And son, please never keep things to yourself again. If you have any worries just say them. We won't judge you if you can't tell me. Tell your mother, or your Uncle Hollow or Uncle Big. If anyone can help you, it's definitely Uncle Big. Wouldn't that be a bother? He's your uncle, your family, and he adores you. Family is there to help each other, so don't be afraid to trust. Whatever happens to you, please don't stay silent. Tell someone. Do you promise me? I promise. Whirl released his son from the hug, but now it was Ren who clung to the little one. I'm sorry, I knew everything but I didn't say anything. I even felt important for knowing the secret. I never thought I'd hurt you, I'm sorry. Chester was a little angry to hear this, but it was more his relief, so after sighing he simply said. It's okay, nothing's wrong. And the light that ends every dream came to end this one. Orchid looked around in confusion. It was hard for her to get used to the sudden changes in environment that occurred in the dream world, and the place they had landed in made her nervous. This time it wasn't one of those ethereal, dark, indeterminately shaped environments. It was a familiar place, and that was what upset her the most. It was the Mantis village, but not the current village. It was more like the one from her childhood. This is the Mantis village, right? Hornet asked, looking around. Do you think it's a dream of someone you know? Orchid didn't respond, she had a horrible feeling, now she wanted a hug from her partner, but she couldn't find him anywhere. Why Hollow? It seems we've separated, but don't worry, we'll meet again later. Sandwich said the sea of dreams is turbulent and could separate us or bring us together in unpredictable ways. Orchid. What's going on? Hornet had never seen the mantis so terrified, she had known her for years, and it was very rare for her to be cowardly, but now her posture indicated insecurity, her gaze wandered from one place to another, as if watching for an attack, and her claws trembled. What kind of place was this to put Orchid in such a state? Are you okay? The cry of pain along with a curse made Hornet alert, and Orchid hugged herself in fear. The Spider Queen didn't hesitate to advance toward the source of the sound, followed by Orchid, who simply didn't want to be alone. She advanced between the empty houses of that strange archaic mantis village until she reached an open field where she saw a huge mantis grabbing another mantis by its antennae while lashing out with its free hand. What's this? Hornet exclaimed, shocked by such brutality. Who is she? And what is she doing to that poor mantis? Why? Hey, her Orchid was very nervous, she is my mother Nettle. Hornet's eyes widened in surprise. Orchid's mother? She looked back at the mantis and understood why she was so scared. She was a fearsome creature. How could that young mantis have offended her enough to punish her so much? In fact, looking at it, she considered that perhaps the punishment she was meting out was too much. It seemed as if she were going to tear off her antennae, and the shell already had some cracks. She could almost swear that a small piece had fallen off somewhere. He's going to kill her? Hornet exclaimed. What did that poor mantis do to deserve such a punishment? Exist, Orchid replied in a faint voice, still trembling. It's my sister Lily when she was young. The Spider Queen was speechless at what she was hearing. Did that mother really treat her own daughter like that? How could she commit such an atrocity? For Hornet, it was unacceptable. She imagined her own children and it broke her heart. She already felt bad sometimes when she punished them for misbehaving, but committing torture like the one Nettle was inflicting seemed impossible to her. This must be Lily's nightmare then, Hornet declared. Mine too, Orchid whimpered. I don't want to be here, let's go. Did he treat you like that too? To all his children, but with Lily and Lavender it was worse because they were his daughters. Children from different clutches, as far as the Spider Queen knew, were very common among mantises, although if the experience with a father had been good, many females would try to repeat it and have another clutch with the same male, which was more comfortable. It was not unusual for children to receive different treatment depending on who the father was, as if the mothers wanted to take out their frustrations on them. I'm sorry, Orchid, we won't be able to leave here until we resolve the conflict in this dream. Why? Why do we have to relive this? I don't want to see Nettle, I don't want to remember her, I just want to leave her memory buried. Because the Nightmare King forced us into this and I see he chose very well which dream to show you. He patted the mantis's back as a form of support. Think that this is no longer just for you, if we solve this we will also help Lily, she will be better, do it for your sister. Orchid was holding back tears but nodded, she loved her family and would do everything in her power to help them. What should I do? I'm not sure, to be honest. Why don't you tell me a little about your mother and him? maybe it'll give us some insight into how to deal with this problem. It took Orchid a few moments to gather the courage and focus to speak. It was quite difficult because Lily's screams of pain and pleas constantly interrupted her. In the end she ended up talking only to not hear her. It became very noticeable to Hornet that the mantis referred to its parent by name instead of mother. Nettle was an ambitious mantis who wanted strong offspring. Of course, every mantis wants that, but Nettle was more obsessed with the issue. As far as I know, she always had a violent personality, but she wasn't so horrible before. It was after what happened to her with him that she became the monster I've had to deal with my entire life. And who is he? Let's give him a name. His name was Nectar and he was a previous mantis lord. They say he's one of the strongest males there was in the tribe. He was so powerful that even today he's mentioned in conversations from time to time. If we mantises were like the people of Heart of Hellenist, who make statues of everyone they admire, there would surely be one of him. Statues aren't made for people we admire, they're made for people who did something important for the people. Then he wouldn't receive any statue, because all that idiot did was cause pain to others. Nectar was a sadist. According to Nettle, he caused pain for pleasure and made no effort to hide his manias, but he was damn strong, so even though he was the monster he was, the females sought him out, sacrificing themselves to produce powerful offspring. Obviously, Nettle went after him. And she had such a bad time with that guy that she took it out on Lily and Lavender. The matter was even more horrible than that. I don't have many details, but something about Nettle attracted Nectar, something that made him seek her out and want to crush her. Hornet swallowed hard, understanding the implications of what he was telling her. Nettle didn't want to know anything about him anymore, but it was hard to avoid a mantis lord. His word was law, and well after that, even if her children weren't born as strong, she decided to choose a lower profile male to conceive her second clutch. His name was Vincent. Your father? Yes, my father, although I never got to know him. But from what Ortega told me, he was a deceptive guy. He appeared to be calm, peaceful, sleepy, and perhaps too sweet. But when it came to fighting, he turned into an unstoppable beast. Of course, that almost never happened. Vincent always preferred to give in and retreat rather than fight. That's why he was considered weak and his status was very low. But Ortega didn't care. She didn't want to suffer anymore. She just looked for a quiet man who wouldn't give her any trouble, and while she was with her, Vincent behaved excellently. But I guess this story didn't end well. Not at all. When Nectar found out that Nettle chose Vincent as the father for her second clutch, he became indignant and exploded in rage, and he attacked Nettle with her egg still inside. No, he couldn't have done that. The spider exclaimed in horror. He did it, of course he did. He wanted Nettle to lose those eggs, to have no other offspring, but his, and this infuriated Vincent. That was the first and only time he purposely sought a battle, because he didn't come out of it alive, and neither did Nectar. That was horrible. Yes, but that's how mantis society is, and that's why I'm so determined to change it, so that tragedies like these don't happen again, so that crazy, deranged women like Ortega don't appear, beating their children to death. Did he really do that? But some of the first brood, as I said, with her second brood it was less severe, although we were not exempt from mistreatment. She attacked us with the idea that we were weak. Deep down, I think she was looking for a way to deal with her pain alone. She mistreated the older children for being children of that horrible male who hurt her so much, and the younger ones for being children of this weak father, who didn't have the strength to kill the other and get out alive. Silence fell between them as they pondered what to do. Orchid, you've told me a lot about your mother, but this is Lily's nightmare, not Nettle's. Well, I don't think there's much more to say about Lily. She was mistreated to the point of no return by Nettle. She and Lavender were the survivors of their clutch because they were the most resistant. Perhaps the most noteworthy thing is that as a child Lily wasn't so aggressive. That character was formed based on blows. You must be strong. Stand up and fight. Don't stay silent. Attack. Apparently, of her clutch Lily was the weakest, and that's why Nettle was so cruel to her. I clearly remember one time she yelled at her, "I didn't mess with that monster to conceive weak children, justify your existence and become strong." By the Lord of Shadows. And what happened to Nettle? He died at the hands of a mantis that got caught in the infection, and then this mantis died from it too. I really feel like a horrible person for saying this, but when he died all I felt was a huge relief, like I'd lost one of the biggest pressures of my life. After this talk, Orchid had stopped trembling. Talking about the past had calmed her down, at least enough so that her sister's screams didn't affect her as much. And having already let out everything she had inside, she only had one question left. And what do we do now? Fighting the memory of your mother. What do you mean that I fought with Nettle? Orchid had trembled again. I couldn't. She's too. Shh, calm down. Orchid. Hornet took her by the claw. This won't be a regular fight, it's not a mantis combat, it's a battle of ideas. Combative ideas. You have to convince Lirio that her mother's ideas were wrong and that she stops torturing herself for not meeting expectations, that she pointed to Nettle. It is the representation of all the guilt and trauma she carries within her, but you cannot defeat it, Lirio must do it, you just have to help her. But how do you expect me to do that? Nettle is terrible. She. Orchid, what are you? An adult or a child? An adult. Do you think you're stronger than before? Yes, I have become very strong, I am the strongest of my tribe. Stronger than Nettle? Yes, probably. Do you think Nettle was right in his parenting methods? Of course not. Do you think you did something wrong by choosing to be different from her? No, she was wrong. What are you afraid of? I don't know. The mantis remained taciturn and thoughtful, like a living statue waiting to wake up. Hornet knew that their situation was delicate, but they couldn't afford to waste too much time, so he walked in front of it and looked it straight in the eyes. You're afraid of a dead idea, of the perception that if you don't be the way she wants you, she'll punish you, but that's never going to happen, because she's dead, and even if she were alive, you're stronger. Your mother never became Lord, but you are. She could never compare to you. You have no reason to be afraid. And at this point, you don't have to feel guilty either. Yes, what she had to go through is horrible, but it's no longer your responsibility. It's too late to do anything for her. The only one you can still do something for is Lirio. Lily? Don't let her be like your mother. This time Orchidia stood up absolutely determined, she was going to end that cycle of violence once and for all. Lirio was like that because her mother was brutal, but her mother had that behavior because she suffered abuse, both from her ex-partner and from her own parents, and they probably only replicated learned behaviors. If she did nothing, Lirio's children would end up the same. Stop. Orchid shouted, feigning strength. Inside, she was still trembling a little, but she hid it. She was already determined to act. Boo. Nettle released Lily and faced the newcomer. Orchid. What are you doing here? Can't you see I'm busy with your sister? The aforementioned woman sat down as best she could, feeling the pain in her body. Did I say you can move? She was about to swipe at the helpless mantis again, but Orchid stopped her. Don't you dare touch her. Let me go, you ungrateful daughter. I'm doing all this for you. So you'll be strong and not have to submit to anyone. A slight pang of guilt stabbed at her chest, but the Lord did not let herself be intimidated. As Hornet said, this was a battle of ideas. She really did not have to fight with her mother, just stand firm in her ideas. And how is it that all these blows and mistreatment are going to help us? But how can you be so stupid? It's obvious. You'll get stronger when you take hits. You'll take them better. Exactly, you only teach us to take hits, that doesn't make us stronger. Strength isn't just about taking hits. Lily stopped trembling in a corner and looked at her sister in surprise. Strength is more than that, being strong is rising in the face of defeat, but of course, mantises don't allow defeat. If you fail you are doomed to death. He who fails does so because he is weak. Or because she hasn't learned yet, because you learn from every defeat and knowledge makes you stronger. I was defeated. More than once. I lost to a ruthless hunter, to a guardian on a crystal mountain, even to a gentle knight, but I got up and came back stronger. Defeat isn't bad. She's just mediocrity, mediocre, pathetic weakling. I am a mantis lord, the strongest of the tribe, I am the definition of strength. Lily now looked thoughtful, her sister's words were finally sinking in, the vulnerable state of her nightmare had made her more receptive, or to put it another way, she was so terrified and desperate that she was going to cling to any idea that would make her feel better. You sentimental thing. A pathetic praying mantis who lets her emotions get the better of her. You're stupid. You only make mistakes. Now you want to spend the rest of your life tied to a male. Enough with the hypocrisy. We all have feelings, but feelings don't make you weak. The strong control their feelings, the weak let their feelings control them. I won't let you look down on me for loving me. You loved my father too. Lie. Slander. Mantises don't fall in love. It was just an agreement to bring you and your siblings into the world. Nettle was getting agitated, shouting louder and louder, although her retorts were beginning to make no sense, and Lily had stood up. You're filthy, you associate with foreigners. You raise pets. You have mixed breed offspring. Impure. You're contaminated. Mantises shouldn't associate with inferior creatures. Who determines what is superior or inferior? We are all part of a cycle. Without these lesser creatures we could not survive, because every creature plays a role in this world, from the tiny tree creeper to the primordial asp. Whether we like it or not, we are already interacting with other creatures, and each creature is a contribution to our lives. Blasphemer. Liar. Long ago I traveled to a crystal mountain where a miserable fat beetle was able to kill a creature I couldn't. An inferior bug outran me at hunting prey. Could we say it was inferior just because it was smaller and clawless? You couldn't take down that prey because you were weak. No, it was because I didn't know how to do it and the bug inside taught me how. I sighed deeply. That's enough, Nettle, too many years have passed, you're already old, dead and forgotten, and above all I know you were wrong. Nettle's chest cracked like a plaster sculpture that had been hit. I'm not mistaken. I'm your mother. The one who brought you into the world. That doesn't make you perfect, you can make mistakes, just like me. No. No. His body cracked even more. You only caused us suffering, and the most horrible thing is that you did it convinced that it was for our own good, but it wasn't. Go away now, stop hurting us, it's too late. I will not be forgotten. I am their mother. I raised them. Lily. He extended his claw toward her as more cracks appeared on her body, and she fell to her knees. You are with me. You know what is right. The mantis looked at her nervously and then at her sister before looking back at Nettle. Lirio, her sister, spoke to her sweetly for this time, obey your mother and do what she says. The aforementioned looked at her with confusion, ignore your feelings and think logically, I'm sure your brain is screaming at you that I'm right. He took his time meditating, it was difficult with his mother kneeling on the floor, shouting a mixture of pleas and insults, but he finally made up his mind and walked to Orchid. No. Damn you. No. The memory screamed in a shrill voice, tearing its throat apart as it screamed as cracks spread throughout what remained of its body until it finally shattered and turned to dust. Well done, Lily. Orchid hugged her sister. You will be freed from its weight, it will never hurt you again. He expected a sigh of relief, a thank you, or perhaps an exclamation of joy, but not for her to burst into tears. He had never seen Lirio cry in his life and it was extremely uncomfortable. Lily? What's wrong? Are you okay? No. I'm not. How could I be? He cried out in pain like. What's happening? Wrong, Mom was wrong. Yes, I was. I was wrong. Yeah. I wasted my whole life suffering from a misconception. Oh. Orchid could understand this very well. There is nothing more painful than knowing that you were wrong all your life. Regret is painful, and thinking about all the wasted years of happiness is very discouraging. She herself went through it, and that despite the fact that during her life, she secretly allowed herself a little more freedom than her sisters, at least while her brother Hygo was alive, he was her confidant. At some point she had Hollow to support her, and when she lost him she gave herself to Chris, allowing him to ease her sadness. But for Lirio it was not like that, she simply isolated herself, burying her feelings and kindness under 7 keys. My whole life suffering for nothing. My whole life trying to be enough. All in vain. Hurting people. What did I do? She cried harder, pushed her sister away, feeling unworthy of touching her, and pulled at her antennae, trying to ease her pain. What did I do? All of them, and my children and my nephews. Why? Orchid hugged her sister tightly despite her protests and attempts to push her away. Lily took a few moments to come out of her hysterical fit and rest her head on her sister's shoulder. I don't deserve this, your kindness. We all deserve to mend our ways, and you're my sister. I can't deny you my support. Besides, I understand. I felt the same way at the time. Orchid, what am I going to do now? I've already wasted my life. Nothing is wasted, you still have a few years left to live. Don't think about what you lost, think about what you still have and make the most of it. And? The brightness of the place began its characteristic increase, indicating the end of that nightmare. The end of a fear. What's going on here? Bocadillo shouted, exasperated. And it was no wonder. The place he found himself was one of the most chaotic dreams he'd ever seen in his very long life. There was a tree growing on top of a pile of dirty clothes, which were surrounded by an army of potatoes protecting them. In another area, there was a door made of water that led to a closet where giant cookies were kept, and finally, in another area, there was a giant tick-tick dancing, something similar to cumbia. I don't know if this is a dream, a nightmare, or the ravings of a madman, the moth complained. Well, yeah, it's pretty weird, but I think there's some logic to it all, Coco, who was accompanying him, commented. Logic? Where? Behind that pile of dirty laundry. Not exactly, look, there's nothing behind us, but in front of us things of all kinds start to appear randomly placed, and the closer you get to a certain point, the more full of garbage it is. He scratched his chin thoughtfully. So the interesting thing about this place is in the center. Yes, because everything here seems to be in place to protect the center, so this place hasn't been invaded by nightmares. You may feel bewildered or exasperated, but there's no fear here. What his little companion was saying made perfect sense. A novice in dream magic couldn't make a complex and elegant fortress like the one he had built for Coco's family, but in his own way, he had managed to protect himself from everything that threatened him. He was surely a very promising magic student. Perhaps they could recruit his help to confront the Nightmare King. Anything counted. So they set out on their journey through that labyrinth of nonsense. The experience was very different for both participants. For someone as straightforward and grounded as Bocadillo, it was a headache trying to understand what was happening or figure out where to go next. Coco, on the other hand, was much more flexible and creative. He always managed to find his way in rather strange and unexpected ways, so this time he led the way. It was hard to measure time in that place, but Boccadillo had the impression that it took them quite a while to reach their destination, the most central area of that twisted dream, a wall made of colored glass vases. Each piece was very pretty on its own, but the whole thing was put together in very poor taste, so it looked quite impressive, but ugly. "I think the owner of this dream is a lot younger than I thought," Boccadillo commented. "I thought he was a teenager, but I see something rather childish about the way things are arranged here." Coco and the moth circled the structure, only to find there was no way in. "And how are we supposed to get in?" the older man complained, already exhausted. "What if we try knocking on the door?" "Which door? There's no door here." Coco looked both ways, then tilted her head and said. "Right, then we'll have to touch the wall." "What?" But after thinking it over, he calmed down. "After everything I've seen today, I'm not even going to question you, just do it." Coco laughed at his friend's reaction and walked up to the glass wall, knocked a couple of times on it that sounded like a xylophone, and a relatively familiar voice answered them. "Yavui." But another voice sounded behind her with noticeable annoyance. "Jasmine. You can't just open the door all confidently." But he knocked on the door. "So? That just means he's polite, not good." Boccadillo stood with his mouth open, unable to believe it. Was it really Jasmine who was in there? "Jasmine?" asked her. "It's me. Sandwich. Mr. Sandwich. See? I told you if he knocked on the door, he couldn't be a bad person." The crack formed in the crystal wall which grew in the shape of a square until it formed a door, which when opened revealed a mantis child and a half-breed who, as soon as they saw the visitors, ran to hug them. "Coco. Mr. Sandwich. How nice to see you," the little girl exclaimed. Finally, someone familiar. "Where are the others?" Aster asked anxiously. "I don't know where you are now. We've split up. Everyone must be dealing with some nightmare of their own. Which leads me to ask, did you build this fortress? It's kind of strange, but it's magnificent." "Build it?" Jasmine was confused. "We didn't build it, it just appeared. I was thinking about some things and, poof. Things started appearing." "But only the one," she thought, Aster clarified. "Nothing worked with me." Coco and Boccadillo looked at each other. "What does that mean, Mr. Sandwich?" Coco asked. "That Jasmine has a very strong mind, enough to overcome the Nightmare King's influence and change this to her liking." Strong-minded? The girl didn't fully understand the situation. In the world of dreams, whatever one thinks or imagines becomes real, so it would be very easy to defeat the Nightmare King by imagining things the way we want, but normally fear prevents us from acting or thinking about something pleasant, so we end up devoured by the nightmare. But with a strong mind, you can stay calm and imagine whatever you want, doing things your way. "Ooh, so I'm strong?" "More than you think." Aster had always been praised for his strength. It seemed strange to him that it was Jasmine who received the praise. Physically he was quite a powerful boy. He had even defeated in combat companions 2 years older than him, but apparently that meant nothing with a weak mind, and before he fell into a depressive vortex, Coco took his face and looked him directly in the eyes. "It's okay the way you are, nobody is perfect at everything, we're here to support each other, so calm down." "Alright." Aster was going to blindly follow whatever Coco said. He still wasn't sure if the child was a ghost or a dream memory, but for his mental health he clung to it, believing it was a good thing. "So everything I imagined is going to happen here? It doesn't matter what it is." Jasmine was getting excited at the thought. "It doesn't matter what it is, just remember that nothing is real. When you wake up, everything will disappear. You have to be very clear about the boundaries between dream and reality so you don't get lost," the winged being warned. In truth, he was a little worried about this girl's talent. It could be dangerous for her if left unchecked. "What if I imagine a giant tikka will appear?" No sooner had he said this than a giant tick-ticky with a lasso tied around its neck passed by them, destroying the shelter. "Genial. Ugh, we better get out of here." "And how do we leave?" "Just imagine that it's no longer necessary to be here and we'll move somewhere else. Oh look, it's already happening." The luminous nature of dreams soon covered everything, hiding all the madness that was inside Jasmine. Another dream began, and this time it was Hollow who had to face it completely alone, something that worried him because this incipient nightmare seemed terrifyingly familiar to him. He knew this, he knew those black twisted rocks covered with broken masks, the small, spiny bugs, and the oppressive darkness that seemed to drown him. All this familiarity terrified him because he knew what was coming, and he didn't want to have to relive it again. He had spent many peaceful and pleasant nights, returning to the hell he went through every night before was unbearable. He tried hard to think of happy things, to imagine a much more pleasant reality, but nothing around him changed. He even tried to materialize a lumellula lamp to illuminate his path a little. A warm light would have been good to comfort him, but it was also useless. Fear was taking over his mind. One of his paws hit a rock, causing him to stumble, and he ended up falling onto the rough ground, scraping his shell. The rocks were hard and sharp, and if he wasn't careful, he could get seriously hurt. He stood up carefully, feeling his surroundings, and realized that the flat ground ended in front of him as the rocks rose up, forming a wall. Hollow swallowed hard. He already knew what was coming. Would he be able to reach the top this time? Or would he end up devoured by the darkness like every night? He sighed in resignation, staying there was not an option, he needed to escape that dream to keep moving forward and reach Scarlet, so as expected, he began his ascent. Climbing the rock face was difficult and tortuous. Protruding rocks constantly scratched his shell. Even holding onto the wall was painful. But even though his injured hands burned, he had to keep going. He knew things would get worse. For now, he could move at his own pace, placing his hands and paws carefully to minimize injury. So he climbed calmly. Yes, that was the easy part. He was used to it. He continued his ascent at a slow pace and managed to travel a good distance, perhaps further than normal. If it were a traditional dream, he would already be considering that the darkness would not appear, but that was not a normal dream, and the Nightmare King liked to play with his victims. Nothing could be seen around him, just the sharp rocks that emerged from the shadows. He couldn't make out the beginning or the end of the path, but far above him, in the distance, a faint glow could be seen that slowly increased with each step he took. That was the end, the goal to be reached. The fact that it was visible told Hollow that the horror was about to begin. Suddenly a loud noise echoed behind him. He knew what was down below, and, although he didn't want to, a strange impulse forced him to look back. There it was, the mass of eternal emptiness, an impenetrable darkness and hundreds of eyes glowing inside. They were his brothers seeking to emerge from the abyss, something that would normally be welcomed by him, but it could no longer be, never again could it, because Hollow was a normal bug, mortal, fragile, delicate and susceptible to the poison of the void. If his body came into contact with that substance, he would end up dead just as it happened to his father, and he could not allow that. He had larvae to take care of. The knight quickened his pace, no longer taking the time to carefully evaluate each step he took, he only clung to any rock he found in his path. The wounds on his shell increased, they were no longer superficial scratches, they were deeper breaks that left a trail of blood behind him, but he could not stop, the void continued to ascend, his hands hurt horribly, and his strength seemed to abandon him, but he did not stop, the light at the end was getting closer. Just a little more and he would be safe. The whole place was shaking, some rocks were falling from the wall hitting Hollow, making his path even more difficult. The void gave him no respite, and he was almost reaching his legs. The knight could feel the cold in his limbs, and panic gave him the strength to climb quickly. More drops of blood fell with each step, but the light was getting closer and closer. He was almost reaching the edge of the cliff, but just before reaching it, he found a space free of rocks to cling to. A piece of absolutely flat wall. There was no time to think, he knew what his only option was, to jump. He waited until the last moment, until the instant when the void was about to touch his legs to make the longest jump he could, but it was not enough, the edge of the cliff was too far away, so he made a second jump in the air supporting himself on his monarch wings, squeezing his strength, only to get his injured hands to grip the rock. Now he was hanging from the precipice, his breathing was labored and fear invaded every fiber of his being. The void would no longer rise, scared away by the light, but he could not go back either, there was no room for him, his only option was to climb, but his dwindling strength was no longer enough for him to do it on his own, and he also had no point of purchase, with luck he was able to stay in place and not fall. And it was then that a shadow obscured his vision. A silhouette he knew all too well appeared against the light. The pale king, with his crown-like head and those icy cold eyes. He knew it was useless to call for help, but desperation drove him to do so. "Please. Help me. I don't want to die," the knight begged. His prayers were answered only by silence, along with a look of contempt and the sight of his back facing him as a sign that he would receive no help from this king. Hollow's strength was fading, and his desperation grew. He looked down once more, only to find the void writhing furiously, as if clamoring for an offering of living flesh. He called out for help again, but not to his father this time, but to anyone who, by some miracle, was around, but no one appeared. His hands were beginning to cramp and he was losing his grip. One of his fingers slipped from the rock, bringing him a little closer to his doom. Suddenly, a silhouette appeared again against the light. Had the pale king returned, moved by his son's desperate cries? The figure certainly resembled a monarch, but it was smaller. A shiver ran down the knight's spine, and his worst fears were confirmed when he saw that childlike face peer over the cliff. In his eyes was the same contempt he'd feared so much, and the horrible certainty that his son wouldn't help him. Hollow knew it. That was how things were in that nightmare. He was a useless old man who was no longer of any use and would be discarded, just as his father discarded the containers that were of no use to him, because he could never overcome that. The terror of feeling useless and being discarded was why he always tried hard to work and not take vacations, so that there would be no doubt that he was still useful, but that ended. His hands finally gave way and he detached himself from the rock, letting out a single tear before plummeting into the void. Under other circumstances, he would simply wake up, but now with his mind at the mercy of the Nightmare King, that wasn't an option. He would succumb to madness, becoming nothing like a crazed beast. He only rejoiced at the thought that his family was far away and safe, never to be a danger to them again. Slowly he descended into the darkness, he closed his eyes so as not to see what was coming, but he could not close his ears, shrill shrieks and horrible screams plunged his mind into chaos, but even in the midst of that scandal, a clean and small voice crept into his mind. "Give me your hand." And automatically, without expecting anything, he extended his arm, then to his surprise, someone grabbed it and began to pull him. The sensation of falling stopped and he was left hanging from the limb, absolutely dependent on the charitable soul who was saving him. He opened his eyes with curiosity, and they moistened when he saw Edwin doing everything he could to hold him while he flew with effort. On his back 3 pairs of wings flapped, 2 of his own and a third created with magic. Now more than ever he was the spitting image of the Pale King, but to Hollow, he was a unique and different being, her sweet son. "Ah, calm down dad, I've got you," the little one panted. "Son." The boy put all his effort into keeping them afloat, but he was unable to bear his father's weight, even with his magic and all his good wishes. It was impossible for him, especially because he still did not understand the logic of dreams. His odyssey ended when the back muscles that controlled his wings cramped, and that made it impossible for him to use more magic, so they both ended up falling into the void. Edwin put on an expression of terror that contrasted with the peace and tranquility that Hollow now showed. The boy, not knowing what to do, hugged his father, seeking comfort in the face of an imminent end, and to his surprise, finally his father reciprocated his hug, wrapping him like a protective shell that would not allow him to suffer harm. The little boy then, still with tears, thought it was nice that at least one of his dreams came true before the end. Curled up into a ball, he stayed in his place, unsure of what he would feel or what it would be like to be invaded by the void, but he resigned himself, saving his last wish for his mother and siblings, hoping they were well. The sensation of falling lasted so long that it felt like endless minutes to Edwin. How vast was that abyss that they hadn't yet reached the end? Or rather, how far away was the void that hadn't yet devoured them? Or perhaps entering the void was like plunging into an eternal fall, enveloped in perpetual darkness. If so, at least he was glad he wasn't alone. I was about to open my eyes when they finally landed, but it wasn't painful or unpleasant. It was like falling onto a soft mattress that even offered a slight bounce. If it weren't for the shock that happened, I could almost say it was something pleasant. When the little worm decided to inspect his surroundings, he found a surprise. There was no longer darkness, not even a rocky or wild environment. They were in a room, specifically his father's bedroom. But why are we here? The sapling looked around in confusion. In the realm of dreams, imagination and the strength of your mind matter more than strength. When we fell into the void, I put all my strength into thinking about the most pleasant and safe place in the world. And that's your room? I always considered the White Palace a safe place, and my room is where I like to be most. Everyone knows I enjoy wandering and exploring, but it's nice to have a place to come back to after an adventure, and that place is here, and I have some of the fondest memories of my life here. Hollow stood up and walked to a corner of the room as his son followed him. And what are those memories? First, there were some nights I spent with your mother. Talking and spending time with her was always very pleasant, and secondly, he pointed to a crib in the room, the moments I spent alone with you when you were babies. This took Edwin by surprise. Why that face? Does it seem so surprising to you? It's just that was that really such a beautiful moment for you? Yes, when you were babies, I really couldn't spend much time with you. There were conflicts in the kingdom at the time, and I had to help out. I was out all day, and at night when I came home, it was nice to see you so happy for me. We'd play a little, and then I'd feed you before you went to sleep. It was a little daily routine we had. Were you feeding me too? He asked incredulously. Given his father's terror of touching him, it seemed impossible. Of course. Why wouldn't I? You're my son like everyone else. But I always fed you last. Your siblings were a mess, fighting over who should eat first, while you waited peacefully. After being exhausted with the others, I could finally take a break with you. It was a good time. The little boy felt a very special warmth in his heart. Now he had no doubt that his father had always loved him, but for some reason things started to go wrong at some point. If you could touch and hug me before, what happened? When did it all start? Hollow took a few moments to consider his answer. It's hard to say when the problem started. It was gradual. I think it was around the time you were 5. Around that time, your extraordinary intelligence began to be noticed. Talking to you became somewhat complicated. I felt like I was falling behind, that you were better than me despite being so small, even that there were other people more appropriate to deal with you, like Quirrell. but that wasn't the biggest problem. Come on, being intelligent isn't enough to cause fear. And what was it? You were so intelligent, so extraordinary that I was afraid that when you grew up you would become like my father and discard me. I mean, it's true that in the end the old man regretted what he did, but before that he did a lot of damage. What if you did the same? All of that was just a crazy thought that I wanted to forget, but the Nightmare King clung to it and made it grow and grow. Hollow seemed upset when talking about this suddenly every night without fail. I dreamed the same thing, that I was in that horrible abyss trying to escape and that my father abandoned me just like he did at the time, only to then end up realizing that it was you, and after dreaming it so many times, the idea that it was some kind of premonition began to scare me and you. Hollow couldn't finish because his son leaped up using his wings and hugged him. After an initial confusion, he tried to stammer a few words, but his nervousness won. Dad, I'm not going to abandon you, I'm not going to do it, not even when you're old, I'm going to take care of you, so don't worry, I don't throw people away. And it was after hearing these words that Hollow was finally able to leave all her fears behind and embrace her child freely. Thanks, son. I think that's what I needed to hear. The ambient light began its characteristic rise that indicated the end of a dream. And this? Edwin whimpered. Don't worry, it's just the end of this dream, we'll soon appear in another one. Another nightmare? Yes, most likely, but don't worry, I'll protect you. After this, I feel capable of facing anything. The resurgence of a phobia. Bocadillo was very surprised when he landed on that reddish ground. He perceived the oppressive atmosphere that he knew so well and saw those kinds of throbbing veins that unnerved him so much. Are we there yet? So fast. He looked up and noticed that giant red wet bulb hanging high in the sky, which answered him with a throb. You didn't really mean to make it so difficult for us, did you? I'd almost say you were eager to face us. He looked around and felt anxious. Or to face me. There's no one else here. And as if answering her concerns, several bodies landed around her. At first, she squealed in fear and surprise, but when she discovered their identities, she calmed down. The bugs that arrived were somewhat dazed but looked fine. At least they were sane, which was quite a lot considering their situation. It took the bugs a few moments to recover, and when they did, they realized the situation. Surprise and horror were not long in coming. What are you doing here? Hollow and Hornet shouted when they saw their entire family gathered there. Things happen, Chester answered. No, this must be a dream. You guys are a dream. Hornet said, trying to deny reality. However, it was difficult for her to distinguish who was a person dreaming and who was a manifestation of a dream. We are not a dream, Jasmine replied. We are real. Bocadillo. The queen turned to the moth, hoping that he would refute the girl's words and confirm that they were an illusion created by the Nightmare King. She didn't want to assume that the children's minds were in danger. It's them, the moth replied, shattering his world. What? But you said you'd keep them safe. Can't you do anything right? Snack puffed up at these words. I do things right, but there are things beyond my control. This wasn't my fault, it was his. And from behind him he pulled Coco out, grabbing him by the horn, and displayed it in front of them. This didn't seem to bother the little one, as he greeted the rest by waving a hand as if it were the most normal thing in the world. Coco? Hollow shouted, running up to him. The gentleman took the boy and examined him from all sides, as if he were any vase, looking for any defect that would indicate that he was a fake Coco, but he found nothing. He already had him upside down and was looking at his legs when the boy finally complained. Dad, it's me, you don't have to check me so much. But how? He cried in anguish, looking into his eyes, still holding the child upside down. It's not so strange for a spirit to appear to you in your dreams, is it? But why are you a spirit? I'm happy to see you, but you shouldn't be here. You should be on the other side. I was going to leave, I really was, but that thing he pointed to the bulb hanging above stopped me. It created a kind of fire barrier that prevents souls from crossing to the other side. I'm not the only one trapped here. The knight swallowed hard. This all sounded worse and worse. Unbeknownst to him, the kingdom was filling up with ghosts. He wasn't an expert on the subject, but he knew that when the ghost population grew too large, the energy of the place increased so much that it began to manifest on the physical plane, and that could be very bad for the living. But anyway, they were there, ready to sort out the whole mess. Calm down, Coco, everything will be fine, your father will take care of everything. Hollow Orchid's voice interrupted him. Is that child really Coco? Is he the son I never got to know? Hollow nodded and left the child in the dream, who walked up to her with excitement. Now his mother believed that he was real and not a dream. When he stood in front of her, he just looked at her with a smile and said, "Yes, Mom, it's me." This struck a chord with the praying mantis. None of her children had ever called her mom until now, only this little stranger. Holding back tears, she bent down to his level and tenderly stroked his face. "So you're Coco, heh? You look a lot like your dad, you really do, you're very cute." The boy felt embarrassed by these words and looked away, drawing a gentle laugh from his mother, but this adorable moment was interrupted by a much more sinister and cruel laugh, emitted by a deep and raspy voice, like that of a man dying in the desert, a sound that exuded danger in each note. A shiver ran down everyone's spine, and when they turned around looking for the source of the sound they found that horrible being. It was a large red bat, with a pair of extremely long ears crowning its head, and the cruelest eyes they had ever seen, ones that glowed like the fire of a volcano. It belonged to the same race as Grimm, but it looked nothing like them. Not a shred of elegance covered its wings. It was just a cluster of horror personified as an individual. Hollow hadn't seen him for many years, in fact he vaguely remembered his appearance, probably because of how fleeting their encounter was. It didn't take him long to defeat him during the battle they had that time, naively he thought it would be the same now. With a swift movement he removed the dream sting from Bocadillo, ran up to the god and pierced his chest with a magic artifact, but nothing happened. The bat stood with the handle sticking out of his chest without flinching, in fact he then gave him a mocking look. But what? And without the knight being able to foresee that movement, the Nightmare King transformed into dozens of tiny fire bats that fluttered around. What happened? Hollow shouted in exasperation. Soon, Mouthful flew to his side to provide an answer. I told you that to defeat him you had to pierce his heart, but I also told you that his heart wasn't necessarily in his chest. And where is it? The winged creature pointed skyward, where far above them the enormous red bolt pulsed, emitting an eerie red glow. A being that doesn't have its heart in its chest. How strange. How can it move like that? Technically, that red bat we see isn't the Nightmare King's body. It's just a physical representation so we mortals can understand him. Strictly speaking, everything from that bolt to the ground we walk on is the Nightmare King. What? A chilling thought occurred to Hollow. Many years ago, when I was a child, I was trapped in a place that seemed to belong to the dream realm, a place where many powerful beings gathered, led by a golden masked creature. The God-Seeker? Was she freed? Freed? The creature created to serve a god, but when it lost its master, it began searching for a new one, and to do that, it would summon the gods whenever it could make contact. But having so much power gathered in one place usually causes chaos and destruction. They sealed it away so it would stop doing stupid things. But you're telling me they later released it here and the place still looks fine. I suppose it learned its lesson and acted more cautiously, summoning only an echo of the gods so as not to destroy the kingdom. An echo? You mean a weaker version? You could say that. And that's why the victory you won years ago wasn't really a victory, spoke the voice of the Nightmare King, who had waited patiently for them to have this conversation and learn about their situation. They both turned around and found the Crimson Bat looking at them with a superior expression. Now that you know how insignificant your victory of yesteryear is, we can play. I want to see your confidence crushed and hear your cries of helplessness and despair. You'll be left wanting, Hollow growled, tightening his grip on the hilt of the Dream Stinger. We'll see. And he let out a sinister laugh, after which he again transformed into small fire bats that gathered in a more distant place to materialize the body again. Ah, how beautiful. During countless dreams I was testing you, enjoying how you faced your worst fears, all of you suffered your worst nightmares, with the exception of one person. This comment made everyone look at each other curiously. Yes, one of you did not have to deal with any fear, because I saved your fears for the end. Yes, the tastiest is left for the end, ha 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 ha. After a beastly scream, a pair of shadows appeared before them as if they were black bulbs, which when opened revealed Scarlet and Grimm, both with their eyes shining a furious red color and with an expression that made them seem more dead than alive. Scarlet. Hollow and Mouthy shouted, but their words were drowned out by an even louder scream. Laguo. When they turned around, they all saw Hornet terrified, like a small helpless girl curled up in a corner, trembling. For most, this scene was strange, but for Quirrell and Hollow, it was a common and annoying problem. Until now, the queen hadn't shown much of a reaction to seeing the Nightmare King. His red color took away some of his resemblance to the creature he supposedly represented. But when she faced two adult black bats, her nerves couldn't take it anymore and all her terror came out. Wait, phobia? Mouthy shouted. You have a phobia and you never told me? I never would have let you come if you told me you had a phobia. Is that important? Hollow asked innocently. Phobias are not traumas, they are fears in the purest sense of the word. They have no logic or weakness and… A strange and unpleasant sound cut off his words. Grimm and Scarlet's bodies creaked as their limbs bent in impossible ways. Not a single scream or moan was heard that betrayed suffering. The sound of breaking bones was the only thing that predominated. Both bats increased in size, their mouths opened displaying a row of enormous pointed teeth, and their wings spread, giving them a monstrous appearance. And that's the problem, said Bocadillo with feigned calm. His fear makes everything look worse than it could actually be, and there's no logic that can tell you how to cure trauma, anyway. Run. They all fled to hide like rats escaping a cat. It was, after all, a scene quite similar to something you might find in the wild, where there's no civilization and only bugs survive. The bats went after the larger prey, in this case the mantis, which was more trying to save its offspring than flee, and had no qualms about turning around to face the threat. After all, that was its nature as a mantis. The older bat decided that two fighting one prey was too much, so he flew off to another target. Now it was a meeting between Orchid and Scarlet, or at least the girl's body, her empty, red eyes, implying that there was no longer any shred of consciousness left in that lost mind. The mantis launched itself at the bat, but the bat demonstrated its predatory speed and dodged it, then launched a blast of crimson fire. Orchid tried to dodge but couldn't, the attack was too sudden, and her shell ended up toasted. She burned terribly, but she held on as best she could to try to attack again, however this time it would have been better to flee. The beast swiped at her, opening a rather deep wound on her tail, making her scream until her throat was almost torn out. The warrior fell panting in a futile attempt to maintain some dignity even in that death-dealing situation. The children witnessed everything, and their first intentions were to run to their mother, but she shouted at them to stay away. She could barely complete her message when a leg crushed her torso, and terror invaded her when she saw the bat's jaws open to eat her flesh, but just at that moment Hollow appeared and stuck its stinger into the beast's shoulder. It was the desperation of losing his beloved that moved the knight to act, even against the girl he loved so much, but the pain of the wound seemed to shake her, and for a few brief moments, a spark of life appeared in her lifeless eyes, a look filled with horror and sadness. Hollow could not attack again. He could not hurt his beloved childhood friend, but just as this flicker of consciousness shone, it soon faded. The mindless beast returned, seeking to devour him. This time, he was saved by a soul shot from his son. Now the children no longer wanted to stay hidden and ran to their mother, who was bleeding to death on the floor, surrounding her trying to protect her while the bat returned. Elsewhere meanwhile Quirrell and Dan were doing what they could to defend a hysterical Hornet who was crying in a corner. The sight of the Spider Queen in such a state could be said to be something even more terrifying than the beast that was attacking them. She was always a pillar, the person who kept calm and the family in order, but now she was like a defenseless girl who needed to be protected, but the most horrible thing was that her fear fed the bat. While Scarlet maintained a form very similar to the original, Grim looked grotesque, with its deformed body, covered in thorns and abnormal musculature, there was no trace of its characteristic elegance. And nothing seemed to harm him, it was as if the mammal's skin were made of iron. None of Quirrell's stabs made the slightest scratch, nor did Dan's efforts to throw stones at him help. Everything bounced, everything was useless. The master desperately tried to think of a plan, but his wife's screams made it very difficult to concentrate. Even so, in the shadows an idea was woven. While the master distracted the monster, his children led by Ren, wove a net of thread that they arranged surreptitiously in front of the enemy. Then when they least expected it the children tightened the silk threads, and Grim stumbled. His hyper-muscled body took away quite a bit of his agility, in addition to preventing him from flying, so it wasn't difficult for the offspring to jump on the body to continue placing ties and immobilize the monster. After all, the thread was unlimited, as long as they could imagine more reels they would have to work with. Grim was soon tied up and immobile, like a bug in a spider's pantry, while the little ones jumped around, and Quirrell and Dan sighed in relief, but their apparent victory would not last long. If facing the Nightmare King's demons were so easy, Grim and Scarlet would not have failed in their mission. The captive bat let out a blood-curdling scream, a sound so horrible it chilled their souls, and in contrast to the cold of fear, fire arose, scorching flames emerged from the ground, covering the saplings, licking their fragile bodies, and inflicting excruciating pain that forced them to scream, drowning out even the scream of the Grim himself. And the pain of the offspring was what finally woke Hornet up. Her concern for her children was greater than her phobia, and without thinking her body automatically moved to where the children were screaming. She threw herself into the fire, and enduring the heat she took the little ones and got them out of there as fast as she could. This was horrible, this was her worst nightmare. Her fear of bats didn't compare to the terror she felt now. Her little ones were in her arms, crying in pain, their little bodies covered in burns. She needed to imagine something good, something that could ease her little ones' pain, but her mind, filled with negativity, was incapable of coming up with anything. But the worst part was that she didn't have time to do it either. Quirrell's voice alerted her that something was wrong. "Watch out, Hornet." The queen turned around and her insides churned. The Grim monster was freeing itself from its bonds with brute force, while Dan and Quirrell did their best to hold it back by pulling on the silk threads that fell from its body. Hornet analyzed her options, which weren't many. She didn't see herself capable of carrying the three children to escape from there, much less with their little bodies burned as they were. Any contact hurt them. For now her only option was to fight, even if this led to her end. She had nothing left to lose, so trembling and panting, she stood up and raised her needle. She went against Grim and, still with her eyes closed, she threw her needle at him. Her lack of precision and not seeing what she was doing meant that she could only hit one of his arms, but unlike her husband, she did manage to wound him. "How did you do that?" Quirrell asked, untying the silk threads and standing next to his wife. "I don't know, maybe I'm just desperate." Yes, a desperate mind is capable of almost anything, the nightmare knew this well, so he took a more cautious attitude and retreated, now he would attack from a distance. Quirrell and Hornet saw their feet glow crimson and knew immediately they had to jump away. As soon as they did, a fiery explosion filled the space where they had been before. They were forced to keep moving, dodging the fire that kept following them, but to make matters worse, Grim spawned small firebats that launched themselves at them. Keeping track of so many things at once was a challenge that would have driven most warriors to despair, but not these two, who kept a cool head, moving with surgeon-like precision to avoid every flash of flame and every fiery imp. But even though in the dream world there was no need to eat or rest, the mind only has a limit before it collapses, and the lack of progress diminished the pair's resistance. Quirrell soon made a mistake. He moved a little more than he should have, and a firebat scorched his arm. His scream of pain distracted Hornet, and soon she found herself hit by the fire in a much more direct way. Now they were both in the useless dream, at the mercy of the monster who paused to admire his work. No doubt the Nightmare King looked through their eyes, that was his style, staying hidden in the background while he sent any other vassal to act on his behalf. He was about to launch his next attack when something so strange and ridiculous happened that it was hard to believe, even in a world compassed of dreams and imagination. A giant paw crushed Grim. Without a doubt this did not leave anyone indifferent, and when Quirrell and Hornet looked up to decipher who that enormous limb belonged to their surprise, they found a giant Jasmine who looked down on everyone, while in her hand she held Scarlet who was struggling to get away. But what Hornet began. "Mr. Sandwich was right," Jasmine exclaimed happily. "Whatever you imagine here becomes reality." Everyone knew the girl had a great imagination, but no one believed she would reach that point. "Now die, you bad bugs," the girl shouted, tightening her grip on Scarlet and crushing Grim. Both bats screamed in pain, and for a few moments they regained their senses. Their eyes came alive again, and their real voices rose, pleading for mercy. It was all manipulation, all to make the most vulnerable fall for their games. Hollow, who until that moment had remained clinging to a bleeding, weak Orchid, ran off to ask his daughter to stop. "Stop, Jasmine. Please stop." "Daddy?" The girl looked at him worriedly. "Don't hurt them. They're suffering." "But they are bad, they attacked us first. They're just being monitored, they're not guilty of anything, please stop." Now the girl was in a predicament. What to do? Her father asked her to leave those bad guys alone, but she didn't think it was a good idea. But she had never disobeyed her father. She never made her own decisions. "Ignore him and trust what you believe," said a voice behind him. The giant girl turned around and saw a small glowing fluff flying upward at full speed, trying to get closer to the pulsing bulb in the sky. It was Mouthy, holding the dream stinger, which shone like a lantern. Taking advantage of the distraction, the small winged being was about to complete the objective for which he had come to that place, to stab the heart of the nightmare. He was getting closer and closer, the god's minions were too busy to stop him, their flying was far from the walls, so no plant coming out of nowhere could reach him. It was his moment, he could save Scarlet and Grim. A glimmer of hope finally stood out inside him. Now he had the beating heart in front of him, he only had to raise the weapon and bury it. He was about to achieve it, and without knowing it, that was exactly what the Nightmare King wanted. Shattered hope and the horror of failure were the god's favorite feelings, a delicacy that penetrated his being. But for that he first had to make him believe that there was some possibility of victory in this whole affair. The Nightmare King could have stopped the moth from the beginning, but he let it continue to the point where its approach risked being dangerous, but it was better that way, the tastier the prize. Out of nowhere, it appeared before Snack in a blaze of crimson, raised a wing, and struck him with such force that he was thrown downwards. The insect watched in despair as its target grew further and further away. Its hands reached out in a futile attempt to reach the bulb, but it was only its desperation acting on its behalf, precious food for the Crimson God, who now displayed the most hideous smile the poor bug could remember. All this happened in just a few seconds, after which, accustomed as he was to defeat and disappointment, he had to recover and think of something else. He was afraid, more afraid than he had ever been in his entire life, but even in the midst of his terror, he was able to think of 1,000 things, among which was his imminent end and the need to put the dream stinger to safety. If they lost it, everything was over, so using all his strength, he threw the weapon towards Hollow, who seemed to him the most suitable receiver, and after that he just tried to regain his balance to take flight and save himself. The poor moth didn't know what was waiting for him, he had gotten too close to the ground, he was already within the god's reach, everything there was under his dominion, anything he wished could manifest itself there, and that was why in that place he was invincible. A giant carnivorous plant emerged from the ground right where Bocadillo was, opened its grotesque jaws, and then closed them, devouring the poor victim. Divinity. Black. That was all that was around him. Absolute darkness and the absence of all life except himself. There was nothing to smell, touch, hear, or see. He didn't even feel like his body was resting on anything. It was like floating in nothingness, a sensation that could be considered desperate but one that filled him with tranquility. He would undoubtedly prefer nothingness 1,000 times over to the pain he had just experienced. He remembered the giant carnivorous plant, its jaws piercing his body, the acidic juices burning him, the endless pain and suddenly nothingness and a lot of peace. Am I dead? He wondered aloud, surprised to hear himself say it. No, you're not, a deep voice replied. This alerted the insect, who turned around in all directions, searching for the entity that accompanied him in the darkness. It sounded large and dangerous. Don't bother looking for me, I'm everywhere, you won't be able to see me if you don't want to. The little boy cringed in fear, knowing what those words implied. You're God, aren't you? And as soon as he said this, 8 glowing eyes appeared before him. The moth was undoubtedly very frightened, but he did nothing. He really couldn't do anything. There was no possibility of escape or defense. It was like being in the palm of a giant who could burst him at any moment he wanted. All he could do was speak and try not to offend him. You this and what does a god like why you want from this humble servant? First, don't call me God, I have my own title, I am the Lord of Shadows. The patron deity of Heart of Hellenist. If he thought about it, not counting his encounters with the Nightmare King, it was the first time he was so close to a god. He might have been happy if it weren't for the fact that he had some resentment against him. As far as he knew, those territories were his. Why hadn't he done anything to eliminate the invading deity and in the process protect the subjects who worshipped him so much? You're probably wondering why I haven't intervened in the Nightmare King affair. Huh? That. I'm not going to be offended by such a reasonable question, come on, I'm not such a horrible monster. It's okay. What had scared him most was that he seemed to have read his mind. He wasn't sure how far this god's powers extended. About that answer, well, it's my territory, it's not exactly my place to put that guy in his place. And who is it up to then? Do you? Hey? The face of absolute astonishment and doubt that the moth made the Lord of Shadows burst into laughter, a joyful and contagious laughter, but also terrible and full of power. The whole place, even though it was made of nothing, shook, even the little one began to feel nauseous. Oh, I'm sorry, you're very funny, ideal for a circus clown, it's a shame that's not very appropriate for a god. A god? What's the point of that comment? Have you ever been told that you are the offspring of an altered being? Yes, the master told me once, also my magic teacher, but I never fully understood what it meant. High beings are supposed to be powerful, large and imposing creatures whose mere presence makes everyone bow down before them. How could I be a high being? You became a dwarf because you didn't eat well. He thought the god was mocking him. What was this story about him not growing because he didn't eat? Even as a child, he always tried to eat a balanced diet. He was genetically small, and there was no remedy for that. Well, he supposed it was genetics. He never knew his parents. We're not talking about regular food, the god corrected him. Some high beings and practically all gods feed on energy. The type of energy required varies according to the nature of the god, and someone of your kind needs joy and worship to grow. You are a god of dreams and pleasures, but above all of faith, and unfortunately for you, your whole life you were raised away from everything that served as nourishment. That's why it has taken you 800 years to gather the little bit of energy you possess. After all, who would worship a little fluff like you? What confidence and power you inspire. Wait. Are you trying to tell me I'm a god? Exactly, the new god of dreams, the successor to the ancient moth goddess. This information left the bug stunned. Him, a god. Not even in his wildest dreams did he think of something like that. His whole life he was always the small prey, the dwarf bug that everyone laughs at, or that everyone tries to eat, but he had the potential to crush whoever he wanted. I wish he had known this, I wish someone had told him these words. If so, instead of looking for a method to defeat the Nightmare King, he would have worried more about cultivating his own power. That way he would have taken care of that monster alone, without having to sacrifice Scarlet or that family that was helping him. Was there a way to get the power he supposedly had? How can I claim my place as a god? As I said, you need to feed on energy, the energy that your cult's devotees can provide you. But I don't have a cult, no one has ever believed in me, only Scarlet and her father, and that little girl named Jasmine. He said this last bit with great regret. Well, you need to start a cult. I don't have time for that. It'll take me years to gain the power I need to defeat that madman. And everyone I want to protect will have been destroyed by then. Your other option is to devour a tall being. Bacadillo's stomach turned when he thought about that. As a moth, his diet was primarily vegetarian. He might have eaten eggs or leftover meat in desperate situations, but it wasn't something he liked very much. Ahahaha, I really love the faces you make, the dark being mocked. Leave me alone, you don't understand the desperation I feel right now. Ah, I'm very old, I've seen absolute despair with my own eyes, you don't have to feel it, even more so when I have the solution to your problem in my hands. That. As everything was absolute blackness except for the wide eyes of the Lord of Shadows, Bocadillo could not see his hands moving and taking a flower from some pocket of reality, a small pale, shining flower with a very delicate appearance, it seemed that it would break at the slightest blow. What's that? This is the payment I received for a favor granted long ago. It is charged with the power of a glorious being. If you eat this flower, it will be like devouring the power of a high being, and then you will be reborn as the divine creature you are. The moth looked at the object with curiosity and an uncontrollable desire. It was as if its body longed to absorb all that power. Suddenly, it was very hungry, and it felt like that flower was the only thing in the world that could satisfy it. It was actually about to snatch the flower away when it had a moment of lucidity to think things through. You said you got this flower in exchange for a miracle, I suppose you won't give it to me for free either. What do you want from me? Juju, very clever, it's clear that these 800 years have given you wisdom, nothing in this life is free, much less something as valuable as power. Okay, then. Sandwich was already showing impatience. If you acquire the power of a god, you must take on the role of a god in its fullest extent, live in the dream realm, command dreams, and break your pact with mortals. This was like a bucket of cold water for Bocadillo, accepting the deal and changing his existence meant that he could never again be with Scarlet, Grim or any of his circus friends, now as a higher existence, he could not even coexist with them on the same existential plane, only observe them from afar and gently pull the strings of the world, hoping to bless them in some way. If he was given the choice between maintaining his ties or gaining power, he preferred the former, but he was clear that now there was no option, if he did nothing he would lose his family forever, and without even the possibility of watching them from a distance, everything would be lost, so after a deep sigh he spoke. I accept, give me the flower. The dark god just smiled secretly and handed him the shining treasure. As soon as Bocadillo had the flower in his hands, he gave in to his desires and ate it desperately. It was unexpectedly sweet and slightly spicy. Was that the taste of power? He didn't know for sure. He only knew that as he swallowed, a strange warmth invaded his body, along with a somewhat annoying tingling. What's wrong? He watched as her body began to glow. You're waking up. You're changing. It's time to embrace your identity as a god. But the heat was unbearable, now he felt like he would faint at any moment. Don't repress your power, let it free. How do I do that? Expel everything inside you and imagine your new form, then shout your name. Sandwich. No. Your real name. Sandwich, he repeated, less convinced. That's the name they know you by now, but you have a real name, the one that represents your true identity. Asclepius, he said, covering his face in shame. Know your real name. The moth thought about what he wanted to say, which was quite difficult because the burning in his body was already bordering on pain. He felt like he was going to faint at any moment. He urgently needed to find his name. It was then that an idea crossed his mind. I am the Shining. And the dark god smiled pleased. Welcome, little shining god. Mr. Sandwich. No. Jasmine shouted, her voice, which was thickened by her large size, echoing throughout the room. Seeing her friend being devoured by that horrible plant was too much for the girl. She had never seen anyone die, and the fact that the first person to die was someone she cared about made her feel bad. Her sadness spilled from her eyes, and her confidence went out like a candle. She no longer felt brave, capable, or grown up. This manifested itself physically, as her body quickly shrank back to normal size. She no longer had the little giant to support them, and the monster bats were once again free. The situation was extremely desperate. Orchid was lying on the floor with her tail bleeding out. Hornet's children had significant burns that burned so much they could barely move. Hornet was almost paralyzed with fear. She was able to fight thanks to the motivation of desperation, but she was not giving up with all her power. The only ones who were fit to fight with all their potential were Quirrell and Hollow, but the latter had mixed feelings, even seeing the horrendous beasts that the bats had become, he was unable to harm them, his heart cried with anguish, this was a nightmare, the most horrible he had ever experienced in his life, the god truly had them in the palm of his hand. It was then that a deep feeling of hopelessness swept over him. How could he defeat a being that controlled everything? Even the very ground he walked on. If he hadn't eliminated them yet, it was because he liked to play. The Nightmare King he had faced in his childhood truly possessed only a fraction of the power of the being he faced now. The bats that were previously captive by Jasmine, as soon as they were freed they launched themselves against the bugs around them. Grim decided to resume his battle against Quirrell, while Scarlet went for Orchid. The female's claws extended against the mantis, but were barely blocked by the little mantis child, who using all his mental strength, tried to convince himself that he was stronger than the bat, but he was soon defeated when the beast pushed a little more. He could have been torn apart if Edwin hadn't put a magic shield over him, but the mammal entered a kind of frenzy that made her hit the barrier, as if she were an enraged ape. Edwin's magic had a limit. And the force of the blows began to crack the shield. Hollow didn't think twice. It was Aster. Although he loved all his children and tried to be fair in his treatment of them all, he was his favorite, the child who always reminded him of his love. His body moved on its own. He ran, gaining ground thanks to his cloak of shadows, and before Scarlet could deliver the final blow that would destroy the shield and his son, he brandished his stinger at her and made a very deep cut in her belly. The female screamed in pain, collapsing on the ground, and now Hollow looked in horror at what he had done. Another failure, another mistake. He went to rescue her and turned out to be her executioner. Not knowing what to do, he dropped his stinger and looked at his trembling hands, then at his surroundings and succumbed to despair. There was nothing to be done, everything was lost, everything he wanted to protect was doomed to die. And it was then that a small voice spoke in his mind. Things aren't over until they're over, and a little faith would be enough to make a miracle happen. It was something simple, but very meaningful to him. Everything seemed lost, but looking back, many years ago when he was a child he made an impossible odyssey, and even when everything seemed lost things turned out well. He never doubted his power or his abilities, he never limited himself to thinking about defeat or problems. That was something that despaired his sister, but for him it was normal. Dreaming of the impossible was always his philosophy, since the day he escaped from the abyss. Adult life and children took away a bit of that dreamy spark, but this was the perfect time to get it back. After all, in that place any dream could come true. He raised his stinger once more, took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and from his back emerged 6 shining wings that seemed made of crystal. Everyone stared at the scene in amazement, and when they least expected it, the knight took flight. He was surprisingly skilled for a man who had never flown before, soaring like a flare launched into the sky, straight into the heart of the nightmare. But the ruling god of the place wouldn't make things easy. He wanted to call on the bats he had captive, but Scarlet was mortally wounded and Grim was busy fighting Corel, Hornet, and, surprisingly, Dan, who was supporting them as best he could with a crossbow he'd imagined. The god had no choice but to take charge himself and went out to meet the knight. Hollow met its claws with a stinger block, then dodged a blast of flame with a mid-air flip. The Nightmare King then proceeded to attack from the right and the knight dodged from the left with graceful movements. But the offensive continued as the deity materialized giant spikes that covered the entire sky. However, this was no problem for Hollow, who skillfully dodged, assuming a rather strange stance that fit perfectly into the small space the spikes didn't cover. The god gritted his teeth in fury and proceeded to release a shower of small fire bats that headed towards his enemy, but he simply dodged them, moving with a grace and elegance he had never imagined, making his crystal wings shine as they reflected the fire of nightmares. Far below, the children of Hollow watched the aerial combat in rapture. "That's beautiful," Aster exclaimed. "I didn't know Dad could move like that." "Me neither," Edwin replied. "It's like I'm dancing," Jasmine commented, finally stopping crying and now looking up at the sky with her still wet eyes. "How nostalgic," Scarlet said suddenly. The children were so frightened by her words that they jumped away from her, but there was no danger. The girl was too hurt to move and could barely retain her consciousness. "This is like when we were kids, huh? What happened then? What are these memories?" Indeed, Hollow knew how to move due to his previous experience. The Nightmare King never realized that he himself influenced Grim's way of fighting and trained him to face him. In a covert manner, while dodging the god's endless attacks, Hollow had been moving away from him and trying to get closer to the heart of the nightmare that was throbbing furiously above their heads, perfectly mirroring the Scarlet Bat's state of frenetic activity, and its constant rumbling made him nervous. But at one point, Hollow collided with an invisible wall that glowed red upon contact. Very confused, he touched it with his hand, and once again the reddish glow appeared. "Ha. Did you really think I didn't guess your intentions?" Hollow just replied with a fierce expression. Pretty face, but I like it better when you reflect terror." Hoo, poor idiot, I think you never understood that the one in control here is me. I control everything, space and time in this place. If I want I can create carnivorous plants. Deadly thorns are an invisible wall that will never allow you to reach the heart of the nightmare. Hey. Wait, what are you doing? Hollow stopped listening to his melodramatic speech to try to find a solution to his dilemma. For now he limited himself to hitting the invisible wall, trying to break it if he believed it was possible. In that place everything was possible. "Leave that alone. It's useless. My wall is unbreakable, it's built with my will, and you can never break it. A mortal cannot defeat a god. That's an unwavering rule." Hearing this, Hollow turned around and faced him. "Well then I'll ask a god for help." He put away his regular stinger and took out the dream stinger, then following his instinct, he slashed the air, which to everyone's surprise, left a trail of bright light above the surface, but instead of breaking the wall it broke reality. A door emerged from that halo of light, which grew larger, along with the surprised eyes of King Nightmares, who could not believe what was happening. A very powerful energy emerged from that portal, and with terror he saw how a giant wide and bright moth appeared. That? Hey? Both the god and Hollow were surprised, neither expected to see something like this. Hollow had the idea that he would receive the help of a deity, but he counted on it being the Lord of Shadows who would come, not this unknown moth that reminded him of Radiance, although its presence was less threatening than hers. In fact, he even felt comfortable. He didn't think about it much and approached to touch the fluffy hair that covered the creature's body. "Could you please stop touching me like that without permission?" the moth said, his face red. "I'm sorry, it's just that you're so soft. Wait a minute, that voice. Sandwich?" he shouted in surprise. "Mr. Sandwich?" Jasmine asked from the floor upon hearing her father's scream. "Is that possible?" He immediately stood up and fixed his eyes on the flying being. It looked nothing like Bocadillo. It was now enormous. Its once flimsy limbs now looked as firm as the best of stingers. Its wings were like a cloak of feathers that had fluttered, spreading light and hope. This creature was all light. The only darkness was that seen on its face. The scarlet mask that previously covered half of its face had disappeared, revealing a pair of eyes that shone yellow surrounded by black. Mr. Sandwich was small, funny, weak-looking. This being was grand, luminous and gave off a regal air. However, she was able to recognize him. She saw in his eyes that grumpy yet worried look. It was him. "Mr. Sandwich is alive. He's alive." The little girl celebrated by jumping. "I'm glad Jasmine's happy," Hollow said. "But where did you come from and why do you look like that?" "Well, some crazy things happened. I found out my real name is the Shining, that I am a god, specifically the god of dreams, and that my duty now is to put this bastard in his place. Which I will do right now." This time he was no longer small, no longer a laughingstock. Now he was a superior being, and he was going to prove it. He flapped his wings, and the invisible wall behind him shattered with a roar and a red flash. "The way is clear, go and do what you must do." "Thank you," the gentleman replied, his eyes shining with excitement. Hollow immediately took flight straight into the heart of the nightmare, and the Scarlet God launched himself at him, but his efforts were stopped by a soft, spongy wall that stood in his way. "No sir, you're not going through here," the moth decreed. "How dare you?" The bat placed its hand on the fluff covering its body and lit a fire. The flames quickly spread until they completely covered it, but all this paraphernalia had no effect. The moth flapped its wings, and all the flames went out instantly, proving that the creature was as clean and healthy as if it had just hatched from its egg. "No. What? Did you think it would be that easy?" the white god bellowed. "Did you think you could burn me to a crisp? Leave me with another horrible scar like the one I've had on my eye for so many years? Forget it. I'm a god. I'm just like you. You no longer control me." He waved his hand and punched the bat, who brought his hand to his face. The blow not only hurt, but now his face was burning like it was on fire. "How dare you?" "It's over, Nightmare King. It's your end. You cannot destroy me. I am your equal opposite. No matter how much we fight, we are part of the same power, neither can destroy the other." This surprised the deity for a moment, but it was true. How could he have forgotten it? When Radiance was alive, things were equal. They didn't mix, and neither fought the other. Power was balanced. He supposed he had grown accustomed to being alone, and that's why he forgot such an important detail. What a pity. Now he would be forced to share his kingdom with that ghost, but at least he had one consolation. "But that means you can't eliminate me either. You'll never be able to take revenge for all the harm I caused your loved ones. I learned about 300 years ago the uselessness of revenge. I'm not really interested in making you pay for anything, I just want to stop you, but at this point I think the only thing that would remedy your twisted existence would be to eliminate you from the face of the world. Of course I can't do it, but that's what we have mortals for, right?" For a moment he'd forgotten about the night. King Nightmare's eyes widened in surprise as he realized this, and just then a sharp pang struck his chest. He got distracted by that silly moth and missed his chance. Above their heads, Hollow had finally fulfilled its purpose. The dream stinger was stuck in the heart of the nightmare, which throbbed at a frantic speed as it writhed. From the wound opened by the mystical weapon, a torrent of nightmare essence flowed out, like a scarlet jet that was released, filling everything with a suffocating atmosphere. But along with this nefarious energy, white wisps also emerged, charged with a very special energy that Hollow was able to recognize. "Memories? Are they the memories you've devoured over all these millennia?" No one answered his question, because at that moment the ambient light became more intense until it covered everything in white. "The nightmare is finally over. Wake up." He opened his eyes, and an endless orange sky opened up before him. Floating in the immensity, beautiful puffy clouds drifted slowly, creating strange and graceful shapes that calmed him. Suddenly, all the horror he had experienced before seemed like a distant, hazy dream, and only pleasure and peace remained. He would have liked to stay like that longer, but a small voice broke the magic. "Get up everyone, there isn't much time." Hollow sat up grumpily at the interruption, but it quickly passed when he saw Edwin beside him, one of his little claws almost touching his hand. Before, he would have jumped away as far as he could, but now he was relieved to find he felt nothing, everything was fine, there was no fear. Then he looked up and saw his other children and his partner, they were all fine and were waking up, there was no trace of the Nightmare King, it was all over or maybe not. Where the hell were they? Well, I think no one's lost their minds. Everyone looks sane. That's a good sign. The same voice that had woken them up earlier commented cheerfully. Now, in a state of complete lucidity, they paid attention to the being speaking to them. It was none other than Bacadillo, but in the form they had always known him to be. Small, pompous, and with a half-mask covering his face. But that wasn't important. As a god, he could surely take any form he wanted. What really mattered was, where were they? Where are we? Orchid was the one who put everyone's doubt into words. "They're in a wrinkle in time," the small deity replied. "Wrinkle in time?" "So to speak. There's a gap between the moment we defeat the Nightmare King and the moment you wake up. I've taken it upon myself to fold that time to extend it a bit." "And why would you do that?" Hollow asked. "Because this little friend wanted a little time to say goodbye before leaving." And from behind Bacadillo appeared Coco. The boy stood for a few moments, watching them cautiously, waiting for some sign that it was a good time to approach. People were often frightened by the dead. But his father, smiling, extended his arms, and the boy ran to him, being greeted with joy. His brothers and mother soon joined in the embrace. "Coco, you crazy little guy. Why do you always get into so much trouble?" His father laughed. "Because it's more fun that way," the boy replied. "I didn't think we'd see you again," Jasmine exclaimed happily. "Thanks for coming," Aster said. "Coco, I'm sorry," Edwin whispered. The young worm received a blow to the head from his brother. "Again with that. He's forgiven. Just let him go." "Oh well, it's just that." And this time he received a hug. "We dead people don't worry about small things. I chose this to save you. I wanted you to live. Don't worry about it or I'll get angry." "Okay, thanks Coco," the boy replied, now more animated. "My child, so you are not a dream, you are really you." This time it was Orchid who spoke and there was silence. Everyone knew that these two had never been able to live together, so they would give them their moment. Now they were calm without any god threatening their lives. The mantis looked at him sweetly, brought its claw to his face and outlined his silhouette, imprinting well the sensation of touching those unique horns, two on top like its father and two pairs on each side of his head, took his hands, small and tender, and lost itself in his lively eyes. "You must have been a naughty one, weren't you?" "Tester beats me," the boy replied, which made everyone laugh. "And you always have the right answer." The boy just smiled, and the mantis sighed. "I'm glad I met you, even if it's just like this," at least for a moment she had to pause to hold back her tears. "You must have so many stories and pranks to tell." "Of course." The boy replied excitedly. "I think we have a few minutes." He looked at Bacadillo, who nodded. "I could tell you about the time we painted the walls of the White Palace, or when I wanted to make the world's biggest salad. I prefer the story about when you got trapped in the palace weapons storeroom and the door was always open," Hollow commented. "Not that one. It's too embarrassing." Laughter quickly spread throughout the group, along with a warm family moment where they shared anecdotes and entertaining stories, the last reunion before saying goodbye. It was a beautiful sight for Bacadillo to see, but he felt it was an intimate moment that should remain between them, so he proceeded to leave. When their time was up, everyone would go their separate ways. There was no need to worry, and besides, he also had someone he wanted to say goodbye to. Scarlet woke up in a similar situation to Hollow, lying on the ground, not knowing where she was, and at the same time calm and enraptured by the beauty of the clouds. But unlike the night, she did not wait for any voice to make her react, she sat up alone, discovering that her father was next to her in the same situation, although it was noticeable that he had woken up a little earlier, his attention had already diverted from his daughter and was now focused on Bacadillo, who was watching them closely. The sight of the insect suddenly brought back the memories of what had happened. The events of their confrontation with the Nightmare King flashed through their mind, how they could not defeat him, and how they were submerged in a sea of horror, from which they only managed to fully awaken when a large luminous moth saved them, a divine moth that had a strange essence very similar to that of Bacadillo. Her stomach tightened in anguish, and although she should have been happy to finally gain her freedom and escape all of this alive, something told her a high price had been paid for that miracle. There was a reason her friend looked so downcast. But it was best not to jump to conclusions. She had to ask. "Sandwich? What's wrong? why are you so sad? The pain of the lump in his throat forced him to stop for a moment. I'm an idiot, really, I should be happy, I should celebrate this moment like that other family just now, we're free, we've achieved our goal, nothing threatens us anymore, but I can't do it. I can't say goodbye to you with a smile like Coco, what a cheap god I am. God. Say goodbye. Why? Now Scarlet was beginning to catch on to her friend's sadness. That was the payment, well, not exactly, just it was what had to be. I am the new incarnation of the deity of dreams, and as such, I must remain in the dream realm. So you're not coming with us to the circus anymore. We won't be traveling together anymore. There won't be any more performances by the white clown. The little boy could only shake his head as his mouth trembled with the words he couldn't utter. Parting ways to him tore at his heartstrings. Why couldn't he be like Coco and his family? They were still laughing at their final goodbyes. Although, if he'd been more fair-minded, he would have taken into account that the other family had already said goodbye to Coco before and mourned him, so they saw their moment with him more as an unexpected gift than a crumb of time spent with a loved one. Scarlet and Sandwich, not knowing what else to do, simply hugged each other and cried their eyes out, to the dismay of Grimm, who just watched the scene in silence. He sighed sadly. When did his daughter become so loud and inelegant? Of course, he was sad too. Sandwich was like another member of his family, like a nephew or a son, but he would never act in such an indecorous way. Taking advantage of the fact that they were still in the dream world, he materialized a couple of wet towels and rubbed both boys' faces clean. Of course, due to the unexpected and abrupt action, they weren't very happy about it. Dad. Maestro. Could you please stop crying? The drops of seawater falling from your eyes flow so abundantly that they could flood the sky. Bocadillo is going to leave forever. How do you expect him not to be sad? Leave? Where to? Well, to the kingdom of dreams. Scarlet was already starting to get irritated. And what chain is holding you back? That's true. He looked at his friend with renewed hope. I can always come see you, just open a portal. We have magic for a reason. They don't have it anymore. Now even Grimm felt bewildered. You see, when you kill the Nightmare King, his magic also dies and everyone who fed on it loses their power, so you are now two normal bats, even your eyes will soon stop being red. Look on the bright side, now you will no longer suffer rejection from your species. If you wanted to join a bat colony you would be accepted without problems. That's true, I could have a normal life, live with others of my kind, maybe get a boyfriend and all that. The girl looked at her father, who showed a mischievous smile. Really? He replied. And the girl burst out laughing. Of course not, ha 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 ha. Show business is in our blood, she twirled dramatically. Applause is our food, Grimm agreed, complimenting her choreography. Looking for fun, he struck a pose with a jump. Looking for elegance, Grimm imitated her. The Grimm troupe will rise from the ashes to entertain its audience, the two concluded in unison. That's good to know, said Sandwich. Even without their magic, even without me, and soon the moth burst into tears again. They'll be fine. Grimm sighed again, approached the creature and took it in his arms, as if it were a small child. It's not an end, it's not an eternal goodbye, we continue to exist, there in some dimension and in some time, forever united by the memories we share. Yes, memories that will never be taken away. Never again, Scarlet repeated. Yes, thank you, Master, it's true, as long as they exist, even if they die, everything will be worth it, because the world is a beautiful place, as long as there is someone you love living in it, beyond time or space, we will always be united. I think it's too big a thought for a mere mortal, Scarlet scratched her head with an awkward smile, but I guess it makes more sense to a god. But, Sandwich, what will become of you now? Well, I'll stay here ruling over dreams and waiting for the next deity of nightmares. I was told that it's most likely a female since dreams and nightmares tend to be opposites. I hope it comes soon, I don't want you to spend too many millennia alone. I'll never be alone again, remember, now I share everyone's mind, I can see everyone's dreams and thoughts, even yours. If one day we meet in some all too vivid dream, in a fantastical reverie, or in a fleeting thought, I'll always be there for you. Thank you, Grimm nodded, releasing the moth, which began to flutter around them. By the way, we're almost out of time. The temporal wrinkle is about to unfold, and before I leave, I wanted to give you something. Please come closer. Both bats approached to the point where their heads were together, looking at the insect, and it was then that the insect leaned back slightly and gave them a tremendous headbutt. Ah. Scarlet complained. But what does this affront mean? Grimm growled. There's no way to make people happy. They complain because I place my spell with kisses on their foreheads, they complain because I headbutt them, they're never satisfied. And what purpose does the spell grant? Grimm asked. You'll see. And just as Bocadillo had predicted, the place began to shake, and the lighting of the place increased, indicating that the dream was coming to an end. It's time to say goodbye. Scarlet shed one last tear. Goodbye, little apprentice. Grimm said goodbye. Goodbye. Maybe we never had anything in common, but you'll always be family to me. Thank you for everything, and true. I almost forgot. I took the memories the Nightmare King stole from you. Since I don't need them, I'm going to release them. So, all the people who suffered from amnesia and are still alive will soon remember their past, including you. Don't thank me. We'll see each other again. Be happy. Then the dream finally ended. In the Grim Troop circus tent, a bat was dying. He felt very weak, so sleepy that he could no longer keep his eyes open, and he had a feeling that as soon as he fell asleep, he would never wake up again. However, he resisted. There was something inside him that prevented him from leaving peacefully. And just at the most unexpected moment, a strange vision shocked him. It was like witnessing an entire life in the blink of an eye, a life that belonged to no one but him. He already knew that, now he knew who he was, where he saw from and how he got there. Grim, he said with a smile, and fell asleep forever. He was out of tune. For the first time in years, the song he always played, his favorite melody, went out of tune, and Nim felt very disturbed by this. He didn't continue playing, trying to hide his mistake. He simply stood still, staring into space. It's a good thing his song was no longer needed. Throughout the Scarlet Fever outbreak, Nim kept playing, and the magic that permeated his music protected everyone. That's why no major tragedies occurred in Dirtmouth like those in the underworld. For everyone, it was just a night like any other, lulled by the melody of the accordionist who, for some reason, decided to stay alone in the plaza playing. But the fateful note he played woke up the nearby neighbors, and the silence that followed worried them. Iselda, whose business was the closest, decided to go out and inspect. She took her spear, checked that her family was asleep, and left the house. Outside everything looked calm, there was no trace of any threat or anything dangerous, so he proceeded to look for Nim. He had been playing for hours, perhaps he had simply fainted from exhaustion or something similar. She didn't have to walk far to find him. He was there where he always was, standing by the streetlight in the square, doing nothing. She approached slowly and soon noticed the tears on his face, reflecting the light from the streetlight. Nim, are you okay? The bug just raised its head and answered. Yes, everything is fine now. Big slowly opened his eyes and saw everything blurry. He had to blink a couple of times to focus his vision. In front of him he could only see the floor of the palace and a huge stain of an unknown substance. He felt extremely tired, which was very unusual for him. Perhaps it would be good to sleep a little longer than usual, but he didn't feel like it. In fact, he was almost strangely afraid to close his eyes. He sat up slowly, and from higher up, he realized that the stain was coming from the corpse of a bug lying next to him. He immediately panicked. What had happened? Who had done that? Had they tried to attack him? He looked at his hands and found the same substance covering them. He was on the verge of tears. He turned his gaze and found another blood-stained creature sitting up. It looked as horrified as he was. Its hands were also bloody, and it seemed guilty of this crime. Who had committed it? Or was it both of them? Had they gone mad? It didn't take long for his mind to become concerned about his family. Where were the children? And his siblings? He had to find them. Like King, what the bug looked at him, pleading for an answer he didn't have. He wanted to run away and find his people, but he had duties to fulfill. He couldn't leave his people helpless. He was king after all. He suppressed a cry of anguish. He had to trust Hollow. Orchid opened her eyes, scared and confused. She looked around, and it took her a moment to realize where she was. It was the shelter where they had hidden from those infected with scarlet fever. Everything was fine, they were safe, or so she thought. Suddenly a shrill scream was heard in the next room. Her children were in danger. She immediately ran out, ready to defend her children to the death, but along the way, she bumped into Quirrell and Dan, who had also been alerted by the children's screams. They spent a few moments struggling to untangle themselves before each went to their respective rooms, as the cousins slept separately for comfort. As soon as Orchid entered, her children rushed to her, crying. Lamaya. She felt disconcerted for a few moments at being called that, but she quickly recovered and hugged her little ones to calm them down. Calm down, Mom is here, everything is fine, nothing is wrong. I had a horrible dream about the Nightmare King, Jasmine cried. Everyone was there, our cousins ended up burned to a crisp, Edwin whimpered. And your tail was destroyed and bleeding, Aster concluded. Suddenly there was silence among everyone. What were the chances that they all dreamed exactly the same thing? That was more than a dream, wasn't it? Edwin asked, his eyes still watering. It's likely, the mantis replied. At this response, the children just tightened their hug and hid their heads, knowing that only made everything more terrifying. Orchid caressed them tenderly. But the dream ended well, the Nightmare King was defeated, perhaps his father and aunt will return soon. And as if confirming his words, a strange noise was heard in the large room of the shelter, something that sounded like paper tearing, but what had been torn were not leaves, it was reality itself. Orchid and her children rushed to the living room, where their cousins and uncle also went. When they arrived, they saw a kind of shining, very large crevice suspended in the air. From it, 4 bodies fell. Hollow and Hornet, the people they were waiting for. 2 more fell, the 2 circus bats. The excitement was immediate. The children ran to hug their parents, Hollow welcomed her offspring with open arms, and Hornet did the same with her own children. Finally, the family was reunited and the excitement was overwhelming. The little ones couldn't stop crying with excitement, so much so that Orchid, Squirrel, and Dan waited for them to calm down before saying hello. Hollow the mantis hugged him as soon as she had the chance, and this time, she had no qualms or shame in showing her affection with a kiss. "I told you I'd be back," the gentleman replied with a smile. "Now yes, everything is fine, we can finally." "Hollow?" A small voice interrupted him, and when he turned around they found the bats that everyone had apparently ignored. Grim had a gloomy look, while Scarlet had her eyes blurred with tears and looked at Hollow, as if it were a ghost or something extraordinary. Her hands trembled, and it was difficult for her to articulate a word, but even with her shock she was able to say, I remember you." A pang of worry attacked Orchid, but she controlled her jealousy. She was part of his past. At first, she based her trust on the fact that the bat couldn't remember him, so whatever their relationship had been like before would never be the same. But that imaginary protective barrier had vanished. Nevertheless, she was willing to trust him. He had shown her his love 1,000 times, and she wouldn't hesitate any longer. Everyone fell silent as they watched 2 old acquaintances reunite. Hollow took a couple of timid steps toward her, testing the waters to get closer. "Do you really remember me? Do you know who I am?" I know better than ever." "Scarlet." This time he forgot all caution and ran to her. "Vermin," he shouted at the top of his lungs. "Mommy," the female replied in turn. And this was what most confused those who did not know the previous history between those two. "Is our dad or mom?" Aster asked. "But if dad's a boy, he can't be a mother," Jasmine complained. "Besides, they're almost the same age. This doesn't make sense." Edwin was the most exasperated. He was bothered by things that didn't make sense. The 3 children looked at their mother for an explanation, and Orchid in turn looked for an explanation from Hornet. She just sighed and shook her head. "And we're still the same with this pair of idiots. They haven't changed a bit in all these years. Look, don't try to understand them, just accept them, okay?" Despite the strangeness of the situation, the reunion between those 2 was very emotional. They hugged each other, crying and babbling words that only they seemed to understand. Sadly, it didn't last long due to the intervention of a certain older bat. "Enough contact, keep your distance, failed guardian, I also remember, and neither centuries nor millennia will erase what you did to my offspring." "But Dad. That wasn't his fault. The duty of a guardian is to protect. And a father's duty too, but instead you sent me on adventures with a complete stranger to face a bunch of deadly beasts trying to kill me. It was part of the ritual. That's how it was meant to be." Hollow also did what he should and could do. "Why do you defend him?" "Hey," Hollow tried to intervene. "Silence." Father and daughter shouted in unison. "Enough," Hornet chimed in. "If you're going to keep fighting, could you do it outside the shelter? Now that we're done with the Nightmare King's plague, it should be safe outside. Don't you have someone you want to visit?" "A circus?" Grim exclaimed. "How many cycles have we been away?" "I think a couple of months," Hollow replied. This caused both bats to collapse in despair. "They're probably gone," Scarlet lamented. "The certainty is absolute, we are helpless." The mammal's distress was almost palpable, which undoubtedly awakened Hollow's desire to help, who bombarded his sister with pleading glances. Hornet resisted as best she could all the pity that rained down on her, but finally ended up giving in to her brother. "Alright. Seriously, Hollow, you're impossible sometimes." She turned to Grim and her daughter, resigned. "You can stay in this shelter for a while until you can manage on your own." The one who best expressed her gratitude and joy was Scarlet, who without hesitation hugged the little half-breed, who didn't take this very well. Perhaps she could tolerate a bat without panicking, but being hugged by one was too much. When they let her go, Hornet looked slightly blue and was wobbling awkwardly. Squirrel had to take her in his arms because she looked like she was going to faint at any moment. "Hornet. Breathe please, you have to get up, do it for the kingdom." This definitely motivated the queen to move. "Right. The kingdom." Even feeling sick, she forced herself to sit up on shaky legs. "There's no time to lose, everything must be a disaster. Children, let's go." "We have to go too," Hollow exclaimed. "I don't want to think how bad Big must feel." And before Hollow could go outside he was stopped by Orchid. "Wait, Hollow, before we go to the palace, could we stop by the Mantis village? It's close by. I need to hear from my sisters too." Although the urgency to see his brother was great, he agreed to fulfill his partner's wish, so both of them, along with their children, headed towards Fungal Wastes. For her part, Hornet was also about to leave when a tug on her hand stopped her. It was Quirrell who was seeking her attention, and although she was desperate to go to distant village, her husband's distressed expression made her stay. "What's wrong, Quirrell?" "Hornet, how do I put it, Scarlet and Grim, they're not the only ones who have remembered their past." "It can't be. Then you." "Yes, now I know who I am, what life I had, what I did, now I can remember my childhood, mon, and the loves I had. Oh Hornet, what I feared happened, what made me hesitate so much when it came to being with you, I was married." Quirrell's children were very surprised to hear this, but Hornet took it so calmly that the woodlouse wondered if he had even heard it. "I was married, Hornet." "I know, Quirrell. I've known for a long time, and I never cared." "Wait, what do you mean you knew?" "The old man's ghost recognized you. He knew your story thanks to Mon, and he told me everything." "And why did you never say anything?" "What good would it do me to tell you? You'd never remember. Besides, too many years had passed, things had changed." "That wasn't your decision." Quirrell shouted angrily. "It's true, I didn't remember my wife anymore. I could hardly have loved her without those memories. Perhaps she'd even rebuilt her life, and there was no more room for me. But we had children. Children that it was my responsibility to care for and that I had the right to love." If it was already surprising for the children to know that their father had been married before, knowing that they had more siblings was even more surprising, although they were taking it quite well, the idea of having more siblings excited them. "They're dead, Quirrell." "What? Like? Your wife couldn't carry all the eggs during the infection, so she picked one at random and took it with her. That was her only child. She managed well for a few years, made friends and everything, but sadly she passed away too." "And what happened to the child?" "He was adopted by a family of cockroaches, grew up to be a happy, healthy adult, and even though you couldn't recognize it, you've been there for him and supported him this whole time." "What? Who is it?" In response, Hornet pointed to the woodlouse behind them. So Quirrell is my father?" Dan said incredulously. "Small combat between small ones." All over Hallonis the Great Awakening was taking place, hundreds of beings, from the dumbest beasts to the most intelligent civilized vermin, regained consciousness, some sooner, others later, but what was the same for all was the state of confusion and terror into which they sank. There were bodies and blood, but it was impossible to say who did it all because no one was blameless. From the victims to the perpetrators, everyone bore the brunt of the violence. What happened? No one knew. They could only mourn the dead and search for the survivors. But there was one village that didn't suffer the ravages of scarlet fever. Throughout the tragedy, the mantises remained asleep, suffering from the terror in their minds, but not experiencing it in their bodies. Now that it was all over, they continued to sleep, just as Sandwich had arranged it and how Orchid found them. "All the way here we saw were corpses and confused living creatures," Orchid said. "It feels strange to see so much peace in this place." "Mr. Sandwich, the glow said he put them to sleep to keep them safe, it worked well," Jasmine observed. "Dakaya. There you are." Edwin shouted suddenly and so loudly it was a miracle he hadn't woken anyone. The little one ran up to his pet sleeping body, watched it for a few moments, his nerves on edge, and as soon as he distinguished the subtle breath of its breathing, he began to cry with relief. He immediately shook his pet very roughly out of nerves. Due to this, the little tick-tick woke up quite scared and jumped away from its owner, believing it to be some predator. However, after understanding the situation, seeing all the sleeping mantises and recognizing Edwin, it calmed down and ran to him. "Dicka, you're alive, I'm so happy," the little one continued crying with emotion while hugging the bug. "Well, it seems that waking up the sleeping ones is very easy," Hollow added, smiling at seeing his son so happy. "Orchid, why don't you wake up your sisters first?" The mantis nodded and headed towards Lord Lavender's body, but not before asking the rest to move away in case she became aggressive. Then she shook her gently and with almost no difficulty, she managed to get the Lord to open her eyes. She was a little scared, but calmed down immediately when she saw her sister. "Orchid, it's good to see you." "Where am I?" He took a few moments to check at the throne room. "Why did I fall asleep here? Why is everyone asleep here?" It's a rather long and complicated story, but the important thing is that it's over. But I'll tell you the details later, I promise. Okay, I believe you. By the way, I had a horrible nightmare. I dreamed that a monster devoured my children, and then our mother appeared and scolded me and hit me for being too weak to protect them. Lavender was getting upset as she recounted this. "Oh, but before that, I dreamed that you had mated with the Silent Knight and that you had mixed breed offspring with him." Lavender, about that with a gesture towards his family who were watching the scene, Hollow waved his hand trying to give a friendly air. "Oh, I see, that part wasn't a dream." Lavender was quite exhausted and genuinely didn't feel like fighting or complaining. On the other hand, with the entire tribe asleep, she had no need to feign strength or be uncompromising, so she approached the family to have a look around. First he fixed his eyes on the silent knight. He had known him for a long time, since he was a child, but he had never seen him up close, always from the distance of his throne. The only time he had approached him was during his fights, and given the nature of the encounter, he had never taken the time to analyze it well. Now he finally had the opportunity. For not being a mantis, I had to say that it wasn't bad, at least his sister didn't have bad taste. She had a good physique and pleasant features, and she already knew her strength firsthand. He was a male who didn't disappoint. He simply wasn't a mantis, something that depending on the mentality could be a detail or something very important. But what really interested him now were Orchid's babies. He had been insisting for so long that she should become a mother, and it turned out she was. Now he better understood her strange behavior and the bouts of melancholy that she suffered from time to time. As for the children, she already knew the white worm well. She had lived with them for quite some time. Now she understood why it displayed such extraordinary characteristics for its species, and even in the time she hadn't seen it, it had become even more impressive, learning to use magic. Now calm and without the pressure of mantis society, she could be honest and say that it was a creature capable of earning its right to exist. It was genuinely strong and self-sufficient, both physically and in character, because she could guess in those eyes much of Orchid's willpower. The second offspring was already more novel to her, the young mixed-breed mantis, delicate and elegant. The mixed features made her unpleasant, but she did not rule out that someone might find them attractive. She saw her during the combat. It was noticeable that battles were not a thing, but among the mantis tribe, there were also calmer individuals who avoided fights. Even so, the girl knew how to defend herself well, and by her physique and skills, she sensed that she would be a splendid hunter, if she wasn't already. Yes, that girl had nothing to envy a pure mantis. Her big surprise came when she met the third child. He was nothing more and nothing less than a pure mantis. But not only that, he was an extraordinary specimen, quite tall for his age. His body was strong and athletic. Everything about him denoted a warrior, even his insolent character. He did not flinch when she, the Lord herself, stood in front of him and his brothers. She couldn't help but smile at this. That brat when he grew up would be all the rage among the ladies. Especially because of that protective character he had, it did not go unnoticed by her the fact that he stood between her and her brothers in a defensive stance. "Relax, kid, I'm not going to do anything to them." Aster just looked at her suspiciously, to which Lavender sighed. "They're splendid, even the half-breeds. Isn't that right? They're very good kids, too." Orchid wagged her tail excitedly. "Yes, they're good children." Hollow stood in front of his children. He was also nervous about having the mantis near his offspring. What will the tribe's position be on them? Will they be able to come over from time to time? Or at least be allowed to see their mother? I think it's time to abandon all this rigidity and be a little more flexible. Lavender thought about it for a few moments and sighed again. "We are three lords, important decisions must be made between the three of us. I cannot decide anything without Lirio's opinion." Everyone trembled upon hearing this. They already knew Lord Lily, so they expected the worst. Lavender became worried when she saw the entire tribe was asleep, but they reassured her that she just had to wake the mantises normally, so her first mission was to wake her sister, who displayed unexpected behavior. Far from acting aggressive, Lirio was depressed. It was as if she had aged several years suddenly. Her gaze was dull, and her posture sad. It was like a spirit exhausted from fighting, undoubtedly surprising her sisters who asked her if she was okay. Better than before, I think. Then he noticed the presence of Orchid's partner and children. "Oh yes, Lily, we need your opinion on something," Lavender said. He quickly explained the situation and the plan he had come up with in 5 minutes to overcome the problem and maintain the status quo. "So that's it. We'll make everyone believe it was a dream, and Orchid and her children will be able to see each other secretly from time to time." "No," Lily snapped. "But sister," Orchid complained. "They're my children. I want to be with them." "You can't. The Lord can't live with a secret like that. How do you expect your tribe to trust you like that? I can't allow something like that." The mantis paused to catch her breath. "Wake everyone up, things must be done right. And Lavender, please lend us your children. We're going to need them." Lavender and Orchid looked at each other confused but obeyed. It took a while to wake up all the mantises of the tribe, especially because some regained consciousness quite altered and had to be calmed, but between all of them, they managed to recover the entire tribe, which gathered around the throne room as requested, in addition to the fact that the presence of some strangers in the place was something unusual, and everyone was very curious to know what all this was about. Once they were gathered, the three lords sat on their thrones. Although there was something different, they did not show their usual royal attitude. Orchid was a bundle of nerves, Lavender was confused and worried, and Lily looked as if her soul had been stolen, yet she was the one who spoke. "Great Mantis tribe, we gather here today to determine the fate of the creatures present here." He pointed to Orchid's children. "The cruel reality of these ugly things is that they are the blood and flesh of Lord Orchid." "What do you mean, ugly things?" the Lord growled. According to the law of the Mantis tribe, their very existence is a mistake, Lily continued, ignoring her. They are aberrations that should be eliminated. Orchid was about to jump off the throne and grab her offspring to escape from there. But reality is sometimes uncomfortable, sometimes strange, and it doesn't always work the way we think it should. This was undoubtedly a surprise to everyone, the silence in the room was total. We mantises have always worshipped strength. It was what helped us survive the worst of times and brought us to glory. The importance of strength has always been such that we have even paid respect to foreign creatures if they demonstrated sufficient power. This rule has always applied to everyone, and it would be unfair to discriminate against a half-breed for something that isn't even their fault. But those kids already fought the lords and lost. A mantis shouted in the audience. Is there an 8-year-old child in this world who is capable of defeating a lord? This answer left her silent. The previous battle was unfair. If those offspring want to earn the respect of the mantises, they will have to do so with opponents appropriate to their level. That is why I call Rosa and Clavel, Lord Lavanda's offspring, to fight. A murmur ran through the room. The proposal was interesting. This would undoubtedly lead to a more even and perhaps interesting fight, although some were still not convinced to give those half-breeds a chance. They're half-breeds. Do you expect me to bow down to them when I see them walk by? Nobody's asking you to do that, just leave them alone, let them live their lives, that's all, Orchid replied. Aunt Lily Rosa suddenly looked at her aunt with anguish. Do I have to kill little Garpies and his sister? No, no need, just leave him so beaten up he can't get up. I can do that, alright. Get ready, little one. Rosa's excitement made Edwin uncomfortable. He knew how to deal with that girl, but she could be annoying. However, what really worried him was Clavel. He was a mysterious and reserved boy. He had never seen him fight, and he rarely joined his sister's group to hunt. His level or fighting style was a mystery. He could be a disaster or a genius. You had to be prepared for anything. The little ones appeared on the battlefield before the watchful eyes of the Mantis people. On one side Rosa and Clavel, as representatives of the Mantis village, on the other Jasmine and Edwin fighting for the mestizos. Aster was also going to accompany them, but was stopped by Lily. Not you, Mantis child. But it is the mestizos who must prove their worth. You as a pure Mantis will always be welcome in Mantis village. Not me. Calm down, Aster. Orchid stopped him before he did anything reckless. Let things take their course, trust your brothers. The boy looked at his father pleadingly, but found no reassurance. His father was as worried as he was and simply hugged Tika, trying to calm him down. In any case, he was determined that if things got out of control, he would intervene himself. Even so, he was reassured by the fact that they were children fighting against children. It was unlikely that they would do mortal harm. Already arranged in the arena, and with Chris as judge as had traditionally been the case, the fight began. The young mantises took flight, getting out of reach of the mestizos, and Rosa immediately dived at them with her claws outstretched, ready to bite. She was very fast, but her prey dodged them without any problems. She didn't care. She didn't want it to be that easy. That had only been to test them. The girl didn't want to give them a break and dived again, only this time she was much faster and headed straight for Edwin. The boy dodged in time, but it was unnecessary because Rosa changed her trajectory at the last moment and went for Jasmine, catching her off guard and hitting her, leaving a painful wound on her body. Edwin immediately ran to help his sister, but this time he was taken by surprise by Clavel, who when no one was looking approached and buried his claws in his side, and if it weren't for the fact that the little worm instinctively activated his magic shield, he would have been badly injured 3 minutes after the fight began. The magic burned so much that Clavel suffered slight damage to his shell. It was burning, but it was nothing he couldn't handle. He immediately moved away to a safe distance. Just as Edwin feared, the most dangerous of the two brothers was Clavel, who saved energy and fought strategically, making precise and accurate movements. With that wound on his side, he no longer wanted to continue fighting. In a normal fight they would have already stopped the fight, and in fact his father was about to do so, but he indicated that he should stop. If they gave up they would lose the chance to see their mother for who knows how many years. He could still fight. Meanwhile, Jasmine was having a terrible time against Rosa. The mantis had attacked her and was raining scratches from its claws that she could barely block with her spear. This girl is crazy, he thought to himself, but it wasn't madness, it was excitement. Rosa was happy. The half-breed girl was already offering her much more of a challenge than more than half of her mantis playmates. Finally, a battle that satisfied her. Jasmine, in a moment of distress, jumped back to put some distance between herself and Rosa, but immediately jumped again to return with an offensive, but Rosa easily dodged it by flying. That was a disadvantage. Jasmine could only attack when Rosa herself decided to approach, but her aerial dominance gave her an advantage. What could she do? She didn't have time to think about it, Rosa once again charged at her, and Jasmine got into a defensive stance with her spear. However, at the last minute she changed the stance of the spear to an attack stance. Rosa reacted and avoided being excessively damaged by throwing herself to the ground and rolling away. Jasmine had sacrificed herself by choosing to be hurt voluntarily in order to damage her opponent. This was something Rosa hadn't expected. It was a different level of aggression, the desperation experienced by those who had already faced death, a valuable experience that Jasmine had, but she didn't. Hellenist's daughter had already gained confidence and determination, so she abandoned her shy attitude and became more aggressive, making that quick movement characteristic of her mother. She disappeared from her opponent's sight to reappear above her and try to stab her with her spear. The mantis rolled on the ground and began to fly again, panting. That girl was very strong. But just then, in the middle of her aerial trajectory, a burst of magic struck her. Edwin had grown tired of waiting for Clavel to swoop down and attack and decided to help his sister. As expected, the mantis child swooped down to defend her, but not as expected. Instead of going after him, she went after Jasmine. The girl reacted well and blocked the initial blow with her spear, but the mantis flipped in the air, landed behind her and slashed at her with a claw that scratched her shell and knocked her to the ground. Not even Aster was capable of doing that maneuver, and now that the girl was on the ground he was at an advantage. Obviously he wasn't going to miss the opportunity to carry out a close attack. But Jasmine also had her surprises. She turned over until she was on her back and blocked her cousin's claws with her legs, while with her hands she used her spear to hit him hard on the head. Clavel was somewhat stunned and immediately flew away, looking for a new moment to attack. For their part, Rosa and Edwin were having a very even fight. The girl was constantly attacking him from above, and the little boy was trying to adjust his calculation to make a magic explosion at some point and reach her. Now he depended on his magic. The wound that Clavel caused him hurt a lot and prevented him from moving well. He didn't even feel capable of digging. He felt nauseous. Suddenly Rosa decided to change strategy. The battle against Edwin was at a standstill. If something doesn't work, try something else. Carnation. Let's go together. His brother nodded and they both decided to go for the same goal. Jasmine. Now the nightmare began for the half-breed. Both brothers took turns attacking her. The girl's good reflexes kept her safe, dodging without taking damage, giving a show that had everyone on the edge of their seats from the tension. Even Hala was holding her breath and forcing Tikka to hold it too. The poor Tik-Tik was very tight in her arms. This fight, Lavender commented, doesn't it bring back memories? Memories? Orchid thought about it for a moment. That's true. It's like the battle we had with Hollow when he was younger. It's very similar. But Hollow at that time, besides defending itself, also attacked, Lirio observed, narrowing her eyes. If it doesn't change its strategy, the wear and tear will finish it off. Orchid swallowed hard. It was true, her daughter was very skilled, she had many talents, but her nature was not that of a warrior. Even so, she had to believe in her. The great change of the tribe depended on it. Suddenly, the worst happened. Jasmine stumbled and was left defenseless. The two mantis children approached and Edwin from a distance, with his magic reserves half depleted, resorted to a low-cost spell, creating a spark of light that burst between the combatants. Clavel, who was very observant, was able to notice a bright spot in the middle of nowhere. He was cautious and immediately moved away, but Rosa wasn't so careful and continued onward. As a result, she was blinded by the sudden brightness, which hurt her vision. It was a good plan to buy time. Unfortunately, Jasmine fell victim to the spell and covered her eyes while complaining. The only one in optimal condition to continue fighting was Clavel, who decided to put an end to the mestiza, throwing himself at the girl who was still trying to regain her vision. Jasmine. Move. Roll. Her brother shouted. With perfect timing, the girl rolled onto her left side, avoiding the attack from the mantis boy, who crashed carelessly to the ground, and before he could take flight again, Jasmine, still blinded, hit him with her spear, again and again in a desperate manner. She couldn't see, so she didn't know how much damage she was causing. She only went by her hearing, and only when she heard the boy pleading for her to stop did she do so. If he were to fight another type of bug, it could be a trap, but a mantis would never resort to such a shameful trick. Clavel was out of the fight. And only Rosa remained, who, like Jasmine, would take a while to regain her vision and was flying in circles, not knowing what to do. And in such a vulnerable state, Edwin decided to make his final move. He concentrated all his remaining magic into a single attack that completely impacted the girl, causing her to fall and declaring her defeat. The mestizos had won. A murmur ran through the room. The result left no one indifferent. Some claimed that they had chosen bad representatives for the Mantis village, but many argued that Rosa was the most talented and powerful offspring of her generation. They could have blamed Clavel, but they themselves witnessed an impeccable fight. Some wanted to insinuate that there was cheating, but there was no way to prove it. Everything was in order. Those children had proven their worth, even if it hurt them. But the voices that accepted the offspring far outnumbered those that rejected them. The tribe's reaction was unexpectedly favorable. It was more as if everyone had had an opinion they were simply afraid to express for fear of punishment or retaliation. If the offspring were strong, their being mixed race wasn't so important. It was then that Lily rose to her throne, and her sisters imitated her to maintain the image of unity. The half-breeds have proven their worth, they are worthy of setting foot in the Mantis tribe, from now on they are welcome here. The little ones were given a small nod. Getting the lords to bow to them was only going to be achieved if they defeated them, but that wasn't important. What they most desired they had achieved. Jasmine and Rosa regained their vision in those moments, one to see the defeat and the other to see her dream fulfilled. The latter burst into joy and ran to Edwin to hug him while jumping excitedly. Aster was quick to join them. "We did it. We did it. Now we can see Mom whenever we want," Jasmine shouted. "Ah, careful, it hurts," Edwin squealed. "You're okay. I was so scared." Aster didn't care about Edwin's pain. He just hugged them both. Soon enough, Hollow and Tika joined them in the celebration. Well, Tika didn't really understand anything, but if everyone was so happy, she should be too. Well, from her distant throne, Orchid watched them with glee. "Oh, Orchid," Lavender told her. "I know your mother's heart wants this." The mantis just looked at her with gratitude and jumped to the ground to join her people. For her part, Lavender also came down from her throne, a little girl needed to be comforted. "Come on, Rosa, calm down, nothing's wrong," Lord spoke as her daughter cried. "But I lost Sniff, I lost against the mestizos, I'm weak, now they won't want me in the tribe." "They were strong, it's not your fault, and no one is going to expel you. But our stubbornness in the past caused our tribe to lose many valuable warriors. Now we are just a handful. We can't afford to waste more lives on the foolish idea that someone is weak because they failed once. The strong are those who overcome defeat, so if you don't give up, one day you might challenge the little Garpies to a rematch and win." "Yes. I can beat the little Garpies. Although in my opinion you should aim even higher." Look, he pointed at Hollow's mantis son, "something tells me that kid is even stronger than little Garpies and that he also likes to fight." "Do you think so?" The girl now looked genuinely excited. Lavender smiled with pleasure, her daughter's horizons had finally opened, now she could satisfy her desire for challenges and power. With Rosa already happy, she focused on Clavel, who genuinely looked hurt, although she did not show as compassionate an attitude towards him as she did towards her daughter. "Come on, kid, up." "But Mom, can't you see I'm hurt?" The Lord crouched down so close to him that no one else could hear. "Look, brat, maybe you could have fooled the whole tribe but not me. I know you let yourself be defeated. What kind of self-respecting mantis does that?" The boy gulped when he saw himself discovered, but then adopted a defiant attitude. "Punish me or whatever you want, I don't regret what I did." He gave a look to his aunt, who was still celebrating the victories with her partner and her children. Sometimes there are defeats that are worth living through. Lavender sighed, this defeat was worth it if it meant seeing her sister smile. "I guess you're right." And it was then that Lirio appeared to them like a ghost, her sunken eyes and her depressed posture called their attention. Lucia was sick. What happened to her while she slept? "Lily, are you okay?" The Lord finally broke down, fell to her knees and burst into tears. "No, I'm not, I want to die, this hurt so much, time wrong, suffering, I can't take it anymore, someone put an end to all this pain." "Lily." And so it all remained. The usual scene passed through the streets of the Mantis village. A huge and rather ugly mantis walked carrying a basket with some climbers. It was his contribution to support his children. He had always been a responsible father with his young and had tried to get involved in their upbringing, even if the mother rejected him, although over the years her hostility towards him had decreased a lot, now she tolerated it. They did not talk much, but from time to time they had some trivial conversation. But things had changed a lot in recent months. Well, actually everything had changed a lot in recent months with the rise of the new lords, and since the mother of his young was one of the old lords, it was obvious that the new changes were also going to affect her. He had arrived at his destination and to his surprise, Lavender was not alone. She was saying goodbye to some visitors, specifically the 3 new lords, who were full of thanks and bows. Even though she was a fallen leader, everyone had great respect for her. Once the leaders had left, Tash thought it appropriate to approach and say hello, although the female was the first to speak when she saw him. "Ah. Hi Tash," the female greeted him, seeming to be in a good mood. "Was there a visitor today?" "I had forgotten, come in." Lavender's attitude used to be colder and more distant, only softening with Orchid's intervention. It was a surprise that she invited him in and was so friendly. "Sorry if the house is a bit messy," she warned him as soon as they entered. "Before, 3 adults lived here, and now it's just me. It's taken me a while to adapt, and sometimes the tasks are overwhelming, which also makes it feel a bit lonely here." She said this last bit with a melancholy tone in her voice. And that explained everything, loneliness made her long for company, even his. At least you have regular visitors, Tash observed. The new lords. They don't come around that often either, only occasionally to ask for advice. Ruling is more than just strength. It also requires wisdom, so I unwittingly ended up becoming a sort of consultant for them. They're nice guys, even though they feel somewhat childish. It's normal, they're much younger than you, they haven't even had babies yet. Yes, having children often changes your life and makes you mature suddenly. Suddenly some screams were heard from a back room. Would you wait a moment, Tash? I have something to attend to. No problem. The former lord retreated for a few moments and took the basket of climbing plants to the kitchen. Meanwhile, Tash distracted herself by looking around the house. It really looked a lot dirtier and messier than usual, and no wonder. This poor woman was taking care of the house alone, along with her 2 children and her sister Lily's 3. It's a good thing she no longer had lord duties, or it would have been impossible. It wasn't long before Lavender returned with a couple of cups of tea and carrying a small mantis with a bandaged claw. What happened to him? Nothing serious, he hurt himself by sticking his claws where he shouldn't. This brat is the most troublesome of my sister's 3 children. I have to keep an eye on him all the time. She sighed exhaustedly. I hope Lirio comes back soon. How is she? According to the last letters Sharpie sent me, she's made a lot of progress. She can already get out of bed every day and is starting to get back into a normal routine. She says the next step will be to introduce her to other little critters, so she'll gradually lose her aversion. Oh, my poor sister. I never imagined that my mother's treatment had broken her like that and that her strength was fake. You should have seen her, Tash. After the battle with the sprouts, when she started to cry, she was like a dried up plant, lying in a corner, not wanting to eat or do anything. Yes, I remember, you were sick with worry, it was good that the tribe agreed not to eliminate you and give you time to heal. Either they left her or Orchidia took her by force, you know how she is. Tash smiled imagining the scene. Always so passionate about everything, but well, in the end he still took her away, here she would never have recovered. Yes, she shook her head sadly, she needed an environment and bugs that knew how to treat her. Sharpie has told me that perhaps in a couple of months she will be able to return to her life in the tribe. I really miss her, and taking care of her children and mine alone is exhausting. At least Orchid returns every 7 days to take care of her and allow me to rest. She looked at a calendar she had in the living room, there are only 2 days left. Speaking of Orchid, she looks great, every time she comes back she seems so happy. Yes, I think she's now living the life she always wanted. You know, when she proposed resigning from her position, I thought it was crazy, but I'm honestly convinced it was the best thing to do. With Lily broken and Orchid's heart elsewhere, we'd have had a hard time keeping the throne. I was afraid they'd kill us off, as had traditionally been the case, but now it seems the tribe's mentality has changed, and I genuinely feel it was for the better. We are few mantis, today every life is too valuable to lose. Tash paused to drink her tea. I'm glad Orchid is okay, her half-breed children are very ugly, but she genuinely loves them. Lavender had to stifle a laugh at his comment. Tash wasn't one to talk about beauty, yet she said nothing. Suddenly, the baby in her arms shifted uncomfortably and tried to fly away, but her aunt caught it in time. No, I don't want you to get into trouble. You already gave me a lot of scares when you dropped that cabinet with spears on it. No, I want to eat it. The little one whimpered. Tash laughed at the scene, thankful that her own offspring were calm. Perhaps Rosa was a little more restless, but at least she was obedient. He stood for a few moments observing the one who was once his partner. Despite his hostility he held no resentment. In a way he was right, because of a selfish decision he made years ago many mantises perished, but if he hadn't made it, she would be the one who would be dead now. He thought about it calmly, and a proposition came to him. Lavender, you look exhausted. Sure, try taking care of 5 kids and a house alone, and you'll know what exhaustion is. I imagine, it's just that I was thinking that you could use some help. How about I stay at this house for a while? Just until Lirio returns. Of course, nothing has to happen between us, it's so I can help you with all the work. Lavender looked at him in surprise. The proposition included perks, but she wasn't sure whether to accept or not. At least, that was until the boy in her arms bit her. This made her let go of him, causing him to finally fly free. However, in the midst of his momentum, he lost control and crashed into a wall, immediately bursting into tears. Lavender just sighed. Well, when are you coming? The cemetery was having an unusual amount of visitors that day, and no wonder, a very important ceremony was taking place, one that was being presided over by the King of Heart of Hellenist himself. Dozens of bugs were there to pay their respects and mourn together for all those who had fallen to scarlet fever. The past few months had been a torment of work and sadness, repairing all the damage caused by the rampaging insects, as well as removing and identifying the bodies of the dead. Some people were never found, and of others, only parts presumed to have belonged to them were found. At least most were returned to their families so they could mourn properly. But the darkest side of this whole affair was the fact that graves were too few to accommodate the sudden increase in deaths. Many people ended up in mass graves, and others were sent to the Bakususha cemetery, while in the underground kingdom, renovations began to enlarge and rebuild the cemetery. Finally, the reconstruction was over, the tears had dried, and hearts were on the way to healing. Therefore, the king thought it appropriate to hold a small ceremony to commemorate all those who died in this tragedy. The audience was gathered, all dressed in white and carrying flowers of the same color. That's how the king had arranged the ceremony, because he didn't want it to be pessimistic, he didn't want to talk about death, but rather about the lives that remained and how they should move forward. Big took a deep breath. What had happened had also hurt him greatly. He loved his people, he loved being king, but a king couldn't show his weakness in public. He had to be the pillar on which the people could lean, and this was a role he had prepared for his entire life. He took a deep breath, and with all his poise, he advanced towards the podium in the middle of the crowd, his cape of the purest white, along with his regal bearing, forced everyone to instinctively lower their heads, everyone knew that the king had arrived. He took his place in the spotlight and cleared his throat. His voice was small, an irreparable defect, but it was nothing a magic sound amplifier couldn't fix. Beloved people of Hellenist, today we gather here to pay tribute to all those who fell in the Scarlet Plague, poor victims who succumbed in agony and pain, but who today, with the grace of the gods, can rest in peace. These have been difficult and painful times. We have all lost someone we cared about deeply. He paused briefly before continuing, but for those who remain, we have risen and given our all to rebuild this kingdom that has been so battered. But no matter what force falls upon us, we will always overcome. Each of the males and females here, regardless of species or size, is a powerful warrior who has managed to overcome adversity. Each creature in this kingdom possesses unstoppable strength, and for sharing it with me, I can only say thank you for remaining loyal to the kingdom and not giving up. Let us continue fighting together, but no longer for those who are gone, but for those who will come. Let us remember our loved ones with affection, let us pay them the tribute they deserve, but let us walk with our heads held high for the future and for Hellenist. The Hellenist. They all shouted. And with a nod, Big ended his speech, stepped down from the podium, and another short beetle took the floor to announce the next act, which would be a musical number. Big loved music, but he wasn't in the mood for it. This event had really affected him, and his spirits were somewhat low. Nothing he couldn't handle, though. He knew seeing his nephews would cheer him up. Just as he'd said in his speech, they had to keep going for those who remained. These children were his reason for fighting. Then there were the little ones, busy plucking the petals off a flower and studying its interior under the watchful eye of their father, who, doing the perfect job of being a gentleman, stood firm in his position and bowed to him as soon as he approached. As always in public, they maintained protocol. But sooner rather than later, Big noticed someone was missing. And Jasmine. She's over there among the graves, leaving flowers. Alone? Not exactly alone, and some of our other brothers are always around there keeping watch. But. Big, we already talked about this. Okay, I have to stop being overprotective of the children. They'll be fine. No god is stalking them. Good. Then they fell silent listening to the requiem that played on the improvised stage of the cemetery, a beautiful but sad melody to honor the fallen. It was a very calm tune, which incited calm and introspection, but that did not help Big to calm down. He constantly looked towards the graves, waiting for his niece's antennae to appear. Okay, hold on for at least half an hour, Hollow whispered. I guess separation anxiety won't go away overnight, but let's take it slow. Big nodded pleased and calmed down a little, although he was still restless. The night for his part just sighed. For Big, everything that had happened had been harder than for other people. One day he woke up covered in blood and surrounded by wounded and dead creatures, with all his close family and the heir to the throne missing. It was normal for him to despair, so it was admirable that during all the hours it took them to arrive, he maintained his strength and acted like a king, like an immovable pillar on which everyone could lean. But he was still a being with feelings and weaknesses who was affected by things. When they were finally able to return to the castle and Big saw them, he burst into tears of relief and gave them the longest hug they had ever received from him. It took a long time to calm him down and explain to him that Hornet and her family were fine too. He eventually calmed down, but ended up developing anxiety whenever he was separated from his family too much. It was a hassle getting the kids back to school when classes started again, and to keep him calm, Hollow took on the role of an emotional bodyguard. Now he was by his side all the time, which obviously made him have to momentarily leave his role as coach of the rookie knights. At least he was able to get the best replacement he could hope for. No one was ever going to doubt Orchid's abilities as a coach. It's been half an hour, Big said suddenly. That's right, and the musical number is over, people are leaving, right, let's go find Jasmine. Together with the children they entered the labyrinth of tombs, enveloped in silence broken only by their footsteps. It didn't take long to find Jasmine's trail. It's not that she was going to leave flowers for anyone in particular. She liked to leave offerings on random graves, in case someone doesn't remember them so they don't feel bad, the little girl had said. At the end of the path of white flowers they found the little girl sitting in front of a statue of the Lord of Shadows. The girl did not normally limit herself to leaving a silent prayer like most people. She had real conversations with these monuments. It had always been like that. "Jasmine, it's time to go," her father shouted from a distance. For the girl it was like waking up from a dream. She jumped and looked confused at the person speaking to her. She had been very concentrated. "Oh, Dad, I'm coming." He stood up and left the last flower he had in front of a small white statue that stood next to the great monument of the Lord of Shadows. "Thanks, we'll talk another day, I have to go." The little girl ran towards her father, but halfway there she looked back one last time. She had the impression that the statue had responded in some way to her greeting, but no, the small white furry moth was still, with its usual peaceful expression. The king returned to his palace, and with it finally his peace of mind. At least in the castle he had no fear that something bad would happen to the little ones, plus they had lots of guards and brothers who helped with the protection of the place. Everything was fine, at least in matters of security. Domestic problems would always be there, in fact one was walking down the hall. "Hello. Big." Orchid came running with a distressed expression and threw herself into her partner's arms. "Orchid, what's wrong? Please help. But tell me what happened." The knight was already getting scared. "Hornet wants me to try on 3 more dresses." The gentleman's face was indescribable. And speaking of Hornet, the Spider Queen appeared down the hall and headed toward the group. "Hi, I see you're back from the ceremony. How was it?" he asked more out of obligation than interest. "Depressing," Aster replied. "Oh, that's great. Now, Orchid, come with me. We still have a lot to prepare for the wedding." Hornet looked at her with an excited face. "Pick anything and that's it. What's the big deal?" the mantis complained. "What do you mean, anything? It's your wedding. And my brother's. Everything has to be perfect, come on, we're almost there." Hornet took the mantis by the hand and dragged it to the end of the corridor, while it muttered and looked back with a sad face, as if it were being led to the gallows instead of a normal room. "Mom doesn't seem too happy about having to plan the wedding," Jasmine commented. "In fact, I'd say Aunt Hornet seems more excited about this than she is," Edwin added. "Well, marriage doesn't exist in the mantis people," Hollow explained, "so this custom must be very strange to her, maybe even stupid. On the other hand, Hornet insists on having a ceremony and a lavish party, she's probably overwhelmed," Big said. Maybe it's some kind of revenge for what happened at her own wedding." "What happened at Aunt Hornet's wedding?" Jasmine spoke for her siblings when she asked, all 3 of them very curious about it. Some things happened. Hornet's wedding was beautiful, not so lavish but very elegant. Guests came from all over to greet the queen, who would finally be united with the person she loved. The ceremony was held inside the White Palace. Big lent her the venue so she would have a spacious place that could accommodate all the guests. Her sister Lucia was beautiful in her wedding dress and she wanted everyone to see her. And of course everyone was staring at her. Her spider silk dress was dazzling, making her stand out even with her small size. But what was most striking wasn't that. It was how happy she looked. Being a normally stern queen, her joyful expression was a side of her they had never seen before and probably would never see again. They were already leaving the palace for the outdoor area and the gardens where the party was taking place when an intruder appeared unannounced. She fell from the sky like an arrow, but landed with the delicacy of a flower. She stood with elegance and defiance, waving her crocheted baton, conducting an imaginary orchestra that only played in her head. "Lalace!" the queen shrieked. "Do you know her?" Quirrell asked innocently. "So this is what it was all about," Lace shouted. "You give up your place in Farloom to live out a fantasy in this faraway realm of legends." "Lace, it's my life, I have the right to decide about it. But not to leave your promises and commitments unfulfilled. But I told you I'm not interested in you. Is it really that hard to understand?" In response, Lace raised her weapon, showing her readiness to fight. "You may have broken my heart but not my will, fight me, Spider, at least let's decide once and for all who is superior. But I've beaten you in the last 5 matches. You're causing a scene at my wedding. There is no better battlefield than this." Hornet looked at her husband, scared of his reaction, but he seemed more interested than worried. What an interesting creature, it seems to be from the fungi tribe, but it is a being far superior to the fungi of Hellenist. It would be interesting to see its performance in combat, perhaps it belongs to the extinct Algiricus tribe." Quirrell. "Oh, I'm sorry, love, don't worry, you can fight peacefully, I'm sure you'll do great." "He's interrupting our wedding." "Yes, it was a surprise. I thought it would be one of your brothers who would ruin the wedding." And then they fought and Hornet won again for the sixth time, and Lace had to leave humiliated, vowing to return someday. And it seems to me that from time to time he comes back to challenge her. Big finish the story. What a beautiful friendship. Aster exclaimed. Yes, only the head of a mantis considers that a beautiful friendship, Edwin whispered. Well, anyway, Hornet is very excited, so let's try to make the wedding as smooth as possible and not let anything ruin it. Yes, the little ones exclaimed decisively. Family. The exhaustion was palpable. Both Edwin and Jasmine were at their wits' end. They were on their last legs, but they had to keep fighting or they would pay the price. Their opponent growled and reared up, about to attack again. Their limbs were barely responding, but with a sheer effort, they got to their feet. The boy raised his claws, the girl her spear, and they launched themselves toward their defeat. They weren't even able to cause a scratch, their opponent caught them in the air, threw them to the ground, and began tickling them. I have you little rascals, Orchid exclaimed proudly. No. Ha 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 mom. Stop it. Jasmine squealed. Stop ha 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 Edwin laughed. The mantis didn't stop at their pleas and continued tickling them until she felt it was enough, only then did she leave the babies alone on the ground, exhausted. That was very intense Edwin gasped. Mom I think it was too much Jasmine added. Oh, come on, it's not that bad. Besides, I had to give you an extra hard workout. Remember, after your wedding with your father, we'll be going on our honeymoon. You'll be off training for 3 days. You should still exercise, especially you, Potato. Remember, you have a history of poor physical condition. I'm not going to get fat in 3 days, the little boy got a little offended. Of course not, Patatita. She let them rest for a few more moments before urging them to get up. Well, we're done here. Go shower and then get ready. The wedding is in a few hours. She said the last thing reluctantly and with a sigh, it was very evident how much the party bothered her. Seriously, why do the heart of Hellenist critters have to go through such complicated times to be together? It's a good thing this torture Hornet puts me through is finally over. Truth be told, it had been a very tough few weeks for Orchid. Despite her experience living in the heart of Hellenist, there were still several customs she wasn't entirely familiar with, and marriage was one of them. Why all the fuss? Why so much care choosing the perfect flowers? Why so much trouble with the food and decorations? If it had been up to her, she would have let Hornet choose everything and let go of the matter, but everyone told her it was her wedding, not Hornet's, so she had to be in charge. Besides, it wasn't just any old wedding. The king's brother was getting married. Everything had to be grand. Come on, you get married once in your life, obviously it has to be spectacular, they had told him. It's a good thing one gets married only once in a lifetime. The mantis had said she couldn't bear having to repeat that torture, it was so tiring, and it took away time from her children. She waited 8 years for this, now she was enjoying them to the fullest, although she had to admit that it had its challenges. Being an aunt was very different from being a full-time mother, but she was still very happy, although she had to admit that sometimes she had some disagreements with Hollow and Big. They had very different ideas about how to raise a larva, sometimes they agreed with her, and other times she had to give in. At least she managed to get them to allow her to train Edwin and Jasmine every morning, instead of twice a week like before. With Aster the situation was different, since he had stated that he wanted to be a royal knight, he was receiving special training, even so she tested him from time to time to see how much he had progressed, and she couldn't be more proud, she was sure that if he wanted to, that child could claim the position of Lord of the Mantis tribe in the future. Hello? Aster had peeked through the training room door. Are you done? Aunt Hornet just arrived and said she needs Mom to check on something. Orchid crouched down and hugged her knees depressed, it almost seemed as if there was a cloud of darkness and pessimism above her. The 3 children looked at each other for a few moments, and then with mischievous laughter, they positioned themselves behind the mantis, pushing it to try to get it out of the room. Mom, come on, you can't keep Aunt Hornet waiting, Aster scolded her. No matter how much you delay it, you still have to finish preparing the ceremony, Edwin tried to convince her with logic. And after the wedding comes the honeymoon. Weren't you really excited about that? Jasmine concluded. This last argument was what finally motivated her to go with Hornet, she stood up abruptly causing the children to fall. That's right, the honeymoon, it will only be a few hours, and then I'll have 3 days off with Hollow, she said to herself out loud. Okay, then I'll go, you guys take a bath, behave yourselves, and I'll see you later, okay? Okay, the 3 little ones said in unison. The mantis left the room, not entirely encouraged, but with more determination to fulfill its duties. When it had already left, Jasmine commented. I wonder what a honeymoon will be like, Mom is super excited about it, I'm sure it'll be a lot of fun. After bathing and eating something, the 3 little ones went to look for their father. On the way, they met a few of their uncles who were helping with the decorations or whatever was needed, of course, led by Hornet. It should be mentioned that the treatment of the containers towards Edwin had improved a lot. They were still not as affectionate with him as with his brothers, but he no longer saw the rejection in their eyes as before, partly due to his decision to wear colorful clothes. The less he resembled the late Pale King, the better they treated him. On the other hand, the fact that Hollow was now not afraid of him also contributed to tolerance on the part of the others. As the knight tried to spend time with him and took him to many places, they ended up getting used to it. The little one remained optimistic, things could still improve more. His mother had told him that big changes come little by little, so he had to be patient. She wouldn't know that since she spent 8 years of her life changing an entire tribe of mantis. They found their father and Uncle Big in one of the temporarily empty rooms. They were both standing close together, doing something that appeared to be a secret. The children, being as curious as they were, obviously came closer to see what it was, but both adults covered everything with their bodies and height, so they couldn't see. However, that didn't stop Aster, who flew up to uncover the mystery. "Hey, what are you doing to Tika?" Both Big and Hollow jumped in fright, but when they realized it was the children they calmed down. "Tika?" Edwin called. The tick-tick, at the call of her sleep, jumped from the table where she was kept and ran into his arms. Then the child could see the enormous blue rosette that had been tied around her neck and the matching hat. "And this?" The worm laughed when he saw her. "We thought Tika should look pretty for the wedding too," Big explained. Edwin burst out laughing. He always found it funny how much his uncle treated his pet. He couldn't forget how much he had opposed adopting it, saying it was dangerous or that he wasn't ready for the responsibility. Now, he was the one monopolizing the creature's attention, even worrying about something as trivial as dressing it up for the wedding. "She looks gorgeous," Jasmine exclaimed. "But why so much secrecy?" Both adults looked at each other uncomfortably before answering. "If Hornet sees us wasting time on this, he's going to get angry." "Of course I'm going to get angry." The Spider Queen's furious voice surprised them. "Hollow. With everything there is to do and you wasting your time here." And indeed, there was the little monarch standing in the doorway with a look of clear annoyance. "But Tika looked pretty," the gentleman tried to defend himself. Yes, very pretty, now come here." The mestizo woman threw a thread with which she tied her brother in one movement and then pulled it to drag him with her. "Come on, walk." But. And so they both walked away, creating a scene that was more than striking for all the servants. Although nothing out of the ordinary, everyone knew how extravagant the relationship between these brothers was. "And Hornet is really scary sometimes," Aster said. "And even then he hasn't been able to control Chester," Jasmine replied. "Chester is from another planet." Suddenly Big remembered something important that he wanted to mention to his nephew. "Edwin, I forgot to tell you, last night I finished soldering the missing pieces to you know what." "Really? So you're ready?" "Ready and running, in fact I took some test shots and they turned out very well." "What are you talking about?" Aster asked. "About an invention I made. I recently started studying some mechanics, light waves, and some notes from the old Pale King, and with all that I had an idea for a brilliant machine." "And what is it?" "Until after the wedding, it's a secret." Finally the long-awaited wedding ceremony took place. It was undoubtedly an event worth remembering. The king's brother, the strongest knight in the kingdom, was getting married to none other than the former regent of the Mantis lands. It was a very important union, and therefore the ceremony had all the luxury that the situation deserved. Everything in the great hall of the palace was impeccable, perfect, beautiful blue flowers decorated the pillars of the hall, and everything shone. Just as Hornet wanted, the press would talk about this for weeks. But it wasn't just the decor that stood out at the celebration. The large number of guests was something worth mentioning, and Hollow had many friends and acquaintances, and after Orchid entered his life permanently, he resumed many old friendships. Having the help of his partner, he no longer had to spend so much time with the children, so sometimes he took advantage of the opportunity to visit a friend or simply wander around. The palace was overflowing with people, from such illustrious guests as the Queen of the Hive or Queen Clara, to others as humble as Cornifer and Iselda, some moderately well-known people like Breder the Stingmasters, and others very discreet like Lem. To all of them, had to add his brothers, who were too many. Of course not all of them attended, it would be impossible, only those with whom he had a closer relationship. The truth, although he was ashamed to admit, he could not remember them all. For her part, Orchid had far fewer people, but they were impressive individuals. The lords always stood out wherever they went, even when they weren't in their best shape. Lavender was tired, although she looked much better than she had a few months ago. Tash was undoubtedly a great support for her. In fact, she had attended the wedding with him. Orchid wondered if it was to help her keep an eye on the children or for something else. As for Lily, she was certainly better. Her eyes had much more life and enthusiasm than before. She was still far from being the haughty mantis she had known all her life, but she was healing little by little. Now she clung to Sharpie, who had been her great emotional support all this time. But despite all the luxury, the guests and the illustrious people, all of that paled before the bride. When she arrived, no one could take their eyes off her. Never in history had a bride been more sulky at her own wedding. She looked like she would kill the first person who came near. She didn't even wait for her escort. She walked to the podium where the groom was waiting without showing any elegance, stomping her feet and swinging her bouquet from side to side. "What happened?" Hollow whispered. "The dress is very uncomfortable," the mantis replied. "Hang on, Orchid, after the ceremony you can change into your party dress, that one is much more comfortable." "I want to go," Hollow the mantis whimpered. Ahem, the priest interrupted them. After that, the traditional wedding speech followed, half of which the bride and groom didn't hear because they were dozing off. The priest pretended to be the best he could, thinking to himself, these two are made for each other. It was a good thing they had their backs turned, so no one could see them. The ceremony proceeded normally, and when the last word was spoken, the priest hit the podium with the papers of the speech he was reading, the sudden noise awakening the bride and groom who looked around in confusion. "Hollow, do you accept?" "We accept." They both shouted, still stunned, trying to understand what point in the ceremony they were at, and when they did, they realized their mistake. "Oh, I think I made a mistake," the bride exclaimed, causing laughter from the audience. "It doesn't matter now, you can kiss," the priest announced. "Is it time?" Orchid flinched at this and looked toward the guests crowding the hall. "In front of everyone I'm embarrassed," she said, and covered her face. All of this caused Hollow to have a fit of laughter that ended up spreading to the rest of the attendees. The kiss was put on the back burner and reserved for a more intimate moment later. The party that followed the marriage ceremony was as lavish as expected, and just as someone had mentioned before, it seemed more like Hornet's wedding than Orchid's. She was the one who looked everywhere with pride and excitement, just like at her own wedding. The after party was being held in the palace gardens perfectly arranged for the occasion, full of vases of flowers and blue fabrics. Blue was undoubtedly the theme color of the party. Even the tables were covered with tablecloths of those shades. The mantis didn't care about anything, she was only worried about eating. She was quite hungry, in fact she was about to sit at the nearest table, but her now husband grabbed her by the arm and led her to the special table they had designated for them. "Remember we practiced this, Orchid," Hollow whispered to her. "But I'm hungry also, confess that you find all this stupid too." "Actually, yes, I would have liked something simpler," but he looked at Hornet, who was practically glowing with pride. "She's so happy and has done so much for me, I want to please her with this at least." "Okay, we'll do it for your sister." It took a while before the party guests took their places. The most difficult were the children. Aster and Rosa had seen each other and already wanted to start a fight. They had to be scolded to stay still. That and promised them that after eating they could play or beat each other up or whatever. It was incredible that Tika behaved better than them. The Tik-Tik stayed in her corner near Edwin eating the crickets they left her and made sure not to leave a single stain on the rosette on her neck. During dinner, things went well. The appetizers were served, a toast was made, and a speech improvised to thank the guests the usual. But behind the scenes, the seeds of chaos were brewing. For this lavish wedding, a large number of temporary staff had to be hired, including a 7-legged spider and a pink snow moth. "Snowfluff, I want to go home. This is boring," Tobu complained. "Ah, stop it, stop whining, you're not a kid anymore, you're supposed to be older than me. My heart is young and longs for adventure and freedom, not serving drinks at this damn party." "Well, if a certain person hadn't thought of entering the Tower of Souls to take that shiny thing, we wouldn't have to pay that huge fine and we wouldn't be working here. All for wanting to recover what is mine. After years I was finally going to have my luminous bottle. That thing wasn't yours. It never was. Now stop complaining and get moving, there are plenty of tables to wait on." The spider obeyed, dragging her feet. Menial jobs were not her thing. Besides, in her eyes everything was too boring. Perhaps Snowfluff enjoyed being around the royal family, but not her. If it weren't for the generous pay she would never have taken that job. It was terrible having to hide every time she went outside, just to avoid being seen by a certain person. Minutes passed between laughter and food when the event host introduced himself, announcing a surprise for the bride and groom. They both turned their attention to Hornet, waiting for an explanation, but she only gave them a cheerful smile. The pair of bugs appeared, pushing a wheeled platform on top of which rested what looked like a huge box covered with a white cloth. Everyone remained silent, waiting for what was going to happen. No one offered any explanation, and Hollow was beginning to think that, even though they hadn't told him, he had to go over and remove the cloth, as if it were some kind of oversized gift. But before Hollow could do anything, music began to play, at first a murmur, but gradually rising to reveal a very cheerful melody with a certain circus-like feel played by an accordion, which gave the night a very good clue as to what was going on. The melody continued to rise until it reached a climax where the fabric covering the box burst into flames. A strange white fire climbed up the fabric until it formed an immense bonfire from which two fiery beings emerged, brilliant and somewhat terrifying. The attendees were shocked, but they remained in their places. The fire entities got down from the platform and walked a couple of steps towards the bride and groom. It was then that they raised their arms and twisted their hips, assuming a posture very typical of some elegant dance. The fire went out, revealing two bats that they knew very well. "Scarlet. Grim. When did you get back?" the newlywed exclaimed. The girl just winked at him and with a smile headed towards her father to start her show. Grim and Scarlet displayed all their talent by performing a joyful and quite complex dance, full of jumps, pirouettes, contortions, and lots of fire. The gift given to them by Mouthy perfectly matched the previous Scarlet fire, the same power with the same potency, but its white color, on an artistic level, generated a very different impact. Red conveyed passion and danger, white purity and neatness. With his artistic vision, Grim took this into account and a good part of his act had to be reworked. The result of months of work and practice was what they beheld here. Two bats dancing with as much energy and delicacy as a dandelion seed carried by the wind, a spectacle that took your breath away. Rocked by an imaginary wind, Grim and Scarlet let themselves be carried all over the stage, delighting their audience with a show worthy of royalty. Each step was planned to the millimeter, and the flashes and flowers of fire that they formed were practiced until exhaustion, aligning themselves with the music of the accordion that Nim played in the back of the stage. The show would not be the same without him, but even so he did not stand out. Grim and his daughter stole all the attention. But he did not care, that was how this job was. It was not necessary for others to know how indispensable he was in that composition, it was enough that he knew. The accordionist increased the pace of the music and the dancers danced to his tune, like puppets controlled by him. The climax was approaching, the turns and pirouettes became more agile, more daring, and the fire more spectacular and bright, until everything culminated in an enormous leap, as beautiful as it was terrifying, where both bats spread their wings, evoking the worst nightmares of a bug, but it all lasted only an instant. After which they collected themselves and ended up on the ground, with their hands and faces pointing towards the sky, as if giving thanks to some imaginary deity. Everyone present was overwhelmed by that final scene, but after recovering from their stupor, applause and cheers erupted. Grim and his daughter stood up and immediately bowed deeply, thanking their audience for their enthusiasm. They also introduced their accordionist, who also received a warm round of applause. Their new act had been a hit. They could definitely implement it in the circus. The bat's calculating mind was already planning the publicity. The act that left the royal family of Hellenist breathless would surely be a hit. When the applause died down, Hollow stood up and went to greet his dear childhood friend in person. "Scarlet, it's so good to see you. Why didn't you tell me you were coming to my wedding? I would have saved you a spot." "Don't worry, we already have a secluded spot, and Hornet took care of that. In fact, this whole event was a surprise prepared with her." "Really?" Hollow turned his gaze to where his sister was, and when she saw him watching, she smiled pleased. "They did surprise me." At that moment, Orchid arrived to join in the greeting. Her former jealousy had almost completely subsided. Since the girl referred to her husband as mommy, all her doubts dissipated, although the situation still seemed strange to her. "Welcome, thank you for coming," the mantis greeted. "It's been a pleasure," Grim replied. After that, Hollow took a few moments to catch up with the two bats. He hadn't seen them for months. After the scarlet fever disaster, they both stayed living in Hornet's shelter and saved some money doing all kinds of small jobs. It wasn't pleasant. After all, they had dedicated their lives to art. Cleaning wasn't their thing, but with the kingdom in its decadent state, it was almost impossible for them to be hired to do a show. After all, art is a luxury that people only allow themselves when all their basic needs are covered. However, when things started to improve, they got some jobs at children's parties. They didn't pay much, but at least it was some extra income that allowed them to save. Eventually, they got enough money to buy groceries and equipment and set off into the distance in search of their circus. During all this time, Scarlet kept sending letters and of course, she also wrote to him when she achieved her goal. However, at some point, the communication was cut off, leaving the gentleman very worried. He had no idea that from that moment on, the surprise he had just witnessed would begin to unfold. But this, dinner concluded, and now came something some had been eagerly awaiting. Dancing. Several couples stood up to take their places on the dance floor. The music was lively and the spirits were high, promising a celebration that would last well into the night. Although some weren't that interested, especially the children. "And Hornet, can we get up now?" Aster asked impatiently. It's okay, you can go play around there, just don't get lost, don't get into trouble, and try not to cross the dance floor, you might bump into someone." "Yes, Aunt." Aster, Jasmine and their cousins ran off to find the rest of their mantis family, eager to play with Clavel and Rosa, since they didn't get to see each other often, but Edwin went somewhere else. He had other plans. He had to prepare a certain surprise he had planned with his uncle. He hoped his parents would like it a lot. Hornet stood for a few moments watching the children get lost in the crowd. They were quite independent for their age and had several uncles watching them. They would be fine. "Are you worried they'll get into trouble?" asked Dan, who was sitting at the same table as her. "Especially for Chester, although after everything that happened he's calmed down quite a bit, but that doesn't stop him from causing some trouble from time to time." "Calm down," Hornet Quirrell chimed in. "The worst is over. We can now say this wedding was a success, so you can feel proud. At this point, what could happen? At most, some guests might get drunk and have to be put in their place." "Ah, don't let them dare or they'll know the edge of my needle." Hornet took her emblematic weapon from under her party dress. "You brought a needle to the party?" Dan exclaimed, scandalized. "Hornet never lets go of her weapon," the teacher explained. "She's a bit like Ren, who's been attached to that brush she carries everywhere these days. It gives her security. The surprising thing is that I can carry that needle hidden without anyone seeing it." "I have years of practice," the Spider Queen replied proudly. After Dan found out that Quirrell was his father, their relationship didn't change too much. The only differences were that his biological mother was a recurring topic of conversation during the early days, and that now he was invited to more family events, like this wedding. No one really made a big deal out of this, even his little brothers were the happiest. They had always liked Dan. Meanwhile, in another area, Orchid was chatting happily with her sisters. She saw them regularly, but rarely were the three of them together. It was good to be able to get together and chat like old times and see them well. Lavender was looking much better since Tash had been living with her, and Lily was planning to return home next month. Things had never been so good. She looked toward the dance floor and found her husband dancing with a bat, though he seemed like a puppet in her hands, as she was the one leading the dance and bending him to her will. She couldn't help but laugh at the scene. That man had completely changed her life. A few years ago, she would never have imagined what she was experiencing now. But the last surprise of the night was still missing, and this was in charge of Big and Edwin. Both of them arrived carrying a box covered in cloth. In reality, Big was carrying it, Edwin had grabbed the box and hooked his claws in it, but his uncle, as if it were the simplest thing in the world, had taken it in his arms and had lifted it up, worm and all. In fact, he was hanging from one end. They placed it in a corner of the garden and removed the cloth, revealing a strange machine with a lens mounted on a tripod. Out of nowhere, like a ghost, Quirrell appeared to ask what it was. His eternal curiosity wouldn't let him remain unsure. "It's a small invention my nephew and I created, the camera. With this, you can capture ambient light and print it on paper, creating an image that captures the moment." "Amazing!" exclaimed the woodlouse. "And how does this invention work?" While Big and Edwin were assembling the machine, they explained the details of its operation to a fascinated Piglet who kept asking questions, as was normal when it came to Quirrell. Further on, the children were playing. Rosa and Aster were locked in a fierce battle, where they were finally going to see who was the best warrior. So far, they were very evenly matched, each boasting 3 victories. His brothers and cousins were cheering them on enthusiastically, at least 3 of them. Ren never participated in such brutal practices. Battles weren't something that gave him pleasure, and he preferred more peaceful pursuits, a taste he shared with Clavel. It was nice for her to find another boy as nice and interesting as her cousin Edwin. Hornet's dream of a perfect wedding came true, an event she would remember for weeks, but not for the reasons she imagined. Snowfluff and Tobu were busy removing dirty dishes and offering wine to the guests. The moth was always attentive to her companion, lest she cause some disaster that would get them into trouble again as usual. Despite his bad attitude, everything had been going well up to now, but it was then that he noticed it. The look. That very peculiar look he would get when he started coveting some unusual object that belonged to someone else. "No, Tobu. No." The moth squealed. "Not what? You're not going to steal that thing?" That he followed her gaze to find out what they were talking about. "That metallic thing, what the heck is that?" "I don't know, and that's what makes it fascinating." "Whatever, don't even think about it." "Come on, whatever you say, you're seriously a killjoy." The spider walked away seemingly resigned, but her companion knew her well enough to know that this was not true. Meanwhile, Big and Edwin had finished setting up the camera, and Hornet had come over to take a look. "So this was set up by you and Edwin?" the half-breed asked. "The theory was actually Edwin's idea. I just made some suggestions for improvements and helped him build it. I don't think I could have done it without Uncle Big." "Wow, it seems our little prince did inherit his grandfather's brilliant mind." Edwin was a little disturbed when he heard that, but Hornet stroked his head, trying to calm him down. "It's not necessarily bad. Well, it did some horrible things, we can't deny all the progress and civilization it brought. We could say you brought out its good side. Don't suppress it and let it be. Who knows what great things you might create in the future." The little boy smiled, calmer and full of enthusiasm. "Well, it's time. Aunt, could you call everyone over there?" He pointed to a space in front of the camera. We're going to take the first photo. And as Edwin finished speaking these words, a spider pounced on the camera, knocked it off its tripod, and ran away. If she were facing common bugs she would have escaped, but she didn't count on Hornet's sharp reflexes, who, as fast as an arrow, threw her needle, cutting her path, and then using the thread tied to the weapon, propelled herself until she was face to face with the thief. "Stop right there, thief. How are you?" His eyes shot open. Tobu. "Hello, honey," he said with some discomfort. "Who is it?" Quirrell asked Big. "Hornet's ex." "She's not my ex." Quirrell just looked at her with a red face and surprise. "He's not my ex, Quirrell, don't believe Big. Of course, that kiss meant nothing to you," Tobu sobbed. "Stop that already. Og." Tobu was actually just trying to get Hornet to distract her, which worked very well. The spider let her guard down enough to run off with the camera once more, but she didn't notice that a small stowaway had climbed on top of her. "Give me back my camera." "I made it," the little worm shouted angrily. "Where did you come from?" "Give it to me." He began hitting her with his claws. He didn't mean to hurt her, just to get her to give up what she'd stolen. "Ah, get off. It's mine. And you can make another one." This time, a spear interrupted its escape. The spider stopped dead in its tracks only to find itself staring at the body of a massive mantis, glaring at it furiously. "Let go of my son," Orchid shouted. Let me go." "Drop my camera." Orchid had little patience and was ready to beat up the spider, but Hollow intervened, stopping her. "Enough, there's no need to go that far. We will help you, sister." And despite the presence of Hollow, the two former lords showed up to fight. The knight looked at everyone, looked at his son, at the mantises, at the spider, sighed and shook his head. "Well, what can you do?" From no one knows where, he took out his stinger and held it up proudly. "Very well. Who's against me? Anyone dare?" But this the mantises forgot why they were originally going to fight, so Lily and Lavender went against Hollow. So much aggression so suddenly was too much to respond to in time, but while he blocked Lavender, another warrior joined in to support him and block Lily. "Calm down my young pupil, I'm here," Mato announced. "Why are you getting into this mess?" Horo complained, joining the fray. While further on Shio took out his easel and brushes to portray the scene. "This will be interesting." Tobu, for her part, tried to get out of that mess, but neither Edwin nor Hornet would leave her alone. She tried to stretch her legs, moving the camera away from them, but when she wasn't looking, Aster and Rosa took it away from her. "We got her," the children shouted happily and threw her away. Big had no trouble throwing her safely into the air. "These brats," Tobu growled. The thief was going to say something else, but they were pushed by one of the sting masters who was thrown off after a very powerful attack. The Spider Queen was already very upset, the perfect wedding had turned into a disaster, and there was nothing to be done about it. She was very angry, so she decided that she would at least get even by hitting some bugs. Which side did she support? Neither, she just wanted to see blood flow, so she joined the fight. "Weddings are really fun," Rosa exclaimed happily. "As far as I know, weddings aren't like that," Aster replied. "I'll join the fight too." "Wait." There was nothing he could do. The girl jumped into the fray to fight, not understanding what was happening. Aster thought about it for a moment and finally shrugged, following his cousin's example. Eventually no one cared what was happening, whoever wanted to join the fight. Soon some of the Hollow brothers, like Soul, Kairi, Cliff and Shadow, joined with their weapons, and other more peaceful ones like Azuri, Green and Loomis, supported from a distance throwing food and dishes. Everything was a mess. Edwin was not fond of fighting and already had what mattered to him, which was his camera, so he carefully crept over to where his uncle was. "Okay, time to take the picture," Big announced. "Now?" "But they're all fighting." "Exactly. To have a perfect image, you just have to hire a painter to do a portrait, but photos are meant to capture moments instantly, just as they are. That's what we created them for. Remember?" "Yes, you're right. This moment must be preserved as it is." Big placed the camera on the tripod and positioned it in such a way that it would capture the conflict in all its splendor. "Okay, we're ready." "Hey, can we go out too?" Scarlet, who had heard everything, asked. "Sure, stand to the sides, they'll serve as a sort of frame in the composition. Edwin, stand in front, you're small and need to be visible." "Here?" "Wait." He looked around for his pet. "Tika. Come here." The creature, upon hearing the call, ran to its owner and obediently stood beside him. "Perfect. Everyone in their seats." Big asked. "Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go." And the first photo in the history of Hellenist was taken. The colossal disaster that they would look back on with laughter over the years and that would always hang on the wall of Edwin's office when he became king, next to the portrait of the Lord of Shadows and his eternal sinister smile. Final notes. And that's it. We're done. Yes. After years, this story comes to an end. for better or worse. Honestly, this time, I don't think I can say I'll miss it because I was already saturated with the saga and the fandom, too. I'm not one to stay glued to one thing for too long. But certain things that happened while writing this fic also had a big influence. It turns out that after Never, I was really pumped up with ideas and eager to write the next story right away, but I decided to wait a bit, take a break so I could come back with more energy. A big mistake. Now I know, if you have the drive and the desire to get an idea out, you have to write it down right away, otherwise it might fade away, which happened to me when I started writing, and here again, and I wasn't as motivated as I was with the other stories. Plus, there was another super important event that affected me. Originally this fanfic was going to be more cheerful and lighthearted, very similar to the previous two, but that event happened that changed everything. I broke up with my partner. Recovering from a breakup can take time. It varies from person to person. Some people are fine in a couple of weeks, others a few months. According to my psychologist, it can take up to 5 years in some cases. It took me a year and a half to feel better. I was a sea of hidden tears. I never showed how bad I felt, and with no other outlet, those feelings came out through the only avenue left. Art. My joyful innocent story was tinged with tragedy, and that's why it ended up the way it did. I wanted to give up on everything. Sometimes I didn't even feel like getting out of bed, but I forced myself to keep going, I forced myself to write. I have to finish the story, and it has to be as good as possible. The slightly dark atmosphere of this story isn't my favorite. I'd say I don't really like this fanfic, but it's not bad either. It has its moments, very variable moments. I could almost say that if you read carefully you could guess which parts of the story I felt better about and which worse about. Another thing that worked against me is that I think it's the most complex story I've ever tried to write, the trauma of a loss, many characters on the scene, several plotlines, many interactions. Today I see this, and it's incredible that it turned out relatively well. Of course, it has its flaws, but a story really doesn't need to be perfect, it just needs to be entertaining, especially if it's a fanfic. Still, with this story being so complicated to write, there were things I left out to make my life easier, so this fic could have been even longer. Among all this cut material are Coco Ghost was supposed to be more involved, playing practical jokes on the living and giving confusing messages just for fun. I cut him because I never found the time to include that. Quirrell was going to have a secret information network. This was painful to remove. Quirrell was going to be something like a shadowy king who secretly helps the queen, pulling strings to get people to do things or obtaining information necessary for this or that case. The thing is, it seemed like too much fanfare. I mean, no situation arose in the story so serious as to require a secret information network, so I removed it. Silky was going to do more things, but she already had too many important characters on stage, so I took away her relevance in the story. Ren and her lack of yarn, this was a whole arc that I cut. It was basically about Ren loving to knit, but she couldn't produce yarn, and her fellow spiders made fun of her. She almost gave up knitting, which she loved, but then she discovered that many creatures that aren't spiders buy yarn and knit, and that the yarn was bought from spiders who didn't like knitting. She learned that who you are doesn't have to determine your role or the things you can or can't do. Finally, Chester was going to have more scenes getting into trouble trying to make his father stronger. I got so caught up in other plotlines that I forgot about Chester. In the end, I only brought it back for the chapter about the dream in the nightmare realm. And I think I could add that I omitted which characters died during Scarlet Fever, because yes, people did die. Those who aren't mentioned may be because they're no longer with us, because I forgot, or because I simply didn't want to mention them, so that everything would remain ambiguous. And that's it. Now, the big question I'm sure they'll ask me. Are you going to keep writing? Are you going to write about Silk Song? The short answer is no and no. For now I don't have any ideas of something I want to write. Well, there is an idea, but it needs several months to mature and see if it flourishes or withers, and as for Silk Song, as I said, I'm saturated with Hollow Knight. I'm not particularly interested in the fandom anymore. The game would have to have something very interesting or special to motivate me to write again, and I don't know if that will happen. So I prefer not to promise anything, better we wait until January when the game comes out and we'll see how it is. Thank you all so much for all these years of comments and laughs. I really wouldn't have made it to the end without you all. You are incredible readers, and a special thanks to the friends I made along the way, Reaper, Joshu, Inu, Ao, Hernan, Raiden Vicho and some other person I'm forgetting here and there. My life wouldn't be the same without you all. That's all for now, WHISPER9. Over and out. See you later. Okay, I lied, there's still something else to tell. It's time to clarify a small doubt that most people had throughout the fic. The disaster that had unfolded at the wedding was something journalists would talk about for weeks, but the guests and the press weren't the only ones witnessing this spectacle. No one knew it, but a small ghost from another dimension was very attentive to everything that was happening. Coco was never very serious, and these types of situations entertained him a lot. It was the worst disaster he had ever seen in his life or death. He wished he was there to participate, but it didn't matter, being able to see it from a distance was enough for him. Suddenly, a presence behind him interrupted his activity. Well, I think that's enough. You've spent months watching them. You should be convinced by now. They'll be fine. Yes, they will be, it's just that saying a final goodbye is difficult. I guess it's harder for younger people. I was quite old when I left anyway, don't worry, it's not a goodbye forever, in the end, we all always find each other somehow. This time the boy turned around and smiled at her. Yes, it's true, it's a see you later. The greater being nodded pleased, then extended his hand. Come on Coco, your grandmother is waiting for us. Don't you want to meet her? Yeah. The little boy, jumping for joy, walked up to the white worm and took his hand, then together they walked towards the shining light that stretched out in front of them and were lost in the immensity of a pale and spotless brightness. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.